What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 Co Chapter 245. All belong to me at the moment, the claws of 9 tails also pressed against Hokage's body. Hyuga Lanmo, what do you want? Onoki exclaimed. The expression on his face was ugly. God knows how angry he was when he received the news that his country's name was held hostage before he returned to Yanyan village. If he has ability, he really wants to throw that B************ D-boy into ashes now. Hyuga Lanmo was casual, his eyes glanced at the crowd, a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he ignored Oyemu. You. Ono Mu angrily blows his beard and stares. The secret technique linen around the 4th generation of Hokage is very anxious. Although 9 tails have not hurt Hokage now, it is a tail beast after all. Who knows what it will do in the next second. Hinata-sama, please release my Hokage, the last time you hurt him and the injury is not healed. Please let him go. Mabui bowed his head slightly, his face was full of respectful expressions. At the moment, the 5 people in front of him realized that they were here to negotiate and that the other party had taken the leading position. Regardless of the fact that there are only him and the 2 shinobu in the room, as well as the 3 tail beasts in front of them, each of them also brought hundreds of dark parts, but if they really do it, they have no chance of winning. What are you doing in a daze? Come in now. When will you have to wait? Inside, the name of Lei Zhiguo was already called. In the past 2 days, they have been trapped in this small room. How many crimes they have suffered, don't they know? Please let my sire go. Seeing Hyuga Lanmo didn't mean to let anyone go, Mabui actually knelt on the ground with a pleading expression on his face. Finally, Kyuubi threw out the 4th generation of Hokage under his paws. He stood up and stood still. The panic and unwillingness in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Just now, Kyuubi's claws were pressed on his body. If he didn't come out, he thought he was dead this time, but he didn't want Kyuubi to let him go under the linen's plea. What's even more strange is that Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, as if it had already received his consciousness. Everyone, don't enter the house and just talk outside here. The room is small, and a few big names in it are enough. What you want to say now, express your own opinions, but there is one thing, I want to remind you that I am here to collect debts today. If your answer to me does not satisfy me, I will not satisfy you either. Advertisement sitting on the roof, Hyuga Lanmo raised Erlang's legs and leaned on the inclined roof. Although he was lazy, he had a strong aura. Onoki turned his head slightly and glanced at the ninja 100 meters behind him, his eyes prompted. The secret part of Yanyan village led the order, and the 3 of them used the rock hiding technique to sneak underneath, preparing to carry out a sneak attack from below, and rescue the landlord daimyo trapped in the room. But when the people in Onbi approached the house on the mountain beam from the underground, they were entangled in the wood by the bottom, and a Hyuga blue ink duplication with reincarnation eyes appeared underground, and he reached out and grabbed their bodies. After absorbing the chakras from them, they directly extracted the soul of each other. After duplication used the eyes of reincarnation to collect the soul, all the confidential information of the other party reached Hyuga Lanmo's mind. The same was true for the other 2 people. Not only were chakras sucked up by Hyuga Lanmo's reincarnation eye duplication, their souls were extracted, and their lives were also lost. Above the ground, before the 5 people could speak, Magnetic Escape and Mudden appeared at the same time where the ninjas of Yanyan village were standing. In an instant, more than a dozen dark parts and dozens of ninjas were all caught by Mu Dun, trapped on the twisted trees, and screams came. Onoki looked back and was frightened. As soon as he was about to rescue him, he heard a scream from the room. The landlord daimyo had been dragged to the window by Hyuga Lanmo's people, and a kunai was stuck on his neck. Hinata Lanmo, what are you going to do? He shouted loudly, with cold sweat coming out of his forehead. Since it's a negotiation, everyone is obediently negotiating. If you don't talk about it, you will have a clear cut. Hyuga Lanmo stood up from the beam, and said. And on the ground around the room, 3 wooden escape branches drilled out of the ground, and the corpses of the 3 hidden parts of Yanyan village hung on the wooden escape, and they had lost their breath. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that this was the trick behind Oyeki, who tried to save people secretly, but failed. Advertisement in fact, the shadows of several other ninja villages also wanted to use other methods to rescue their country's daimyo, but they hadn't acted yet. At the moment, the first Yanyan village was arrested. The land of the country shouted loudly, Master Toying, you are too credible to be a human being. If you say that negotiation is negotiation, what are you doing? The 5 major ninja villages attacked collectively. More than 10,000 ninjas were defeated by a small Nanmo with a population of only a few 100,000 in just 1 hour. What else could he talk about? What else can you say? At the moment, does he still want to save his so-called face with the life of his landlord daimyo? If the daimyo is the highest leader of the country, then the shadow is the highest military commander of the country, and the ninja is the soldier in the army. Without the supply of the country, the army will lose its backup support. Without support, the army it is a pan of loose sand. Even if the ninja village can obtain a certain amount of funds to perform the task, it is nothing compared to the money that the people of the country pays the daimyo, and the daimyo also allocates to the ninja village. Therefore, in the ninja world, the status of the daimyo of the 5 great nations is always above that of the ninja village shadow. Even if it is an appointment, the daimyo must agree to execute it. At the moment, Rage, with the face of the land country daimyo, has already begun to imagine in his mind, who else in Yanyan village can replace Onoki. Onoki stood on the side and didn't speak for a long time. Everyone looked at him. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. This is a war, which is stronger than whoever has more chips in his hand and who has stronger ability. He failed, and now he is the only one around him, both overtly and secretly. If he only cares about his own face and disregards the safety of his name, then after returning to the country, the people of the land of the country will definitely not let him go, and those who covet the position of the name will also start a war. Sorry, this is indeed a negotiation, I am impatient. Just 10 seconds after time stood still, Onoki suddenly opened his mouth. The third generation of Hokage and the fourth generation of Raiking frowned slightly. The 5 people in the room, but their boss, they came here today to save them. If the mission is not completed, what are they doing here? Chapter 246. And if these 5 people die here, then the world of ninja will be in chaos. Hyuga Lanmo, tell me, what do you want? The fourth generation Raikage asked loudly. I want the 5 major ninja villages to be mine, Hyuga Lanmo said. As soon as this statement came out, not only the 5 people outside, but even the 5 people in the room were taken aback. It was equivalent to giving up their military power in the 5 ninja villages and all of them belonged to him? This condition is impossible. We would rather join the war and fight you to the end, and it is impossible to hand over our ninja village to you. 3 generations of Hokage shouted loudly. I didn't expect Hyuga Lanmo to have such a big appetite, and he wanted the big 5. Ninja village, is he crazy? Don't want to follow me? Don't regret it. Follow me in Nanmo, maybe you can avoid a lot of disasters in the future. After all, I am a person in charge of the people of my country. Asking them about the 5 ninja villages was just that he talked about it, frightened them, he didn't want to ask for trouble. It's troublesome to manage a ninja village. Should he manage the whole world? He captured 3 small countries in a row that day, and he was also anxious at the time. If it were put today, he might not be too lazy to act. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, then I will lower my requirements. You are unreasonable, framed, hegemony, and want to invade Nanmo and collectively attack my small country. These shameless things are not random, just forgive me. So, I give up asking for the ownership of your 5 ninja villages. You can simply compensate me for the value of the 2 southern Mexican countries, and this matter will be settled. What is the value of the 2 southernmost states? Wuyan Village Ching asked. You can figure it out for yourself. How much is a building? How many buildings in a country? How many houses? How many people? How many land? Don't you know if you put it together? Then, is that you calculated based on your current land area, or is it the original? Ching asked again. If it is now, then everyone will definitely not agree, even the daimyo will be on the side of the ninja village. Therefore, he must ask clearly. You can't afford it now. If we know that the area of Nanmo's land is no less than the area of the country of water, let's calculate it according to the original size. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and sat in the room. On the top, there was a wide smile on his face, looking at the shadow-level figures in the 5 great ninja villages in the distance. How much is that? I don't agree. The third generation of Naruto Tobahiro called out loudly. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes fell, and he said coldly, then triple. Isn't this a negotiation? Why did you raise the price? Fourth generation Lei Ying also called. Advertisement, you are too much. Onoki also roared. In this case, let's fight a game. After that, Oyemu directly used dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world. The Hyuga Blue Mo on the roof was trapped in the cube dust evacuation. Just when he wanted to destroy the opponent, the technique of stripping was already the shadow of Hyuga Lanmo is gone. At the same time, he appeared behind Oyemu from a different space and slashed his back with a palm. Oyemu vomited blood after being beaten, and his body stumbled forward. The 3-tailed beast rushed up, and one tail smashed at him. If he was hit, Oyemu would be killed on the spot. However, on the other side, the 4th generation Seal Luosha Jinsha magnetic escape appeared in Cheyenne village, which turned into huge amounts of shield, blocking a tail's attack and saving Oyemu. Luo Sha used the magnetic escape. Jinsha waves attacked one tail, but the 9 tails who didn't want to give him a chance at all, rushed up and grabbed him. Rosha was overwhelmed, and Yizo had already used Chakra Shockwave, wanting to destroy him as quickly as possible. Lei Dun, Heavy Flow. The 4th generation of Lei Ying also rushed up, wanting to attack one tail. However, the opponent's Chakra Shockwave has exploded. Even if the 5 shadows in front of them can withstand it, the ninjas who followed the 5 ninja villages in the periphery were thrown out, and the small wooden house on the hillside was also destroyed. The 5 big names inside were so scared that they screamed. If it weren't for Honglin and Jinshi to hold them, I'm afraid they would have flown dozens of meters away. The 4th generation of Raikage Eye's heavy current violent bumped into 9 tails and did not cause any harm, but was slapped by 9 tails and slapped him out. The 5 shadows returned quickly. This time, they had to collectively attack Hyuga Blue Mo, who was standing closest to their position. They could not defeat the tail beast, and the sealing team was not here. It would take a certain amount of time to seal the tail beast. Fight against them, it is better to take down their master. As long as Hyuga Lanmo died, everything would be resolved. Magnetic escape. Hyuga Lanmo was full of golden chakras, and the fingers of one hand moved slightly. At this time, he was still negotiating. Even so, the chaos inside still turned into a pot of porridge, and Sighing here wanted to rescue the big names of the 5 great nations in the past, but was blocked by magnetic escape. Advertisement inside the iron pot, a strip of magnetic thorns appeared, slowly relying on chakra to grow, crisscrossing and pressing on everyone. I agree, on the other side, the name of the water country called out. On the other side of the magnetic escape, the 5 big names were so scared that they hugged together. They were also locked inside. Looking at the three tail beasts, they were long gone, and even Hyuga Lanmo's 2 men were missing. 5 waves of shock pounced from 5 directions, and launched a killing technique at Hyuga Lanmo, who was standing there. Magnetic escape buckled them all inside like an inverted iron pot. Boom! The huge amounts of impact sounded, and a shining light exploded in the magnetic escape wall. The ground seemed to fluctuate, and layers of black cloud like magnetic sand drilled out of the ground, covering the entire hillside, making the sky dim and dark. He wanted to turn this into a sealed space. The 3 generations of Sarutobi slashed a little in his heart, that's it. Indeed, their attacks passed through Hyuga Lanmo's body, all ineffective, and at the same time, his magnetic escape has risen, covering all the dozen people in the middle in the magnetic escape. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Has the magnetic escape changed? Baiyunqing was the first to discover the problem. The 5 people began to use ninjutsu and bombarded the magnetic escape. Luosha used the magnetic escape to protect the people on the scene. Just 5 times? Hyuga Lanmo's voice appeared in the darkness. 4 shadow-level figures rushed up, one using the sand spear, one using the heavy current storm, one using the gale shuriken, and the other using the dust escape. The white eyes of Wuyin village also pulled out his lightsaber and faced each other together. Hyuga Lanmo, who was launching a magnetic escape, rushed over. The darkness quickly concealed the light, and the 3rd generation of Hokage used a small amount of fire escape to illuminate the inner room. Chapter 247. The other 4 people also yelled, "We agree, we all agree." With the voices of the 5 people, the magnetic spikes around them stopped growing. "My lord, we can save you," the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi said. "Shut up, I'm not talking. Do you really think that I am a dumb? 3 generations, I have long felt that you, Hokage, lack the qualifications. If it were not for the sudden death of the 4 generations, the affairs of southern Mexico could reach the point where it is today. Did you? As early as 7 years ago, I wrote a letter telling you that Hyuga Lanmo was wronged. What did he do to Sari Konoha, do you say?" The country of fire shouted loudly. He killed Danzo. Danzo, the one with the dark roots. The one who claims that Konoha should have roots if he wants to absorb nutrients? Haha, has he done too little secretly? Let alone Hyuga Lanmo. Even me, I have also heard of him for a long time. If it weren't for him to be useful, I would have dismissed him long ago. Some members of the elders group are simply insulting my reputation of the country of fire. Sarutobi risen, I agree to 5 times the compensation of Nanmo State, but you must step down, and today, you must apologize to Hyuga Lanmo in front of the 10 people here, the fire country shouted. Sarutobi Richin had a blushing face. At that time, Hao Feng Shuiman succeeded to the position of Hokage. Although it seems that he intends to let the virtuous person, he was forced to give up the position of Hokage because of the pressure from above. Later, the 4 generations sacrificed. When a suitable candidate succeeded in the position of Hokage, the daimyo of the country of fire agreed to let him sit back in the position of Hokage again. At the moment, can he still say, no? 3 generations were dissatisfied with, Hyuga Lanmo, don't forget that you still owe me a task. Here, I want you to propose the 3rd. I reject, you. What? I have the right to refuse any request from you. Hyuga Lanmo was cold. At this time, he still wanted to negotiate with him. Who did he consider himself? Everyone is locked in this magnetic trap, like a turtle in the urn. The magnetic trap on the daimyo's side has stopped growing, but it is held tightly by the magnetic trap. As long as they dare to move, the magnetic trap can poke them blood whole. Advertisement on the other side, the 5 shadows continued to grow. They could have used the more powerful ninjutsu to fight back, but in that case, the 5 daimyos would suffer. The 5 people on the opposite side also knew this well, and only then agreed to the 5-fold compensation proposed by Hyuga Lanmo. Moreover, whether it was a joint operation that day or the 5 of them joined forces today, it was already obvious that they were not his opponents. If nothing else, the fact that they could not attack the target would be enough for them to study for a while, not to mention what kind of tail beast, fairy state and so on. Either one is enough for them to eat a pot. The 3 generations of Hokage's face was hot, and he was grateful in his heart. Fortunately, the magnetic escape blocked the eyes of many ninjas outside. If not, where would he put his old face? Okay, I apologize. Sorry, Hyuga Lanmo, I misunderstood you. Indeed, you have nothing to do with Sora no Kuni's attack on my Konoha village, and Shimura Danzo is also to blame. From now on, you will not belong to Konoha. Betrayal, Konoha welcomes you back anytime, anywhere. The 3-generation Naruto Sarutobi in his 60s bowed deeply to Hyuga Lanmo in front of everyone. The daimyo of the country of fire on the opposite side was very pleased to see this scene. He avoided the 4 people in front of him, and stood up slightly. Lord Hyuga Lanmo, you are still satisfied with this? You and I have a relationship. If it weren't for you, the 3 princesses of the country of fire would have been killed in Jiaquan long ago. With this kindness, you are also our friend, not our enemy. After speaking, he showed a twisted smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the daimyo of the land yelled, 3 generations of land shadows, don't say anything. Since I have promised to give him 5 times the compensation, I will do what I say, so you apologize. If an apology can solve the problem, why not do it? Just say a few words anyway. Onomuki's face turned dusty gray, and his waist hurt more and more. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, let's do it. In fact, when they were bombarded by a chakra shockwave just now, he called the loudest voice, which proved that he was actually a strong man. Hyuga Lanmo stood on top of the magnetic spurs, a golden chakra shining golden light inside the magnetic spurs. He looked down and looked to the side of Daimyo Leijigo with an indifferent expression on his face. After speaking, he gave a fist to Hyuga Lanmo, advertisement. Sure enough, under the questioning in Hyuga Lanmo's eyes, he couldn't stand it anymore. I compensate, I am willing to compensate, apologize, 4 generations of Reikage apologize, right? In fact, Luo Sha has always questioned some things, but the 4th generation of Reikage is too able to instigate, plus he has been injured by him, and he has seen himself want to kill his son, so uncertain psychologically, he has an urge to kill people. On the other hand, before the name of the water country could speak, his white eyes were already open. Little brother Hyuga, there is indeed a misunderstanding about this matter, but because the other 4 ninja villages have agreed to fight together, Wuyan village naturally, there is no reason to refuse. If you lose, you lose. Our country's lord has agreed to compensate. On behalf of Wuyan village, I also tell you that our Wuyan village will never infringe on the kingdom of Southern Mo. I apologize to you again, sorry. This means that if you dare to repent, he dare to send troops to conquer. After speaking, he turned around stubbornly, closed his eyes, and stopped looking at anyone. After speaking, he lost his voice. Hyuga Lanmo took a deep breath, since the negotiation has reached a consensus, then signed the agreement. Although I believe that you are not a backlash, but with this agreement, if someone does something innocent, then I can also famous as a teacher. The Lord of the Kingdom of Wind looked at Luo Sha, and after a soft cough, he also said, Cheyenne village should be reasonable too, right? Wrong is wrong. The 4th generation of Reikage coldly snorted and said, I'm sorry. Since I can't beat it, I can only apologize. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, it turns out that he wanted to kill someone, and he didn't have the ability, and the other 3 ninja villages had already apologized. He couldn't unilaterally offend Hyuga Lanmo. Besides, Nanmo is now expanding its territory. The country borders the South Daxia Sea, and there will be many things to face in the future. In the end, only the Kingdom of Thunder was left. Whether it was their big name or the 4th generation of Lei Ying-ai in Union Village, they were all tempered. So Luo Sha also spoke. He didn't dare to look at Rai Ying-ai's eyes, and looked to other places in a blink of an eye. Chapter 248. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out a long hand, drew a scroll from his different space, took out 10 documents from it, and directly changed the double compensation to 5 with a pen, and activated Mu Dun. From a table appeared in the middle of the magnetic escape. He took the lead in signing his own name, Nanmo Country Hyuga Lanmo. The magnetic spur disappeared, and everyone came to sign. This picture is not solemn at all, but rather wants to sign a surrender letter. The 5 great nations lost money, and the ninja village where they belonged lost face. In this way, Hyuga Lanmo only took 2 people, and got everything he wanted in the hands of the 5 big nations. After the 5 ninja villages returned to the village, they also collectively issued an announcement to the ninja world. The previous attack on the 5 ninja villages by Sora Ninja had nothing to do with Hyuga Lanmo and the current Nanmo Kingdom. There were also people who declared war on the 5 ninja villages by Hyuga Lanmo. Deliberately planning and framing, and the 5 ninja villages jointly conquering South Mexico is a misunderstanding. The 5 countries and the 5 ninja villages have a good relationship with South Mexico. And Hyuga Lanmo was also successfully promoted to the 6th largest figure in the ninja world, and was called, a generation of ink shadows. As for Nanmo village, although there are not as many ninja villages as the other 5 ninja villages, there is no so-called family power, family heritage, but compared to other small ninja villages, they are still powerful, plus they used to be one enemy 100. After defeating tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces, Nanmo Ninja Village soon became the 6th largest ninja village in the ninja legend. The following days will be busy, all kinds of busy. Compensation from the major powers is also in place. The country of tea was renamed, the country of tea, the country of bears, and also the country of bears. The ninjas of the 2 countries were reorganized and entered the Nanmo Ninja Village to re-educate and learn. The ninja village in Chajo had just been established for a few years, and the number of ninjas was limited. In addition to the fact that the lord was dead, they were obedient and soon came to Nanmo Village. The Star Ninja Village in Shangzhou has a history of 200 years, and its self-holding ability is superior. Although it is not better than the top 5 ninja villages, it is definitely stronger than the ninjas in Chajo. Not only does it not cooperate with orders, but it also repeatedly wounds in Shing Ninja Village. Take care of their Nanmo Village ninja. This matter quickly reached Hyuga Lanmo's ears. He was already very busy. After hearing this, his face was furious. Are they still sucking that meteorite chakra? Yes, sir, and in the past 2 days, some ninjas in Xingran village have mutated and escaped from the village. They also severely injured our 3 ninjas. The person who came back to report looked guilty. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo knew that when the ninja allied forces attacked Nanmo, he used the Splendor Consciousness Mirror to distribute his ability to the ninjas guarded by the 2nd-tier enchantment of Nanmo State, which increased their ability by more than 20 times. In addition to his own duplication and the help of Dashemaru's foul reincarnation, within an hour, the coalition troops broke up and fled. However, the function of the consciousness mirror in the system is only for 1 day. After a day, the ninja who has been subjected to the Funwi can accept the inheritance of Hyuga Blue Mo ninjutsu, but cannot reach the previous chakra possession. Therefore, if you want to strengthen yourself, you must continue to practice chakra, but even so, if you don't practice the immortal body, or use any external force of the curse, it will not be possible to reach the level of divination. Therefore, they will be bullied by people who have absorbed the power of the stars. But now that the southernmost state is expanding, and various things are happening one after another, he doesn't have the time to devote his energy to the affairs of Star Ninja Village. As for Honglin and Jinshi, they had already gone abroad to contact Lan Shangman's people to the 5 ninja villages to deliver compensation. Wu Mang was busy arranging manpower to guard the border, and couldn't spare any time at all. Keeping them can only become invisible bombs. It is better to let them see the essence of the matter and make their own choices. Hyuga Lanmo thought for a while, then said, "Let everyone evacuate, I will send Onbi people to stare at." "My lord, in that case, will they rebel collectively?" "On the contrary, I want to see what they can do and let our people withdraw." After that, Hyuga Blue Mo continued to deal with the work. Yes. Sure enough, after several conflicts between the people of Xingren village and Nanmo ninjas all evacuated. They thought that the other party was afraid of themselves. All the ninjas in the Red Star United Village, known as the village chief, including the children, all formed a team. Began to resist. Advertisement at present, all the forces of Nanmo are deployed in Nanmo City, Nanmo Village and the border areas, and there are no ninjas in each city. In addition, everything happened too suddenly. Nanmo is still in a restart state. There was no barrier on the road, so the 200 ninjas of this Star Ninja Village were invincible all the way and came towards Nanmo Ninja Village. After a day's journey, they soon reached the second-tier barrier. Because the war ended less than a month, the second-tier barrier still remained. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to wait until everything stabilized before removing it. In order to conceal his purpose, when Kai Sheng showed up at the entrance and exit of the barrier with everyone, he even said that he had come to surrender. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo, who has just finished handling a batch of personnel work, is standing on the balcony, watching the scene of many villagers in the distance driving new boats through the waterways to go fishing. The sun is shining, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, and the scene in front of them can make people relax temporarily. In the past few days, Nanmo City has meetings, and Nanmo Ninja Village has personnel transfers and various matters. It is really busy. My enlightenment, Kai Sheng brought many ninjas from Xingren village to surrender, and he is waiting outside the second-level enchantment. My lord, what should I do? Let them in. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and picked up the cloak on one side. After putting it on, he used the instant technique to leave the ninja village and came to the entrance of the village, waiting for these self-proclaimed figures. Because he came so quickly that when the people from Xingren village passed through the new continent again and walked to the entrance of the village, he had already fallen asleep sitting on the seat guarding the ninja at the entrance of the village. Let's surrender. Following Qi Sheng's yell, he rushed up and punched the table where Hyuga Lanmo was lying on his stomach. With a bang, the table shattered, and then he punched again, facing Hyuga Lanmo's downwards. The falling head smashed over. But he didn't expect that his fist would pass through his head without resistance at all. Then, there was a scream from behind him. Before he could turn his head, Hyuga Lanmo kicked him on his asterisk and kicked him directly. Boom. With a sound, Kai Sheng fell on his head and stuck it on the cow dung on the side of the road. Kai Sheng looked angry, and stood up while poking and wiping her face. Chapter 249 Crazy Red Star. Hyuga Lanmo rushed over, smiling at the corner of his mouth, with an apologetic expression on his face. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lord Akahoshi brought 200 ninjas from Star Ninja Village to come to take refuge in me, but didn't want to have this kind of misunderstanding. I wake up, but I reflexively gave you a kick. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. If it wasn't for the people in Xingren-kun to see his true colors, Hyuga Lanmo killed him just now. He dared to start behind the scenes." Kai Shengqi's face was mad, his whole body was stinking, and the words he wanted on the road were forgotten behind his forehead, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Hyuga Lanmo avoided the odor and asked, "Master Akahoshi is here to rush to me?" The other party's eyebrows were cold. With a look of calculation, he threw the clothes in his hands aside, and said angrily, "Yes, let's go into the village. I want to wash it, it's too dirty." As he said, he walked towards the gate of Nanmo village, thinking as he walked, those 5 ninja villages are really idiots. They came to attack Nanmo, and what did they do to become famous? This is also a respectful question of the guilt of the other party before the attack begins. What kind of siege is that? There is no way to win. They should be like him, anyway, as long as they can achieve their goals. He looked at the village just now from a distance. Isn't it too big? There are only 1,000 or 800 ninjas who want to come to this southern Mexican country. When he enters inside, he directly bombards, then uses the peacock magic method, combined with the effect of the stars, to destroy the village. Then will Nanmo not become his bag? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but applaud his ingenuity. Soon, he will also be among the top 6 ninja villages. Ha ha ha. Kai Sheng laughed as he walked in. Behind you, the 200-star ninja village ninja. Look at me, and I look at you, and followed. But at this moment, a row of ninjas suddenly jumped out of the gate to stop them, and Hyuga Lanmo's cold voice sounded behind them. Are you busy? Nanmo Ninja Village is a village of independent cultivation, which is different from your Star Ninja Village. If you want to take refuge in us, you have to show some sincerity, right? After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his finger. Kai Sheng was intercepted, frowning and looking back at him. Mr. Hyuga has no sincerity. Since there is no sincerity, why did he have to let us come to Monin Village? We were also very good at Shingnan Village. Advertisement, it's good, but don't forget, the country of bears is now mine. Do you think I will keep you people with descent to live in my country? You, stop talking nonsense. The sincerity I want is very simple. Your stars are harmful, and I will not let them enter my village and hand them over. As soon as these words came out, all the ninjas in Star Ninja Village frowned. They had obeyed Akaboshi's words and pretended to surrender. At the moment, the other party asked them to hand over the stars. Without the stars, Kai Xing's peacock magic cannot be used. How could he hand it over? Sure enough, Kai Xing turned around and jumped back in front of his own person, shouting loudly, "What are the people behind? Rush!" More than 100 ninjas suddenly dispersed, and dozens of children behind rushed up. Kai Xing took out the star in his arms, raised his head high, and shouted, "The magic of the peacock." In an instant, the purple chakra passed to each child on the stars. Their faces were red, white and black, their eyes bursting, blue veins violent, and they rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo regardless of life or death. And with their movements, their bodies were lifted off the ground. Obviously they had reached the point where they could fly. The adults behind saw this scene, with a look of surprise. Our ninjutsu has reached this level. No wonder Lord Akahoshi said before that we will definitely win this battle. Now it seems that Lord Akahoshi is right. Yes, they are not the same as the ordinary ninjas in the 5 ninja villages. Look at them, this is the peacock trick. Suddenly, the blood of the people in Xingren village swelled and they were very excited. They only noticed the ability of those children, but did not notice that the skin of those children had appeared black in patches. More than a dozen children rushed up from all directions. Chakra leaped from their bodies, showing a purple state. The purple chakra leapt towards Hyuga Lanmo with his teeth and claws. He turned around and dodged the attack, then turned his hand and exploded and shot towards the quartet. At the same time, Lei Dun descended from the sky and struck a few children. He did it in one go, without hesitation. Advertisement. Although more than a dozen children have acquired the peacock magic method, they also endured the backlash of the stars and felt so uncomfortable that they could not keep up with some of their movements. 2 of them were hit by thunder and fell from the sky and curled up into a group. The medical ninja of Murin village rushed out of the village to rescue the children on the ground. The rest of the children were irritated and fought hard. The purple chakra's fists thumped at Hyuga Blue Mo like raindrops. Several of the children had grown up with their mouths out because they could not stand the force of the stars. State. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned. While avoiding the opponent's chakra fist, he used Mu Dun duplication. 10 duplications jumped out from behind him. Everyone was in the state of reincarnation. Vientian Tianyan. Everyone used this ninjutsu, and a dozen children were sucked in their hands in an instant, and the other party used the peacock magic method to resist. Although the chakra is huge, it is no better than Hyuga Lanmo's reincarnation eyes. After Mu Dun duplication caught these children, it began to absorb the chakras from them. As the meteorite chakra disappeared on their bodies, the dark spots on their bodies improved a lot. Several of the children fainted after unable to stand the vigorous struggle. "Chong, don't pretend to be dead, get up, kill him, kill him." Kai Xing held the meteorite in his hand and yelled loudly, with a terrifying expression on his face. After that, his gaze fell on Xingren at the back, and went up to chase those people out. "You charge me, now why are you all stunned? Charge, kill him." Kai Xing held up the meteorite enshrined in the village in his hands and cried out. "Master Xingying, they are saving our child." Someone pointed to the medical ninja ahead and said. Over there, the medical ninja in Morin village had taken the dozen or so unconscious children to a safe place and began to treat them. "I care about them life and death. Those who accomplish great things do not stick to the trivial. If you want to take down Mo Ren village and Nanmo kingdom, you will have sacrifices. What are a dozen children? If I can rule the ninja world, even let me, I am willing to sacrifice half of ninja's population." Chapter 250. The power of backlash. Kai Xing raised the meteorite glowing with blue chakra high and exclaimed in excitement. The Star Ninja Village meteorite is a small part of the fall-off from the golem of the outsider. Back then, their mother, Atsuki Teruya, was sealed by Atsuki Yumura and Atsuki Yuya, and sealed the outgoing golem in the moon. When the outer Dao golem was sealed, a small piece of meteorite fell. This meteorite was obtained by Xingnan village, which started their cultivation process. Therefore, in a certain form, the peacock magic method shows that the chakra is in the state of a tail beast. This kind of power is powerful, but not anyone can control the powerful power. The situation that meteorites eat back the ninja often happens in the village. The former 3 generations of the village chief of Xingren village also issued strict bans, prohibiting anyone in the village to use meteorites to practice chakras, but the balance of all this is due to Akastar and his 2 subordinates, the Death Tomb and the joint killing of Nighthawks. The death of 3 generations of village chiefs is over. They once again activated the power of meteorites and began to practice with their children. They brainwashed them and told them that as long as they kept absorbing the chakras on the meteorites, they could become stronger. Even if many people died in this process, he didn't care. What he wanted was power, and a method to control everything. At the moment, he can no longer control the last dozen children left in the village, he just wants to win. As long as the chakra of the stars protects us, we will be able to win. Rush, he shouted as if crazy. The ninjas from other Star Ninja villages saw this scene, frowned, and the group rushed up. But how could they be Hyuga Lanmo's opponent? The other party didn't use ninjutsu, but just a few physical skills, so they turned the 200 people on the spot back and forth. Kai Xing's eyes were red, and the meteorite power in his hand could not be conveyed to these adult ninjas, so he would go on his own. Thinking of this, he burst out, and with force, he stuffed the meteorite into his body. Advertisement accompanied by his painful cry. The ninja from the Star Ninja village who fell on the ground looked back at him, and saw that Akaboshi's whole body had changed, and his eyes were like lanterns. The whole person seemed to be crazy. "Hinata Lanmo, take your life." A Castar called, and the Ninja Nighthawk and Death Burial, who had run away 2 days ago, rushed out of the crowd, and the three of them rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo in the middle of the venue. The three of them flew into the sky, with chakras on their bodies like a beast. Roar roared, and the huge amounts of golden chakras on Hyuga Lanmo's body increased, bursting towards the three of them. Puff! The three of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Hyuga Lanmo stood in the middle of the field, his fingers waved slightly, the ground sank, and the surrounding magnetic escape exploded, covering the three of them. Magnetic escape, a great burial of magnetic sand. The three people in front of them were instantly covered by the magnetic sand in front of them, and disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, a strong stench radiated from the magnetic sand, which proved that the three of them had died in the quicksand. The cause of the death of the three people was not because of the sandstorm, but because of the meteorite backlash. Our star. A man in the Star Ninja group yelled, raising his leg to rush up. At the moment, a flight character appeared in the sky, with purple chakra wings on her body, and she fell in front of everyone. Stop it, haven't you seen it yet? Kai Xing has been using you all the time? When everyone saw her, they said strangely, Sha Xing, is it you? A few days ago, Sha Xing, in order to save her son, Aang, had fought with Kai Xing, and finally endured that all the ninjas in the village were dispatched to confront her, and she left Xing Ninja Village. At the moment, what did she come here to do? Yes, it's me. I didn't expect that I had studied meteorites in the village for so long, and I was not as clear as Master Hyuga at a glance. Sha Xing turned and looked at Hyuga Lanmo, then looked at the Nanmo village medical ninja who was treating those children. Gratitude. She knelt on one leg. Thank you, my lord, for saving my son. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, stretched out his hand to use the Vientiane Sky Guide, pulled out several corpses hidden in the magnetic sand burial, and threw them in front of the people of Xingnan village. Look carefully, this so-called star really can does it bring you strength? And those children, what happened to them, you should know. Everyone looked at the three corpses in front of them, all showing a black-red state, just like the stains on those children, and the flesh and blood around the stars installed on Kai Xing's body had turned into black blood. Advertisement: they were not killed by Hyuga Blue Mo's magnetic escape, but by the power of the stars. Several ninjas rushed to the gate of Nanmo Ninja Village, where the medical ninjas of Mo Ninja Village were treating their children. Xiao Lan, how are you? Xiao Lan, say something, don't scare dad. Son, open your eyes and look at mom. In the past 2 years, many children have died in Xingran Village because of the use of meteorites for cultivation. However, Akahiro has always encouraged everyone to place their hopes on these children. He believes that as long as they can hold on to it, they will definitely become possessed. The Peacock Magical Man. For so many years, there are actually very few successful people. Even if they did, some of them did not live to be 20 years old. For example, Tianxing, who had been in contact with Hyuga Lanmo, could not stand the meteorite chakra backlash and died 5 years ago, lost. Now in Xingran Village, Sha Xing is the only person who has truly practiced the peacock magic technique, and the others have died. In fact, they have always known the dangers involved, but as the village head Akahoshi refused to give up this method, so that they, as ninjas, could only follow blindly. But now, huge amounts of meteorite chakra puts these children's lives at risk, and their hope is gone. Vaguely, several parents heard low crying. They knew what the coma of these children represented. Sha Xing came forward, detained the meteorite in Kai Xing's body, then turned and left the scene. Master Inkshadow, please take in the many ninjas in my ninja village. I know that they did something wrong this time, but they made mistakes only when they were bewitched by others. I believe that the adults will forgive them. I will destroy this meteorite so that it can never harm the world. After finishing speaking, Sha Xing turned and flew to the new land tens of kilometers away from here, and then exhausted the chakras on his body, trying to destroy the outer golem meteorite in his hand. Suddenly, the meteorite's backlash appeared, and there were fewer and fewer chakras on her body, as if she had been absorbed by the meteorite. Her eyes widened, she couldn't believe what happened, couldn't it be destroyed with all her strength? At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo flashed and came in front of her, his eyes were in the state of light blue reincarnation, his palms were strong, and a black rod grew out. He stretched out his hand and shot, and the black rod was nailed to the meteorite. Above, fell to the ground. Chapter 251. However, Sha Xing was too consumed, and the chakra wings disappeared and fell from the sky. Hyuga Lanmo reached out to catch her body and placed her on the reef aside. It just so happens that this land needs vitality. After Hyuga Lanmo spoke a word, his face showed a fairy-like facial makeup, and the golden chakra burst all over her body. Hyuga Lanmo fell from the sky, and slapped her palms on the meteorite. The huge amounts of sound shook the world, the meteorite was instantly broken into pieces, a wind appeared, and the meteorite pieces drifted away to the surrounding earth. Hyuga Lanmo's hands are printed with, ugly, yin, hai, tianhe, earth hug. Anyone who has seen Naruto knows that the first generation of Naruto's thousand-handed wooden gang printing technique is different from the ordinary Ji-in technique. The common technique has 12 methods such as, Zaichu Yinmao, while the Muden Ji-in technique is a combination of 12 methods and other methods of forming seals. Among them, Tianhe is the way to put your palms together, hold the ground, and clasp your fists. After the seal was completed, Mu Dun chakra exploded, and the earth rumbling loudly, Mu Dun, the sea of trees is coming. Countless trees drilled out of the ground, and within a short while, a large forest formed on the new ground. Coupled with the power of the meteorite of the outer Dao Golem, this forest quickly extended to the distance, and the new continent was full of vitality. The corner of Sha Xing's mouth on one side bends, and finally, in the future, no one will rely on that kind of power. On the other side, Baiju, who had drilled out of the ground somewhere, looked dignified and looked at Hyuga Lanmo greedily. When Shikage and Beiyanqing fought him in the town of Shimizu in the country of iron, he said that there were 9-tailed beasts on him, right? 9-tailed beast? In that case, as long as they take him at all costs, their Moon Eye project can be opened? What a pity, his ability is too strong, if not. Baiju clenched his fist tightly, his eyes full of greedy expressions. Advertisement: the dozen or so children in Xingren village were rescued, and they were all out of danger, and the 200 ninjas of Xingren village, together with 500 family members, all settled in Nanmo village. Star Ninja village is perennially filled with poisonous fog, and it is no longer suitable for human habitation. In Bear State, Hyuga Lanmo re-established a ninja guard base in the border area. Finally, in the newly emerging Southmo state, everything returned to normal, and occasionally small-scale resistance forces would soon be wiped out by the dark part of Mo-Ren village, and everything returned to normal. On this day, Hyuga Lanmo, who was busy with work, had just finished signing all the documents and was looking at the drawings for the expansion of the village tomorrow. Without 1,000 spirits, he entered the office. Tomorrow, all the ninjas in Nanmo City will return to the village to help. Therefore, Wu Qianling came here early today, and she held a basket in her hand, which contained the beef roasted by her mother. These days, Wu Yuhan is very busy. Even so, she will occasionally prepare some snacks for Hyuga Lanmo herself. Hyuga Lanmo saw that she took the delicious food, and the corners of her mouth split in delight. Thank you, Sister File Size. I know, you are too busy to eat. Taste it? Wu Qianling reached out and cut a piece of beef and handed it to him. He stretched out his hand to take it, and sighed. Unfortunately, there is no wine. After speaking, he put the beef jerky in his mouth and ate it with relish. At the moment, there was a loud noise outside, and there was even the sound of fighting. Hyuga Lanmo stood up to the balcony while chewing the beef, and at a glance saw the familiar figure, Itachi. He held a dozen alcoholic beverages in one hand, and kunai in the other, and clashed up and down with the village ninjas. Itachi. Hyuga Lanmo's smile widened, and he beckoned to him. Then he went back to lift the basket on the table, made a vertical leap, and landed in the yard. All the surrounding ninjas saw this scene and quickly retreated. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly. I tried it. Your people are not at the same level as when the 5 major villages attacked you that day. I can't hide from you. I used some tricks at the time. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo stood up, his face was full of excitement, the brilliance in his eyes was like sunset, as if the world was much brighter. In the last sentence, Itachi didn't say it, but reached out to unscrew the cap of the bottle and took a sip with his head up. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and put his arm around his shoulder, pointed to the roof of the village, and then jumped up, sat on the roof, pulled off the covering cloth from the basket, and said, No today, drunk. Hyuga Lanmo handed him the roast beef. Come to me, this is your home. If you want, this Monin village will give it to you. It's really unexpected that you can have your own country and become the 6th largest shadow figure in this world. This is something that has not happened in the past few hundred years, although everyone in the Akatsuki organization has powerful ability, but no one can exert his ability so much. Even Pain is just guarding his side and doing what he thinks is right in a hidden way. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi turned his head and looked at Hyuga Lanmo with a look of surprise. Suddenly, he felt that his cold heart seemed to be illuminated by the sun. The corners of his mouth moved twice, and he said very seriously, Thank you. Itachi followed, sat next to him, and looked up at the entire Nanmo ninja village. Yeah, a few months ago, I grew up pretty well. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, and then, he suddenly understood. Itachi, did you agree to come to me just now? You didn't object just now, did you? I know, you will definitely agree. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That night, the two of them drank and ate meat. It was very late, although Hyuga Lanmo kept chattering during the process, but Itachi just listened carefully, and occasionally said a few words, but it was extremely cherished and warm. Picture. You should have agreed. Not knowing how to express his happiness, he stepped forward and punched him. Itachi was shaken by him, and the smile on his mouth gradually widened. Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. At least he didn't refuse his request like before. This is a good start. Thank you. You are my good buddy. Besides, I can feel that you are more suitable for managing Ninja Village than I am. Hyuga Lanmo felt a headache when he thought of the mountains of documents on his desk. This is the difference in the pattern. The two laughed for a while. Itachi reached out and picked up the beef he put aside, and handed him the wine bottle as he ate. You calm down. Does it look like a generation of ink shadows? Besides, even if I agree to come here, it's not now. The Shao organization is planning something that will destroy the world. I have to deal with it, no matter how open it is to come to you. The two collided with the wine bottle and drank with their heads up. Uchiha Itachi laughed, and he changed the subject. I heard you saw Sasuke? Chapter 252. In the middle of the night, Uchiha Itachi left the country of Nanmo, and Hyuga Lanmo began to prepare for him his house in the village of Monin and all the daily necessities, and Qianling was on the side to help. It may be several years before he can go home, but it doesn't matter. He wants to let him know that there is always his place here. Before, Hyuga Lanmo was thinking about destroying the Akatsuki organization, reorganizing their people, and then killing Heizi and Baizi. Even if they had a plan for thousands of years, he still wanted them to delay. But now, he wouldn't do that. He wanted to leave room for Itachi. As long as he didn't stop Akatsuki's actions, then Itachi would have a chance to clean himself up. He wants him to be a member of Mo Ren village in an upright manner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh again. Is this color okay? Wu Qianling asked with a gray sheet in his hand. Hyuga Lanmo looked back at her with a smile in the corner of her eyes. You sneaked up on the roof last night and saw him, didn't you? Wu Qianling nodded. Although you are not as handsome as you, I have to admit that if you two walk on the streets of Nanmo City, I'm afraid all the girls in the city will be crazy about it. Hyuga Lanmo thought of the scene and smiled even better. That's definitely, if we two stand together, we will instantly attract the whole ninja women, and we will kill them all. After speaking, he laughed. Wu Qianling shook his head. Narcissism. The following days were still busy, so that sometimes Hyuga Lanmo didn't even have time to attend meetings in Nanmo City, so he had to use wooden duplication to go. On this day, he was struggling with a pile of documents. Jin Shi hurriedly entered the office. Mr. Ink Shadow, important matters. Konoha sent an invitation to invite us Mo Ren village to participate in the joint Zhong Nin test. Speaking, Jin Shi had already handed the letter to Hyuga Lanmo's hands. It's no wonder that Jin Shi is nervous. It's that he knows the ability of Monin village better than anyone else. If this huge country does not have Hyuga Blue Mo, it will be wiped out instantly, so at the moment, let the ninja students participate. It's hard to imagine the Zhongnin exam. Advertisement. You must know that a month ago, Mo Ninja Village was still an unknown village in the ninja world, but now, it is because of the Ink Shadow Master among the ranks of Lu Da Ninja Village. The ability of Master Ink Shadow is understandable, it is one of the best in the world of shinobi, but he really doesn't believe in the ability of Shashino in the village. Moreover, the Zhongren test is not only an assessment of the ability of the ninja, but in the case of the joint examination, it is also an assessment of the overall strength of a ninja village. If he can't do it, wouldn't it be a shame for the village? However, the other party has already sent the invitation letter, can it still be refused? This invitation, shall we participate or not? Jin Shi asked with a look of embarrassment. I'm definitely going to take part. We will not only take part in this Zhongnan exam, but also take part in a beautiful scenery, Hyuga Lanmo replied. But our strength, haha, don't worry about this, go smoothly. As for the ranking, it doesn't matter. Ninja exam. I'm afraid that this Zhongnan exam will not be the final exam. This year, the 12th Shaoqiang's Zhongnan exam time is also the month and year when Dashemaru launched the Konoha Destruction Project. Therefore, as long as Mo Renkun persisted to the third round and did not delay in the first two rounds, it was considered a success. As for the major ninja villages wanting to use this method to listen to the ideas of Monin village ability, it is simply unnecessary. Even if they know these low ninja ability, what can they do? Just ask, do they dare to launch a second joint war against South Mexico? Besides, in the ninja world, we are deceiving, so the so-called union today might become an enemy tomorrow. So this time, go to Konoha. How do you play? It's their business, and he just needs to have a good heart to watch the excitement. Since we are going to take the joint Zhongnan exam held by Konoha, I will inform the school and try my best to quickly select the students who meet the requirements within these 2 days and set off on the same day. Jin Shi asked with questions. Asked in a tone. Morin village is far away from Konoha. If you want to set off, you should act. No hurry, just go 3 days in advance. You can ask the school teachers to strengthen the training these few days. The so-called grind the gun before the battle, and the unhappiness is gone. Then I will use the power of God and bring everyone to Konoha, which can also save some time. Yes. Advertisement. In this way, the Morin Village Ninja School began to conduct various competition training for all the students of Shianen, from which 3 groups of 9 people were selected to participate in Konoha's joint Zhongnan test. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and there were only 3 days left for the Zhongren exam. According to the invitation, they had to report to Konoha 3 days in advance. They should also set off. A group of 12 people, 9 Sha Ren, Wu Mang, and Hong Yan, who had just returned to the village, under the leadership of a generation of Ink Shadow Hyuga Lanmo, appeared directly at the entrance of the Konoha village through divine power. When they appeared out of thin air, the test players from the other big ninja villages and 2 small countries happened to be concentrated at the entrance of the village. Seeing this scene, everyone looked surprised. Especially the new generation of Shinin who are preparing for the exam. They don't know Hyuga Lanmo, let alone his ability. Even some rumors are limited. Now seeing this scene, they are all surprised. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Can it appear out of thin air? Look at their forehead protection, they are the ninjas of Morin village, and the person who can travel through time and space should be their Ink Shadow Master Hyuga Lanmo. Have you heard? He is the last existence that should not exist in the ninja world, and various abilities emerge and endlessly. He is obviously a member of the Konoha Hyuga family, but he can use the riding wheel eyes, and there are 7 kinds of tail beasts in his body. Isn't it 9? I heard that for no reason, he has 2 more tail beasts. He definitely said that. No one knows the specific situation. However, the 5 ninja villages jointly attacked the country of South Mexico. The war was indeed lost. It's not surprising to lose. The 5 ninja villages united and only sent 10,000 troops. Compared to Nanmo's strength, the loss is also expected, one of the tall men said. But Nanmo's strength was not strong at the time. Didn't it mean that when they were besieging Nanmo, they had only 2 cities, a few islands, and a population of less than 200,000? Ninjas alone were a few hundred people. There are no more than 1,000 soldiers, 1,000 to 10,000, and the coalition forces are still ninjas. It's a bit of a miserable defeat, the other person retorted. The others were silent when they heard this, and looked back curiously at the dozen or so ninjas in Morin village in front of them. Outside the village entrance, the 4 generations of Lei Ying-ai, the elders of Yanyan village, the elders of Wuyan village, and the 4 generations of Fengying Luosha have all been present, and representatives of several small countries have also been in place. At the moment, all of them looked at themselves, some with disdain on their faces and some with inquisitive faces. Chapter 253, Dear friends and representatives of Ninja Village, welcome. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi were personally received by Konoha in 2 rows of ninjas, and the 5 people in front of him were welcome to enter the village, and the others continued to register at the entrance of the village. Hyuga Lanmo looked back at Wuming and Hongyan, nodded, separated from them, and walked towards Konoha with several shadow class figures. At this moment, although he was calm on the surface, his heart was surging. He has not returned for 9 years. The main street has not changed much, but many new buildings have appeared around him. Many people on both sides of the road stopped to look at each other. Someone recognized him at a glance, and cried out in surprise, "Look, is that after Hyuga Lanmo heard that he left Konoha, he established his own country and also established it? Mo-Ren village is now a generation of Ink Shadow? Didn't expect the 3rd generation of Naruto masters to invite Mo-Ren village to take the Zhang ninja exam? I didn't expect it." "Yes, have you heard that?" The 5 ninja villages confronted him, and they all lost. "It's so amazing. Are you a young man?" Someone whispered. On both sides of the road, everyone was talking about the generation of Ink Shadows in this newborn ninja village. When the people in the other 4 ninja villages heard this, their faces were blue and white. The representatives of the 4 generations of Hokage and Yanyan villages had their fists in their sleeves tightly clenched. Mo's good news, and the 5 big names acknowledged Hyuga Lanmo's status in the ninja world. They all wished to go up and crush this kid now. But think about it carefully. At that time, in the country of Iron, the 4 shadows and the white-eyed blue-eyed village of Wuyan village had never beaten this person. If they took another shot, would they be able to beat it? I'm afraid the answer is no. Strength. This is called strength. Even if you have more dissatisfaction, you still have to hold back, because if you do, you will only insult yourself. There were more and more people on both sides of the street. Hyuga Hizusuka was standing among the crowd with Hyuga Sparks. He watched walking in the middle of the street, separated from ordinary people. The protected Hyuga Lanmo couldn't say anything in his heart, taste. Although to a certain extent, the Hyuga family did not give Hyuga Lanmo any blessing, nor did they care about him. However, just because of his surname, Hinata, the reputation of the Hyuga family in the interpersonal relationship has been greatly improved. Now when many people mention the Konoha Hyuga family, they will naturally mention him. Although he didn't roll his eyes are stronger than those of him. Because of those eyes, Konoha executives and people from the Ministry of Information also invited him to hold a special research conference. Because the 3 generations believed that the reason why his ability turned against the sky is directly related to his eyes that can change at will. Advertisement at the moment, at the age of only 18, he has already stood on top of the ninja world, established the 6th largest country that has not appeared in hundreds of years, and has also become a generation of Ink Shadows. This is a legend of the ninja world. Hinata Lanmo. Hey, I'm here, Lanmo, Lanmo. At the moment, someone in the crowd shouted, and then several figures appeared on the side of the road. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked. Hikaru, Inazuka Hana with 3 big dogs, and the oily girl who covered her face took roots, and sister Azuki Yuyan were all standing on the side of the road with a smile on her face. He beckoned Roar. They are all enlarged, and some people's appearance has changed a lot from before, such as Inazuka Hana, which is much more beautiful, while some people still have not changed, such as Hinata, who still talks about Roar, and their expressions are very exaggerated. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and waved his fingers at them, then raised his hand to signal them to get together at night. Everyone nodded, their faces flashed with the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. When the 3 generations of Hokage saw this scene, they suddenly couldn't say anything in their hearts. Jilai once said that if they treat him better, maybe everything will be different. Yes, if Tuan Zhang embarrassed him back then, he should think more about him, would things not become what they are today. It's a pity that things have come to this, everything is too late, at the moment he is just Konoha's enemy. When he once asked him to apologize in front of the big names of the 5 big countries and other 4 big ninja village shadow-level figures, the hatred was already deeply buried in his heart. Although everyone apologized, he was criticized even more by the Daming of Fire Country, and he simply lost his face as a 3-generation Hokage for so many years. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo, with him, is no longer a friend. As for inviting them to Konoha this time, I just want everyone to see the strength of their Morin village, but that's it. The so-called soft knife can hurt people even if it doesn't hurt. He wants to see that their Morin village is in everyone. When he was embarrassed in front of him, what was his expression on Hyuga Lanmo? Thinking of this, the 3rd generation of Hokage stretched out his hand to signal everyone to move on. We're here, she cried loudly. Advertisement in front of the rotisserie, several people were standing there waiting for him. Hyuga Hikari, do you have a pig brain? You think he is like you? He is a super shadow level. Do you understand the super shadow? Inazuka palely glanced at the friend in front of him, glanced at the corner of the street, and saw it at a glance Hyuga Lanmo dressed in casual clothes. It's just that there are guards at the gates of each yard, performing surveillance and guarding tasks. What's the matter, elder sister? Hyuga Lanmo gulped at the barbecue, without any shadow-level figures. Inside the manor, each person has a courtyard, and the 5 ninja villages live separately, but it is quiet. Transferring from another space, Hyuga Lanmo, who has changed into his ink and shadow clothes, has already appeared in Konoha village. Maoyue Shion also saw him and waved to him, However, how could he be trapped in such a place? Azuki Yuyan is a few years older than them, and works in Anbi on weekdays. Recently, the village took a joint Jongman exam and transferred her back. Have you been outside all these years? Maue Shian asked with a solemn expression. At noon, everyone had lunch at the Hokage reception. After that, the village representatives took everyone to a manor outside the village. The scenery here is beautiful and suitable for the shadow class figures of the 5 ninja villages. The guards here are also strictly guarded, which is also in line with Konoha. Standard of reception. She looked at Hyuga Lanmo, who had grown up in front of her, with an expression of hesitation flashing on her face. The reason why these 5 senior executives were not left in Konoha was also due to Konoha's safety considerations. Several people entered the rotisserie, and Hyuga Hikari clamored loudly. No matter what, this meal had to be treated by Hyuga Lanmo. He responded and everyone began to order. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The other 4 people had their deputies around, only Hyuga Lanmo alone. Wu Mang and Hong Yan, who had brought them, were also in charge of the 9 shinobu affairs in the village of Konoha, and he did not let them come over. With a tangled expression on his face, Hyuga Hikari asked, he can't stop coming, right? I heard that the place where the shadow-level figures are arranged is heavily guarded. Can he come out? Chapter 254. Although they know a little about his situation, they don't know what happened. In order to know his situation, Azuki Yuyan also secretly read Konoha Anbi's information about him. The information does show that it has nothing to do with him when Soreran attacked the 5 ninja villages. He did not do what he declared war on the 5 countries. But even so, he still became a public enemy of the ninja world, but fortunately now he has brought all the situation back. If not, how could this scene of gatherings of former friends appear today? Not bad, Nanmo is good to me, Hyuga Lanmo told the truth. A few days ago, Wu Yuha also proposed to hand over the control of the South Mexican country to him, but he rejected it. The affairs of Ninja Village were enough for him, and he didn't want to worry about it in vain. Besides, Wu Yuha, the Lord of Southern Mexico, is not the same as the names of the other 5 major countries. Wu Yuha treats him better than his son. On weekdays, he takes care of him in daily life, and even his savings as the country's lord are handed over to him for preservation. This kind of trust is not something anyone can give. Yeah, that's good. Yue Shian nodded, holding his chopsticks and putting some grilled prawns on his plate. If it is unnecessary, she can't ask any more. Now that the ninja countries have recognized the existence of the 6th largest country and that some things are misunderstandings, she doesn't need to continue to ask. As long as he has a good life, he is better than anything. Sister, I heard that you are in love with Moonlight Hayate, right? Hyuga Lanmo looked up at her while eating. The corners of her mouth curled up and she nodded slightly. Let him pay attention to safety during this time. Hyuga Lanmo remembered that Moonlight Hayate was sacrificed during the Konoha Collapse project, and hoped that he could escape the fate this time. Okay. Maue Shian nodded her head heavily, the smile on her face even more triumphant. The crowd continued to eat. Hyuga poured wine for several people, and said to one side, who can imagine it? Anyway, I can't even dream of it. This guy actually returned to Konoha in this way. Yu Bufon, walking among the top leaders of the 6 big countries, God knows that when I saw him, my heart almost jumped out. It was really majestic. After Hikari finished speaking, he raised his cup and said, should everyone thank me, if not for being brave and calling his name on the street, can we get together? Come, respect me. To you. Inuzuka Hana went up and gave him a punch, and then looked at Hyuga Lanmo with a smile. We should respect Lanmo, not let us become enemies, and even if we live in senior, I still remember our friends. Advertisement, okay. Jing Hai Shang Lanmo, Hyuga Lanmo also raised the cup, and the cup collided and drank it in one fell swoop. That night, everyone ate and drank, making noise until wee hours before returning home. Hyuga Lanmo did not go back to the village outside the village directly. Instead, he went to the Hokage rock wall and sat on the head of a generation of Hokage. He looked at the brightly lit Konoha and felt full of emotion. If it wasn't for Shimura Danzo to force him, he should be a member of Konoha now. At the moment, he is already an outsider. Hyuga Lanmo smiled slightly, reached out his hand to pick up the hip flask on one side, and took another sip from his neck back. At the moment, a figure appeared next to him. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and threw out his shuriken. The other party dodged and shouted. The adult calms down and the villain comes without a pocket. The crime deserves death. The figure knelt on the head of the 3rd generation of Hokage beside him, and it was the pharmacist's pocket with Konoha's forehead. What's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo continued to drink, an expression of displeasure flashed across his face. My lord, the master asked me to tell you that this trip to Konoha will be dangerous. Please pay attention to safety for you and the people in Morin village. The master in the medicine master's pocket is the Dashawan. Understood. An icy breath rushed toward his face, and the surrounding coercion was so overwhelming that the pharmacist swallowed a mouthful of saliva and drew back. This is the generation of Ink Shadow Hyuga Lanmo, the youngest super shadow figure in the ninja world, and even the character who called him Master by Orochimaru. I heard that Orochimaru has been flattering him for so many years, and he has not accepted his request for entry, which shows how high this person is. When the pharmacist went to a safe place, he felt that the clothes on his back were damp with cold sweat. Hyuga Lanmo returned to the villa and fell asleep. Advertisement. He had a strange dream that night. In his dream, he dreamed that he had come to a ruin, where there were ruined walls everywhere, and the clan emblem of the vortex clan told him that the place where he came in his dream was the former site of the Vortex clan, Wuchao village. The same was true for the next 2 nights, and the dreams kept repeating. There is nothing special happening in the dream, that is, the location has always been here. This thing is a bit strange. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Konoha officially started the joint ninja test, held in collaboration with several large ninja villages and several small countries. After a lengthy welcoming ceremony, all the ninjas entered the scene. This time, there were a lot of ninjas sent from Sagakura village, a total of 30 people, and 6 people from other small countries. Konoha sent along with the 12 Shaoqiang Hadu. A team of 87 people took the test. In the other major ninja villages, there were 20 people in each village. Only 9 people came from Morin village, known as the 6th largest ninja village. In terms of scale, the strength of Morin village only a little better than some small villages. Around the stands, many spectators were whispering when they saw this scene. Have you seen it? Even if it is recognized by the ninja world as the 6th largest ninja village, the strength is no more than that, and there are not many ninjas who can handle it. Looking at their team, there are only 3 more than the ninja village. No, compared to other big ninja villages, it is indeed a lot less. On the rostrum, the 4th generation of Reikage heard this and laughed. Hyuga Lanmo, the number of shinobu in your village is a bit embarrassing. The elder of Yanyan village on one side also opened his mouth, and an exaggerated smile broke out at the corner of his mouth. You can tell if the development of a village is good or not for the next generation. There may be the danger of national subjugation, because there is no one, ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, his eyes were cold, and he said, it's all children. Is it so important to have more people and fewer people? You send 10,000 people, and in the end there is no victory. Isn't it a shame? There are not many people, and in fine. After saying this, a cold wind blew across the scene, and time seemed to freeze. There was a cold light flashing in the eyes of the high-level officials of the big ninja villages, but there was no sound. The word 10,000 reminded them of the battles of the past, whether it was individual competitions or team battles, they had no chance of winning in front of him. Chapter 255 provoked his desire to win after a few people were embarrassed. There was no movement. The high-level stands fell silent, and everyone continued to watch the game. In the offstage venue, swords were also drawn, with more than 100 ninjas dissatisfied with each other, and several ninjas in a Tonin village almost provoke a dispute. And in these 3 days of preparatory exam training, there have already been several waves of ninjas who took the exam secretly making comparisons. As for who loses and who wins, it all depends on now. At the beginning of the first game, Nathan Ibis appeared in front of the students. After giving a brief introduction, he took many students to the competition venue. The first one, written test, the same as the original plot. Hyuga Lanmo has nothing to worry about, because as early as in Monin village, he told these children that according to Konoha's habits, the first test is likely to be better than the written test. He also told the students about the precautions. If you make mistakes, you should be able to pass. Originally, Hyuga Lanmo didn't care too much about the exam. Winning or losing didn't matter, but at the moment, just because he brought 9 students, he was ridiculed by the audience in the stands and the other 5 ninja villages, which aroused him instead, the desire to win. On such small occasions, he disdains the use of the dividing consciousness mirror. Today, let him take a good look at the ability of the children in Mo Ren village. He definitely won't be angry if they really lose. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, while Wu Mang stepped forward. He whispered to him, tell the students, go all out. Yes, your lord. Wu Reckless retreated. Before Hyuga Lanmo allowed them to do as they please, but after being stimulated by a few people in the ninja village, he would have to work hard, so let everyone see the strength of the younger generation in Mo Ninja village. The first test is a closed test. There are more than a dozen ninjas in each test room, monitoring these ninjas. The audience at the scene watched the game through a big screen, which can also prevent people from communicating and cheating outside the stadium. It's definitely, the first test of the game is detection ability. Advertisement. The competition began, and Nathan Ibisi began to read the rules of the competition. There are 4 items in total. First, there are a total of 10 questions on each examination paper, and each question is 1 point for a total of 10, and 1 point is deducted for a wrong question. 2. Test scores are calculated based on the total score of the trio. 3. If someone cheating is found, 2 points will be deducted. Fourth, if one person in the trio has a score of 0 in the exam, the entire group will be eliminated. The written test begins. The content of the entire exam paper has appeared on the big screen, and the audience has begun to help answer the questions. Definitely, no matter whether they answer correctly or not, it will not affect the exam candidates in the exam room. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the many ninjas on the screen, and the corners of his mouth slowly bent. The Ang, Land Done Early Winter in their village, and the Water Escape Ninja Ghost Lantern Crescent, Blood Repair Medical Ninja Kid are all good ninjas. Among them, Ang practiced the Peacock Magic Method. Although his ability was greatly reduced without the support of meteorites, his mother's special training for him still made him have much more chakras than normal. And Land Done Early Winter, the blood continues to limit. If he is given a few more years, he will definitely be able to surpass the elite. Ghost Lantern Crescent Moon was a child picked up by Jin Shi. Hyuga Lanmo had personally trained him for a few days, and the technique of water escape was already above Sha Ren. There is also a child who is busy between the ninja school and the ninja hospital on weekdays. Although he has taken the path of medical ninja, after 6 years of training, his ability is also above the lower ninja, and this child is smart and knows how to restrain ninjutsu. And his bloodline has the ability to repair. If he is injured, he can quickly recover. In this game, with his presence, the other 8 children are no longer in danger. You know, the Jangnan exam is not a joke for Sha Ren. Some of the ability is strong, which can protect the entire group Wu Yu, while some of the ability is weak. If you are not lucky, it is very likely that your life will be lost here, during the exam. Looking at the screen again, Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth with a nervous expression on his face. Sakura sitting behind him looked at Sasuke who was on his side, then looked at Naruto again, and then quickly answered the questions. If one person fails in this exam, then the whole team failed. As time passed, all Sha Ren frowned, not to mention the students, even the audience in the stands looked sad. How do you solve this? The first question is a secret code question. Where can anyone who is not in the dark part know? This second question is a parabolic physics question. My god, I can't figure it out as an adult. Ghost Lantern Crescent had already condensed the water droplets on the roof, and then used the method of perception water escape to reflect the correct answers of others from the water droplets, and passed them to the 2 people in the same group. The kid's ability is a little weaker, but he cooperated with the team of Lan Dun early winter and used the flashpoint of Lan Dun laser to exchange the correct answer with another teammate. Advertisement finally, at the end of the first game, many people were eliminated, and the 3 groups of 9 people brought by Hyuga Lanmo all passed. In this test, there have been huge amounts of changes in the Sha Ren brought by the villages. There are more than 200 students, and only less than half of them are left. It's not a skill to win in the first game. In the second and third games, it's capable. Bianyin village's representative said with sourness in his words. Their village was only promoted by a third. 1, lower than half of the average. The brows of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi were tightly furrowed together. Although Konoha has passed more than 40 people, 1/2 of the people who have been brushed down are calculated according to the percentage, not counting the color. Except for some Shangren, everyone was scratching their heads. As time passed bit by bit, many people were already devastated, and some people began to think calmly after panic. The people in the other ninja village did not speak, because they found that the strength of Mo Ren village was stronger than they thought. Aang used the peacock magic pupil technique taught to him by his mother to observe other people's notes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the moment, they have already begun to act. Although this is a quiet competition, the intensity of the scene is never lower than the ninjutsu competition. Master Ink Shadow also said that if they can't do anything in the examination room, they will stick to the end. Maybe they will be able to win at that time, just to let Master Ink Shadow see their strength. They decided, do your best to complete the examination papers. He turned his head and glanced at Hyuga Lanmo sitting beside him, and a pair of gloomy eyes appeared with cold light. The 9 Shimonen from Suman village were divided into 3 groups and took the test in 3 different examination rooms. Before they came, I learned from Hyuga Lanmo that in the first test, they might be tested for their investigation ability. The ninjas in the examination room even sighed with helplessness. Chapter 256. The unexpected ninja at the beginning of the second exam, Midori Idzuki announced on the spot that she would also cut half of the people this time. The atmosphere became more tense, everyone rushed to the second examination room, Death Forest. Speaking of this place, the corners of Hyuga Lanmo's lips curled up again, and he turned his head and glanced at the 3rd generation of Hokage on one side. His face was gray and cold, and he felt his gaze. He turned his head slightly and his gaze fell on his body. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. After the flashing light, he smiled at Hyuga Lanmo and bowed his head politely. On the big screen, more than 100 ninjas have arrived at the designated location. Before the game, the Konohamaru trio began to interview the on-site personnel. The content of the interview has been presented on the big screen of the venue. Everything is going well, but what is unexpected is that Naruto Uzumaki actually said in the interview how to defeat the 3 generations of Hokage. Everyone looked surprised. Even the shadow-level figures and representatives of the other 5 ninja villages had their eyes widened, and Sarutobi Hizumi also looked curious, staring at the big screen closely. The way to defeat him is very simple, as long as this. Uzumaki Naruto shouted, a transformation, an enchanting yellow-haired youth, and the beauty appeared on the big screen, even without clothes. This is his seduction technique. Ha ha ha, Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Sarutobi slashed his nose and sprayed blood. The representatives of the other 4 ninja villages were dumbfounded. There were countless audiences on the scene with all expressions, and some people tightly covered the eyes of the children next to them. Finally, the farce-like interview was hurriedly ended, and the Jangnan exam competition continued. The 4th generation of Reikage also laughed. What's that kid's name? Uzumaki Naruto? Haha, interesting. Outside the Death Forest, everyone is ready. This time the task is to compete for the Sky Scroll and the Earth Scroll. There are a total of 17 Sky Scrolls and 17 Earth Scrolls. Only the group that gathers the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and passes the Death Forest safely after 5 days. To advance. And before that, let these ninjas sign the consent form, because in this game, it is very likely that some people will lose their lives. Advertisement. When Midori Idzuki Bean took out the consent form, all Shuren were stunned. They knew that the Nakanin exam was difficult, but they didn't expect their lives to be in danger. Regarding this matter, Hyuga Lanmo never told the 9 contestants in Monin Village who took the exam, and Hongyan and Wuming, although they are already Shangnan, never held a Jangnan exam in Monin Village. Their upper-level forbearance was only admitted after Hyuga Lanmo's personal assessment. It seems that if there is a chance, the ninjas of Morin Village should also be allowed to conduct several more assessment competitions. I have to admit that Konoha's Jangnan exam is comprehensive and direct, and there is indeed something worthy of study for students in Morin Village. Haha, Master Ink Shadow, it seems that your subordinates are terrified. Look at that person, his expression is shocked. The fourth generation Hokage sneered. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the big screen. Wei Dang Yuya's mouth grew wide, his face was surprised, and there were some scary expressions in his eyes. She is naturally timid and belongs to the petite one among many competitors, but her looks and expression do not represent her strength. Hyuga Lanmo looked indifferent, stretched out his hand and took out a handful of edamame. After eating, the body he was sitting on began to tilt gradually, with one foot resting on the seat, the other supporting his head, and yawning. So far in the game, apart from Naruto Uzumaki's transformation technique, it's interesting, nothing else, otherwise Raikage-sama will also try it. That seduction technique may be able to beat Hokage for 3 generations. One by one pointed the finger at him, then he also sprinkled salt on them. You. The fourth generation of Lei Ying-ai looked angry, but didn't dare to act casually, after all, so many people here were watching. Hyuga Lanmo continued to eat edamame, his face was indifferent. Hey. I don't know how he is a generation of ink shadows. Say everything, not ashamed or embarrassed. On the other side, the elder of Yanyan village didn't forget to attack. Look at the fourth generation of Feng Ying, this is called the aura of a movie class figure. Everyone turned their heads and looked to the side. From the game until now, the fourth generation Feng Ying Luosha has not spoken. He wears Feng Ying's hat and a scarf around his face, looking at the big screen hanging in the middle of the venue silently. The tense atmosphere in him instantly infected several others, and everyone focused their concerns on the game. Only Hyuga Lanmo knew that it was not Luosha at all, but Orochimaru. Soon, outside the second competition venue, all the students signed and began to receive their own scrolls. As for whether the scrolls received by each person were the Sky Scrolls or the Earth Scrolls, only the people in their group knew. After each group receives their own scrolls, they enter the enclosed second examination room at different entrances. Advertisement. But when the opponent underestimated the enemy, the shuriken in the wind suddenly turned into 3, splitting into different directions and attacking one of the Yanyan village team. In the early winter, the 3 groups of Ghost Lantern Crescent also encountered enemies. Looking at the other 2 groups of students from Morin village, the opponents they encountered were all from Yanyan village. 2 done, 2 Liubi. The opponent has already launched an attack. The Peacock's magic, meaning, cracking, attacking. Wind escape, wind shuriken. This ninjutsu was also taught to Aang by Sha Xing, and their duplication, split, attack. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Inazuka Ga, Hyuga Hinata, and Yuzino group have already used the trick of attracting monarchs into the urn to kill one group, and the other groups have also begun to confront each other. Off the court, Hyuga Lanmo saw the picture on the screen, and not only sneered, it was definitely targeted. It seemed that Onogi was still thinking about revenge. Obviously it looked like a shuriken spinning. The chain opened, and everyone rushed into the game. At first, many people were excited, but soon, many people calmed down. Because this game requires a team that gathers the scrolls of heaven and earth to win, they must find themselves. Reels needed. Everyone began to make a plan, ready to take action. Ah! The man couldn't dodge, and even the ninjutsu mark in his hand was not finished, he was severely wounded. 2 did escape, cover it. Another ninja who was in the same group with Aang in Morin village also entered the battle. Seeing this scene, the other 2 exchanged glances, covered with dirt, and the wind drove the shuriken out again. All 3 shurikens were nailed to the point. There was the sound of ping-pong-pong weapons colliding. Aang's ninjutsu was superior to the other 2 members and had a dominant position in the war. The other party quickly discovered this feature. The 3 began to change their formations and focused on Aang's ninjutsu. This is the time to investigate their investigative abilities. Chapter 257. When the other 2 saw this scene, they were a little distracted. In such a moment, Aang and the other teammate, one by one, wiped them out. Check the scroll in their hands, it is exactly the scroll they need. The next question is to persist in the Death Forest for 5 days. During these 5 days, they don't know how many attacks they will face, so they must do it, well prepared. Another trio of early winter children and Zhe in Morin village also fought against the people of Yanyan village. Only this time, because of the presence of the ninja, early winter, the chances of winning are no longer suspenseful. Within less than 5 ninjutsu launch times, the opponent had already failed miserably, and it was precisely because of the appearance of Lan Dun that attracted the Shuren trio from Union village. And these 3 people turned out to be a trio of Omoi, Karui and Samai. The 3 of the opponents used swords, and learned from the 8-tailed rabbi. Ninjutsu is at the top level among peers, and it is very likely that they will be promoted to Jonin in this exam. Among them, Amii and Karui use long knives, while Samui, who does not have any weapons, uses short knives. The 3 of them stood on the tree, condescendingly, looking at the trio of Mo Ren village below. Hello, what is your scroll? Amoy asked, is it the Earth Scroll? When the 3 people in Morin village heard this, they did not answer, but the eyes of 2 of them fell on the fainted Yanyan village ninja. Such a simple action has already made the other 3 understand that the scrolls on their bodies are not Earth Scrolls, but the fainted Yanyan village ninja is definitely holding Earth Scrolls. On them. Karui yelled, and in a sprint, he rushed towards the people on the ground. Can't let them succeed. On the other side, the Mo Ren village trio blocked them. The 2 sides fought, and for a while, the people here dragged the Yanyan village ninja to this side, and for a while, Samai cooperated with Omoi to fight, and then took them back. In this battle, the people of Yanyan village seem to have become a bargaining chip for no fighting ability. As for land done in the early winter, although it is not particularly powerful, the advantage of the blood inheritance limit has been revealed. Advertisement between you and me. Karui has already been wounded, and Samui's short blade shot is fast and cruel, although he hurt him, but the child's serum rescued him, and soon, the early winter recovered. After a few more rounds of fighting, the three of Union Village were completely defeated and chose another target. And the Earth Scroll in the hands of Yanyan Village also fell into the hands of the early winter 3. Looking at the trio where Ghost Lantern Yuya is, the previous 4 generations of Reikage laughed at her for being weak and timid, but now, he has been stunned by her superb and quick ninjutsu. Ghost Lantern Crescent's water concealment technique is superb, with the same group of soil escape ninjas, can hide the body in the moist soil, and her water escape, water drop stone piercing technique is even more scary. Small water droplets, under the control of her injecting chakra, can also become a sharp blade, a hidden weapon, and kill invisible. This kind of ninjutsu is her own ninjutsu. Sometimes after the seal is completed, when the other party waits for the huge amounts of water to attack, her attack has already begun. Definitely, if this kind of ninjutsu encounters white eyes or riding round eyes, then the ability to hide the assassination will be greatly reduced, but what they encounter is a ninja from Iwagaku village, not a ninja from Konoha. So this time the battle, without any suspense, the Mo-Ren Village Ghost Lantern Crescent Trio won. The game has been going on for 2 days, some spectators have already left the venue, and there are 3 days before the second game will end. And because of the intervention of the people of Osaki Marunan Shinobu, the scene has become more chaotic, but they are targeting Konoha, not Sumanin Village, so as long as the third group of Sumanin Village is in the current state, it will be no problem to advance. After another period of time, several film-level figures left their own people to continue watching the game, and also evacuated the venue and returned to the villa to rest. My lord, are you leaving too? Just stay with your subordinates to observe the game. Wu Mang came to Hyuga Lanmo, pushed the drowsy person, and said. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, yawned, and left the scene. After returning to the villa, he fell on the bed and fell asleep after taking a shower. He was suddenly woken up in the middle of the night. My lord, it's okay. Hong Yan was injured, and no murder has been found so far. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. He used chakra needles to stimulate the acupuncture points on her right arm and assisted with chakra energy. Soon, her arm regained consciousness. No, in my opinion, Lei Dun is very small, but my arm? Hong Yan lifted her arm vigorously, but the arm did not listen to her command at all, and did not react at all. When he arrived at Konoha Hospital, he saw Hong Yan with an unconscious arm and asked, what the hell is going on? Yes, my lord, in order to prevent others from discovering, I also use branches to cover the entrance of the cave. If someone removes the branches or suddenly attacks with thunder escape outside the hole, thunder escape will be left on the branches or leaves. Facts have proved that the branches used to cover the tree hole have no damage caused by thunder. Hong Yan replied, and she also felt that the matter was a bit strange. Hyuga Lanmo began to treat her carefully. Hong Yan assisted her for many years. She has a calm personality and calm work. People who can successfully attack her are definitely not the general ones. Let me see, strange, I have done a careful investigation. Hong Yan's location is very concealed, and it is impossible for anyone to sneak attack. Besides, she is very alert. How could someone attack her without knowing it? After investigation, there is no clue at all. Is Lei Dun big? So off the court, who was the killer against Hong Yan? Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. They are a new country. Ninja Village is also a new blood in the ninja world. He has offended many people before. Even the representative of Yanyan Village treats himself. Eyes. In the second examination room, Yanyan Village's ninja group also targeted the Mo-Ren Village candidates. Treehole. Wu Mang came to announce. Hyuga Lanmo quickly got up, and the two rushed to Konoha. Where are you resting? Hyuga Lanmo asked. Because Konoha is far away from the villa, he doesn't know what happened there. This is a bit strange. Generally, tree holes are not very big, and Hyuga Lanmo has never seen anyone who can launch thunder escape in a narrow tree hole. My lord, I blame me for not being careful. Originally, I was waiting outside the second exam venue. Later, I squinted for a while because I was too tired. But when I woke up with a scream in the middle of the night, I was hit by a thunderbolt. My arm was injured, and now I don't feel anymore. So, you were in a closed space at the time? Chapter 258 Strange Ruins. Except for his own people, almost everyone is the object of suspicion, but the sudden appearance of Thunderbolt really makes people feel too strange. Hong Yan, think about it carefully. What happened before you were attacked? Don't let go of any details. Hyuga Lanmo continued to ask. Hong Yan twisted her right hand and recalled. There is nothing special, but a strange dream. I have never been to Wuchao Village, but outside of the Death Forest, I squinted for a while. I even dreamed of the ruins of Wuchao Village. Definitely, this is just a dream. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Is it in Wuchao Village? If you want to know the answer, you may know it once you go. Wu Ming, Hongyan, you take care of 9 candidates, I will go and see. My lord, but now it's the Zhongnan exam, you suddenly disappeared. The people in the other big ninja villages ask what to do. Just tell them, I have something important to deal with, and nothing else. After speaking, Hyuga Blue Mo disappeared. Appearing again, the man has already arrived in the country of Uzumaki. According to the clues, he found the ruins of Uzumaki village that had been appearing in his dream recently, and it was exactly the same as in his dream. The clan emblem on the ruins shows the glory of the Whirlpool clan, but unfortunately, everything here has become a legend. According to rumors, Wuchao village was destroyed a few years before World War II. Some people say it was because of their powerful sealing technique, and some people said it was because of their blood. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that the reason can also be known. Once the tail beast was in a wild state, and was regarded as a natural disaster by people. However, Wuchao village's powerful bloodline and sealing techniques are the deadly opponents of the tail beasts. If Wuchao village uses its own resources to seize all tail beasts and make superpowered weapons, it will definitely be against other countries. And the ninja village caused huge amounts of threats. As a result, Wuyan village and Union village launched a joint attack to destroy the small Wuchao village. Hyuga Lanmo thought of these materials and sneered at the corner of his mouth. If he didn't have the ability to protect his country, would Nanmo Kingdom become another Ujao village now? The answer is yes. Advertisement: this is the ninja world. Everything depends on the power of ability. With ability, you can live. Whatever you can say, if you have nothing, then there is only a dead end in this world. Don't say anything about being a human being with your tail clipped, who has never forgotten it. But can you really live with forbearance? It turns out that everything is not based on strength. As the day looked around Lanmo, suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was a thunder of thunder, watching a heavy rain approaching. It's just that this cloud is like there is a goal, only hovering over the ruins of Wuchao village. Looking at other places, it is still sunny. Just as Heishang Lanmo was wondering, suddenly a flash of lightning fell from the sky and struck down towards the place where he was standing. Then came the second and third lightning, which fell straight and unbiased towards him, as if to put him on the ground. Deathly average. The lightning is huge, but it makes people unable to feel the existence of chakra, as if a catastrophe is coming from the sky. Hyuga Blue Mo dodged, and a few vertical jumps disappeared. Standing outside the ruins, on the tall trees in the woods, he used perception techniques, but he couldn't feel the existence of ninjas. Not only that, because there were no animals nearby because of the lightning strike just now. What's the problem? Have you dreamt here for several days? Hong Yan had the same dream as him before the attack? And the thunder escape that appeared in the tree hole? And the lay done just now? Are all too weird? It was as if in the darkness, a pair of eyes were looking at him silently, and a pair of hands were trying to kill him. Hyuga Lanmo looked around, but still didn't find it. All the thunder and dark clouds appeared on the ruins, dear to other places, maybe because he moved too fast, maybe because of other things, but nothing happened. He casually found a cave to rest, and in his sleep, he reappeared on the ruins of Wuchao village. Only this time, the ruins changed their appearance, as if they had become a three-dimensional illusion space. There were magma and ruins everywhere, and the logo of the Whirlpool family. As night fell, he leapt and slowly expanded the search range, still to no avail. If he wasn't sure that he didn't even know the people of the Whirlpool clan who had been exterminated, he would doubt that he accidentally destroyed the Whirlpool village, and then had a deep hatred with them, so that they would have to ask him to avenge their lives. Advertisement: after tossing around, he returned to the ruins again. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the brilliance of the setting sun shone on the earth, showing a faint yellow luster. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The only answer to him was the silence around him, as if this ninjutsu appeared by himself from the air for no reason. The next day, Hyuga Lanmo went to the ruins of Wuchao village twice, and was attacked twice. It was just that his physical skills were so strong that the opponent couldn't do anything to him. But this time, he actually saw two colorful aprons in a yard waving in the wind. They were the aprons used by oil painters. The colors on the aprons were oil paints. Lan Dun appeared too abruptly just now, cut his clothes open. Hyuga Lanmo took off his coat, revealing the cyan gown inside. But the facts proved that no one else showed up here at all. Until the afternoon, he shifted to expand the search range, and shifted the target from the ninja with chakra to ordinary people, hoping to find some clues. He turned around and jumped out of the ruins. Countless flames appeared, burning in his direction. This time, he saw clearly that those flames appeared in the air by himself, and no one used ninjutsu at all, and just in case, he maximizes the mirror perception, and has always been in the state of reincarnation, allowing him to see any direction without blind spots. He has been here before, and he has used perception techniques to feel the villagers here, but the people here are ordinary people, so he didn't conduct investigations. So he saw several families on a hillside far away from Wuchao village. Just as he relaxed and watched the sunset, he suddenly felt a huge amount of Lan Dun appear behind him, hitting his heart directly. Hyuga Lanmo activated the magnetic escape, but could not condense a large number of chakras. Lan escaped, and the reincarnation eye appeared. He quickly dodged, looked around angrily, and asked loudly, "Who is it? Can you come out?" Even the supernatural power of Uchiha's soil hasn't been seen, so what's the matter with that kind of flame, thunder and lightning that appeared for no reason? The feeling of magma baking mock chapter 259. There are painters in such a small village with only a few families? This is really beyond his expectation. Hyuga Lanmo walked into the courtyard and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is there anyone inside?" Obviously he heard the voice inside, but because of his appearance, the voice stopped. After a while, the door of the room was finally opened, and a girl in a simple purple kimono stood at the door. "Excuse me, what's the matter with you?" The other party's voice was shallow and timid, which reminded him of the Ghost Lantern Crescent who took the Konoha Joint Jongnin exam this time. The girl was also timid on the surface, but she could actually use water droplets. Kill an invisible. When Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, everything was clear. If he didn't know the story of Hokage, maybe this little girl could still lie to herself, but he knew every plot. This girl is known as the #1 master of illusion in the ninja world, who can change reality with her own brush and control the 5 senses of the target character. Kurama Yakumo. If you're okay, please leave. Although Kurama Yakumo is soft and weak, he has a tough heart and a more arbitrary personality. However, Hyuga Lanmo believes that she does not know herself, or that they did not know her before. This is an island, not far away from Konoha. How could she, a weak little girl, come here to draw harm to others? You can know with your heels. This matter is directly related to Konoha's 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi. Little sister, I'll beg for a glass of water. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo ignored the other party's opinion, stretched out his hand and opened the door. The darling sat on a chair in the room. The room was full of paintings, all of which were scenes of the ruins of Wuchao village, and another one was the scene of his dream last night, the magma, and the fragmented Wuchao village. I heard that her illusion technique does not work on people who are unconscious. Now it seems that it is so. If she wants to kill herself, she can do it while he is sleeping, and when she does it on Hongyan, it is also when she wakes up, after coming. Therefore, when the target person is in his sleep, she cannot use her painting illusion. Another point is that she needs to be familiar with the surrounding environment. For example, why does Hyuga Lanmo attack when she appears in the ruins of Wuchao village? Because in her sketching paintings, only the scene of Wuchao village is used, and only when she appears in this scene, can she quickly paint herself in the painting and work on herself. As for the attack on Hong Yan in the tree hole outside the Death Forest, Konoha Anbu gave her accurate information. Advertisement. Although Kurama Yakumo can turn the state of affairs under the brush into reality and control the 5 senses of the person, painting takes a certain amount of time, so this technique is only suitable for assassinations under the circumstances, not for on-site combat. There is also an old man in the room. At the moment, he is standing in the corner with a vigilant look, as if there is something hidden behind him. At the moment they thought Hyuga Lanmo didn't know anything and was still covering up certain facts. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly. Samsara's eyes appeared, his fingers stretched out, Vientian Tianyan. The old man was directly pushed aside by him. The painting hidden behind him has been sucked into his hands. His portrait, I don't know why, is only half painted. I think time is not allowed. After all, the paint on it is still wet. And in the corner, there is another painted one, but the clothes on it are the ones that I had damaged by land done yesterday. Is it because the target person's clothes are different, and she can't be assassinated? No wonder he was safe when he was in Nanmo Ninja Village, because she couldn't perform the mission without knowing the surrounding environment and the other party's clothes. That's why she used the way of dreaming, suggesting over and over again that Hyuga Lanmo came to Wuchao village. If he didn't show up, she hurt his subordinates and forced him to come here. Only here can she use her paintbrush to make a shot. And this place was in ruins. Even if he died here, Konoha could escape the suspicion and avoid being held accountable by the daimyo of the country of fire, and the country of South Mexico could quickly disintegrate without him. What a pity, he knows the plot. Kurama Yakumo, who asked you to kill me? At the moment, the 2 people in the room had already pierced their wings and had enough time to interrogate them. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a student who likes to sketch from life. This is my hometown. I will come back to see my grandfather, can't I? Kurama Yakumo's face is calm, as if this matter has something to do with her. Nothing is the same. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, turned his head to look to the old man, looked at her again, and continued. I'll give you 2 a chance and recruit it from the ground. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. Kuwu flew in his hand, and stabbed him towards him. Hyuga Lanmo's palm stretched out. Shenluo Tianzheng. Advertisement. How could Hyuga Lanmo give her a chance? In her illusion, sometimes ninjutsu can be used, although he can also have an advantage in physical skills, but at the moment, he doesn't bother to grind with a little girl. If it is on weekdays, he still has some patience, but today they have all used their pommel horses. Yakumo, why is he talking nonsense with them? The old man in the corner rushed up. No matter how old he was a ninja. The opponent was blasted out, smashed the wall, fell fainted, and a hidden dark part appeared in the distance, swarming to attack the cabin, earth escape, water escape, and fire escape. Attacking from different directions, the hut was instantly bombed broken. Dozens of ninjutsu culled the 2 people inside. All the ninjutsu was absorbed by him, his brows furrowed, and with one force, countless magnetic spurs appeared beside him. Kill. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold and stern, and one changed hands, and Kurama Yakumo fell into his other hand, and he printed with one hand, reincarnation eyes, seal attraction. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Samsara's eyes and heart are hidden. The light blue reincarnation eyes flashed with cold luster, his fingers slowly stretched out, and he looked down at the little girl in his hand. His voice was cold. There are some things I don't need you to say. In a mountain village outside Konoha, 3 generations of Hokage appeared in Kurama Yakumo's sight. Yakumo, as long as you kill him, I will tell you who killed your parents. What are you doing? Kurama Yakumo shouted angrily. Okay, it's a deal. Have all appeared? Fire escape appeared. Hyuga Lanmo's directly burned her brush, turned and burned. All the paintings fell into the sea of fire. I've already said it just now. Should I repeat it a second time? Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand, and the pair fell into her hands. All the memories of the other party appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. Funny. Kurama Yakumo rolled his eyes, turned and walked towards the table slowly, reaching out to pick up the paintbrush on the table. Chapter 260. In this way, she came to the planned Wuchao village and dived into Hyuga Lanmo's sleep, leading him here to carry out the assassination operation. If Hyuga Lanmo is not familiar with the plot of Naruto, I am afraid that in this case, even if he has checked it for a year, he has not been able to find out the eyebrows. And now, it took less than 10 seconds for the heart potential technique, and he knew all the ins and outs of everything. 3 generations of Naruto, Sarutobi Risaka. Hyuga Lanmo grabbed the collar of Kurama Yakumo and used his divine power to leave the scene. At the moment he left, the magnetic escape turned into a magnetic storm, killing all the dark parts of the scene. Appearing again, he was already in Konoha. At night, Konoha's streets were very lively, and several children walked across the street, laughing and making noise. However, when Hyuga Lanmo dragged the fainted Kurama Yakumo and appeared on the street, everyone stopped moving. He was full of powerful murderous aura, and the noisy street instantly quieted down. It's a generation of ink shadows, what is he doing? Someone whispered. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't care about those, someone has notified the village, a few ninjas appeared in front of him, and someone frowned. Hyuga-sama, what's the matter with you? As a guest of Konoha, no matter what happens, please calm down. Although they don't know what happened, they can feel that he is very angry now, maybe he will do something blood-splattered Konoha in the next moment. Master Ink Shadow, please stop. A ninja cried. This is Konoha, what happened to you? If it is Konoha's responsibility, Konoha will not shirk, please don't provoke this way. Konoha's security. He was dragging a fainted girl in his hand, following every step, murderously. Can these people not be frightened? He crossed his eyebrows and asked in a soft voice, how about I provoke today? The other party lost his voice, his heart was tense, many ninjas surrounded him, no one shot. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo dragged Kurama Yakumo, and moved on. Everyone gathered around him and followed him to the gate of the Hokage office building. 3 generations have been waiting there, surrounded by countless ninjas forming a circle, surrounding the Hyuga Blue Ink group. Hyuga Lanmo input chakra treatment for Kurama Yakumo. She woke up slowly and looked around in surprise. 3 generations of Hokage. Did you send this little girl to kill me? The methods are pretty yin? Hyuga Lanmo slowly spoke, staring coldly at the Sarutobi in front of him. When everyone nearby heard this, they all took a deep breath. You know, it's during the joint Jonman exam, and Hyuga Lanmo is also Konoha who has been invited by 3 generations of Naruto. If the other party is attacked here, then Konoha has an unshirkable responsibility. But what did his words mean? Numerous discussions have occurred. No wonder I didn't see this generation of ink shadows at the venue today. Could someone assassinate him? By the way, he hasn't been in the audience for these 2 days. It seems that something really happened. Around, there are people watching the excitement whispering. The 3 generations of Naruto sneered. Mr. Hyuga, are you sleepy and confused? You are resting at the mountain village outside the village. Many ninjas and Anbi wholeheartedly protect you and the other 4 ninja village shadow level figures and representatives. I have never heard of it. What kind of attack? You dragged a baby girl like this, all eyes were in full view, and you came to the long street, asking me to find someone to kill you. Don't you think it is funny? The 3 generations had cold eyes, a pair of eyes flashed with fire, and their eyes were full of angry expressions. Has Kurama Yakumo also failed? What a waste. Fortunately, among Konoha, few people knew her. Do you not know this person? File-size sister of the Konoha Kurama family. Dare you say you didn't instruct her to kill me in Uzushio village? When everyone heard this, it was even more strange. It was obvious that this generation of ink shadows was in the villa outside of Konoha village. Why did he suddenly go to Wuchao village? But instead, thinking about it, he is fascinating, able to shift from time to time, and it is possible to leave suddenly. It is just that he was attacked by the Uzushio village. How could he blame Konoha? It is simply unreasonable. Everyone whispered, because they were all Konoha's people, and the content of their natural speech was also toward Konoha. Advertisement 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi saw this scene. Their eyes were cold and stern, and he sneered and said, 1 generation of ink shadow, don't you talk nonsense. This person was kidnapped a few days ago. I'm getting people to investigate. Why? My Konoha, will the file-size sister of the Kurama family fall into your hands? Could it be that you were the one who kidnapped her? At the moment, 4 people appeared in the village. They were Dashemaru, who was posing as the 4th generation of Fungying Luosha, and the 4th generation of Rying, the elder of Wuyin village, and Yanyan village in Union village, elders. The so-called rushing is not as good as rushing. It turns out that Sarutobi Hazaki was discussing the content of the assessment with these village representatives and movies just now. Before, because Hyuga Blue Mo did not appear, the cynicism of Union Village's Reikage and Yanyan Village's elders said that he put on airs and deliberately did not participate in such meetings. But he didn't want to at this time. He dragged a baby girl to appear outside the Hokage office building, asking whether the 3rd generation of Hokage wanted someone to assassinate him. This is the case between Ninja Village and Ninja Village. Today you offended me, and tomorrow I will send someone to assassinate you. If you can't beat it, you will win. If you can't beat it, you can only concede defeat. However, the southern Mo country led by Hyuga Lanmo has just expanded its territory for half a year, and the ability is outstanding, and several big countries are afraid of him. Now, he has become the 6th largest figure in the ninja village, and his position in the ninja world is even more unshakable. Such achievements and status will definitely attract the envy and jealousy of many people. At the moment I heard that he was looking for 3 generations of Hokage to settle accounts. How could the representatives and filmmakers of other major countries stay in the conference room waiting for news, so naturally they would come out to see the excitement. If the 4 generations of Hokage fall out with Nanmo, it will only benefit the other ninja villages without harm. You should know that Hyuga Lanmo was born in Konoha. Although friction is constant, who can say something like feelings? In any case, it is better for them to split than to unite. 3 generations of Hokage. Are you going to beat you up? Since everyone is here today, you might as well let the mountain in the village take a look and see what the girl's memory has. At that time, let's see how you quibble. Nanmo country finally washed white. Even if Hyuga Lanmo did it, it was not now. The 3 generations of Naruto had a cold face, and looked back at the people in the other 4 ninja villages standing behind him. This is the first time Konoha has held a joint ninja test in so many years. He must not let others read the joke. If not, he wouldn't move the assassination location to Ushio village. He is very strange now. How did he find Kurama Yakumo? How did you know her assassination method? And she is from Konoha? Chapter 261. Over the years, he has been hiding her very well. Even the people in the village did not know her existence. How did he discover it? The 3 generations of Naruto laughed. Now there is something in my village. The investigation should wait until later. By the way, the first generation of Ink Shadow, don't you know? The second exam has ended, and all the 3 members of Mo-Ren village have successfully promoted. Sure enough, you became a hero when you were only 18 years old. You opened up southern Mexico and made a generation of Ink Shadows. Even the children are educated so well. Haha, come on, let's say something inside. As he said, the 3rd generation of Hokage winked at the person on the side. Someone stepped forward to take the Kurama Yakumo from Hyuga Lanmo's hand, but Hyuga Lanmo reached out his hand to stop it. Wait, the 3 generations are going to be sloppy? The so-called murder and repayment, dead repayment. You have trapped me again and again. Do you think I will forgive you every time? I used to save your life because of for my master Tsunade's sake. Since you were quite prejudiced against me, it's better to fight the last time on the field in a fair manner today. Whether you win or lose, whether it's life or death, no one should complain. After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo's body was filled with chakras, and a layer of golden light enveloped her body. The 2 gazes collided with a murderous aura. When the surrounding ninjas saw this scene, their hearts were all raised. If Hyuga Lanmo fights here, the damage to Konoha will be unimaginable. They have not forgotten that 9 years ago, the battle in the northern death forest of Konoha, whether it was his Susanoo or the top of the Buddha, and the explosion of the Book of Seal with the powerful chakra, it was not Konoha, can bear it. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone was waiting for the answer from the 3rd generation of Hokage. If he promised to fight in full view, Konoha would enter a state of special security. While seeing this scene, the elder of Wuyin village laughed. 3 generations of Naruto-sama, are you still hesitation? Hyuga-sama has already invited you to a duel? Not to mention the high-level figures in these ninja villages, even the Anbu and Shangnan who had participated in the containment of Hyuga Lanmo can still judge the strength of the 2. Sarutobi Rijon knew better than anyone else that he couldn't beat him. If not, what trap would he do? He had already taken his own shot and brought him to justice. It was because he couldn't beat him that he thought of one trap after another and wanted to take him down, but in the end, he failed. I admit that I instructed Kurama Yakumo to go to the ruins of Ushio village, and then use the Way of Dreams to lead you there, because I want to avenge Shimura Danzo. He is my good brother and Konoha's hero, so I want to give him an explanation. Just as everyone was waiting for him to agree to a decisive battle, he suddenly raised his chest, looked decisive, and said loudly. Advertisement. The 4th generation of Reikage sneered upon hearing this. The 3rd generation of Hokage, why bother to speak so nicely? In fact, you are only for the tail beast on him, right? As soon as this remark came out, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of all the senior executives. The tail beasts in Hyuga Lanmo's body are their never-seeable target. Who doesn't want those tail beasts in power? Who doesn't want to figure out why he can use all blood inheritance boundaries? Why is he obviously a member of the Hyuga family? With the blood of the Hyuga family, but a pair of eyes can be converted into a riding wheel at will? And once he was blind? All kinds of unsolved mysteries. As long as one is solved, they can bring huge amounts of harvest to their ninja village. Everyone looked at Hyuga Lanmo. Although Sarutobi Hizen had said some awe-inspiring words, he admitted his crime. Okay, if you have something to say, everyone knows that I killed Shimura Danzo, but you gave him the reputation of a Konoha hero, which is really incredible. As far as I know, the name of the country of fire used to be used 4 words to describe him. Stinking for thousands of years. After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo pushed hard, and the wrist of the pommel horse Yakumo in his hand was broken, and he used the crystal escape nerve to intermittently crystallize, shattering all the nerves in her hand. She uttered a sharp cry. She was still gritted her teeth before, and she was quite vigorous and refused to admit anything. At this moment, she yelled sharply, begging for mercy. Ah, let me go, I won't do it again, it's all 3 generations of Hokage instigated me. He said that as long as I kill you, he will tell me who killed my family. He instigated me. Kurama Yakumo's voice was sharp and piercing, so that everyone present could hear it. At the same time, Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro, and several ninjas brought from Sandyakura and Konoha's ninjas also fought together. Boom. After speaking, turning to bed, Shaochin glanced at the sunset red behind. She knew, and stepped forward to take the pommel horse Yakumo in Hyuga Lanmo's hand, and rushed to Konoha Hospital instead. Just when everyone was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, suddenly there was an explosion in the village. Advertisement. Konoha has become a mess. The other 5 ninja villages did not participate in the battle and were invited into the office building. Turning to bed, Kaharu took Hyuga Lanmo into the village office, and other ninja village representatives also came to the meeting room. Konoha didn't allow them to participate in this kind of thing today, and they would not participate. What is the so-called joint operation, joint Jangmen exam? 3 generations of face sweeping, and also mentioned Shimura Danzo. At the moment, it would be nice if he could keep his reputation. His affairs were temporarily stranded, and the senior figures in Konoha village turned to bed and Xiaojun hurriedly walked over, with an anxious and kind expression on his face, and his tone was full of discussions. Master Ink Shadow, please come with me. It seems there is a misunderstanding between Konoha and Cheyenne village. After the 3rd generation of Hokage handles this, naturally they will give an explanation to the adults. Sometimes, there are only entanglements of interests between big countries and big countries. There are no permanent friends at all. Just like Cheyenne village, I told Konoha that I would maintain a permanent friendly relationship before, but I didn't expect this time to take the Jangmen exam. War started. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. From then on, she don't even think about getting a paintbrush anymore. The huge amounts of explosion continued, and all the Konoha ninjas surrounded by Hyuga Lanmo retreated to support the place where the explosion started. Immediately afterwards, the 4th generation of Fuying Luosha in the sand-hidden village standing behind Sarutobi Risen suddenly rushed out. After the tiger cut her heart, Sarutobi Risen dodged and kicked to his front, and the two hit him, together. Don't interfere with the representatives of the other major ninja villages. This is a matter between our Cheyenne village and Konoha. Orochimaru, who pretended to be the 4th generation of Fuying Luosha, called out loudly. The wind escaped like a shadow and rushed over. Things changed suddenly. 1 second before the day, Lanmo challenged the 3 generations of Hokage, but the next second turned into a battle between Cheyenne village and Konoha. The Konoha Collapse Project is just starting. Chapter 262 Konoha's Collapse Plan. Originally, Orochimaru was preparing to do it during the 3rd Jangmen exam, but today he saw Hyuga Imoku come to ask for an explanation, so in order to maintain the relationship between the two, he decided to do it in advance. When the 3 generations of Hokage go dark under the Black Hand, he used his life as a gift to Hyuga Lanmo, so that maybe the two can say a few words in the future. Anyway, his goal is to kill 3 generations. Not for it. The 3rd generation of Hokage fought from the ground to one side with the big snake bill disguised as the 4th generation of Wind Shadow on the roof. The ninjas of Atonin village rushed into the village, and the village was in chaos. Outside the village, the shinins of several sand-hidden villages used the refining method to create 3 big snakes and attack Konoha. At the moment, in the meeting office of the Konoha village department, there was nothing to be seen except the sound of explosions outside. In the meeting room, Hyuga Lanmo, the 4th generation of Reikajai, the elder of Yanyan village, and the elder of Wuyan village, sitting indoors. Hyuga Lanmo looked indifferent, but the other 3 were anxious, although this battle has nothing to do with them, but they really want to see the level of the 2 sides from this battle. The elders of Yanyan village can no longer suppress the smiles on their faces. Konoha and Cheyenne villages have been close to strong enemies by the Yanyan village municipal committee. If they hurt each other and weaken each other's abilities, then Yanyan village is very likely can become the top stream pillar of this 3-legged zone. The elders of Yanyan village were even more unable to restrain his excitement when he thought that his village could stand above Konoha and Cheyenne village. Everyone, do you think this matter is a bit weird? A few days ago, we also received news that Sagakura and Konoha had signed a friendly exchange document. Why did the 2 ninja villages fight in an instant? Oh, hey, now I finally know why the 5 big ninja village unions can't beat Southern Mo. The elder of Yanyan village couldn't help but said, because we don't want to cooperate sincerely with each other. When the others heard this, they didn't speak. Hyuga Lanmo sat aside, his face was indifferent, and he was eating edamame happily. Where did he get so many edamame? This is what the elder of Wuyan village thought. The explosion outside came after another. Soon, Zhuan Xiaochen and Mido Menyan came to the conference room. Dear elders and senior elders, I'm sorry, the Jangmen exam is over. The exam will not be counted. Now the village has decided to take your own people. Leave Konoha. There is an attack here, please understand, come here, and send all the shadows and high-level people and their people out of Konoha. Mido Menyan said. Outside the door, more than 60 dark parts appeared. Advertisement at the moment, Konoha can still call out more than 60 Onbi to escort the people from the major ninja villages to leave. It can be seen that Konoha's strength and how they don't want these people to stay here. Indeed, if they stay, they can only become Konoha's hidden danger. Although he was unwilling, this kind of thing was not what Konoha wanted to encounter. All ninja villages gather their own villagers and retreat to Konoha through the underpass outside the Hokage office building Tongwai village. No one can stay. Just in case, the village also asked the Hyuga family members of the Hyuga family to identify everyone, and also used Yamaka Keiichi to observe all the evacuation. It can be seen how cautious Konoha is, but if you think about it, you can understand that if someone from the ninja village took advantage of the fire and robbed Konoha at this time, wouldn't it be even worse? Especially Hyuga Lanmo, who previously proposed to die with 3 generations of Hokage. Once he joins the attack, Konoha will be over. More than 60 Anbu, just escorting the 12 people in Morin village, it took 20 people. Everyone left the village and evacuated quickly, until they were 50 miles away from the village, and the talents of Konoha's Anbu evacuated. Even so, some people secretly observed their whereabouts. Hyuga Lanmo was about to take everyone away, when someone suddenly appeared. A generation of ink shadow adults stay. It turned out to be Konoha's high-level Mido Menyan. Hyuga Lanmo turned her head slightly, her eyes were cold, and she didn't speak. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the opponent's face, but he bit the bullet and opened his mouth. 3 generations of Hokage once said that you have promised Konoha to perform 3 tasks for Konoha, right? Go on. There are even people who use painting to achieve the effect of assassination. It is difficult for her to imagine that there is another person with weird powers here. Advertisement: if at the moment, he chooses to ignore Konoha, they have no other choice. And through this Jangmin exam, Hong Yan also saw Konoha's level. The strength is absolutely above the ninja village. What mind control ability, shadow fighting ability, body transformation ability, blank eyes to write round eyes ability, etc. are all different. The village is beyond reach. They didn't know about the Orochimaru, and the previous 3 generations of Hokage's design to assassinate Hyuga Lanmo made them wary. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You go back first. Hyuga Lanmo turned her head slightly and said to a dozen people behind her. Moreover, he is a double-edged sword for Konoha. If the blade is external, Konoha will live. If he can't escape the hatred of the 3 generations of Hokage in his heart, and the blade is internal, then this time, Konoha will undoubtedly die. No, Master Naruto just asked you to stay. As for the 3rd task, he hasn't decided yet. Hyuga Lanmo didn't answer. A dozen people behind him were looking here. They didn't know that the village chief had such a deep relationship with Konoha, and he promised to do 3 tasks for Konoha. Wu Mang and Hong Yan had no choice but to take their orders and set off towards Fang with the 9 children. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yes, my lord, you can't go. Wu Mang also looked worried. Does this mean he is on standby? Sarutobi Hizen wants me to save his life? Hyuga Lanmo looked back at him. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Is he also afraid of death? Huh? And Hyuga Lanmo stayed. Over the years, he has been waiting for the 3rd mission of the 3 generations of Hokage. The last time he was on the southern bank of the Iron Country, when the 5 big names were negotiating with the movies, he asked himself to let go of the wood. He refused. This time, it was the last chance for the 3 generations of Hokage. He didn't want to wait for him to die and owe him a task, so he stayed. My lord, you can't stay. What if it's an ambush? Hong Yan said worriedly. Menyon Mito, who had been waiting aside, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really afraid that he would ignore his previous promise and not accept the request of their 3 generations of Hokage. After all, the 3 generations had done too much to him. The first mission was when you were a kid, to go to Wucheng in the northern part of Takino country. See the joint assessment competition and get the 1st place. You did it. The second mission is to temporarily abandon the hunt for Shimura Danzo. You did it too. Do you still owe Konoha a task now? Menyon Mito knew that if he did, Konoha would definitely be saved. Chapter 263. He is a double-edged sword within Konoha. There was already a mess. As soon as Hyuga Imoku appeared in the village, he discovered that the attack was different from the known Naruto story. In addition to 100 sand-hidden village ninjas and dozens of auto-hidden village ninjas attacking Konoha, there were 2 other people, too. Standing on the Hokage rock in the distance, looking at Konoha. The 2 men were wearing Akatsuki clothes, but their faces were indeed unknown to Hyuga Lanmo. The 2 wore Yasha masks, a red mask, and a black mask. One was carrying a 2-stringed piano, and the other was carrying a red skin drum around his waist. The person carrying the drum had 2 stick bones in his hands, which seemed to be used as drumsticks. Hyuga Lanmo found them, but did not step forward. Since he had stayed in Konoha at the invitation of the 3 generations of Naruto Tobahiro, he stayed in front of the 3 generations, and fortunately, when he sent the task, he quickly paid back the favor. Part of the reason why he chose to stay today is because of Mr. Tsunade's face. It's definitely, if his friend is in danger and he happens to be there, he will also help. For example, now, when he is passing the main street, a huge amount of fireball is sprayed from the other side. And the place where the fireball landed was Chongpu's Yiriku Ramen, and Hyuga Lanmo didn't hesitation and used water escape to block the fireball offensive. Chongpu and Uncle Yile ran out of the store, and they looked happy when they saw him guarding the store. Chongpu took a few steps forward and looked at him deeply. Many words were on his lips, but he couldn't say them. In the end, they all turned into a sweet smile. Thank you. You will come back to see me often in the future? Yeah. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Hurry up and take the uncle to the refuge. Yeah. Chongpu nodded heavily and dragged his parents away from Yile Ramen. After 9 years of absence, Chongpu has grown into a big girl, and she is getting more and more beautiful. Hyuga Lanmo wiped out Huo-dun, turned around and headed in the direction of the 3rd generation of Hokage. In the village, above the huge amounts of room beams, the In-Ren 4 people have already started their forbearance, the 4 purple flame formations. Dashemaru and Sarutobi Rijong are fighting within the flame formation. Advertisement: Hyuga Lanmo went outside of the flame formation with a flashing technique. Without saying anything, he sat in the corner of the room beam and looked at Konoha. With his gesture and expression, Dashawan and Sarutobi in the 4 purple flame array were both squeezed in their hearts. Although Orochimaru had already recognized him as the master, he knew that he had never recognized his existence. Even if the 5 ninja villages jointly attacked Nanmo last time, he used Dire Earth reincarnation to help him win, but he did not receive his official recognition of his promise. And this time in Konoha, he once sent a pharmacist to test his tone, and the answer was just, So when he appears this time, is he on his side? Or Sarutobi Hitoshi over there? Dashemaru was worried, and the 3 generations of Hokage were also uneasy, for fear that he would hate himself and refuse to agree to the 3rd task. One way or another, he wants to take a gamble, betting that Hyuga Lanmo still has feelings for Konoha. betting that he will not ruin Konoha because of his hatred, and maybe he will help Konoha. However, he will not use this trump card before he does his best. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo had already guessed Sarutobi's thoughts. Since the other party didn't speak when he saw him, it proved that this third task was not yet time for him to ask him. It doesn't matter, he still has time, he can wait. So Hyuga Lanmo sat in the corner of the eaves, and the clothes of a generation of ink shadows spread out with the wind, and a shadow cap covered half of his face. He bent his knees, propped his chin, and looked at the two of them. The eyes of the three collided, and soon, the two within the four purple flame array had retracted their eyes and faced each other intently. Within the formation, Sarutobi Risen uses the shuriken duplication technique, and there is obviously only one shuriken attack, and it turns into countless in a blink of an eye. The reincarnated Dirty Earth, Orochimaru Kai made a seal on both hands, and two coffins emerged from the roof, blocking the shuriken. When the third coffin slowly appeared, it was sealed back by Sarutobi Hyzen using a sealing technique. Even so, the two coffin lids on the scene were also opened. The first generation Naruto Senjima and the second generation Naruto Senjima appear. When the Anbu outside saw this scene, they were all surprised. It turned out to be them. Long time no see, Sarutobi Risen? Hokage said. Advertisement? Looking at the trump card again, he was looking at the four purple flame formations with interest, his eyebrows raised, and his body relaxed. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo is figuring out how much he can win if he is a third generation Hokage, obviously 100%. First, this formation can't trap him at all, and his supernatural power can come and go freely. Secondly, he would never concentrate all his attacks on the first and second generations of Hokage, but instead concentrated on the Orochimaru who stood behind them. As long as he dies, the filthy soil will reincarnate and destroy itself. It's you are also getting old, Yuan Fei. The second generation Qianshu Juma also spoke. However, now, he is just a judge. Konoha's dark part was surrounded by the four purple flame formations, and his body was nervous, but they couldn't help with anything, because they couldn't even break the most basic flame formation barrier. Sarutobi Hyzen uses Earth Escape to block. Within the flame formation, Dashemaru had already inserted the charm into the backs of the two reincarnated in the dirty soil. At the moment, the appearance of the two changed to a certain extent. The people with cracked faces just now suddenly changed their skin. Like a living person, the battle begins again. In this case, although it is not what they want to see, there is no way. People who reincarnated from the dirty soil are controlled by the operator, and there is no ability to resist. The first is close to body surgery, the three of them are fast, twisting and kicking. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In addition, his Dust Escape Primordial Realm stripping technique, Steaming Danger and Exploding Might, Chi Escape, and other sealing techniques can all be used in this battle. Now, if he informs Hyuga Lanmo to save himself, can he enter the flame formation? Can you beat two movie stars? If he activates the power of the tail beast, with his ability, he will easily defeat both of them, right? Various thoughts appeared in his mind, but he did not use that trump card and still faced the three in front of him alone. Water Escape, Water Array Wall. Huge amounts of water escape intercepted the fire to form a protective circle, and then the second generation of Naruto Senjutsu used Water Escape, Water Wave, to counterattack. The battle between the shadow levels is by no means imaginable by ordinary ninjas. All the ninjutsu, whether it is speed or power, and the amount of chakra usage, are beyond their reach. I didn't expect to meet the two in this situation, I'm really sorry. Sarutobi Rizan's face was tense, his fingers clenched tightly together. There is only a dead end for Orochimaru in front of him. After separating the distance, the three generations of Hokage hurriedly launched an ninjutsu battle, Fire Dunge, Fire Dragon Ball. Chapter 264 The Battle Within the Four Purple Flame Array. After another close combat, Sarutobi Rizan's physical strength was obviously weak. He panted heavily and jumped between the soil escapes, and was finally beaten by a generation. Mew done, the tree world is born. Countless trees emerged from under the roof, grew into big trees, and captured the three generations. When all the branches of the trees were tightened, he quickly activated psychic skills, and the Monkey King appeared. The Sarutobi appeared and turned into a wishful wand of King Kong, and fell into the hands of Sarutobi. Dashemaru saw this, her mouth widened, a snake head appeared, the snake's mouth opened again, and the pheasant sword spit out from the snake's mouth. Hyuga Lanmo, who was sitting in the corner of the eaves, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The two engaged in a close fight, and soon, the exhausted Sarutobi Hidezen was defeated by Orochimaru. He came to him, grabbed his collar, and verbally abused him. The three generations of Hokage looked at him angrily, with unwilling expressions in their eyes. Dashemaru is really crazy enough, what do you want to do? The ape demon who turned into a King Kong wishful stick saw this scene, stretched out his hand and pinched Orochimaru's neck, and instantly squeezed it. It turned out to be a soil duplication. After the duplication broke, the Orochimaru appeared again in the soil, but was caught by the ape. Fei Rijan kicked and flew out. At the moment, the ninjas in Konoha Village, Atonin Village and Sagakure Village met inside and outside, and the battle continued, and waves of explosions sounded from the village, and occasionally people's screams resounded across the sky. In the west of Konoha Village, Gaara exploded with the power of the tail beast because he couldn't control himself. In the original plot, Gaara exploded that the power of the tail beast was outside Konoha, but this time, it was within Konoha. Also, Orochimaru advanced the Konoha destruction plan by one day, and some things have changed. In the night, the starry sky is shining, and there are screams in Konoha village. Hyuga Lanmo continued to sit in the corner of the eaves, and asked, 3 generations of Hokage, or use me to save you for the 3rd mission, right? It was late, and he wanted to pack up and return to Nanmo village as soon as possible. No, now is not the time for me to mention the task. The 3rd generation of Hokage was exhausted and said, the agreement between them is Konoha's trump card. Advertisement: where there are leaves flying, there is a fire burning, the firelight will illuminate the village, and then new leaves will sprout again. He wants to protect Konoha, and the ace must protect Konoha. Although the ability of the person who reincarnated from the dirty soil was not as strong as before, he still felt very laborious. Since Osamaru chose one-on-one, he would fight with him to the end. As for the attacks on Konoha by other ninjas in the Sand Hidden Village and the ninja of the Sound Ninja Village, he believed that Konoha's ninja could deal with it. As for Hyuga Lanmo, this chess piece is not a last resort, he absolutely doesn't use it. Hyuga Lanmo sneered when he heard this and continued to sit and watch the excitement. At the moment, huge amounts of explosions sounded. Uzumaki Naruto had already used spiritism. Miao Mushan Toad Wentai appeared in Konoha. What's the matter? How could you fight in the village? Are you crazy? There is no way. Can you lead it out of the village? Naruto Uzumaki saw the look of Gaara, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. Did he look like him when he exploded with the power of the tail beast? He can't imagine. In the village, Hagi Kakashi, Metkai, and some Shangren and Jongren, while protecting the safety of the village, leading the villagers to retreat, while fighting with the ninjas of Sheian village and Atonin village. But one-tailed Morizuru is a big trouble. If it really starts a war in Konoha, even if it can be recovered, the loss will be immeasurable. Okay, let's lead it out, Toad Wen said too loudly. Started to attack the half-tailed Gaara. While attacking, he retreated outside Konoha. Sitting on the tall roof, Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and admired Konoha's combat methods. Even Naruto Uzumaki can know to protect the village. It is no wonder that this place can become the most cohesive place. Just when Gaara was attracted to the entrance of the village at the beginning, a crazy second string rang suddenly sounded. On the other side, a blast of drums appeared, piercing the eardrum, making people listen like a soul astral, and the headache was unbearable. The people from Akatsuki have taken action. Looking at the Hokage rock wall, where's the shadow of Akatsuki's duo? Advertisement: are they here to assist Dashemaru? Still taking advantage of the fire and robbing it is still unknown, but Hyuga Lanmo feels that they must have something to do with the tail beast when they came here. Yes. Hyuga Lanmo was sitting in the corner of the eaves, seeing this scene, frowning slightly. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows slightly. Are they the Akatsuki members he hasn't seen before? No, our mission is one tail. Evil duo. How could it be you? Orochimaru finished speaking and turned to look at the 3 generations of Hokage. In any case, today he must kill his teacher so that he will not admit what he has done. He pursues his immortality wrong. If his method is successful, does he know how much benefit it will bring to Konoha? The position of the 4th generation of Hokage should have been his, but now? The two quarreled, and the hoarse and low-pitched quarrel brought with waves of chills, causing a repulsive heart in the hearts of those who heard this voice. Shaking his head at him, no, our goal today is one tail, not him. And the 2 men, who were neither male nor female, wearing Yasha masks, turned their heads, looked at Hyuga Lanmo, and asked, are you the character with 9-tailed beasts in your body? The hideous masks covered their entire faces, and the 2 of them stared outside with the same black eyes within their eyeholes. Everyone's attacks stopped, and even the 1st generation Hokage and the 2nd generation of Hokage in the 4 purple flame array looked strangely at the village. That kind of music has the effect of penetrating the brain. Dashiwan frowned and looked outside, with some anger in his eyes. With that said, he rushed to Sarutobi Hizen again. But there are 9-tailed beasts on him. As long as we succeed, we will be leaders in the future. Yes, yes, yes. The person holding the drumsticks suddenly became excited. He turned his head and looked to the side. The person on the other side seemed to understand what he was trying to express. Suddenly a lot of past events hurriedly passed through his mind. His tears fell, and he looked at the 3 generations of Hokage in front of him, and said, Teacher, even if I leave Konoha, I can still succeed. Today, I will prove it to you. Check it out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Very unexpected, here we are. Dashawan. Suddenly, the 2 of them leapt from the ground to the roof, looking at the Dashawan in front of them, and there was an aura of calmness in their voices. Judging from his expression, he didn't know that Akatsuki had come to Konoha. Chapter 265: Evil Chin and Demon Drum Duo. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the man with the leg bone sticks and drumsticks beat the drum on his waist. No, no, I want to take him, I want him, I want him. He was emotional, knocking and jumping, just like a 3-year-old child. The sound of the drums was deafening and it made a headache. The eyes of some people nearby seemed to be beating with the drumbeat. Looking at the 2 of them, they were obviously wearing masks, but they gave people a feeling that the Yasha on the mask was alive. No way, no. The other person rushed over and started fighting with him. The people around the ninja were all surprised when they saw this scene. What's wrong? Is your own person fighting with your own person? The drumsticks were raised, the Uxian Shin's picks appeared, and the 2 played together at a fast speed, which made people dazzling. Dashemaru frowned slightly and looked to the opposite side. The 3 generations have already put their palms together, ready for the final battle. And here, the 2 people who were fighting with each other suddenly turned around and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo at the same time. It turned out that the two fighting was just to relax the enemy's vigilance. The two cooperated, one attacked above and forward, and the other flicked the strings, rotating and attacking behind and left and right. Both of them are instant shots, with amazing speed. Before Hyuga Lanmo could react, they had already arrived in front of him, and then flanked back and forth, preparing to give him a fatal blow. However, all attacks are ineffective. They had spent a long time approaching him, but didn't want all the attacks to pass through his body, as if the man sitting in the corner of the eaves was an illusion. Boom! Hyuga Lanmo stretched out one hand, grabbed one of the drumsticks, and slammed the other elbow on the mask of the person holding the drumsticks. The two people flanked, although the direction was the same, but one after the other. The distance from Hyuga Lanmo was different. When their attack was invalid, the person in the red yasha mask nearby was attacked. The mask was broken by him, but it didn't fall off, as if it had grown on his face. Advertisement, Cuckle. Return my brother. In the distance, the black face yasha, who used the concealed paddle weapon, rushed over. Because Hyuga Lanmo was still holding the drumstick tightly in his hands, and the other party refused to let go, he was still under his control. The picks are like shurikens, flying up and down, forming a double shadow and shooting towards Hyuga Lanmo again. If Hyuga Lanmo's magnetic needles can be used to attack densely, then the black-faced yasha mask is in the hands of the person. Picks can also do it. It was obviously a pick, and when it rushed over, it turned into countless. Not only that, when each pick formed a rotating attack, the surrounding was also mixed with wind. Because there are so many duplications of picking shadows, the dark parts of Konoha next to it are affected. Some people use wind escape to block, some people use karma unblocked. When a spark flashed, two people were injured by the overlapping shadow of the paddles, and they penetrated the body, and the wounds were bleeding. Similarly, although there are many picks, the attack on Hyuga Lanmo is still ineffective. On the contrary, the red-faced yasha, who refuses to let go of the leg bone stick, saw this scene and yelled in fright. Big brother, are you going to kill me? I know, you are always jealous that my ability is better than you, so you want to kill me? I fight with you? With that, he pushed hard, and chakra exploded on his body. The leg bone stick in Hyuga Lanmo's hand was like recognizing his own master. When he wasn't paying attention, he broke free and returned to the red-faced yasha's hands. Bang bang. The drum sounded again. Obviously it is you. You are jealous of my piano skills, so I deliberately pulled me into the water. Our goal is not him, it is one tail, don't you understand? The other party also said the two-string piano behind him in his hand. Swipe the pick and start playing. The voice fluctuates high and low, and although it has a rhythm, it is like 100 ghosts yexing, squeaky and very unpleasant. Ah! Someone couldn't stand the sound and screamed while covering his ears. In the distance, among Konoha, both the ninja and the people who rushed to the refuge, uncomfortable eyes burst, and blue veins stood up. Even the 3 generations of Hokage stopped their actions because of this sound. The same is true. On the surface, it seems that the two of them are fighting and fighting. In fact, it is indeed an outsider who was injured. Hyuga Lanmo Naurin felt uncomfortable for a while, and was annoyed by the two of them. He shouted. What are you doing? How you want to die? Just a word. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, a blast came out, and the powerful chakra shockwave spread around, and dozens of Konoha's Onbi were attacked and fell to the ground. Although Hyuga Imoku still doesn't know the true ability of this so-called demonic duo, he really hates the sounds they make. Hyuga Lanmo has mud and chakra in his body, and he has lived to this day, except for Kurama Yakumo's illusion that he can't unlock. No one has allowed him to fall into the illusion. If this was just a powerful attack, the opponent wouldn't be injured, but he didn't expect that Hyuga Blue Ink's feet had magnetic spurs. The scene made a cry to the sky, and then I don't know why, a gust of wind has blown, and there are no traces of those two people on the scene. With 2 puffs, the yasha who was called Big Brother also hurt his foot. He wrote round eyes appeared, and he had already seen the traces of 2 people who used the instantaneous technique. After a sprint, the magnetic knife in his hand stabbed in the past and stabbed the ninja with the red yaksha mask. At the same time, 4 waves of people in black appeared at the 4 corners of the southeast, northwest, and northwest of Konoha village, attacking Konoha again. Is it an illusion? Orochimaru frowned and said, Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The evil duo was shocked by Hyuga Blue Mo's shockwave, and in a blink of an eye, the piano fluctuated, and the sound of the magic piano attacked like 1,000 horses. The drum sound disappeared, and blood came out of him. The entire 4 purple flame array was affected by shockwave, flashing with the same luster as water waves, and the 4 people of Itonin who protected him with enchantments on the 4 corners were also affected by the wave of shockwave hitting the enchantment. Calm down, continue to maintain the enchantment. As soon as this was said, the strings of the other person fluctuated, and the voice made people nervous. This time it was not an illusion, but a simple noise annoying, but this annoying noise was added to the chakra, which expanded the power of the sound. Hyuga Lanmo was irritable in her heart. He traversed and grabbed the shoulder of the red-faced yasha with one hand, and his feet were in the air, facing the person who rushed up. The 2 brothers who had just escaped did not go far at all, but secretly found a place to bandage their wounds. He looked down at his body in surprise, and suddenly let out a shrill cry like a fake mother, blood, brother, I'm bleeding. Several people in Konoha's Anbu screamed in horror, and tightly covered their eyes and ears. What? Chapter 266. That person was scary, brother, that person is terrifying, he actually made me bleed. I am most afraid of pain. Who is not afraid of pain? We can't avoid this speed, we are indeed a master. In the ninja world, they haven't met anyone faster than themselves. The reason why they can live to the present, apart from their ability, the most important thing is that they can use instantaneous spells. He is not affected by the illusion, otherwise, let's use other methods next, asked the younger brother Hangyasha. No, we should perform the task, one tail. The two nodded, and after a simple bandage to rest, they moved out again. The explosions in Konoha one after another, the large forests outside the village have been destroyed by a guard crane. In the village, although the Atonin village ninja and the Sandhide village ninja have been controlled, the sudden appearance of the black man has extended this attacks. They didn't confront Konoha ninjas at all, but used guerrilla warfare and fled while projecting explosive talisman. In addition, the new demonic duos playing music reappeared and began to affect Konoha. Hearing this annoying music, Hyuga Lanmo reached out and took out 2 toilet papers, rubbed them, and stuffed them into his ears. He turned to look inside the 4 purple flame formations. 3 generations, when are you going to send a mission? This is me the last time I ask you, if you miss this village, there will be no shop. If you still hesitation, I will leave. The playing of the evil duo is really annoying. He has a strong chakra and full concentration, and he still feels this way. Those ninjas and ordinary people feel even more uncomfortable hearing this. These 2 people are called the evil piano and demon drum duo. They are brothers. In addition to being famous for the instantaneous technique, they can also rely on piano skills and drum sounds to influence the battle. Can cause damage to the enemy in a wide range. Dashemaru glanced back at Hyuga Lanmo and began to explain. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly. Within the 4 purple flame array, the first and second generation Hokage in front of the Dashemaru rushed out. Huge amounts of the tree boundaries were born, covering the entire 4 purple flame array. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to use this kind of ninjutsu to suppress 3 generations, but he didn't want him to use the King Kong wishful stick to become a cage to protect himself. Advertisement. Then the next 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi used the technique of shadow duplication to separate the 3 themselves, and began to unprint them. Si Highway Mao Shuzi Uu Si, and then folded his hands together. He has activated the Ghoul Seal. How come the 3 generations of Hokage-sama still distracted their chakras? A ninja outside saw duplication and asked strangely. Is it only visible to the person who signed the contract with it? That ninjutsu? Hyuga Lanmo tilted his head slightly. Is this the famous Ghoul Seal? In order for Death God to help get rid of the opponent, sell his soul to Death God's ninjutsu? The 3rd generation of Hokage activated the Ghoul Seal, and the opposite Orochimaru didn't seem to see anything, and said, no matter what you do, Konoha must perish today. This is my home. The so-called Hokage is the pillar that protects this home and stands tall. This is the place where Konoha's will is inherited. It must not fall easily. 3 generations looked decisive, and he was already holding a mortal mentality. Thousands of hands used the illusion technique, the technique of secret walking, and began to create a closed space, and they were also preparing to finish killing people. Hyuga Lanmo, the 3rd task, protect Konoha. He shouted loudly as the darkness swallowed Sarutobi Hiruchi. This was his last chance. He thought he would have a chance to see Konoha's many ninjas triumph and retain Hyuga Blue Mo owes Konoha's 3rd mission. But until now, the sky is about to dawn, and there is still an explosion in Konoha before continuing. He doesn't want this place to be ruined. He is Hokage, and he wants to protect this place. But this time, he knew he would not live long, and since the Ghoul Seal had appeared, he would definitely die. So this time, it is the last time he has delegated a task to Hyuga Lanmo, so let him give his last hope. He also wants to live, and he wants to use this trump card to protect his life, but compared to Konoha's safety, what is his fate? Okay, just wait for your words. Hyuga Lanmo stood up and stood up. He looked back at the 3 generations wrapped in the 4 purple flame array and the dark walk art, and said loudly. At the last moment, you made me have such a trace of admiration for you, 3 generations of Hokage. Hyuga Lanmo, who was standing on the wall, heard this and smiled. The Tuden Tuliu wall has slowly emerged, blocking both sides of the alley. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, he stood up, his hands sealed, the technique of multiple shadow duplication. Hyuga Lanmo's shadow duplication began to fight against the men in black, flanking them from side to side, encircling the front and back, and cooperating with Konoha's ninja chase. Soon, most of the 100 men in black were arrested, and the remaining half were also running for their lives. When they encounter ninjas on the road, they use illusions and surprise killing methods to solve each other. The people in black in the village are still doing sabotage, and the ear-piercing sounds are still going on. Chong. The 2 felt something was wrong, and rushed to one side. Go this way. The man in the mask of the red yaksha wickedly said, picking up the drumstick and hammering it against the wall of the alley. The 2 were also very vigilant. Seeing this scene, they looked around in surprise and asked, who is it? Who? They don't have perception skills, and they don't know that Hyuga Lanmo has already begun to make arrangements on the high wall. A strong chakra can protect the heart, while a weak chakra or ordinary people can only endure pain. I said to go over there. You have to go here. Such a narrow place will affect the sound of our evil piano and demon drum. Without this piano and drum, can we affect the other side's ninjutsu ability? Can you win? The man wearing the black yaksha mask shouted loudly in a voice of unknown yin and yang. Is it right over there? If you are not afraid of that guy chasing it, we would be the best way to go up. Do you still want to be pricked by him with 2 blood holes? I don't want to see blood again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He didn't know these two people well, and Orochimaru said only what he knew, so in order to prevent Konoha Ninja from being attacked by more magic sounds, he also decided to catch turtles in the urn. However, when they used Thunder Dun to attack the Tuliu wall, although Tu Dun was hit by a big hole, there seemed to be a thick black object outside the Tu Dun, which was the magnetic escape of Hyuga Lanmo. Hundreds of Hyuga blue ink appeared and set off in different directions. In the small alley, the two of them cooperated with the two Shangren and were arguing. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air and set off towards the entrance of the village, because he had been paying attention to the hidden demonic duo with perception techniques before. The two were not in a hurry. Talking and laughing, set off unscrupulously towards the entrance of the village. Chapter 267. The sound of dong dong vibrated in the alley, and the wall collapsed in response. Similarly, there was a layer of black material on the outside of the collapsed wall. The two were dumbfounded, and looked around, only to see the starry sky in the sky, and the two jumped. Only a familiar voice shouted, "The art of hitting the mole." Immediately afterwards, the two who jumped out were beaten back by a shadow at an extremely fast speed. Among them, the masked man of the red yaksha was bleeding from his nostrils because of the fierce hammer that smashed the sky and covered the earth, and stayed from below along his mask. "Ah, I bleed," he shouted loudly. Another person used Lei Dun and continued to flee, but was pulled out by Hyuga Lanmo again using wooden sticks. If Hyuga Lanmo can't instantaneously, then these two people will definitely be able to escape today, but so will he. People who can instantaneously have strong eyesight, can capture the target in an instant and make judgments on the opponent's actions, but Hyuga Lanmo occupies a favorable position and can hide themselves quickly, so that they can't accurately judge his position. The laughter of Hyuga Lanmo, "Ha-ha," came from outside. "When will the little gophers come out again?" "It's the man with 9-tailed beasts in his body," the black masked man said, looking angrily at the top of the alley. "They can't escape. Even if they do, they're all blocked by magnetic escapes. Can they escape underground? NS? It seems that the only escape route is above. Kill him," the man in the red mask yelled grumpily. The traces of blood were left along the inside of the Yasha mask, forming bloodstains on his neck. This time, the two did not rush out, and began to use the evil piano and magic drum. A burst of rapid second-string music flowed down from the strings, and the picks carried thunder, and the sound was sonorous and powerful, with a strong murderous intent. The other person's leg bones hit the red skin drum, earth-shattering and deafening. Because magnetic escape is not soundproof, even if the earth escape wall can cut some sound, it is limited. In addition, the sound of the music played by the two is 10 times stronger than the previous one. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo's brain was in pain, frowning tightly. Below, Han Yasha shouted loudly, "Go and die all." As he said, the drums began to intensively, with the sound of the second string, blowing up the earth and brick walls of the entire alley. At the same time, the dark parts of Konoha near here were also deeply hurt when they heard this sound. That kind of sound can really kill people, even if you cover your ears, it can penetrate all the way. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes turned red, the kaleidoscope bloodwheel eyes appeared. His hair seemed to be exploded, and the whole person was in a state of being able to do so, and he slapped it down with a slap. Although the two people used the sound of the evil piano and the magic drum to blow up nearby buildings, Hyuga Lanmo laid out in advance, and originally only wanted to catch turtles in the urn, but did not want to play another role. The magnetic wall firmly trapped the two, and in the alley, they could not escape. Suzuo Nobu's palm fell, the magnetic escape was broken, and the two of them were slapped directly. The ear-piercing sounds disappeared, and Konoha finally fell silent. Shifting the palm of his hand, Hyuga Lanmo returned as before, standing on the magnetic wall and looking at the two people below, stretched out his hand and sucked the two people's red waist drum and two-string piano, and put them into his large scroll. Without this noise-making device, how can they forgive others? The two fell to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths and noses, comminuted fractures in some places, and were aching all over. Konoha Anbi surrounded him, and someone jumped off the magnetic wall, trying to arrest the two. "Hold on, these two people belong to me." Hyuga Lanmo was very curious about what kind of face they looked like under their eyeless mask. Using Shenluo Tianzheng, he sucked the two into his hands and stuffed them into the different space. Anbi knew that Hyuga Lanmo had been commissioned by the third generation of Hokage to protect Konoha, so he retreated. Outside the village, the battle between Naruto Uzumaki and others with Ichio Morizuru in Cheyenne village has moved dozens of miles outside the village. And in the four purple flame formations far above the high roofs, the battle between Dashemaru and the third generation of Hokage has also ended. The third generation of Hokage used the ghoul seal to seal the first and second generations of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and abolished the big snake. After Maru's hands, sacrificed, the injured Orochimaru was defeated. Advertisement. The east is pale, the sun is shining all over the earth, red clouds are laying on the sky, and Konoha is calm after the badly injured Konoha. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his arms, seeing that the danger here had been relieved, he turned around and prepared to leave. "My lord, won't you stay?" Konoha Anbu on one side asked. For some reason, there was a feeling in their hearts that they wanted him to stay in Konoha. "No, the work of the aftermath is left to you." Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking and was about to leave. At the moment, he felt an unusual chakra slowly spreading somewhere in the village, as if he was waiting for an attack at any time. "Oh, I remember, I'm a little hungry, can you help me find something to eat?" Hyuga Lanmo deliberately delayed time to see if that unusual chakra would appear. On the roof, he ate a bowl of instant noodles. The danger still did not show up. It seemed that they were preparing to wait for their departure before acting. Then he came to lead the snake out of the cave. The air vortex appeared and Hyuga Blue Mo entered the different space. Two men wearing yaksha masks were lying on the ground and wailing. Seeing him appear, Yin and Yang cried out strangely. Someone must avenge us, you were waiting. Hyuga Lanmo did not leave Konoha. Although he entered a different space, he was listening carefully to the movement outside. When the two people made a noise, his brows were frowned, and he rushed out with 2 strokes of the magnetic escape, and directly stuck to the two of them. They couldn't say a word on their lips. Among Konoha, the hidden person saw Hyuga Lanmo leave and finally started to act. In the village, strange chakras emerged. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen Itonin Murakami appeared in the middle of Konoha village. A dozen people were covered with curse marks on their faces, watching the Konoha ninjas all around, reaching out and taking out a pill, throwing it into their mouth and swallowing the pill. After taking the medicine, their bodies changed one by one. His hair changed color, his eyes burst out like copper bells, his body was several times stronger, his skin was purple-red, the curse was all over his body, and his body had a lavender chakra halo. Several people joined together to synthesize a circle, back to back, face outwards, and started all the knot printing. Their knotting technique is still exactly the same, which proves that they are using the same ninjutsu. The ninjas such as Hagi Kakashi and Metke had already dealt with the matter in their hands and rushed over. Seeing this scene, the two looked at each other and rushed up. They wanted to give each other a fatal blow at the first time. Chapter 268 However, more than a dozen people on the other side seemed to have planned a countermeasure in advance. When the opposite person rushed over, some of the people who existed in their location stopped understanding the seal and confronted them, and this kind of confrontation still did not affect the circular formation. Under the circumstances, although Kakashi is a copy ninja, and Mike K is a power-type close-body ninja, the opponent is in a state of curse with medicine. Not to mention that chakra is huge. At the moment, they're just like monsters. Two people used Thunder Dun, one used Konoha Cyclone. Boom. Lei Dun landed on the wall of 2 Dun 2 Lu, and Konoha Cyclone was also blocked by the opponent's huge amounts of chakra's arm. At this time, more than a dozen other people had finished printing. Suddenly, a pillar of light soaring into the sky appeared in the village. The rays of light joined together, with some kind of curse pattern on it. Hyuga Lanmo appeared, and several Konoha ninjas saw him appear again, with smiles on their faces. My lord, are you back? Yeah. Hyuga Lanmo didn't explain much, staring at the few people in the upper union synthesis circle on the roof of the village. Their formation helped to resist foreign enemies. Look at the curse seal, it should have been planted by Dashawan. Ah. Suddenly, as the chakra got stronger and stronger, one of the Sound Ninja Village ninjas exploded like a human bomb. Huge amounts of chakra shockwave blasted the Konoha ninja in front of him and retreated more than 10 meters. Even Kakashi and Metkai stepped back for a few steps, and they rushed up again, forming a circular formation with the one in front of him. The enemy fought. Hyuga Lanmo said, My lord, what do you think they want to do? Hyuga Lanmo shook his head. He had never seen such a battle before, and he didn't know what they were doing. Neither launching an attack nor leaving, it's a bit like setting up an array. The ninjas next to them attacked this circle, but because their chakras were huge and their resistance was strong, they couldn't really penetrate for a while. Moreover, the plot of at the moment has been different from the original plot. For example, the external attack mode and the evil piano and demon drum duo sent by the Akatsuki organization, etc., are not in the original plot. When several Konoha ninjas saw that the close-up attack failed, they changed it to a long-range attack. Some used fire escape, and some used shurikens to once again destroy the encirclement on the roof. But the other party has too many chakras, and they are prepared. When this person responds to the attack, the other person must maintain that huge amounts of cylindrical beam of light. Advertisement. All Konoha ninjas also began to join together, collectively using fire escape attacks. Two of the enemies confronted all attacks, water escape, water dragon bomb. Not to mention the huge amounts of Shui Dun wiped out the water dragon bombs in front of him, but also fought back at the ninjas of Konoha. The ninjutsu they issued was several times larger than Konoha's ordinary ninja, and the shurikens were also not far from them, and they were all blocked by them. Only after this wave of attacks, among the dozens of Itonin village ninjas, some people couldn't stand it again. Chakra exploded, just like the human bomb that exploded just now. Seeing this scene, other accomplices gritted their teeth and continued to insist. It can be felt, regardless of their ability to increase by hundreds of times due to curse marks and drugs, but they also suffer from huge amounts of pain. A few seconds later, on the huge amounts of light beams in the village, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was a flash of lightning and thunder. Several ninja people in Itonin village made a loud roar. Thunder escape, lightning storm. Hearing this ninjutsu, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened. Isn't this the ninjutsu he developed? Although the ninjutsu they use is different from his, he already knows the answer. They are going to destroy Konoha, and the ninjas of Itonin village are doing their last struggle. Earlier, Orochimaru's hands were sealed by the 3 generations of Naruto Ghoul and escaped from Konoha. In Konoha village, the danger has been eliminated. He was going to give Konoha the final blow. If it succeeded, Konoha could be seriously injured even if it couldn't be completely destroyed. They had been slow to move, just waiting for Hyuga Lanmo to leave Konoha. Thinking of coming here is also within Orochimaru's plan. If he is there, no matter how strong their ability is, they won't be able to succeed. Boom. Another human body exploded and died. Even so, it failed to prevent these people from continuing to use the Chaoshin chakra. When Konoha's people saw this scene, their mouths opened wide in surprise. Advertisement: the Konoha village below was not damaged in the slightest. He jumped up, floated in the air, and said, "Do you know, every time I develop a ninjutsu, I will come up with a ninjutsu that is compatible with it, so don't show off in front of me." Numerous ninjas looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Some Sha-Ren had never seen this kind of scene before. They were so surprised that they were unparalleled. Is this the power of shadows? His cloak fluttered in the wind, his body began to condense the natural chakras, colorful facial makeup appeared on his eyelids, and the whole person entered the state of a fairy. And this is for Tsunade-san. At the moment, he helped Konoha to help her. When thinking of Mute's sister and her, he smiled at the corner of his mouth. As the chakras of the ninja in Atano Ninja Village became more and more aware, lightning fell from the sky, lightning storms began, and lightning bolts fell on the magnetic escape. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly. Since he has promised Konoha to perform the 3 tasks, he must do it. He will never allow anyone to sabotage his plan to complete the task. Huge amounts of black powder floated in the sky and swarmed, gathering more and more, already blocking the black clouds. His hands were sealed, and countless black powdery shadows pounced from all directions, like black clouds, twisting and rotating between Konoha and the thunder and lightning black clouds condensed by those people. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After leaving the cave, everyone saw the distant scene, incomparably amazed. The shocking picture was the first time they had seen it in their lives. I saw the sky above Konoha, 2 black clouds were fighting each other, the calcium carbide fired, creaked, the streamer turned, lightning and thunder. The Konoha ninjas on the periphery are still attacking in turn, but the opponent has too many chakras, and all the attacks do not work for them at all. The magnetic escape blocks lightning storms, and the sky above Konoha is like a fight between gods, and a series of thunder escapes turn the protection of the magnetic escape into an ambiguous lightning special effect. Huge amounts of thunderstorm is brewing, and the 2 kilometers in the middle and upper part of Konoha village are all covered by dark clouds, and a huge amount of thunderstorm is about to occur. Is this his magnetic escape? Inuzuka Hana asked. He had long heard that Hyuga Lanmo's ability was superb and could change the landforms of mountains and seas on his own, but he didn't expect that he would be so shocked just by witnessing his magnetic escape. In the distance, the people of Konoha have left the refuge one after another, because someone wrongly informed them that the village is safe. Chapter 269. In addition to the huge amounts of 2 dark clouds, a few beams of light rushed into the sky, and a few people beside the beam of light were in a state of blue chakras. On the other side, a young man covered in golden light was floating in the wind, and his hands controlled what was in front of him. The bottom layer is protected by a magnetic escape like a black cloud. It's Hyuga Lanmo. Yilei Raman's Calamus recognized the man in the sky at a glance. He saved Konoha, he is saving Konoha. At the moment, Champu felt that her heart was about to jump out, as if this was the happiest thing in her life. All the people who walked out of the refuge saw this sight, and they were all shocked. A ninja came to persuade him. Everyone, go back. The message was wrong just now. The village is still in danger, please go back. But these people are just as attracted by that wonderful battle. They never know that there is a kind of battle in this form, there is a kind of protection, and it can cover the sky. Hyuga Lanmo's ability is so powerful. Oh my god, fortunately, he doesn't hold grudges. If otherwise, he wants to attack Konoha, wouldn't it be easy? A villager asked strangely. Definitely, so it seems that he never thought of attacking his village from beginning to end. Everything is really a misunderstanding. Magnetic escape protects against lightning storms, and the opponent's chakra is constantly transported to the sky through the chakra beam, generating lightning. They were obviously already in the state of curse and took pills, but the practice of overdrawing the body made them unable to withstand it. This attack lasted only 5 minutes. Without Hyuga Blue ink, even 5 minutes would be enough for Konoha. On the sound ninja side, someone fell down again, and the other sound ninjas couldn't stand it anymore. The beam of light disappeared, and the huge amounts of magneto turned back. Before, the decedent who exploded body died because they couldn't bear more and more explosions of the body chakra, but now these ninjas have run out of lamps and oil, have overdrawn all the body's abilities, the curse marks disappeared, their eyes are lost, and they are magnetized just like that. The escape all pierced the body, withered and died. This is the power of the curse and the medicine. After the body is overdrawn, only death is left. More than a dozen people all fell after exhausting the last trace of their body. Everything was over, the sky was shining brightly, and people returned to their homes from the refuge. Kazuo Morizuru has been jointly suppressed by Uzumaki Naruto and others, and Mr. Jiraiya has also returned to Konoha village, but he has returned a step late, and the 3 generations have already sacrificed. Advertisement. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo, who was about to leave, he stopped his figure. Lanmo, long time no see, can we talk? He hasn't seen each other for many years, and he has a lot to say to him. What's up? Please forgive me for what the 3rd generation of Hokage did to you. Jiraiya didn't want to make excuses for the 3rd generation, he just wanted Hyuga Lanmo to put down his grudge. What can I do if I don't forgive? People are dead, can I release him from the ghoul seal, and then the corpse can't be beaten? Hyuga Lanmo sneered. Don't worry, sir, I won't use Konoha. Revenge for 3 generations. After speaking, the space vortex appeared in front of him. Then, goodbye. Okay. Take care and get in touch. Although Jiraiya was very reluctant to leave, he knew that he had done enough for Konoha. Every time he thought, if there is a chance for the 2 to meet, he must give him a hug, but he did not expect that he has grown into existence he cannot embrace if he has not seen him for many years. While begging him to forgive the 3 generations, he actually hoped that he could forgive himself. If he could stop the 3 generations of Hokage back then, maybe everything would be different. Fortunately, he is doing very well now. 3 generations of Hokage sacrificed. One Shozuru was brought back to Cheyenne Village by an old man who came from Cheyenne Village. Although Konoha suffered a big impact, fortunately, Hyuga Lanmo rescued him, and the loss did not expand. Leaving Konoha, Hyuga Lanmo caught up with the 11 people before and took them back to Nanmo. My lord, do you know how worried I am along the way? What should I do if it is Konoha's trap? On weekdays, we will not object to what an adult does. We also know that even if it is against, it is useless. You still will stick to himself, but, this time it's Konoha. Once they use their previous emotions to trap you, you are in danger. A calm and self-sustaining Hong Yan was the first one after everyone returned to Nanmo Ninja Village. The thing is to start complaining. Don't worry, it's okay. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and patted her shoulder. Since childhood, Hong Yan has always treated herself as her own younger brother, and he knows that she cares about herself. She looked at him and shook her head slightly. The extra words were useless. After all, the matter was over. She only hoped that he would pay attention to his safety in the future. My lord, are they from Akatsuki? Advertisement at this time, everyone's eyes fell on the demon's duo. The two were kneeling on the ground, looking at Hyuga Lanmo with an angry expression. If their limbs and mouth were not trapped by the magnetic escape, they would have rushed forward. Everyone moved through a different space, and the place where they settled was the village office compound. At the moment, the 2 people kneeled in the yard, which was particularly noticeable. Hyuga Lanmo waved to everyone. Hong Yan led the students away, and the compound fell silent for an instant. Hyuga Lanmo gently waved his hand, and the magnetism on the 2 of them disappeared. Lay done. Just after being freed, the man with the mask of red yaksha rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Wu Mang stepped forward and struck him with a hammer. Thunder, you, and Lei, dare to be presumptuous even in our Morin village? Hong Yasha dodged, and the other person also began to seal, ready to fight to the death, but didn't want to start the wind escape on the side of Jinshi, and the 2 fought together. It has to be said that the ninjutsu level of these 2 people is definitely at the upper level. Coupled with the instantaneous skills of the 2, for a while, the benefits of Wu Mang and Jinshi on the 2 were also limited. After a few rounds of ninjutsu battles, Jinshi was kicked, and Hong Yasha was covered with mud. The 4 fought together again. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the steps, watching the movements of the 4, without intervening. No recklessness, strong ninjutsu, sufficient chakra, but slow movement, this is a fatal injury. Jinshi is smart and capable, and ninjutsu is also strong. Although he touched the opponent's body several times, he missed the opportunity because the opponent's speed was too fast. However, in the later stage, he adjusted the combat method, using the wind escape shuriken, rotating attack, and after starting from all directions, the black face Yasha's buttocks bloomed and he screamed. Have the ability to return my Uxian chin to me. He believed that if he had the Uxian chin, he would be able to easily kill the 2 ants in front of him. Thinking of the ear-piercing noise of the piano, Hyuga Lanmo sneered. I'm crazy, I can't make that thing back to you. I don't want to live quietly. Definitely, if you are willing to follow me Nanmo, you will work for me Nanmo from now on. I can also consider returning your piano and drums to you. Chapter 270 The contrast of the evil duo. As soon as these words came out, Jinshi and Wu Mang both froze for a while, but the speed of these 2 Yashas was so fast that they held Kawuban in their hands and pierced the back of the 2 of them. Black hands, do you think I don't exist? Seeing this, Hyuga Lanmo looked angry, flew up and kicked the 2 of them, hitting a tree on one side and vomiting blood. At the same time, 2 black rods appeared in his palms, and they were inserted instantly into their hearts. Jin Shi and Wu Mang were taken aback, and those who could be admired by Master Ink Shadow had very strong ability. Hongye Yasha fell to the ground, covering her heart, and her whole body curled up. What is that? Hyuga Lanmo, I tell you, Akatsuki will not let you go. Before the 2 people were talking yin and yang weird. At the moment, I don't know if it was too painful. Their voices actually returned to normal men's voices. Hyuga Lanmo slowly walked towards the 2 of them. They fell to the ground and stepped back in fright. Don't mess around, we are not afraid of you. How can a person who is afraid of pain not be afraid of death? Unless there is no alternative, there is no retreat, bite the bullet and rush forward. But these 2 people have a way of retreat, because Hyuga Lanmo said, let them take refuge in Monin village. As long as they agree, the pain will disappear immediately. But at this moment, the 2 of them are still stubborn, but how long can they hold on? Hyuga Lanmo walked step by step and took off their masks as soon as they reached out. 2 young teenagers, aged 15 or 16, appeared in front of the crowd. Jin Shi and Wu Mang looked surprised. I thought it was 2 elders. It turned out to be a little baby? Because the 2 deliberately changed their voices and put on masks before, they caused misunderstandings. They are a pair of twins, they are handsome, and the sense of threat is really reduced by removing this mask. After the mask was taken off, the tone of the 2 of them changed. They were still stubborn before. At the moment they spoke with an evasive attitude. What are you doing? We won't follow you. Really? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes changed color, and a pair of light blue reincarnation eyes gradually turned dark blue. As his pupils changed, their hearts hurt again. The feeling of being in hell is that they have never tasted the country in their entire lives. Advertisement. Well, we promised. We will take refuge in Moren village. One of the teenagers couldn't stand it anymore and said. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows slightly, and the pain in his heart disappeared in an instant. The other person looked back at his brother, covered his heart and said, I am willing to take refuge in adults too. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and put his hands on their heads. The two of them were frightened and wanted to hide, but they had nowhere to hide. The memories of the two men were all presented in Hyuga Lanmo's mind like a movie. The two came from the northern part of Numa country. They learned ninjutsu from a person named Vine-sama as a child. After that, they left the master and went to the ninja world by themselves. Later, they were chased to Yuyan village because they offended the Onbi of Yanyan village. Here, they met Pain and Xiaonan and promised to play for Akatsuki. After that, in just 3 months, they successfully completed more than a dozen S-level tasks for Shao organization and searched them for hundreds of millions of dollars. A few days ago, they went to Cheyenne village to perform the task of catching the first tail issued by Pain, but they didn't want to find out after their riots in Cheyenne village that Yu Renjuli had already left Cheyenne village. So they rushed all the way to Konoha, secretly concealed themselves, searched for information, and when Orochimaru was carrying out the Konoha collapse plan, they appeared and launched an attack on Hyuga Lanmo. After that, Hyuga Lanmo knew everything. Hyuga Lanmo let go of the heads of the two of them, and the two of them were scared and sweaty, looking at the man in front of them with horror. You. When the other party uses the heart to search their memory, they can also learn some information about the owner through the black stick in the heart, such as the powerful chakra, the ferocious tail beast, and the heaven-defying ability. And they felt a huge dark aura, which was like dark matter hidden in the universe, gradually engulfing them. The feeling of fear and nowhere to ask is really scary. The two raised their heads to look at the man in front of them, unable to control their inner anxiety, and asked softly, then, what is it? The younger brother of the twins, the boy with the red yaksha mask before, asked curiously. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the two, with a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. Would you like to try? After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes showed red riding wheel eyes. The two fell into his illusion in an instant. In the boundless darkness, suddenly rows of gloomy and sharp teeth appeared and bit them. They were like tiny ants. If they didn't dodge, they would only be eaten. Advertisement: a strong smell of blood filled the entire illusion, and they used the instantaneous technique to avoid the opponent's attack. The villain's magic drum. After speaking, he was nowhere to be seen. Death was concealed from all sides, and they lost consciousness. Later, in addition to busy with village affairs every day, Hyuga Lanmo began to concentrate on training ninjas in the village. The enchantment and guards of the village also changed. Now the country of Nanmo has been opened to the outside world, a new country, fresh blood, all aspects are developing in full swing. He turned and walked towards the village, and the two behind him asked again, My lord, what do we see in the illusion? What are your names? When they wake up again, if they get a new life, they kneel on the ground, convinced, My lord, we are willing to follow you, and we will follow you to the death, and we will never change. The two of them are also people who are good at using rhythms to perform illusions. They can feel that the illusion seems to come from originally from Hyuga Lanmo. Suddenly, huge amounts of red eyes appeared, overwhelming the sky, making people know where to hide, and the gaze that looked like death made them feel terrified. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He turned his head slightly, and replied in 4 words, 10-tailed consciousness. Chiakan and Mogu meet face to face, don't know what it is. However, the feeling of fear was like a shadow, which forced the two of them to obey. After they bowed their heads slightly to the entrance of the village building, they followed Jinshi to the residence. The two bowed their heads again. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, took out the 2 musical instruments from the scroll, and handed them back to them. Since you have surrendered to me, your weapons will be returned to you. If you want to cultivate, go to the south coast, don't disturb the people in the village. Until the two were awakened, they had been hovering in that fear and could not escape. Since then, they have been a member of Nanmo Ninja Village. Yes. The Villain Evil Piano. Chapter 271 and Lan Shangmen has also been active in various places in the ninja world, taking on various dangerous tasks while inquiring about news and intelligence for Mo Ren Village. Because Monin Village has just been expanded for less than half a year, and the village needs talents, Hyuga Lanmo once sent a secret document to Lan Shangmen. That is, if you encounter a ninja who is superior in ability or intends to join Monin Village, or children who can condense chakra can be transferred to Mo Ren Village through Lan Shangmen. That evening, a boat entered the vicinity of Mo Ren Village through the waterway, and entered the village in the sunset. In the Anbu base in the back mountain, a dozen blindfolded people leaned against the cave wall, all tense, with chains on their wrists that controlled chakra's charms. At the moment, if the other party wants to kill them, they have nothing to fight back ability. Hyuga Lanmo walked into the cave, and the people in Anbi saluted him slightly. My lord, there are 18 people who have been sent into the village this time, and all the information is here. If you want to join Morin Village, the first requirement is to be convinced. These people are different from characters like Xie Qin and Demon Drum. They need Hyuga Lanmo to use methods to force them to obey their orders. Some of these people have mediocre aptitudes, some are just for ninja, and some just come to Mo Ren Village because they want to find a side for blessing. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the information in his hand, then looked back at the few people standing by the wall. Blood wheel eyes appeared, observing the amount of chakras on them. That's not a ninja, nor can ability, take him away, and that, Hyuga Lanmo said. Yes. Why do these people enter the village blindfolded? First, because they entered Morin Village through the secret road, The secret road cannot be known to outsiders, and secondly, to prevent these people from mixing into the dark parts of other villages, the village has taken some necessary precautions. My lord, stay with me, and I will work hard, one of the celebrities named suddenly said, her voice is elegant and she turned out to be a girl. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the data in his hand. Life. Miko, age, 18 years old. Chakra attributes. Water done, remarks. Chakra possession is scarce. It turned out to be Sanin from the country of Kawa no Nin, the lower level. Recently listening according to the gossip, Mo Ren village is secretly recruiting ninjas, and through the introduction of his sister who works at Lan Shangmen, he wants to join Mo Ren village. If you can eat it, you can stay and try. Advertisement. During this period of time, Hyuga Lanmo had to look at dozens of ninjas who had defected every day. Some of them had good aptitude and were too arrogant. They screamed because of blindfolded entering the village. Even if such a person is strong, Hyuga Lanmo won't want it. And some chakras are not enough, even the qualifications for Shinobu, but they say that he will definitely work hard. No matter what the village asks to do, he will obey people. Even if the ability is lower, he will accept it. Here, he hopes that everyone will regard this as their home to realize their dreams, instead of thinking that they are superior to others, show off their ability, and show off their power. Therefore, when the woman said that she would work hard, Hyuga Lanmo agreed. Passing the information in his hand to his deputy, Hyuga Lanmo turned and walked out. After the people who stayed went out of the secret road, they were taken to the village. Is that our master Ink Shadow? Someone behind him quietly asked the leader of the ninja. Yes. A small team of a dozen people followed Hyuga Lanmo and walked towards the village. One of the women, with long white hair and purple eyes, stared at the young man in front of him. Everyone entered the village, and Honglin assigned them. Some went to the ninja school to study, and some went directly to the strength and training department. For some ninjas at the level of ninja, they could go to the village system school and then perform the task first. There are also direct assignments to work in other villages. And the enhanced training department in the village is a place where every Zhongren is horrified and worshipped. The horror is because of training, and the worship is because of the person who trained them, who turned out to be the Ink Shadow Master of Mo Ren village. Every afternoon, in the evening, he will take an hour to strengthen the training of Zhongren in the training department. It is still the original rule. There are 30 people in a group. If he can hold on for 30 minutes under his hand, he will train in the training department. At the end, you can also successfully upgrade to the upper ninja level. It's not so much training, it's more like an assessment, and this assessment includes the support and expectations of Master Mo Ying for them. The training ground is in the northern part of the village, inside a huge amounts of sandpit, surrounded by houses for trainers to live in. This is definitely the training ground. In the village, they also have a home prepared for them in Nanmo Ninja Village. Recently, the tasks in the village have gradually increased. Some ninjas will be required to perform tasks outside the village. Only during the break time will someone report to come and practice together. Advertisement. Even so, there are 100 people on the training ground every day. Some of these people come back from the mission, and the other part is the people who perform the task of protecting the village in the village. The ninjas in the village have more time than those outside. At the same time, the wages received are less. Even so, there will be many people on the training ground every day. The training began. There were 4 groups of 30 people, and the first group rushed up. Close combat, long-range combat, ninjutsu, hidden weapons. Although they made preparations for marching in advance and changed their previous tactics, they still couldn't hold on for 5 minutes in the hands of Hyuga Lanmo, and this was still in his normal ninja chakra, and he persisted without using instantaneous spells. The second wave rushed up, followed by the third wave. After half an hour of group training ended, no one passed. Even so, Hyuga Lanmo can accurately tell where everyone is improving, which is equivalent to giving them a boost. I believe that as long as you work hard, you can definitely win, and if anyone doesn't want to participate in the challenge of everyone, you will be qualified for 5 minutes under my hand. The training is the same every day. Some people come forward to challenge, and some people know their ability and are willing to train for a while. In this way, 1 hour is about to pass. At the end of the training, Hyuga Lanmo took the towel that Jin Shi handed over, wiping his sweat while preparing to leave. At the moment, a coquettish voice sounded. My lord, I want to challenge you. After speaking, a woman walked out from behind the crowd. She was tall and graceful, with long white hair dancing in the wind, with a tender expression on her face. She looked at him with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Accept the challenge of the little girl? Jin Shi saw this person with a look of surprise. Aren't you Miko who came this morning? You should be in the ninja school now. Why would you come here? Chapter 272. Sudden confession. Although I have insufficient ability, I am already 18 years old. I want to join the Zhongren training team, so I found this. Master Ink Shadow, if I can hold on to you for a minute, please allow me to join Zhongren. Forbearance. It is really embarrassing to enter the ninja school at this age to study with a group of Sha Ren, but this is the rule of Mo Ren village. No matter how old or tall you are, as long as you are not good enough and want to stay here, you must accept the study with an open mind. No, you take it as a joke. Come here, take her down. Jin Shi frowned and said. Every day, there are people who are not satisfied with their positions. Does everyone have to bother Master Ink Shadow? Isn't it a mess? Does the Lord dare not? Or do you say that the Lord does not believe me? Sir, I came from the country of the river all the way to become a member of the Nanmo Ninja Village, but if the Lord prevents me from promoting ability, then I can only say 3 words, I'm not convinced. She shouted loudly, standing up her chest as she spoke, as if to prove herself. Hyuga Lanmo rubbed his nose and looked back at her. Although he didn't look at everyone's looks when he went to Onbi today, He still remembers the name Miko. You didn't come to Murin village today. Do you know where the gate of the ninja school opens? I don't know, because I want to prove myself. As she said, she rushed up. In the minds of normal people, it was almost sent away today, and it was the first day again. At the age of 18, I was still forbearing. I was sent to school to study, eager to prove that I was justified. But in Hyuga Lanmo's eyes, that's not the case. As early as when he was checking the chakras with the writing wheel in the Anbu, he discovered that she forcibly suppressed the chakras of the body, suppressing her own chakras to the lower endurance level. He also used this method before, but it was higher than hers, such as using the method of sealing to seal the body chakra points, so that the perception ninja does not feel that he has chakra. If someone conceals something, there must be an untold secret, so he wanted to chase her away in the Anbi cave, but later she begged to stay, and he wanted to see what she sold in the gourd the medicine left her behind and let the people in Anbu quietly pay attention to her. I thought she would wait until she settled down before taking any action, but I don't want her to be so impatient. She had already rushed over. The posture of rushing over was a bit strange, and there was a certain amorous feelings in her tweaking. The middle school student on one side couldn't help blowing the whistle. Jinshi glared at them, and they calmed down. At the moment, Miko rushed over charmingly, and hit Hyuga Lanmo's face with a punch. He dodged and wanted to lift his leg to kick her in the chest, but thought of her gender. The stretched legs changed course and swept toward her shoulders. She leaned down and avoided. Suddenly there was a handful of kunai in her hand, stabbing it from below to the top, facing the vital point of his crotch. When everyone saw this scene, they laughed. Master Inkshadow, don't be persuaded. Advertisement, someone screamed. Hyuga Lanmo took a cold look at the woman in front of her, her mouth curled up, her eyes were hooked, and she smiled at him. My lord, be careful. My lord, it's been 10 seconds. Jinshi's expression on one side was ugly, and he reminded, don't fall into her beauty trick. It took 10 seconds for a shinin in Hyuga Lanmo, which had never happened in Monin village, but she had said that if 1 minute passed, even if her ability was insufficient, the adults had to agree to her to join Zhongnan training. Although Master Mo Ying didn't agree, but with so many people, wouldn't it be troublesome for her to rely on it? The other party rushed up again. Hyuga Lanmo just moved her finger. Two Dun covered her and trapped her all. Her face was angry. Hyuga Lanmo, you let me go, let me go. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, turned and left, but didn't want her sharp voice to sound behind him. My lord, I like you, I want to be with you forever. As soon as this remark came out, many people in the scene screamed, some clapped, and some shook their heads. Hyuga Lanmo frowned more tightly, glanced at Jinshi, asked him to stand against Anbu and look at her before leaving here. This matter spread quickly. There were already many people discussing this matter in the streets and alleys, and Wu Qianling from Nanmo City also came to Mo Ren village. At home, the expensive princess, while helping him wash his clothes, she turned around and asked, the new girl named Miko, do you like her? Hyuga Lanmo is looking at the system in the room. Recently, the 9-tailed beasts have all grown up, and the 10-tailed consciousness has gradually emerged, and this consciousness has emerged with the voluntary combination of the 9-tailed. Definitely, in many cases, they are all there in their own interface and will not be united together. Only when a certain powerful idea appears, they will be combined with the tail beast consciousness according to Hyuga Lanmo's request. Whenever they combine consciousness according to Hyuga Lanmo's request, his will produce powerful thoughts. It is a power that is both right and evil, as if it doesn't care about human morality, as long as it is powerful to destroy everything. It is because of the strength of this power and the innocence that Hyuga Lanmo has not integrated the 9-tailed beasts for a long time. Takuo, whether in the ancient times or in the future, is a dangerous existence. If he can't domesticate it properly, it won't fit right for the time being. Seeing that he hadn't answered for a long time, Wu Qianling stood up and walked out without washing his clothes. After changing his shoes, he was ready to leave. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo sensed the smell of gunpowder in the room and asked, what did you just say? Do you like her? Who? Miyako, it looks pretty good. Hyuga Lanmo. Wu Qianling rushed up, hugged his neck, hung his whole body on his body, lowered his head and bit his neck, and then sucked hard. Hyuga Lanmo dragged her body, resisting the pain, and said, are you a cat? You still bite? I'll bite you, I'll bite you. Wu Qianling hugged him and began to look for the place of his mouth. Hyuga Lanmo dragged her body with one hand, held her head with the other, lowered her head and bit her cherry lips. After a while, Wu Qianling was stupid. She only felt a pain in her lips. She stared at him blankly. Hyuga Lanmo, what are you doing? Is this a kiss? Definitely not. This is revenge. Hinata Lanmo, I hate you. After speaking, Wu Qianling turned and ran away. Walking on the street in the village, her face was full of angry expressions. Does he like him or not? If she liked it, she was so obvious, why didn't he make any moves? She bit him. Does he bite himself too? Shouldn't it be a kiss? Is he really stupid or fake? Chapter 273. By the way, did you say that you hate him just now? He doesn't really think he hates him, right? Regardless of those, let him calm down. Wu Qianling is still thinking about it, and Hyuga Lanmo over there is already lying on the bed happily, ready to rest and sleep. I thought Wu Qianling would not reappear for at least a month, but I didn't want to come to his house early the next morning and prepared breakfast for him. Hyuga Lanmo saw her lips broken, came to her, raised her chin, lowered her head and kissed it. What the hell? Aren't all women's hearts under the sea needles? How could Wu Qianling feel that he didn't understand him more and more? Fool, you will be jealous for small things. Will you be jealous in the future? Finally, when she was in a hurry, he let her go and started eating. Wu Qianling heard this and understood that there are many girls who like him, not to mention Mo Ren village, even in Nanmo city and the whole Nanmo country. How many girls' dreams and people is he? Yesterday evening, when she came to Morin village, there was a girl who asked her to hand over the love letter. She was so angry that she refused all, but what could be? Did she give up since then? But when she turned her head to see him eating, she couldn't help but think of him dancing like a god and rustling the wind. Obviously last night he thought he wouldn't apologize to her, she won't see him anymore. As a result, I ran over to make breakfast for him early this morning. When I was not awkward before, I could still not see him for several days. I didn't expect that after the awkwardness, I was a little worried that I would have no chance in the future. Lan Mo, do you like me? She asked, sitting next to him, her eyes burning. Well, it's okay. What, you kissed me just now? Oh, yes, did I bid you last night? After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo laughed and continued to eat happily. Advertisement after breakfast, I came to the village. As soon as I entered the door, he saw a large bouquet of roses on the table. He approached and checked. It turned out that Mei Meiji had sent it. He heard about it on the way to work early this morning. Last night, Miko not only announced what she liked about him on the training ground, but also talked about it when she met people this morning, as if she was afraid that others might not know it. After that, Anbi sent a message that Miyako had been to the south coast last night, looking for something, but she went back to Morin village without contacting anyone. The south coast is where the evil piano and demon drums train their musical instruments. It's just that Hyuga Lanmo recently ordered them to perform a secret mission. Not on the south coast, is she looking for them? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo remembered one thing. When he used the psychic potential on the evil piano demon drum, he seemed to have seen a woman who looked a lot like Miko, but was dressed differently. Could she be their sister? According to the itinerary, today is Hyuga Lanmo's day to go to the ninja school. This was arranged before. After all, during the Konoha joint ninja test, the children in Monin village performed very well, but Konoha collapsed later. The plan interrupted the Jongnin exam, and they lost the opportunity to be promoted to Jongnin. At that time, he also promised them that after returning to the village, he would review it again, so today is the day when the school will conduct the Jongrin assessment. But what he didn't expect was that it was obviously a serious matter, but it was messed up by the woman named Miko, especially among a group of children. Master Village Chief, I like you. I want to have a monkey with you, she shouted without shyness with a smile on her face. The children in the audience laughed, and the teachers and high-level officials of the ninja school looked embarrassed. Although the Ink Shadow adults are young and promising, they are single, and it is normal to have girls like them, but this is a school, although there are older ninjas, but after all, there are more children, and you have to pay attention to the atmosphere. Hyuga Lanmo frowned and looked at her. When she was about to yell the second sentence, Tu Dun appeared again, this time not only the person who trapped her, but also covered her mouth. Why not use magnetic escape that is harder than soil escape? Because Hyuga Lanmo was waiting for her to rush away from the chakra suppression, he wanted to see when she could pretend to be. The next test for ninja and ninjutsu is much simpler than that for ninja and ninja, but it also requires these children to go all out. It also includes topics that have been tested in Konoha before, such as detective ability, ninjutsu ability, physical ability, combat thinking and teamwork ability, etc. Although it is easier than taking the shinobi test, it also takes time. Advertisement in the school, a Miko who looked like a mud sculpture was lifted aside. She looked at Hyuga Lanmo angrily, but felt that he looked better and better. As time passed bit by bit, the students were taking exams nervously. But some people are anxious. As a clay sculpture, Miko can't stand it anymore. She can't make a sound even if she wants to speak. There's dry mud under her mouth. The urine makes her face blue and white, looking at Hyuga Blue ink. His eyes became more and more angry. And with her current level of shinobu, she couldn't break Hinata Lanmo's soil escape. He was a shadow class figure. Even if he used it at a medium level, it could not be broken by ordinary shinin. Really can't help it, Miko forced her body. Chakra exploded, Earth Dun exploded, and she disappeared. Before the Anbu reacted, Jin Shi chased him down. After half a moment, he returned to Hyuga Lanmo with a sullen face. Sir, I'm sorry, she just wants to go to the toilet. Later, he explained. The people from Anbu are staring over there. Soon, the person was arrested. In the office of the principal of the ninja school, she was pushed in. The reason why I suppress my chakras is entirely because I like Hyuga Lanmo. I am a loyal fan of him. I am afraid that you will not accept me, so I will suppress your chakras deliberately. You have to believe me, believe me. Miyako shouted loudly, throwing her hands and feet, spreading her teeth and claws, like a shrew. Let's talk about it. What's the reason? Hyuga Lanmo asked, looking at the woman in front of him. I have said it, I am because I like you. Before she could finish her words, Hyuga Lanmo had already rushed up, and her finger was placed on her head. I can know if you don't say it, but do you know? Anyone who has been used by me to use my mind, I will let him live in my fear all his life. Are you sure you want me to do that? Circles of reincarnating eyes appeared in his dark blue eyes. The pressure on his body made her unable to breathe. She was scared in her heart, swallowed the air, and said, I actually. Chapter 274. The dark blue eyes gradually turned into light blue. The invisible reincarnation eyes in the eyes slowly appeared, and the fingers he dropped on her head had already felt her memory. I actually just want to meet my two younger brothers. You didn't tell the truth, I said. Miko spoke, and everything she said matched the memory in her mind. The matter started from half a month ago, when the evil piano demon drum was recovered by Hyuga Lanmo to Monin village. After the two joined the Akatsuki organization, they performed a lot of difficult tasks, and then they were sent to Cheyenne village by Akatsuki to capture a person named Julie Gara. As a result, the two did not find the target, after learning that the other party had gone to Konoha and then followed Konoha. But they didn't want their every move to fall into the eyes of Cheyenne village's Anbu. Konoha's collapse plan failed. Orochimaru assassinated the fourth generation of Hokage Luosha, and the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi was also killed within the four purple flame formations. The two major ninja villages suffered heavy losses. Originally, this matter had also come to an end. After that, the relationship between the two villages depended on the high level of the village to contact and maintain. It's a pity that a strange thing happened during this. Gara disappeared. At that time, outside of Konoha, everyone's eyes were in full view. Many people proved that Gara, who was fighting with Naruto Uzumaki and others, was picked up by the senior management of Cheyenne village after the failure of Orochimaru's plan, but he did not return to Cheyenne village. The village leaders also said that they did not send anyone to pick him back to the village. So, where did he go? This has become an unsolved case. At the moment, the relationship between the two ninja villages is at a deadlock. Konoha urgently needs the fifth generation of Hokage to succeed, and Sagakura village is also in desperation, but can only take care of himself, so he sent an Anbi to investigate the whereabouts of Gara, but it was too late. There is no clue. During this period, the eyes of the people in Cheyenne village were on the evil duo. Advertisement after they learned that the two had been taken away by Hyuga Lanmo, the matter fell into a deadlock again. At the moment, Cheyenne village had suffered heavy losses due to Konoha's battle. Coupled with the superb ability of Hyuga Lanmo, they did not dare to come and question Hyuga Lanmo at all. Because if the opponent knows the current situation of Cheyenne village, if he takes advantage of the fire and rises up to attack, the loss of Cheyenne village will be even more serious. It's also a coincidence that the master of this demonic duo is named Master Vine. He is a wandering ninja. He is over 100 years old, but he likes to brag, and he loves these three disciples quite well. In his eyes, ninjas in the world are not as capable as their disciples. So on this day, when he took his eldest disciple Miko to Cheyenne village to perform an art, he started his bragging journey. Oh, my two apprentices, you haven't seen them. The absolute strongest musicians in the ninja world, one using the evil piano and the other using the magic drum, combined with the chakra performance, can make the whole village panic. That music, frightened, it's rare in the world to cry ghosts and gods. Anyway, I feel sick and vomiting every time I hear it. Isn't that kind of ability that anyone can do? Can you play the piano and spit others out? You can beat the drums to make others commit crimes. Heart disease? Can it? Here, he is still publicizing his apprentice, and over there, people from the dark part of Cheyenne village have surrounded him. Although Master Vine's ability is also quite strong, the good dog can't hold a pack of wolves, so he was caught by Cheyenne village. Miyako fought hard to resist, and eventually fell into their hands. After they learned all the information about the two of them, they asked her to find a way to take the evil demon duo to Cheyenne village, but after she tried her best to enter the Nanmo ninja village, she realized that they were not in the village at all. They went to train on the south coast of Ninja Island, so she went there again at night, and there was still no one. And now that she has been arrested, facing Hyuga Lanmo's claws, she confessed. Then why did you confess to me? Don't say anything if you really like me. I don't believe it at all. Hyuga Lanmo felt that she still concealed something, but this part of the concealment was not in her known memory. The other party lowered his head for a long time before hesitatingly said, because I feel that if I can't find my two juniors, I should be able to save my master if I take you there. That's why I deliberately approached you. I think if you are willing to follow me, I will take away your girlfriend Wu Qianling. Then, you will definitely follow. Unfortunately, this plan has not been implemented in time. Hyuga Lanmo retracted his finger. He believed what she said, because her words matched the wispy memories in her mind. Good. It's definitely, I haven't seen a real person, I haven't seen his ability, everything is uncertain, just relying on the memory of the two evil piano and magic drum, it is not all sure. Advertisement, but he didn't want to. Near the barrier of Cheyenne village, he and Miyako were already surrounded by people. If the old man can train more ninjas for Morin village, it will not be a waste of his trip. He took off Hokage's clothes, changed into casual clothes, and looked back at Jinshi. Here is the Chunin test. I will leave duplication, and I can't let the children down. Please take care. Welcome to Master Ink Shadow. Please wait a moment, and we will report to the village. A dozen ninjas at the entrance of the village, along with more than 24 Anbis, have surrounded him. Now Monin village ninjas are not counted as Lanxiao men. There are 4,000 people in total, especially 159 people in the upper ninja, 138 people in the upper ninja, 700 people in the middle ninja, and the others are of the lower ninja level, like there are really few masters like Shiikan and Mogu. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Yes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yes, sir, don't worry, pay attention to safety. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab Miko and moved in a different space. He had already left Morin village and reappeared. The two had already reached the boundary of Cheyenne village. But soon, Hyuga Lanmo stopped him. Wait a minute, I'll take this matter myself. However, if he personally rescued this person and came to Nanmo Ninja Village, Shiikan Mogu, Miyako, and this old gentleman could all become members of Mo Ninja Village. There was yellow sand everywhere. Hyuga Lanmo looked around, and there was nothing unusual. He was going to the entrance of the village to inform the ninjas of Cheyenne village, telling them that he had come in person. Jin Shi, You send someone to solve this matter and bring Mr. Vine back. Shiichin Mogu and the two went out to perform the task. They suddenly transferred back to it, and it might be faster for the villagers to solve it. Are you really willing to go out to save my master? Miko asked in surprise. Yes. Jin Shi took his orders. According to his understanding of vines, this gentleman is a person who is proficient in the 5-chakra ninjutsu. If Sarutobi is called Doctor of Ninjutsu, in the memory of Ikoto Demon, this elderly ability can also be called Roar. Chapter 275. A familiar feeling seeing this scene. Miko on one side was dissatisfied. Hey, I said to you, how can you say nothing? Didn't you say it before? As long as I bring my 2 younger brothers and sisters here, take a good look at it, you will let my master go. What do you want to do now? Isn't it a big deal? My lord, in this case, we should rush in, then grab my master and run away. This is me following the master's years of experience. When there is no way, cutting the mess with a sharp knife is the best way. The woman chattered endlessly. Hyuga Lanmo C appeared and stuck to her mouth. Woo. Oh. She stretched out her hand to pull at the magnetic sand on her face, and looked back at Hyuga Lanmo dissatisfied. Shut up. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, turned around and found a place to shelter from the wind, waved his hand to the Shiikara ninja, and motioned to them to pass the pass. The other person relaxed when he saw that he was not hostile. My lord, look. Miyako finally used chakra to tear off the magnetic escape from her mouth. She no longer provokes the ninja in Sandyakara, but turned her head and handed her wrist to his eyes. He looked down at where she was pointing, and it was a little red. What? He looked at her without understanding. She bit her lip and said, when you took someone to transfer in another space just now, you scratched their wrists red. My lord, you work so hard, do you like me? Puff, before the other party finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's magnetic escape had already been pasted, and she directly stuck Miko's hands and feet on the wall, unable to move, even the mouth was not let go. Shiikan and Mogu love to quarrel when they have nothing to do. When it is fierce, they will fight, and sometimes they even use the quarrel tacitly in the battle to relax the enemy's vigilance against them. This Mei Meiji is pretty good looking, with white hair and enchanting body, but this mouth is really nagging. Since he knew her until now, he has never seen her idle. Soon, the senior management of Cheyenne village showed up with a few people. The mother-in-law of Chiandai and her brother Hilao Zhang headed. Master Ink Shadow, the village is not very friendly. We are talking in the western base of the village. I don't know if you can do it. In the current Cheyenne village, if it weren't for the death of the 4th generation of Feng Ying Luosha and the loss of one Shuhei, they would definitely not be so passive. At the moment, they dare not let Hyuga Lanmo into the village, for fear that he would do something unfavorable to Cheyenne village. Good, Hyuga Lanmo replied. He always respects me, and I respect others. He will definitely maintain basic etiquette before the other party tears his face. Advertisement. After arriving at the village west base 30 miles away, the other party not only treated him kindly, but also released Mr. Vine before he knew the situation. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations asked Hyuga Lanmo some questions, mostly about Gaara. After that, she also asked about the evil piano demon drum. He told all about Hyuga Lanmo except for the Akatsuki organization. Fine one for the two. Regarding the Omosuru, he only explained that it was because the two of them were curious and wanted to challenge the power of the tail beast, so he went back to Konoha to look for Gaara. He didn't say anything else. He is not obligated to share information about Akatsuki with other ninja villages. After all, he still doesn't know if they are friends or enemies in the future. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations saluted him, and didn't mean to embarrass him at all, so she sent him away from the ninja stronghold in Cheyenne village. This is the famous Ink Shadow Master. With his own power, he uses ninjutsu to expand the territory and win tea in one day. Bear the 2 countries and make Nanmo a country in the ranks of the 6 great nations. Hyuga Lanmo? The old Mr. Vine looked admiringly, looking at him up and down. This time, Cheyenne village can let go of the old, but it really depends on your face. If you don't do the catastrophe against my 2 apprentices, they won't let me go. Indeed, this time, I owe a favor to the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Originally Hyuga Lanmo thought there would be a big battle here, but he didn't expect that the other party would not only entertain him with good food and drink, then let it go easily. Mr. Vine. The 3 of them continued to move forward. Originally Hyuga Lanmo was preparing to transfer to a different space, but for some reason, he seemed to feel a chakra, as if he was in this desert. Where is it over there? Hyuga Lanmo pointed to a valley with yellow wind in the distance and asked. Odd Valley, where drought is all year round, and the wind and clouds change a lot. It belongs to Shangfeng Valley. Mr. Vine has been wandering around all year round, and he is very familiar with some strange topography. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Reincarnation eyes appeared in his eyes, and a special connection seemed to be pulling him towards the valley. You two wait outside, I'll go in and see. For some reason, he always felt Gaara might be in it. Advertisement. Entering the valley, the whine of wind and howling screamed through the valley. Hyuga Lanmo opened the mirror image perception, frowning tightly together. In the 9 directions of his position, 9 people appeared respectively. They were hiding in the wind and sand, standing on a high place, looking at him for an instant. Gaara is being chained to one side of the mountain by a black chain. His figure is withered, his whole body is without motivation, his eyes are dull and he looks at the wind and sand in front of him, because in the yellow wind and sand in front of him, he feels it, different power. That comes from the mutual roar response between the tail beasts. Hyuga Lanmo looked around and thought, is this too coincidental? The wind rang in the valley, but he still heard Miko's cry outside. My lord, are you okay? Do you need us to go in? Fine. Regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with their mentors and apprentices, he has to wait until it is over before making investigations. Now he has to deal with these people. Who are you? The other party's cold voice appeared. Guess. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold and stern, and after a sprint, he rushed to one of the directions, and the other side dodged and disappeared in the wind and sand instantly. Then the others disappeared quickly, only the sound of the wind was still roaring. Because Hyuga Lanmo's perception technique can only feel chakra within 10 miles, and the location of the nearby mountain top is just 10 miles away from where he is standing, so when the opponent retreats into the sand, he feels not anymore. When the other party was not there, Hyuga Lanmo came to Gaara's side. Are you okay? The wind and sand are full, and the sight in front of me is not very clear. Gaara's voice is low and weak, and he asks, I'm okay, Hyuga-sama. I've been familiar with you since the first time I saw you. Have we seen you before? Chapter 276 Blood Contract. Before, he just felt familiar, but today, the environment here seems to have opened the door to his memory. Does he seem to have saved himself? It was such a situation, the yellow sand in the sky, he constantly used spells to strengthen the curse mark on his body, and told the people around him to treat him better. He used to think it was just a dream, but as he got older, that feeling became more and more real, especially now. Definitely I've seen it, it's okay. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed the chain that trapped him, using melting escape to melt it. But what he didn't expect was that he had just grabbed the chain, and there was a tingling pain from the palm of his hand. Then, the chain rushed toward his backbone as if it were alive, as if it was about to plunge into him. The body is the same. At the same time Gaara fell to the ground and he was free from the black chain. This is a trap. Hyuga Lanmo tightly grasped the rushing chain with both hands, rotated it a few times, and controlled the chain with his arm all the way to prevent it from launching an attack on his own body. Gaara on the other side is weak because chakra has passed too much, and he can't make a move if he wants to save him. He needs to rest. Hyuga-sama, are you okay? It's okay. Although the chakra on her body was passing by, Hyuga Lanmo felt that everything was okay. At the moment, the mountain rumbling, the rubble shattered, and then 7 or 8 chains appeared, all rushing towards Hyuga Lanmo. He wanted to avoid it, it was too late, using a different space to transfer, one arm was still under the restraint of one of the chains. He instantly understood, what is this? Outer golem. Magnetic escape protection appeared. Layers of magnetic escapes protected him. The golem's chain brought huge chakras toward the magnetic escape, layer by layer, winding the magnetic escape layer by layer, if his skin was exposed. Even at the slightest, he would be stabbed by this chain. And within this protection, Gaara is among them. When I think about it, you did save me. A few years ago, my father wanted to kill me. You saved me. Gaara was surprised. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo looked at one of his arms trapped by the outside golem, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yes, I saved you back then, but now is not the time to reminisce about the old days. His eyes were cold, and within his body, the 9-tailed beasts were restless. Before, he thought that the familiarity of the tail beast came from the one-tailed guard crane, but now it seems that this strong feeling comes entirely from the outgoing golem. Although the tail beasts on his body are the results of clones of other tail beasts, but because they grew up in their own body, they grew up on his flesh and blood chakra, no matter the appearance or the heart, they have long been different from the outside tail beasts. Gaara looked at Hyuga Lanmo in amazement. When I was locked by this chain, I couldn't use any ninjutsu at all. When it was him, the situation was different. It was obvious that his chakras were also passing away, but he could still use such a huge magnetic escape to protect himself. Master, it wants our chakra. Xiao Ju inside his body cried out uneasy. Did we fight it? The other tail beasts also cried. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were angry, and he comforted, everyone, stay calm, take it step by step, don't worry. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's light blue reincarnation eyes were in a 6-hooked jade state. He bit the blood of his finger and stained it on the chain of the outer golem locked on his arm, and then activated the psychic spell and shouted, Outer golem. As soon as these words came out, the golem of Outer Dao jumped out of the mountain and fell outside the magnetic escape. Even so, countless chains were trapped on the magnetic escape that protected Hyuga Lanmo. This is an embarrassing phenomenon. At the moment, he is clearly the one who psyched out of it, but he is also trapped by it. This is the relationship between Beast and the Eden. Pen's psychic outgoing golem does not need a blood contract, just summon it directly. And Hyuga Lanmo added a blood contract, nothing more than trying to untie the chains on his body, but didn't want the outside golem to be obedient, and jumped out of the mountain, but its natural needs have not changed, that is, the power of the tail beast. Amidst the wind and sand in the distance, Baiju said, sure enough, there are 9 middle-tailed beasts on his body, and all the 9 chains have appeared. When Tiandao Pain saw this scene, his eyes were cold, he actually psyched the golem of the outer Dao. On the other side, Uchiha looked at the distance with one eye, as long as he was willing to show up, he would seize the opportunity to kill him immediately. Advertisement. It's just that he didn't tell other people about this worry, and even Hyuga Lanmo threatened him not to mess around, otherwise he didn't tell Uchiha to bring the soil. The wind and sand filled the valley, and bursts of noise echoed in the valley. Among the 9 people, there is one person, the Scorpion of Sand, who pretended to be the elder of Cheyenne village and deceived a group of people from Julie Gaara. And for so many years, Akatsuki has conducted various studies on Hyuga Lanmo. How can he make his ninjutsu invalid? How could he catch this 9-tailed orc Julie? What does he care about most? What kind of ninjutsu can trap him and so on? At the moment, it is obvious that the other party is already at a disadvantage, although he has psyched out of the golem. The chakra chain of the golem is still trapped on him, and he has the power of the golem's favorite tail beast. Seeing him is like escaping. But this time, everything will be reversed. What is waiting for Hyuga Lanmo is not only ability, but also tactics and strategies. Uchiha took the soil with his single eye and looked at the magnetic ball protected by the magnetic escape. Originally they were going to smoke a chakra in this valley, but they didn't expect that the undercover ninja secretly reported in Cheyenne village. Hyuga Lanmo came to Cheyenne village. Before the start of this plan, Baiju had always been worried because he was worried. If this time succeeds, then their plan will be several years ahead of schedule. In the past, they underestimated him, so some actions were too direct without any skills or tactics. The evil Chin Demon Drum mission failed, and was recruited by Hyuga Lanmo to Morin village, completely betraying the Shao organization, and now the Shao organization has sent someone to clean the door. So they didn't stop doing two things, simply using the secret technique planned for so many years. They decided to use the outer golem to take down the human pillar power of this body with 9-tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because he knows that everything has a certain degree of danger, so this time, they want to give it a try. Especially Uchiha brought the soil, and his research was even more in-depth. This time of siege is different from the situation in which Pain attacked Nanmo City a few years ago and Akatsuki organized him to besiege him. The other 5 pen also stood on the surrounding hilltops, watching this scene from a distance. As a result, the task of extracting a Sho Crane chakra eventually became the containment of Hyuga Blue Inc. Chapter 277. The 9-tailed beasts in the system have merged, presenting a 10-tailed state. The little sacred tree appears in his body in a real state, and a powerful chakra permeates the entire magnetic escape. This chakra caused the 9 eyes of the outside golem to flick open, and huge amounts of chakra dragon came out of the mouth, launching waves of attacks towards the magnetic escape. Standing on the cliff, the black and white Jew saw this scene and laughed. I thought he had so much ability. It turned out that we didn't find the right way before, but now it seems, but so. Baiju also smiled. With him, we will be able to implement the Moon Eye project in a few days. Ha ha ha, this world, we owe it to us too. As long as they clean up the 9-tailed beasts in Hyuga Lanmo today, the remaining 9-tailed beasts will also become the nourishment of the sacred tree, but after the birth of Itsuki Kagaya, the strength will be greatly increased. Dare to bully their mother. When the black and white Jew too are calculating in their hearts. Tiandi screamed, and then, the outside golem like crazy, started a frantic attack on the protection of the magnetic escape in the valley. Even if Hyuga Lanmo has more chakras, the people in the protective magnetic escape use the fairy state, which cannot withstand the crazy attack of the golem. The magnetic escape disappeared bit by bit, turning into powder, floating in the air. Master Ink Shadow, are you okay? Gaara asked worriedly under the protection of magnetic escape. It's okay, the show will start soon. Gaara, you must protect yourself for a while, otherwise I can only put you in a different space. Do you choose one? Don't worry, adults, I'm not a kid anymore. Good. After the two of them finished speaking, a little sacred tree appeared suddenly in the magnetic escape. This guy had just synthesized, and the whole state was still in its initial state. Even so, it illuminated the entire magnetic ball with huge amounts of golden chakra, and then Chakra the knife appeared, and a fierce force broke the chakra chain that controlled Hyuga Lanmo's arm. Immediately afterwards, all the magnetic escape protection disappeared, and the little sacred tree rushed out like a ball of light. The people standing on the tops of the surrounding mountains didn't even see what it was. Advertisement, what is it? Even Pain's reincarnation eyes and the earthy riding wheel eyes did not see its appearance. Also, the 10-tailed sacred tree synthesized in Hyuga Lanmo's body is different from the outgoing golem. The little guy has 10 powerful chakras all over his body, but looks like a cute little sapling. It rushed out, and its huge amounts of chakra instantly attracted the golem from the outside world. The 9 chains on its body followed the trace of the little sacred tree and chased it down. Hyuga Lanmo freed himself, and leapt over the golem of outer Tao. No matter what, at the moment, they have a psychic relationship. Although it wanted to absorb the tail beast chakra from him just now, it was a hostile relationship, but now, he has no tail beast power in him, then they're a cooperative relationship. What's the matter? Not only Uchiha brought the soil, but also Highway and Bai Z, who are still looking at everything, are different in their faces. What is the thing that rushed out just now? When he asked, little 10-tailed jumped up and suddenly turned into 9-tailed beasts and sprang out in different directions. At the same time, Gaara was also in the ranks of tailed beasts. He was half-tailed, although the whole man's consciousness is not particularly clear, but he knows how dangerous at the moment is. If he is caught by the chains of the outside golem, chakra, he will not be able to escape. Hyuga Lanmo used his own consciousness to control the outer golem. Because of the psychic blood bond, those chakra chains slowly disappeared and the entire outer golem gradually calmed down. Counting Gaara's 10-tailed beasts have all disappeared, they have taken advantage of the wind and sand, and quickly concealed their whereabouts. It's broken, something happened, Uchiha said with a sense of hindsight, and when he turned around, he rushed into the valley. The other 8 people also rushed over. They thought that this strategy was already a perfect plan for Hyuga Lanmo to bind his hands and feet, preventing him from acting. However, they did not expect that they would draw salaries from the bottom of the tank, and they would be better than they thought, and it would be more comprehensive. The 9 people surrounded Hyuga Lanmo and the outgoing golem, wearing masks with Uchiha and taking the soil cold, and said, Hyuga Lanmo, a good method. Simply, the golem of outer Dao fell into his hands. It is also psychic, Pen's reincarnation eye, psychic and outer golem image is directly summoned, and Hyuga Lanmo added a blood contract. In this respect, it is a step higher than ordinary summoning. If they do not take action, the situation will be irreversible. Advertisement, to each other. As soon as these words fell, Hyuga Lanmo felt that somewhere behind him, the space was distorted for a while, two black rods appeared, and inserted towards his back. It turned out that Uchiha Dado who was talking to Hyuga Blue Mo was a duplication, but he really had cooperated with Heavenly Way Pain, using a different space transfer, and began to attack him. If such an attack is not discovered, if it is discovered, they can be avoided at the speed of Hyuga Blue Ink. And he has perception skills that make them headaches. Sure enough, after Tiandao Pen cooperated with Uchiha to launch a different space attack with Uchiha, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and kicked the opponent. Pen avoided and brought the soil to the illusion. Although the attack was invalid, they opened a dangerous distance between each other. Psychicism. On the side, Brood Dao roared, and a few reincarnation-eyed psychic beasts banged out of his side, and they attacked the golem of the outer Dao. It was the tail beast that escaped just now. Ju shouted loudly, looking at Hyuga Lanmo standing on the head of the outer golem. They already had a certain resonance in their consciousness. At the moment, it is no longer possible for the outside golem to collect the power of the tail beast. It's really a pity, they didn't know Hyuga Lanmo would appear here in this operation. Now that he is here, the 9 of them thought they had a chance to win, but he didn't expect that he would let go of the tail beast on his body. Bloody bond with the outside golem, and the golem has become a united front with him. If you know that he is coming and gather the power of all the Akatsuki organizations, wouldn't it be possible to take all the tail beasts in him? It's a pity, it's a pity. Ju had a hint of illusion in his heart, and shouted unwillingly. Uchiha took the soil and used duplication to continue the battle. The sand scorpion on one side received Pain's signal, turn around, follow the world, Hungry Ghost Road, Hell Road, 3 Pain, and ran out of the valley. They want to take advantage of Hyuga Lanmo to compete with Uchiha Dado and other Pain, and rush to catch the tail beast. At the moment outside the valley, Gaara, a crane guardian Julie, was among the 9-tailed beasts. When they were running around, they were blocked by a few people. 8 Co Chapter 278 Sand Scorpion. The other 9-tailed beasts all come from Hyuga Lanmo's body. They have grown up with Hyuga Lanmo's body cells and chakras. At the moment, not only can they synthesize the 10-tailed sacred tree smoothly, but they can also be sober in the sacred tree. Next, separate. One-tailed Shuhei was grumpy, and just about to resist, he saw the other 9-tailed beasts fleeing from different directions along the mountain road. What are you doing in a daze? Follow me, shouted a little loudly. Although Xiaoyi copied a Shuhei through a mirror image, there are certain differences between it and Shuhei, such as its color and sound appearance, etc. One end is earthy thinking, and the young one is yellow. His eyes are blue, his eyes are bigger than one tail, his voice is clearer and sweeter, and his looks are more immature. Advertisement Yue Shuhei was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran down with Xiaoyi. Why do we want to escape? We fight directly with them one-on-one. They have never seen our opponents. No, this is what the master meant. The other party's reincarnation eyes, riding round eyes, accompanied by mud and chakra, plus their cunning thoughts, we have never been able to fight them. Let's go, Xiaoyi replied. If it can be fought, in the Naruto story, those tail beasts will not become weapons of the big ninja villages, and the human pillar power will not be caught by Akatsuki's organization, and will eventually be absorbed by the outside golem. Some things depend on the situation. Definitely, if one-on-one hard work is the kind of pure chakra ability, those people's chakras are definitely not as powerful as the tail beasts, but humans are capable of sealing, their brains are so good, and they are accustomed to using various tools and tactics, good at research, such a simple thinking tail beast is not their opponent. And today, the 9 of them need to do is, they can't miss any one. Therefore, in some cases, what they are not good at using conspiracies and tricks now needs to do is to cooperate with the master's strategic plan. Kazuo Morizaru followed. At the moment Gaara's thoughts only occupies half of Morizaru's thoughts, and he has a good impression of Hyuga Lanmo, and he is naturally willing to cooperate with the actions of the tail beast. Shattered. Suddenly, the sand scorpion's puppet technique appeared, and several puppets blocked the path of the tail beast. Formation changes. The tail beast didn't fight with him at all, changed its footsteps, changed its course, and ran towards other directions. The puppet issued a sharp thousands of books and pierced towards the tail beast. Those thousands of books were poisoned with poison. As long as they were contaminated with a little bit, the tail beast would be paralyzed, and there would be no struggling ability. But he forgot how huge is the chakra from the tail beast. Advertisement, be careful. The other tail beasts saw Chinban flying over and shouted. 10-tailed beasts, all of them came out with different colors, illuminating the night sky. Huge amounts of chakra bounced Chinban back and landed on the ground. The scorpion puppet killed it, but was killed by the tailed chakra. A fist knocked over to the ground. The other tail beasts collectively attacked, and the chakra fists of different colors instantly beat the puppet of the sand scorpion into a mess. It is precisely because of this that the human world, the Hungry Ghost Road, and the Hell Road Pain chasing behind, together with the duplication of Uchiha's soil, Black Ju by Ju has caught up. When Juju saw the scene in front of him, his whole body was trembling with excitement, and the 9-tailed beasts gathered here. This picture could only be seen in the ancient times. It would be great if the outside golem was here. Pain. Golem golem. Ju yelled loudly. The Uchiha belt soil on one side also thought of this possibility. They need to snatch the golem back from the hands of Hyuga Lanmo, the Eye of Samsara. Six Pen's eyes are universal. At the moment, the scene outside the valley has reached the mind of Tiandao Pen in the valley. He and other Pens in the psychic beasts, together with Uchiha's soiled ability, attacked again. Today, they must take back the outer golem and catch the tail beast. In the valley, after dozens of waves of attacks, all the psychic beasts cooperated with Heavenly Path Pen to rush towards Hyuga Lanmo and Outer Path Golem again. Hyuga's blue ink reincarnation eyes showed a dark blue state, and they suddenly opened, and the 6 gold jade reincarnation eyes appeared. The outer golem was controlled, and its body was in a state of lightning, and it killed several people in front of him. Outside golem. Pain forcefully activates the ability of reincarnation eyes, hoping to control the outer golem again, but the blood contract is the blood contract, which is more than 10 times stronger than his usual summon control. The outer golem didn't listen to him at all. Bringing the soil to see this scene, he hides his figure, silently watching Hyuga Lanmo surrounded by Pen and psychic beasts. They are not his opponents at all. Then he will fight to the death. Advertisement. Thinking of this, he turned around and reappeared after the alien space shifted. This time, he was closer to Hyuga Lanmo's body. Come on, I've been waiting for a long time. Uchiha yelled with soil, reached out his hand and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo, and began to use the power of God. At first he thought he would not succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would meet him. This is a bit unimaginable. Uchiha Dado didn't know, it was Hyuga Amo deliberately. The air whirled, the whirlpool appeared. Uchiha dragged Hyuga Lanmo with the soil and drew him into his own different space. The scene suddenly calmed down, and pain once again took control of the outer golem. However, he knew that if Hyuga Blue Mo appeared again, the golem would most likely follow his command, unless there was a tail beast on him. Thinking of the tail beast, Tiandao Pain evacuated the golem of the outer demons and ran out of the valley. Behind the big rock somewhere, the old Mr. Vine and his apprentice Miko were shaking all over. Who are these characters? It's too scary, and this kind of battle is simply not something ordinary people can imagine and participate in. If it weren't for the wind and sand that made their cheeks hurt, they would even think it was a dream. Hinata-sama. Your lord? Miyako rushed out. In the wind and sand, there was no trace of Hyuga Lanmo. She knelt on the ground and cried. It was I who killed the adult. If I didn't let him save the idiot of the master, he would not encounter this kind of ambush. They deceived too much, my lord. Vines held kunai in both hands, carefully moved from behind the stone to in front of his apprentice, stretched out his hand and pulled her, and said, Don't cry. Listen to what that sound is. Sure enough, in the valley at the moment, there was only the roar of the wind, but they heard hoarse screams. The two hurried forward, and indeed, in the middle of the open space, a man wearing a red cloud and black clothes with a mask, covering his heart, looked at the man in front of him in horror. And that man was Hyuga Lanmo. No wonder I can easily suck you into my alien space. Is this your strategy? Uchiha, who realized later, looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 279. This battle compares ability and brainpower. Over the years, he has simulated several battles against Hyuga Lanmo, and even conducted a joint experiment simulation battle with Pain, but he did not expect that he was not as smart as he was planning for so long. Samsara I Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Indeed, how can I destroy you without entering your alien space? Besides, without leaving the outer golem, how can my tail beast return to my body? It turned out that when the other party stepped and trapped him, he had already figured out all the methods of confrontation step by step. The tail beast is first released to attract and control the external golems. The outgoing golem likes the tail beast chakra. It is a natural mind and cannot be changed. As long as there is a tail beast on his body, no matter whether it has a contractual cooperative relationship or not, it will subconsciously want to eat the tail beast. Therefore, if you want to truly control the outer golem, unless it becomes Hyuga Blue Mo's human pillar power, or the tail beast chakra on his body disappears. It also takes steps to become a 10-tailed human column power, what to absorb the tail beast chakra, synthesis 10 tails, reincarnation eyes, etc. Plus its former human column power is still waiting for the resurrection. He don't want to be her primer. Since you can't do the human pillar power of the outside golem, you can only get rid of the golden cicada and release the 9-tailed beast, and you can also try to synthesize the 10-tailed system by the way. What will be the consequences? He had never dared to do that because of the horrible 10-tailed evil. He wanted to try it with so many subjects on the scene today. Therefore, after Xiao Tuwei of Synthesis Kyuubi rushed out of his body, he quickly left the valley, because it was not conducive to Hyuga Lanmo's control if he was too close to the outgoing golem. Sure enough, when Kyuubi left, the golem of Outer Dao fell into the hands of Hyuga Lanmo without a tail beast. In this way, the people of Akatsuki's organization couldn't stand it, and they would definitely step forward to fight for the golem. From the first time Pen and Uchiha used the power shuttle to assassinate him with the soil, he already knew that the opponent had activated a new combat mode. As a result, the 9-tailed beast, who had the same consciousness as him, stopped his escape plan and confronted Liu Pen. Hyuga Lanmo also pretended to be in the game, but was caught by Uchiha's soil and sucked into his alien space. Advertisement. He understands that the ability with soil, the ability of the illusion of the body, needs to transfer a certain part of the body to another space for use. The reason why Hyuga Lanmo moved here is because of the 9-tailed beast and the outer golem. Only by transferring him, the outer golem will fall into Pen's hands again, and he can also kill him in a different space. Die. But he didn't expect that Hyuga Lanmo didn't know when he actually left a wooden duplication outside. But the two of them joined in and out, and hit Uchiha's soil. Hyuga Lanmo rushed over, turning the flower in his hand, and thrusting it towards his chest. The other party dodges, and his wind escape windblade appears. With the palm of the hand, sweeping the army, combining the left and right hands, pushing the elbow, sweeping the legs, lifting the body, after a series of movements. The wind blade opened his chest, and the virtual body made Hyuga Lanmo's attack ineffective. And the virtual body will transfer to the real scene, and the Hyuga Blue Mo duplication waiting there can't wait, and a knife hit his chest, the blood flowing out from the body that has returned to his position. Uchiha takes the soil instantly understand, I was in the middle. But it was too late, because Hyuga Lanmo wouldn't give him any chance to think too much. After his series of physical attacks, it was a melee ninjutsu attack. Bringing the soil tried hard to resist and wanted to retreat, but the opponent's roots took a little breath and didn't give him any time to breathe. This is the case with close attacks, and the time gap brought by the long-range attack to the opponent was ignored, and he didn't even have time to write round eyes. Use. In desperation, Uchiha took the soil to continue using the power of God to avoid his short blade, but was attacked again by the wooden duplication outside, and his arm was also injured. Finally, when he couldn't help it, he blasted an explosive talisman and created time for himself to escape from a different space. As soon as he appeared, they were attacked by Hyuga Lanmo and duplication, who were transferred from the different space at the same time. Huge amounts of helix pill hit him on the back, producing a scream. Grown-ups. Seeing this scene, Tiandao Pain gathered all his strength and yelled, "Earth bursts into the sky." The other party didn't care about those, a transfer, the scene was no longer visible, and at the same time, the old Mr. Vine rushed up, with thunder escape, wind escape, water escape, fire escape, and earth escape changes in his hands, and he rushed up toward Uchiha with soil. After saying this, Uchiha took the soil and rushed up, and his hand was on Miko's neck. Hyuga Lanmo, I advise you to catch it. Advertisement. Although there are some flying puppets among the sand scorpion puppets, Gaara's sand shield protection is a barrier. Where his attack comes from, the sand on his body can provide protection at the first time and act as a threat alone. Outside the valley, the six-pen and the Weidao golem had appeared in front of the nine-tailed beast, but what they didn't expect was that the nine-tailed beast in front of it quickly integrated and turned into a huge amounts of 10-tailed chakra. Miyako ran over and saw this scene with a look of surprise. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, and shouted, "Don't mess with me." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On the other side, Gaara and the sand scorpion also fought together. Gaara used the sand technique to fly up and down, avoiding the opponent's attack, and did not forget to fight back. The world changed color, the earthquake in the mountain shook, and the sound of Peng Lai's impact and thunder and lightning spread beyond the valley. Here, the sand scorpion and Gaara are fighting like a raging fire, and over there, the battle between Two-Wei and the golem is earth-shaking. Great changes in mountains and rivers, flying sand and rocks. There is no intrigue between the tail beast and the tail beast, intrigue, only hard and steel fighting. The sand scorpion is hidden in the scarlet hue, his eyes are cold, and his mind keeps thinking. It would be great if he could fly, and it would be great if there was something at the moment that could block the sand shield on the opponent's body. The form of the 10 tails is varied, and the 10 branches rise up and down to join the outer golem. He was injured when he brought the soil. The other party attacked quickly. His mind was full of Hyuga Blue Mo, stepping back. Suddenly, he thought of something in his mind, pushed away Miko in front of him, turned and left the scene. The outer Dao golem is strong in the outside and dry in the middle, with a dry form. Compared with the vigorous 10-tailed figure in front of him, it is not a grade at all. It was also today's battle, and the imagination at this moment, that he and Deidara laid the foundation for certain victory when they later captured a human pillar. The two sides collided, carrying 9 tails, and the little 10 tails with huge chakras had knocked off a dry branch. Chapter 280. He is going to bury this newly born little Tenwei. On the other side, Ju was already dumbfounded. He never dreamed that another 10-tailed person would appear in the world. Could it be that this world has 2 10-tailed human pillars? At the moment, the shadow of Hyuga Lanmo appeared in his mind. Then, a flower in front of him, Hyuga Lanmo really appeared. He reached out and summoned. Shao Shi, who was trapped in the initial state of Earth Blast, turned around, disappeared, and returned to his body. Hyuga Lanmo's dark blue reincarnation eyes opened, and a huge lightning haze appeared in his hand. He ignored the chakra chains that reappeared in front of the outer golem, and even the collective killing of 6 pennons rushed up. Although Shao Shi is still young, does not understand the difference between good and evil, and is accustomed to solving everything with destructive methods when encountering things, it does not mean that others can hurt it. Chakra chain rushed, and the outer golem once again set its target on Hyuga Lanmo, who possessed the power of the tail beast. It wanted the power from him. 9 chains rushed up, Shao Shi exploded from his body again, attracted the chains and ran forward, and the outer golem started chasing forward without thinking. "No, don't be fooled," Sukiwa shouted with Uchiha, who rushed over. "But it's too late, this is Hyuga Lanmo's combat plan. Take back the small 10 and solve it being trapped by the starburst." When he rushes to the golem, he draws the attention of the golem, and releases the golem again to lead the golem to the right. At this time, he uses the fairy state. Chakra continued to increase, the power of Lan escape in his hand had not weakened at all, and he slashed towards the outside golem that had killed him and Shao Shi. No one had time to stop. Boom! The huge amounts of sound rang through the world, and the lightning like Lan Dun was like a divine sword that penetrated the sky, slicing on the body of the outer demon. The yellow sand in the sky seemed to be still at this moment, and then exploded with the colliding airflow, forming a huge amounts of vibrating sand rain, and waves spreading outward. It's over, Baiju couldn't help saying. He felt as if his heart had fallen into an ice hole. The head of the outer golem fell to the ground, and the whole golem fell to the ground instantly because it lost its balance. Six-way pain, Uchiha Belt Soil, Sand Scorpion, and the black and white absolute community all rushed over. Advertisement: the six penons jointly launched an attack on Hyuga Blue Mo. All the eyes of reincarnation ability appeared, and rushed at him with head and face. The animal body blocked the beast body above, and the human world carried out a sneak attack, trying to grab his soul. The hungry ghost road approached the body, and wanted to swallow the chakra on his body. The hell road grabbed his neck, wishing to kill. Now he avenged at the moment. Tiandao Pain quickly took away the head of the golem and the fallen golem, and cooperated with Uchiha to bring the soil and leave this dangerous place. Sand Scorpion once again set his eyes on Gaara's body, but where is he still on the scene? Definitely had already escorted the golem away. At the moment, only Hyuga Lanmo cut off the head of the golem in his mind. He had not forgotten that Hyuga Lanmo had said many years ago that he wanted to destroy the golem. He has already made a blood contract with the golem. If they are not optimistic about the golem, I'm afraid that next time, it won't be as simple as destroying the golem's head. Fortunately, Ten-Tailed was not in his body just now. If otherwise he had borrowed the tail beast chakra at the time, I am afraid that the golem has now become scum. The five pens were in a state of encirclement, attacking Hyuga Blue Mo in a full blow. Xiaoxi had already returned to his body. At the moment, he was still in the state of reincarnating eyes. He pushed hard, and the tailed beast chakra appeared on his body. Without the outgoing golem, he can use the power of the tail beast at will. 3 heads and 6 arms greeted the attack of the 5 pain, and the chi escape exploded, sending the 5 people out. Hyuga Blue Momu duplication appeared and rushed to the 5 people. Reincarnation Eye to Reincarnation Eye, gather the Hyuga Blue Ink duplication of various ability, and fight against the 5 pen of ability. Speed, strength, ability, plus spiritism. The scene is chaotic. 5 pain went up and down to fight against 5 duplications, and the scene was shaken. Soon, all around Shangfeng Valley was destroyed. The beast Dao fell into the hands of Hyuga Blue Momu Dunk, and he activated the Hungry Ghost Road to absorb chakra ability, tightly bound the beast Dao, and began to absorb the chakra from him. Other psychic beasts rushed over, trying to save their master, but the white tiger blocked their way. These guys, it was them last time too. Hyuga Brat, don't you have any other enemies to fight? Why are they always? Baihu roared dissatisfied. These guys are more troublesome. Sometimes it's clear that a tiger's claws killed each other, but they don't want them to resurrect after a strange chewing monster. For example, the bullfighting inside was obviously killed by it last time. It appeared again, and the huge centipede was also very annoying. Advertisement looking at the Lord Hyuga Lanmo again, his 3 heads and 6 arms have disappeared, his eyes are fixed somewhere in the valley. He is thinking, should he chase down to Yuyan village now and kill them without leaving a piece of armor? The wind in the valley was violent, and the battle at the scene was full of killing. Appearing again, he has come to the village of Cheyenne Village, which is only 100 miles away. 5 pens killed 2 in battle, and as the Hungry Ghost Road Hades disappeared, the other 2 pens also used the explosive charm, and all 4 of them disappeared. Master Ink Shadow, what's going on? But with the passage of time, not only did the lights in the operating room not change color, but Gaara's painful cry was heard inside, and he was already in a half-tailed state, wounding and killing the people in the operating room. Kill. The mother-in-law of Qiandai, Ilao Zhang, and some high-level villagers came out to greet them. The whole valley, only the sound of the wind, roar, howls. That's Gaara's voice. He is in danger. The opponent was dying, his whole body turned blue, and his skin showed this color, which proved that he was poisoned. Hyuga Lanmo picked up Gaara and disappeared in the wind and sand. Thinking of these people, only Sand Scorpion can use poison. It seems that there was a tough battle between him and Sand Scorpion just now. Hyuga Lanmo followed the perception technique to look for, and in the midst of a moment, he found Gaara, who was seriously injured. How are you? It's a long story. Let's save people first. Hyuga Lanmo handed him over to Qiandai mother-in-law, and they began to rescue. Chio took a few medical ninjas out of the operating room and shouted, "Seal class, call the seal class guys. Tea kettle, quickly fetch the black tea kettle that was used as a part of the seal." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Pain. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the wind. Although the voice was faint, he caught it instantly. It was also because of this voice that Hyuga Lanmo decided to fight quickly. Gaara fainted after leaving only this word. Chapter 281. Is he really a monster? As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Lanmo already understood that they were going to give up Gaara. Hyuga Lanmo took 2 steps forward and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Master Ink Shadow, thank you for sending the tail back. Thank you so much. Now we can only do this. Please understand," the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said. "I don't understand. If you don't want people, I will take them away now." After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo rushed into the operating room. The Moto crane inside seemed to have a natural familiarity with Hyuga Lanmo, obviously irritable. It was about to destroy everything, but after seeing him, there was a momentary pause. Mu Dun, 4-pillar prison. The huge amounts of Mu Dun wooden frame appeared, trapping one tail inside. Hyuga Lanmo knows that the familiarity comes from a tail in his body, and at the moment, he wants to save Gaara when he connects with Shozuru. As long as he remembered that he had saved him and could control the emotions of the tail beast in front of him, he would not watch him die. Hyuga Lanmo used a spell to suppress it, and the struggling end gradually calmed down, and slowly as the cell shrinks, it also returned to Gaara's body. He started to diagnose Gaara. In fact, he diagnosed and treated him when he was on the road, but he needed some medicines. Definitely, there are spare medicinal materials in his scroll, but those medicinal materials have been in his scroll for more than 10 years. It had already expired. He didn't dare to use Gaara for me, so he brought him back to Cheyenne village. But they didn't expect that they would give up on him. Gaara is really a poor child. When he was young, his biological father wanted to kill him. When he grew up to this age, his father died, but the high level of the village used him as a weapon. If he could control it, he would use it, and if he could not control it, he would give up. Hyuga Lanmo used a chakra needle to seal his blood toxins, and then quickly wrote several injections, and handed them to the grandmother-in-law outside the door. I need these injections, hurry up. Good. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said, there were originally these medicines in the operating room, but they were all destroyed by Gaara, and now I can only look for them. Not long after, she came back with the potion. Master Ink Shadow, this is just an ordinary poison-clearing medicine. What we have used before, is it useless? Advertisement, I said it works as long as it works. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo took the medicine into the operating room, and then closed the door tightly to prevent anyone from entering. Hyuga Lanmo took out a new syringe, inserted it into his blood vessel, and drew 10 milliliters of blood, mixed with detoxification medicine, injected it into Gaara's body. As time passed, Gaara, who was still uncomfortable, gradually recovered his calmness. Slowly, with the passage of time, his complexion slowly returned to normal. He opened his eyes and looked at Hyuga Lanmo. The mist flashed, and he said, you saved me again. Yes. Hyuga Lanmo nodded when he saw that he was getting better. He had eaten the Shanxing pills given by the ancestor of the wet bone forest slug. His body was not poisonous, and his blood would definitely have the effect of curing the toxins on his body. Gaara laughed. Although he was only a teenager, he often couldn't control the beasts on his body and occasionally formed a state of rampage, but no one understood the intense pain and desire for life in his heart. They were all afraid of him, treating him as a weapon, a monster, a murderous demon, but no one was willing to try to change him and understand him. I remember when you were a kid, I used the sealing technique to strengthen the seal to Yue. Why is the seal open now? Hyuga Lanmo asked curiously. Now Gaara often runs rampantly because he planted it. The reason why the seal on him has been broken. It was my father who asked the village leaders to remove the seal. I don't know the specific reason. Gaara recalled carefully and said. Hyuga Lanmo understood. Probably they had misunderstood his intentions as an outsider. Okay, now your poison has been cleared, you take good care of your body, I should go back too. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and turned around to leave, but when he didn't want him to turn around, the belt on his body was caught by Gaara. Sir, can I go to Morin village with you? Gaara's eyes are firm, and my brows are locked tightly together, looking at him sincerely. Hyuga Lanmo was slightly stunned and looked back at him. He thought for a while, and then nodded slightly. Okay, you can go out with me for a while, but let's go straight away. I will wait for you on the south coast of the country of Sichuan. In days, if you don't show up, I will go back. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up and stepped forward to touch his hair. He looked at him in surprise and asked, Sir, aren't you afraid that I will run away in Morin village? You are welcome to run away anytime. Hyuga Lanmo smiled even more and turned to leave the operating room. Outside, the 1,000-generation mother-in-law thanked him so much that she wanted to kneel down for him. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly, and when he looked back, he saw Konkuro and Tamari in the corridor. When Tamari saw him lower his head, a trace of shame flashed across his face. They also participated in the Wuchang Shimonen joint competition back then. They are still ninjas, but now, the ability distance between them has changed drastically. He became a generation of ink shadows that everyone looked up to, but she didn't even pass the Jongman exam. Although she was 2 years younger than him, the ability of the two could not catch up in 2 years. After nodding and parting with everyone, he left Cheyenne village, met with Mr. Vine and Miyako, and headed to the southern bank of the country of Sichuan. Along the way, Mr. Vine chattered nonstop. Who are those people? I didn't say, they were running fast, or I would cut them off. Master, can you not brag? The whole thing is that you hide the fastest. If it weren't for the superior ability of the adults, we would all be done. By the way, my lord, when the other party hijacked me, why didn't you save me? Why, don't you like me? Fortunately, I confess to you every day in Morin village, but you were just an ice cube. I didn't cover you at all. Miyako suddenly thought of this. Hyuga Lanmo said, I don't like it. She choked with a word so that she couldn't say a word for a long time. 3 days later, on the south bank of the country of Sichuan, Gaara appeared with a school bag on his back and a triumphant smile on his face. Sir, I got rid of the dark part of Cheyenne village, let's go. Hyuga Lanmo also laughed. Okay, let's go. Unhindered all the way back to Morin village, Hyuga Lanmo prepared a place for Gaara. It's very strange that on the way, Mr. Fuji and Miko would not talk to him no matter how they talked to him. He would still be very upset if the other party said too much, but on the contrary, he respected Hyuga Lanmo. No matter what he says, he will listen. Chapter 282. New target. Gaara stayed in Morin village, feeling the local customs here, seeing this place with the eyes of a third person, and the whole person slowly calmed down over time. On the Mid-Autumn Festival of August 15th, every family in Nanmo village hung colorful lanterns. Everyone went to Lianhe to set off river lanterns. The village center also held lively celebrations. Gaara sat on the roof, watching everything here. During this period of time, Hyuga Lanmo taught him some methods to get along with the tail beast, such as ability and understanding, so that he should not always think about solving things with violence when he encounters things. If his mind is calm, then in his body the tail beast inside is also calm in some ways. And he must have a strong belief. Only if he firmly believes what he believes, the tail beast will not control his thoughts. What should I believe? Gaara was a little confused about this. On the village square, Hyuga Lanmo sang and danced with the people in the village, singing and dancing happily, and the bonfire was burning. This is a happy place. When a cold wind blew, Gaara's body suddenly floated, and the black magnetic escape appeared under his feet to hold him up and head towards the square. Finally, he fell among the crowd. Someone stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. It turned out to be villagers of Nanmo Ninja Village. Young man, let's dance together. It was an old grandmother with a kind smile on her face. Looking at his expression was like looking at a relative or friend. Here, he is a normal person, not a monster, a weapon, or an existence that others dare not approach. Why is this happening? He spins his mind and looks around in surprise. Is it because of the environment? No, there are 9-tailed beasts in Hyuga Lanmo, which is not accepted by everyone. He was once a public enemy of the ninja world, but he used his own efforts to get everyone to recognize his existence, and Nanmo is also so. If they are not brave enough to change and face it, at the moment, South Mexico is probably still a hidden country unknown to everyone, right? Or bear all the hatred of the outside world towards the kingdom of the sky, right? It was his efforts that changed everything. Suddenly, Gaara seemed to understand why you have become a terrifying existence in Cheyenne Village? Hyuga Lanmo came over, pulled his finger, and everyone danced around the campfire. Later, the village department brought a few huge amounts of mooncakes, and Hyuga Lanmo personally distributed the mooncakes for everyone. Everyone, Morin Village is our home, and you are my family. On August 15th, a full moon night is a family reunion. Today, we will eat mooncakes together, and we will work together in the future. Advertisement. Everyone cheered roar happily, and the whole village was rippling in the joy of the festival. After eating mooncakes, the crowd dispersed. Some went to the river to set off lights, some went camping in the mountains, some went to the park to admire the moon, and some went home to reunite with their families. Gaara jumped on the roof, came to Hyuga Lanmo, and turned to look at him. Sir. Sit. Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on the roof, holding a hip flask in one hand, drinking and admiring the moon. Gaara nodded and sat down. Sir, I have been here for more than 10 days. I am in a much better mood now. I should go back. Thank you for teaching me how to control the tail beast. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. I know, this is not where you belong. Although I don't agree with some of the things your father and the high-level villagers have done, I can understand it too. Gaara nodded slightly, seemingly understandable. Then do you know why I saved you twice? Hyuga Lanmo continued to ask. Gaara shook his head slightly and asked, isn't it out of kindness, sir? Is my heart good or bad? I don't know, ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo drank his neck and laughed. However, the last time I rescued you was because I owed a little favor to the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. It happened that Shao organization used you to hang my big fish, so I saved you by the way, but you know that when you were a child, why did I do it? Appear in that valley and save you from your father? Gaara looked curious, sat up straight, and looked at him seriously. Because your brother, Konkuro, he didn't want you to die, he wanted to protect you, but he couldn't fight against your father, so he hired me and asked me to save you anyway. He loves you, it's just that he is not good at expressing, Hyuga Lanmo said. Gaara felt that the hard shell lingering around him seemed to be knocked on and all by someone, and it shattered in an instant. For so many years, he has been living in that hard shell, and no one is allowed to touch it. If someone offends, he will retaliate wildly, as if only then can he better protect himself. But at this moment, he felt as if something had changed. Advertisement, sir? He looked at him, bit his lip, shaking his fingers gently. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. When people live in this world, you are not who other people say you are. What kind of person? What path do you take? You need to choose and go, working hard. I love Luo nodded heavily. Sir, you have protected a country, and you are a hero respected by thousands of people. You can be too. Hyuga Lanmo said. Gaara laughed. On this full moon night, maybe what we are missing is also following the moon, slowly making up for it, and finally consummating. The next day Gaara left Nanmo Ninja Village and returned to Cheyenne Village. After that, he rode to Hyuga Lanmo, saying that he had a dream, that is, to be a sand-hidden village wind shadow that everyone admires. Hyuga Lanmo wrote back. I believe you can. Days continued to advance day by day. On the day that the evil piano and the magic drum returned to the village, they were covered with scars and were dying. Later, they were treated by medical ninjas. After a few days of rest, the two of them recovered. When they saw their master and sister, they were happy. Almost overturned the entire Mo-Ren village. The streets and alleys, seaside ports, restaurants and parks were filled with cheerful laughter from 4 people everywhere. Mr. Vine still brags. Miko is still narcissistic, and Aying and Demon Drums continue to pinch each other, occasionally being afraid of pain. Someone asked them strangely, since you are so afraid of pain, even at that time you joined Mo-Ren village because you were afraid of Master Ink Shadow's torture. Why did you not betray Mo-Ren village when faced with wounds? The answer from the two is simple, because this is their home, with the people they care about most. It was precisely because they knew that Master Mo Ying personally went to Cheyenne village to pick up their master, and took in the master and sister, they even felt that he was worthy of refuge. And because of the existence of the master and sister, they truly regard this as their home. Chapter 283. As the days passed, everything in the village was normal, and it was not enough to make trouble. Until one day, the village suddenly issued a 3-level alarm. That day, in the Lianhai River at the entrance of the village, a hidden ship docked on the bank of the river. 4 coffins were placed on the ship. The ninjas in the village were extremely nervous because they had seen this coffin when they attacked Nanmo in the 5 ninja villages. Reincarnated from the filthy soil. Although the decedent that appeared at that time helped South Mexico, at the moment, these coffins appeared here, who can guarantee that they are not hostile? In the Konoha collapse plan, if the first generation of Naruto Senjima and the second generation of Naruto Senjima were not involved, could the third generation be sacrificed? My lord, look! At the entrance of the village, Jinshi appeared with Hyuga blue ink, and pointed to the river leading to the village in the distance. Now that side has been blocked. A dozen Shangnan and Anbi are watching the ships carrying the coffins in the river on guard. Hyuga Lanmo took 2 steps forward. In his memory, the only person who can use the dirty soil to reincarnate is Orochimaru. And now his hands are abandoned. At the moment he is busy planning to take away Uchiha Sasuke. Does he still have time to come here to get some moths? When he was strange, the ship shook suddenly, and the 4 coffins on the ship stood up. The lid of the coffin was opened, and the 4 people inside appeared in the eyes of everyone. They are the second generation of Tuyingwu, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern, the third generation of Riking Eye, and the 4th generation of Fungying Luosha. The 4 of them landed ashore, and the ship shook for a while, and Junmaro appeared from the cabin in a cold and immortal suit. His snow-white skin, red eyeshadow under his eyelids, green pupils, and 2 red dots between his brows, seeing Hyuga Lanmo speaking in a cold voice. Long time no see. He wore loose white clothes on his upper body and a pair of black trousers underneath, with a calm and self-sufficient aura all over his body. Looking at the opposite Hyuga Lanmo, he also has long hair. His dark blue eyes have a hint of smile. The same dark blue ink shadow costume sets off his slender and tall figure. He has not seen him for more than 10 years, and he has grown into a human being. A handsome guy who loves flowers. Advertisement. The 2 stood on opposite sides, and with the 4 shadow class reincarnations behind Junmaro, the whole village was filled with a strong murderous aura. Indeed, long time no see. Hyuga Lanmo's thin lips were pursed, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. Yokushi pocket, come out. As soon as he said this, the heart of the pocket hidden in the cabin was tense, and he walked out slowly. I obviously concealed my chakra, but you did not expect it to be discovered by you? On the deck of the ship, he asked with a nervous expression. Orochimaru's hands are destroyed. How can you seal and use the dirty earth to reincarnate? Since these dirty earth reincarnation coffins can appear here, then if the person controlling them is not Orochimaru, it must be you. Since they are here, why hide in hiding? Zhang, come on, what do you want? Hyuga Lanmo asked. It's very simple. Either we will enter Morin village, or you will come with us, Junmaru said. Although Tu was afraid of him, he didn't dare to come out to see him, for fear that he would be destroyed by him in the next second, but he was not afraid. The same person who has known and grown up since childhood, Junmaro does not believe that his own ability is never under him. Although there are many rumors about him from the outside world, he feels that it is because they do not know his Junmaro's ability. If they knew it, they would find that he, who had been hiding for many years, was the nemesis of Hyuga Lanmo. Let me guess, why are you looking for me? Because of the hands of Orochimaru, isn't it? Now that Mr. Tsunade has succeeded Konoha's 4th and 5th generations of Hokage, which means that Orochimaru has already approached her and was refused treatment by her, so he is desperate, and he will think of Hyuga Lanmo. But he knew that he had always looked down upon him, even if he had his black stick inserted in his heart and respected him as the Lord, he still did not want to admit that he was his subordinate. So he taught Do Witu to reincarnate, hoping to coerce him to see him. A scimitar-like bone grew out of the body, with a scimitar bone in each palm, rushing towards Hyuga Lanmo. Please leave. I won't help him. In the past 2 years, it's good to kill him without seeing him. I want me to save him. It's absolutely impossible, Hyuga Lanmo said with a fearless expression on his face. Advertisement in his eyes. Dashawan uses living human experiments for dreams and goals. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the same time, Mei Miko also rushed out of the ninja team. She drew her hands at the waist. 2 long money kunai appeared, and fought with the opposite Junmaro. Sir, I have been in the village for so long, and I haven't shown mine. What about ability? Let the adults appreciate it today. Seeing this scene, Jin Shi was angrily, escape from Earth, the art of Earth flow wall. Turning his face, Junmaro looked at Hyuga Lanmo with a cold face. He didn't understand that Mr. Orochimaru had already knelt down and recognized him as the master. Such a powerful figure bowed to him. Shouldn't he smile to welcome him? He doesn't know good and bad, and he doesn't appreciate it. He mobilized the earth to escape and stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Is he still the Hyuga Blue Mo? Then don't blame us for being impolite? Junmaru was unbearable. His bones exploded, bone veins, shun dance. He was very puzzled when Da Shiwan treated him respectfully before, but now that Yao Shido is still like this, it makes him even more angry. Don't persuade others to be kind to others without suffering. He didn't know Hyuga Lanmo's heart, so he thought he had changed. In fact, it was Hyuga Lanmo who looked at everything calmly and objectively. When Junmaru saw this scene, his face was angry, and he asked, "What are you doing? Why should you kneel to him? Today, if he agrees, he will just go in. If he doesn't agree, why bother to lose his identity? The twisted heart has made him lose the most basic feeling in the dream of immortality, and Hyuga Lanmo escaped from those experimental subjects. How can the relative positions of the two parties be understood by each other? In fact, he has always been him, never change, and the person who changed is Genmaro. But I didn't expect what kind of cruel torture for those who were experimented. My lord, please help. The pharmacist knelt on the ground, begging sincerely. Maybe from the beginning, he didn't know his direction, right? After encountering Orochimaru, his concept of immortality, as well as his treatment of his illness, extending his life, etc., made him grateful, and vowed to be loyal to him all his life, and it is precisely because of his. This so-called heartfelt blinded his eyes, so that he could not see any of the shortcomings of the Orochimaru, and he could not feel how horrible things he did that were counterintuitive. Chapter 284 Genmaru's bone veins are extremely hard, but Miko's kunai is also specially made by the old Mr. Vine. It is glowing with silver light and the blade is extremely sharp. It collided with Genmaru's bone veins and made the sound of empty malleus. Miyako has a slender figure and agile movements. With two kunai flying up and down, even Genmaru's arms can easily resist. The three apprentices of Mr. Ivy are known for their speed. Now he trains junior students in the ninja school. Although he loves bragging, the students love him, and his education method is also very unique. It belongs to the ninja school, one of the best teaching masters. At the entrance of the village, Genmaro and Miko are fighting together. Miko wants to show her hand in front of Hyuga Amo wholeheartedly, and Genmaro blames her for being nosy, because today he just wants to come to Hyuga. Lanmo did it all. When he was young, he felt that his ability was not as strong as his own. For so many years, he has been working hard to practice ninjutsu. Why can he stand above Mr. Orochimaru and be worshipped by him now? And he is still lingering in the medical trial, unknown? Although he believes in Orochimaru and obeys his orders, he does not like Hyuga Lanmo and feels that he has insulted Orochimaru's kindness. Since Mr. Orochimaru asked them to reincarnate with dirty soil to meet him today, then he was sure that he wanted them to show him a little color. Today, let him take the character who reincarnated with the dirty soil to destroy the Morin village, and let Mr. Orochimaru see that there is no one in this world worthy of him to do that. I'm going to kill you. Genmaro directly used the curse seal state, moved quickly, up and down, his body burst open, like a weapon arsenal of whereabouts, his whole body rotated, like a quill knife toward the United States. Yazi rushed over. Haha. Are you mentally retarded as this girl? Dare to use this kind of ninjutsu? Miko yelled, and rushed up with kunabi. Then in the next second, everyone fell through their eyes, and saw that she was 3 meters away from the opponent, turned around, ran to the river, and then jumped into the water, and she escaped. Hey, this stinky girl, shame me. On the wall surrounding the village, Mr. Vine was watching the battle with the evil liar and the magic drum. Seeing this scene, he shouted angrily. Master, it's not that you don't know senior sister. You can fight if you can, and run if you can't. You can't blame her. On the one hand, Shiechin Mogu said. I definitely know, because. The three of them made a funny and exaggerated action in unison. She has already appeared. Then the three fingers pointed to the battlefield. Suddenly, Junmaro, who had already rushed towards Hyuga Blue Mo, loosened his feet, and then a black figure posing, kicked towards his front door. Advertisement, dang dang dang. A piece of his bones was severed. Miyako drilled out of the ground with a smile on her face. Didn't you expect it? This girl's suffering is nothing but a simple weapon, cutting iron like mud, let alone your bones. After speaking, Miko bowed her head and kissed her own kunai, and rushed up again. Bone veins, 10 fingers pierced. Junmaru was angry, and Do actually kept kneeling there and there was no movement. It was obvious that he could direct these filthy soil reincarnations to rush up. Why didn't he act? The 10-finger penetrating bullets shot out in all directions like bullets. Now he wants to kill not only Hyuga Lanmo, but also all the Murin village ninjas who are surrounding them at the moment. He wants to let the Murin village people know that they offend Mr. Orochimaru. The end. When Genmaro used the 10-finger combo, the pharmacist got up and hid behind the huge boulder on one side, then activated his fingers, and all the reincarnated corpses in the dirty soil in front of him protected himself. He watched secretly. At the moment, is it really okay? Mr. Orochimaru hoped that the few reincarnated from the dirty soil would make Hyuga Lanmo really appear in front of him. What if it fails? What will be the consequences? He knows better than anyone. However, can the relationship between Hyuga Amo and Orochimaru be worse? With the existence of Orochimaru, can he really kill him? It's simply impossible. Yes, no matter how bad it can be, the master just asked me to bring people to him, and he didn't say that I can't use the dirty soil to reincarnate. Since it's here, why not use it? Thinking of this, the pharmacist turned his fingers around, and the 4 shadow-level figures in front of him rushed up. Originally, Genmaro thought that his 10-finger piercing bullet would destroy many Sumenora ninjas, but he did not expect that after a series of shooting, no one was injured at the scene, and these Sumenora ninjas were self-protection, and it was useless for Hyuga Lan, Inc. rescue. At the moment, the man was standing at the head of the crowd, awe-inspiring, looking at his direction with cold eyes. Hyuga Lanmo suffers death. He shouted angrily and rushed forward. Once again, his figure was blocked by Miko. Your opponent is me. Advertisement, don't be nosy, Hyuga Lanmo will die. I have to kneel and lick the dirt in front of our adults. If you can't even beat me, let alone our adults, come and die. Miko did not show any weakness. As the two shouted, a thick mist filled the scene. A strange atmosphere appeared in the air, and a huge amounts of dust escape-bound stripping technique appeared, covering Hyuga Lanmo, Jinshi, Wuming, Honglin and others. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and knew that 4 shadow-level figures had taken action. Without hesitation, he grabbed the 3 people trapped in the original world stripping technique, transferred from a different space, and escaped from the cube surrounding them before the other party destroyed everything in the ninjutsu. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga Lanmo rushed up, and he shouted, "Everyone retreat, the village is on the first level of alert." It is no longer a matter of fighting with Dashemaru. The emergence of several dead shadow-level figures is a battle of life and death. He will not let the ninjas in the village take risks. The art of wood duplication separates 4 people, and the reincarnation eye appears. Steaming danger and exploding prestige. The second generation Shuiying Shui Denghuan Yu uses his own ninjutsu. A doll with huge amounts of duplication appeared outside Mo Ren village. A baby face seemed to be smiling in the dense fog of the sky. Suddenly, the doll kept shrinking and then expanding again. Hidden everyone. Hyuga Lanmo yelled loudly, turned around and appeared magnetically, enclosing the steaming danger on the side of the village. Boom. With a sound, huge amounts have exploded. Maru was scalded by the hot water and couldn't help but stepped back dozens of steps, looking for an escape point and avoiding the explosion. Although it looks like a doll on the surface, the inside is water, and the outside is oil. After thermal expansion and contraction, the water boils and explodes, and the heat of the oil produces high-energy effects. Chapter 285. I heard that the second generation Tu Yingwu was covered in bandages because he was scalded by his steaming and explosive steam during a battle with the second generation Shuiying Shui lantern, so he had to wrap it up. A very tricky ninjutsu. Fortunately, Hyuga Lanmo's magnetic escape protected the ninja on the side of Murin village. Junmaro was injured. He saw the danger and explosive power appearing again in the distance, Hyuga Lanmo slowly drifting into the air, and the repeated attacks on him by 3 other 3 shadow class figures, only to realize that this people like him are not able to participate in the war at all. His ability has reached a point he can't imagine. Before his anger was like a joke in front of him, and nothing else, just the magnetic escape and his flying ability could resist his bones. Steaming danger and exploding mighty second. Although the second generation Shui Ying didn't know why it appeared here now and became a weapon of others, he felt that the kid seemed a little uncomfortable. Where is this? Let's attack the city. 3 generations of Reikajaya looked around strangely. The sign of the entrance of Mo Ren village was something he had never seen before. It's Morin village. I didn't expect that I would be used by others after I die. On the other side, Luo Sha, who had already activated the Sand's magnetic escape, said. The second generation Tuyingmu heard this, did not say anything, and launched an attack directly. But how could the Hyuga Blue Moki duplication in front of them let them go forward? The iron sand magnetic evacuations in the surrounding area became more and more, and Hyuga Lanmomu specially controlled the magnetic evacuations to protect the village. Because the oil in the steam gas is the natural enemy of the magnetic escape, once it is contaminated, it will not be solidified. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo prepared 2 waves of magnetic escape in advance. 1 wave appeared in the front, and the other wave protected the village in the rear. Although this is not the best method, there is really no way. Hyuga Lanmo can't use Shenwei to transfer this kind of explosion. It is important to know that the explosive power and heat of the steaming explosion power and heat of the oil and water escape cannot be resisted by anyone. Master Ink Shadow, let us play. On the city wall, many ninjas shouted nervously when they saw this scene. Hyuga Lanmo said to stop them. These people came out only to give away their heads. He was not stupid enough to use them to delay time. He only hoped that they could learn something in this battle, so he wouldn't be in vain. These filthy reincarnated shadows had a battle. Advertisement after all, this kind of scene is not something they can see if they want to. Steamed dangerous explosive power exploded again. The magnetic escape protects the ninja village, but the magnetic escape that was contaminated by the explosion also flutters down, and can no longer condense, as if the ordinary iron sand of chakra has been lost. Suzuono. The Hyuga blue ink writing wheel of the main body appeared, and huge amounts of the second state Suzuono appeared. But this Suzuono could only protect himself and some people, but he could not protect the entire village. But his combat effectiveness is very strong. As long as he holds the ghost lantern Wanyue, and prevents him from using the steaming danger and explosive power, he will be able to completely take him down. Thinking of this, Suzuo ignored the left and right, and shot directly towards the ghost lantern. He dodges and raises his eyebrows. This is the ability of Rider Lanyan. This kid is not easy. With such a large Suzuo Nengu here, the magnetic escapes that protect the village are still condensing. Although some of the magnetic escapes have been oiled and can't be used anymore, his magnetic escapes continue to come from nature, always present the state of protecting the village. It seems that he is not only a good village chief, but also such an amazing wizard as Chakra. Boy, how'd I feel that I like you a little bit? Wei Denghuan Yu was a fighting freak when he was alive, and at the same time a character who liked wizards very much. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo has aroused all his desire to fight, hope. He laughed, and rushed up like crazy, the art of water iron cannon, blast. The huge water ball mixed with oil flew towards the Susanoo who protects Hyuga's blue ink. The golden Susanoo moved up and down to block the water polo. Although the opponent's water ball was extremely hot, Susanoo Chakra the body is like a diamond iron wall, it is not his ninjutsu can have a chance at all. The ghost lantern and the moon laughed loudly, and the physical skills were like a tossing lightning. He rushed over, and Suzuo was able to take a shot at his figure. His speed is very fast, and the ability of the sequel is also very strong. Both sides one to evade, one to attack. For a while, no one took advantage. Hyuga Lanmo was standing inside Susanoo, and the duplication outside was still fighting with other filthy reincarnated shadows. Two of them had been destroyed and turned into wooden men. He could no longer delay. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo, who was standing in the half-body of Suzuo Nohu, made a seal with both hands and pressed it to the ground. At this moment, Ghost Lantern Wayue knew that Hyuga Lanmo would not kill him, because he knew that he was reincarnated from the filthy soil and was an unkillable existence. Advertisement: even if Susao squeezed him to death, or slapped him to death, he would not die, but using a wooden duplication to absorb the chakras from him would make him never have the ability to fight. Obviously it could kill him at once, but what made Ghost Lantern Wayue strange was that Nasuzuo's fingers only scratched the corners of his clothes, and he escaped instead of not catching him. The duplication that rushed over exploded on the spot and turned into a wooden figure, losing its vitality. 4 or 5 wooden dragons appeared, rushing towards the other 3 shadows. You sucked my chakra. Sure enough, it's okay to not touch the blisters. As long as they touch the blisters, the floating blisters will explode. That kind of explosion is still a combination of water and oil. Not only is the blasting force strong, but the temperature is extremely high. Ha ha ha, boy, you don't think I'm so bully. Do you want to trap me with a duplication? Water escape, water polo, he yelled. The thick chakra passed from the second-generation water shadow, and was continuously absorbed by the wooden duplication behind him. The water polo on the battlefield burst and cracked, and without the assistance of chakra, all these explosive blisters made of oil and water shattered. Susanoo is nothing but that. While he was laughing happily, suddenly a Hyuga Blue Mo duplication appeared, and quietly hugged him from behind. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Countless blisters appeared in the air. Duplication saw this scene and stepped forward to block it. After all, it was the ninjutsu of the second generation of Water Shadow. Who knows what it will be? After that, Suzuo Nohu's attack was strengthened, and his whole body Suzuo Nohu appeared. It began to be covered with flesh and blood meridians. Chakra's coat became stronger and stronger. He rushed up and grabbed the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lantern, Moon. Seeing this scene, holding the wooden duplication of the Ghost Lantern and Moonlight, he said, "The eyes of reincarnation, chakra absorbs." The duplication holding the Ghost Lantern behind him was very cautious, not allowing his body to touch the blisters, while the other duplication that rushed across was a striker and needed constant experimentation. Chapter 286. After solving the second generation Water Shadow, Suzuo Nohu disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo once again separated 4 duplications, 2 of which surrounded the Ghost Lantern and the Moon, leaving 2 people, and he worked with him to solve the other 3. As he left the battlefield to the west, the entire battlefield was thicker with dense fog. Some people were close to a few meters away, and they couldn't see each other. Hyuga Lanmo enabled the mirror perception. Several wooden duplications plus the owner all used this method, coupled with the invisible reincarnation eye effect, and the characteristics of Mudden Chakra's natural unaffected by illusion. They are in just 5 seconds at the time. I found the huge amounts of psychic beast, Mirage. It is like a super large clam, hiding in the thick fog across the river. This thick fog is emitted from it. The mirage of the mirage has an effect. Except for Hyuga Blue Ink, all people in the thick fog have hallucinations, especially the ninja standing on the wall of the village at this moment. The enemy began to kill himself. However, this situation only lasted less than half a minute, because the evil piano demon who was watching the battle on the city wall had already begun to play music. They can use music to use illusion, and naturally they can also use music to solve illusion. A burst of crisp second-string music sounded, matched with the rhythmic drumbeat of gritty, and chakras were added. The sound was sharp and slow, pleasing to the ears, followed by a violent sound that pierced the human ears, and the sharp sound struck. It broke the world, and the heart was locked tightly after hearing it. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to look at the city wall, frowning. What kind of sound is terrible? The third generation of Hokage in the mist yelled violently. Because of the sharp sound of the piano and drums, all the many ninjas in Morin village were awake, and the mirage illusion was lifted. On the other side of the river, Hyuga Blue Mo fell from the sky, and he was in a first-level state, and hit the mirage with a punch, but he didn't want it to disappear in the next second. The mirage did not fight ability, but it could control itself and suddenly disappeared. The second-generation soil shadow does not shuttle in the thick fog. Other duplications and wooden dragons are still struggling to fight the other 3 shadow-level dirty soil rebirths. The 3 generations of Hokage are suitable for close combat. A wooden duplication of Hyuga Lanmo uses reincarnation eyes and appears with 3 heads and 6 arms to fight his close combat. Old ghost lamp, why are you still resting? Your psychic beast is going to be killed. Come and save it. The second generation Tu Yingwu floated in the air and shouted. Advertisement: the 2 were rivals before they died, but they did not expect to become a united front after death, fighting together against the young man in front of them. Smelly Laowu, can you be able to save me? Can't you see me? On the other side, the ghost lantern Huan Yu, who was trapped by Hyuga Blue Mo duplication, said weakly. At the moment, the chakra in him was almost absorbed. If others don't save him, he has no chance to escape. On the other side, the pharmacist controlled the 3 shadow-level filthy reincarnations and began to change the combat plan. Speaking of ninjutsu, he is not worthy of any of these people, but he can control them. This is his ability. The remaining 3 shadow-level figures, under the control of 2, had their eyes darker and brighter, and rushed towards the direction of Mo Renkun. Their goal today has been changed to, they're going to ruin this place. On the other side, Hyuga Lanmo's Suzuo Noshi rushed forward, holding a huge amounts of clam in his hand, which was the second-generation Water Shadow Psychic Beast, which he caught. Hyuga Lanmo stood on top of Suzuo Novu, Suzuo pushed hard, and smashed the mirage with a fist, and the second-generation Shui Ying let out a wailing sound on the scene. Here, the mirage was completely killed, and the thick fog drifted away with the wind. On the other side, the second-generation Tuyingwu has already begun to seal, Dust Escape, the technique of splitting the original realm. The second-generation Toying flew a clod of soil, and the clod instantly changed his appearance. The two of them joined together inside and outside, and used the Dust Escape against the long wall of Morin village. Hyuga Lanmo was shocked when he saw this scene. He knew this ninjutsu. The second generation of Tuyingwu and his duplication used the Dust Escape, combined with the chakras of the two, to mix the two cylinders with the original world peeling technique, so as to achieve the goal of crushing. If this ninjutsu succeeds, the huge city wall in front of Murin village, as well as the many Murin village ninjas standing on the wall at the moment, will be squeezed into dust. When seeing this ninjutsu, Hyuga Lanmo's forehead showed a layer of sweat, which is worthy of being an early movie class figure. He is much better than the two Tenping Onobi ability. The second generation of Tuyings, Dust-Free Mistake, is a more troublesome ninjutsu, which can hide in the air. It is also because of this ninjutsu that talents in the ninja world will give him a title that fits him quite well, Unmanned. Advertisement. He is using the aggressive approach, hoping that the opponent will not leave the front battlefield. Hyuga Lanmo's speed was so fast that the imprint of nothing was not finished, and the opponent's attack was already in place. He flashed away, and the earth escape appeared beside him, and the ice escape Chinbin was all nailed to the earth wall. Dust Escape, the technique of stripping the original world. Before he could come back to his senses, the word, Mie, in Hyuga Lanmo's mouth had already been spoken. One of the duplication of the earth disappeared in an instant. Hyuga Lanmo leapt several times before rushing to the other Wu, with countless Bing Dun Chinbin in his hand throwing out. Huge amounts of dust escape appeared, directly trapping Wu in the glass technique. The densely packed thousands of books were like acupuncture, assassinating them towards the second generation Tuyingwu on the opposite side. He turned around and disappeared. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. All is gone. Hyuga Lanmo's heart slowly tightened. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the surrounding air and said, "No, do you know? I'm the one who once attacked Yanyan village. At the moment, your apprentice Onobi wants to get revenge on me. Unfortunately, his revenge was not revenge, but I became a generation of ink shadows. Ranked among the top 5 ninja villages, and became the 6th largest shadow level figure. I think he can't beat me. Maybe you can't beat me too?" Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo did not hesitation and did not give the other party any time. Because at the moment of Mo-Ren village, only the front line has the strongest defense. If he bypasses the back and uses his invisibility magic to attack Mo-Ren village, using the Dust Escape, splitting the original realm and stripping technique, just now, then Mo-Ren village will be helpless. After saying this, he rushed up. The other party looked surprised. He never knew that an outsider could use this kind of blood to continue the elimination. Sure enough, on the surface it looks nothing. He belongs to a calm and self-sufficient person, but he is born a person who refuses to admit defeat. Hearing the words of Hyuga Lanmo, he appeared in the air, just opposite Hyuga Lanmo, with a calm voice. Appeared. Just you, dare to hit my idea of Yanyan village? Chapter 287 Flying Thor Technique. The technique of boundary stripping is like blooming three-dimensional geometry, layer by layer of Hyuga Blue ink. Hyuga Blue ink blood-round eyes appear, different space transfer, and escape from the technique of stripping. However, Wu's perception ability is very strong. His perception skills are well known in the ninja world. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo appeared, his boundary stripping technique immediately wrapped him up again. This is a competition between speed and brain power. Whoever takes a step slower will be killed by the other party, and it's still the kind of death that doesn't even have any gray left. Hyuga Lanmo was engrossed. The air distorted in the different space was like a blooming flower, appearing and disappearing again. No, you can't just avoid blindly. Now you can't catch the opponent even if you use Suzuo Nengu. His dust-free is very troublesome. Hyuga Lanmo began to think about the battle plan, and suddenly a smile came up from the corner of his mouth. Another space transfer, avoiding the opponent's boundary stripping technique. As the opponent's extinction appeared, each glass index snapped and broke, but they were all empty. At the moment, the two wooden duplications used the wooden ninjutsu, the wooden man's technique, to fight the remaining 2 shadow-level filthy reincarnations, and they turn around to support the main body Hyuga Lanmo. Their support is not head-to-head battle with the second generation of Toying, but hidden weapons. This is the countermeasure Hyuga Lanmo came up with. These shibans and kunai are not simple hidden weapons, but Hyuga Lanmo prepared before. They were originally used to deal with Uchiha's soil, but they didn't expect that they were used here today. On these hidden weapons, the spell of Flying Thor technique was posted. The Flying Thor technique is the second generation of Naruto researched by Naruto in space and time. It can effectively shorten the distance between the caster and the target, and at the same time capture the opponent, definitely, as long as the opponent is in this world. If the opponent enters a different space, then it's another matter. The two duplications began to use hidden weapons, up and down their hands, and shot fiercely at the second generation of Wui. The other side dodges, hides, and fights with ninjutsu. After facing a heavy rain like hidden weapon attack, he sneered. "You are here. Do you have any skills?" Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, if at the moment uses a hidden weapon to attack at the moment, it is nothing more than delaying a little time, and it is impossible to solve the battle between the two. Because the second generation Toying is nothing but a shadow level figure, how can a shadow with super strong invisibility magic and perception techniques be injured by a hidden weapon? Advertisement at the moment, even the ninja on the walls of Murin village was curious. How could the duplication of Lord Ink Shadow use hidden weapons? The other party will be invisible, and the other party's soil escape is very strong, so use soil escape to block the shadow weapon. It is a very common method. But none of them knew that at the moment's Hyuga Lanmo had a chance of winning. He began to fight back fiercely. Lay done, land done, wind done, ice done, various ninjutsu appeared, and they were crushed by the second generation of Tu Yingwu. The other party dodges and wants to seal the seal again. Hyuga Lanmo no longer gives him a chance. In desperation, he used the dust-free maze again to hide himself. Dai Wu floated in the sky, looking at Hyuga Lanmo below. A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Does he think he is Onoki? He even used hidden weapons against himself. The air around Hyuga Lanmo on the battlefield twisted, and suddenly people disappeared. It's the transfer of that different space again. Riding round eyes is really a bit troublesome, but even so, he won't be able to find me. Wu's eye sighed in his heart, his dust-free obsession, even the perception ninja can't feel it. This time, he must kill this so-called ink shadow. At the moment, he suddenly felt cold behind him. Waiting for him to look back, Hyuga Lanmo had grabbed his body, and with a hard effort, the chakra on his body began to flow away. When he appeared, his eyes were full of surprised expressions. How is it possible? No one in this ninja world can find me. How do you know that I am here? Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He won't tell the other person the answer, because next time if the two are still in opposition, he will use this trick to subdue him. The reason is very simple, that is, the flying Thor technique that is not behind the second generation of Tu Yingwu, which is the mark that Qinban left on him before. Among the many hidden weapons, as long as one touched his body, Hyuga Lanmo was considered a victory. The battle is dazzling and dizzying. Lei Dun played against Mu Dun, sonorous and powerful, and varied. Both of them were people with huge chakras, and the ninjutsu they used was at the shadow level. Advertisement: the flying Thor technique allows Hyuga Lanmo to accurately find his location, whether he is invisible, escapes, or buried underground, he can find him. Just like the wooden dragon, he was about to drop the arms of 3 generations of Reikage in one bite, but he didn't want a gust of wind to pass, and all his corpse-like arms were restored to the original state. Both duplications lost control under his attack. Ability, turned into wood, because duplication disappeared and the maintenance of the wooden man technique disappeared. Some people suddenly realized it, and some people later realized that everyone's admiration for Hyuga Lanmo increased again, and it really was a shadow. This ninjutsu, if it is touched, will make the opponent miserable and unable to move for a short time. Lei Ying and Luo Sha rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo, the two attacked inside and outside, one led the battle, the other used Thunder Escape and Black Thunder to attack. Hyuga Lanmo saw the clue, and when he fought close to him, he would never fight him with hard steel. It was precisely because of this that the opponent's Black Thunder had no room for ability. The second generation of Toying failed. After Hyuga Lanmo absorbed the chakra on his body, the whole person was refreshed, as if ninjutsu had followed a step. It turns out that these corpses have immortal ability. The thick fog had long since cleared. On the city wall, many ninjas were excited when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had watched their shadow and shadow level battle at such a close distance. They didn't know why he gave up such a good opportunity. Looking at the follow-up battle, they understand. A generation of Ink Shadow adults is not only strong in attacking ability, but also good at using his brain in battle. Some tactics clearly saw him fall below, but soon, he can turn the situation around. The magnetic escapes are no longer able to be combined, and later Suzuo Nohu also took the upper position, but he did not use Suzuo Nohu to defeat the opponent, but directly trapped the second generation of Water Shadow with duplication. The sealing team rushed forward and sealed him. Before that, they had already sealed the second generation of Water Shadows. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Wooden Escape, the technique of the Wooden Dragon. Hyuga Lanmo used the Wooden Dragon again, this time using 2 wooden dragons in a row to engage in close combat with 3 generations of Reikage. At the moment, on the battlefield, only the 3rd generation of Reikage and the 4th generation of Fengying Luoshi are left. Chapter 288. Here, 2 wooden dragons are fighting against the 3 generations of Reikage, and over there, Hyuga Lanmo and the 4th generation of Fengying Luoshi magnetic escape sands are fighting together. The 4 generations of Fengying Luoshi's sands are varied, and they will become huge amounts in a short time. Of the golden gun, it will become a shield in a while, it will rush like countless magnetic spurs, and it will become a shuriken, rotating attack. And Hyuga Lanmo, dodging from left to right, was not in a hurry to face the opponent head-on. Finally, when the opponent's chakra slowly decreased, he began to counterattack, and he only used one ninjutsu to defeat Luo Sha. Water Escape, oily. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand and said. Luo Sha was shocked. Isn't this the second generation of Shui Ying's ninjutsu? How could he? At the moment something that made him even more afraid of happened. His weapon, the sands, actually couldn't condense. Those mixed with oily water escape were the best way to fight against his magnetic escape sands. Preparation for the seal class, Hyuga Lanmo yelled. After sealing the second generation of Toying, the sealing team rushed out. Luo Sha moves fast and can reconsolidate new sands, but at this time, he has no strong combat plan. After all, the sands suitable for him have been destroyed by Hyuga Lanmo's water escape. This is also thanks to Orochimaru. When the 5 ninja villages jointly besieged Nanmo last time, he reincarnated the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Huan Yu and Wu from the dirty soil. Because of the appearance of the two, Hyuga Lanmo had the opportunity to mirror and replicate all of the abilities of the two, later practiced into the ninjutsu of the two. 4 generations of Fengyin Luosha was sealed, and on the at-the-moment battlefield, only 4 generations of Reikaji's battle continued. The fierce impact and lightning sparks exploded huge amounts of chakra, bursts of flowers on the scene like shockwave, exuding fatal damage. The wooden dragon was exploded with splashes, but it did not reduce its power. This Hyuga Lanmo has a direct relationship with the powerful chakra. Black thunder. The huge amounts of black lightning rushed over again like a leopard. After Mulong dodged, Hyuga Lanmo killed him. Didn't he want to fight hard? He has met with the 4th generation of raking, and believes that the method of dealing with the 4th generation of raking I must be able to deal with the 3rd generation of raking. Landun, scattered and locked nuclides. Hyuga Lanmo used this technique. Huge amounts of Landun surrounded the 3 generations of rakage like an aperture. Then, the Landun laser exploded toward the middle position, the sound of laser collision sounded, the light blasted into the sky, and the shining people couldn't open their eyes. Advertisement. Looking at the person in the middle, it has been completely crushed. If this is a living person, no matter how big the ability is, I'm afraid there will be no ashes left in the dead long ago. The 3 generations of Reikaji condensed his body again and rushed over, Hyuga Lanmo's fingers were imprinted, and countless shadow duplications rushed up and fought with him. Ah, he yelled. Before his death, no one could suppress him with a sea of tactics. Once he used his own power to fight 10,000 ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights. Today, let them all see his glory days. The lightning shield of the strongest spear and the strongest shield in his hand appeared, and a fierce force blasted out hundreds of blue ink shadow duplications in front of him. Ha ha ha, he laughed. The other 3 reincarnation shadows have been sealed, and he is still fighting. Does this prove that he is the strongest? Actually, it is mainly because Hyuga Lanmo fights in order. For example, whoever is the most harmful to Murin village will be the first target, and secondly, he needs to find the opponent's weakness. Therefore, the reason why the 3 generations of Reikaji can persist until now is not that other movies are weaker than his ability, but Hyuga Lanmo temporarily did not regard him as the top target, plus his strongest contradiction protection. Body, it is indeed a little troublesome. But it doesn't matter, Hyuga Blue Mo's other abilities have not been used yet. Sure enough, although many shadow duplications were blasted out by the 3 generations of Reikaji, like a celestial lady scattered flowers, countless Hyuga Blue ink shadow duplications soared in the sky and turned into a lot of white clouds. The remaining shadow duplication joined forces to prepare to seal, and the owner again used Landun to attack him in all directions. Boom, long, the huge amounts of explosion sounded, and the result of the hard steel was an explosion. The 3 generations of Reikage that exploded into fragments again, the body condensed again, and this time, Hyuga Lanmo didn't give him any time. 6 shadow duplications went into battle, using huge chakras to seal them. This time, the 3rd generation of Reikage has no chance, because his ninjutsu can only be used after his body is fully restored, but it takes a while for the corpse to reincarnate from the dirty earth, and this time, it created an opportunity for Hyuga Lanmo. At this moment, his face was shocked. The scene of Hyuga Lanmo fighting turned out to be like this. Is he already so powerful? Advertisement. He had been dissatisfied with all sorts of dissatisfaction before. At the moment, it was already clear. Why would Mr. Orochimaru kneel down and let him decide? Because he is too powerful. This kind of ability is something that Mr. Orochimaru probably won't get in his entire life. Hyuga Blue Mo. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The 4 shadow-level dirty soil reincarnations were all sealed by Morin village and brought back to the village. A magnetic escape can overwhelm the sky, and Nasusao Nohu is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Jun Maru was seriously injured, and he didn't even defeat Meiji, let alone Hyuga Lanmo. The man in Yushu Linfang replied, and all the battles ended. As well as his combat plan, as well as his ability, any of them is beyond his reach. Hey, what's your name? The other party asked the moment he closed his eyes. When the pharmacist on one side saw this scene, his expression was shocked. You know, that was Mr. Orochimaru's ultimate weapon. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by Hyuga Lanmo. After speaking, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. No matter what purpose Dashemaru killed the 3 generations of Hokage, he really should thank him, so today he will not kill Yakushi. If he did it, at the moment South Mo Kingdom would be another bloody storm. Besides, he has such a good relationship with Tsunade-san. If he kills 3 generations of Hokage with his own hands, I am afraid that in the future, he and Konoha and Tsunade it really became a relationship between old and dead. In any case, when he wanted to kill 3 generations, Dashiwan made a shot for himself, which really did not dirty his hands. The pharmacist knelt on the ground, his face pressed tightly to the ground. My lord, we have to do this as a last resort. Please don't blame us. We just want you to save Mr. Orochimaru, because he once helped. For your sake, will you go and see him? Hyuga Lanmo said coldly, I can kill you now, but today I will let you go. As for why, Orochimaru knows why. Also, to tell you the truth, his hands are sealed by ghouls, unless the seal is unlocked. There is no other way. Chapter 289 They are the future. As for Genmaro, letting him go today is completely based on the face of his acquaintance before, and I hope that he will next time. I am afraid he will not have another time. And this time they used the Dirty Soil Rebirth to attack Mo-Ren village, and they also allowed him to collect the soul corpses of 4 shadow level figures, and these people will become the strongest weapon in Mo-Ren village in the future. The village gate opened wide, and the ninja inside rushed out. Jin Shi led people to Yakushito and Genmaro's side. Please leave immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being polite. Because Lord Mo Ying did not give the order to die, they would also give them a chance. If they don't cherish it, then they can't be blamed. Genmaro looked at Hyuga Lanmo's back and couldn't say anything in his heart. Is the former, Jun Wu Mo, combination really impossible to go back? Hinata Lanmo, do you remember by? Suddenly, Genmaro asked loudly at Hyuga Lanmo who entered the village. The other party stopped and looked back at him. He was completely cold and smiled at this moment. Definitely remember, he is working under me now. Why? Are you planning to leave Dashemaru? If you decide, I can change your mind and let you stay in Mo-Ren village? He was not looking at him with the eyes of higher and lower levels, but acting as a line of defense with a mentality that would not be betrayed, because he knew Genmaro too well, and he would not leave Orochimaru. In a certain mentality, he is a beacon in his life. Sure enough, the other party shook his head and asked loudly, since you can forgive people like me, why can't you forgive Mr. Orochimaru? Hyuga Lanmo laughed, did not answer this question, turned and continued on. Why? It's definitely because of character. Even if Genmaro can't figure out the facts, he won't betray lightly, but Orochimaru is not, whether it is Konoha, Akatsuki, or his former master. For him, there is only interest, there is no loyalty at all. Advertisement definitely, this is the character before he didn't experience Izanami, and he did change afterwards. As for how much he changed, it is still an unsolved mystery. Genmaro was confused and went back to the base with the pharmacist. The Dashawan lying on the bed is full of tubes. At the moment he is almost 3 years away. He needs a new container, and his hands are discarded. He wants to heal his hands more than a container. He had already looked for Tsunade before, because Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto blocked her, and she didn't want to help herself at all. That plan had failed. How do you say? Is Hyuga-sama willing to come? Orochimaru looked at the 2 people who entered the room, and set his eyes behind them. The pharmacist shook his head. Sir, he said there is no other way unless the seal of the ghoul is unlocked. On hearing this, Dashemaru lamented in his heart. In fact, he knew the answer to some extent in his heart, but he just refused to give up. You used the dirty soil to reincarnate? He asked, and the pharmacist bowed his head and admitted, yes, but it failed. I know, forget it, let's find another way. Nanmo village returned to normal. Because of this battle, many ninjas in the village were strongly stimulated. For a while, everyone in Mo-Ren village started a crazy training mode. Hyuga Lanmo occasionally encounters passionate youths, such as Lan Dun Early Winter and Ghost Light Crescent. He often comes to the village gate to intercept Hyuga Lanmo after school. Although Jin Shi has repeatedly warned them not to come to the village to disturb the work of Ink Shadow, and also warned the teachers of the ninja school, the 2 of them were disobedient, and Hyuga Lanmo was so kind to the children in the village that they all forgot La identity. No, the 2 are here again. Master Ink Shadow, there are no ninjas in the village, please check and accept the results of my recent training. Originally, Hyuga Lanmo would go to the Jongnan training ground at 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day, but the 2 thought that they should challenge Mo Ying alone so that they could appear to be powerful. Advertisement. While talking, Early Winter had already begun to unprint. This time his unprinting speed was 3 points faster than last time. Hyuga Lanmo used the normal ninja level to contend with him. Lan Dun rushed, he dodged, flew his feet, and kicked him in the Early Winter. The other party turned and unprinted again. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's kunai had already landed on his neck. Ji in speed is a bit faster than before, but it is still not fast enough. When the opponent is attacking melee'ly, if you can't avoid your body, you can no longer waste time unprinting, and you must take corresponding defensive measures. Give yourself time. Although you have successfully risen to Jongren, there are still too few actual battles. Take more tasks tomorrow. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo put away Kuwu, the ghost lamp and Crescent on the other side also rushed over. Countless drops of water formed on the trees in the village yard, under the eaves, and attacked him, fast and invisible. Hyuga Lanmo didn't dodge, and the chakra on his body was still at an ordinary level of forbearance. When he turned around, the wind condensed around his body, forming a cyclone circle. Water droplets of murderous aura filled the surroundings, and the cold voice fell on the wind, and all attacks were ineffective. Ah, I see, the way to deal with Crescent Moon, Feng Dun Maelstrom can do it. While watching the lively Early Winter, they laughed. The 2 confronted each other these days. Ghost Lantern Crescent always avoided with speed, and then used the method of assassination to crush him. Sometimes, he clearly noticed her attack, but he couldn't avoid it. Today he finally found a way. Sure enough, it is worthy of a generation of Ink Shadows, and any ninjutsu will suppress their newly promoted Jongren who can't breathe. That's not necessarily the case, take the move. Hyuga Lanmo is willing to teach these children ninjutsu. Just like the elders of Yanyan village said, they are the future of the village. Only when the future is strong can the village be strong. He also used the ninjutsu of Ghost Lantern Crescent Moon, water droplets through the stone, and attacked the Early Winter. The other party used his ninjutsu just now, Wind Escape Vortex to block, and indeed stopped all the attacking water droplets, but it was in the hands of at the moment, Hyuga Lanmo. Swipe. All the water droplets rushed in from the top of the Wind Escape Vortex, because after the Wind Escape Vortex is formed, A windless zone will be formed in the middle position, allowing the water droplets to pass through. Definitely this is between ninjas who are about the same level as chakra. If the ninja chakra who uses the ninjutsu of water drop stone piercing is powerful, and if it is strong, it can penetrate the wind vortex completely. Early Winter in the whirlpool cried out, "Oh my god, it hurts." Ha ha ha, thank you, sir, I know how to cure him. The ghost lamp crescent on one side benefited a lot and saluted Hyuga Lanmo deeply. Chapter 290's level mission. Let's fight, it's good for you. After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo took out a task scroll from her arms and threw it over. Although Chajo has already belonged to Nanmo, their local officials and gentry also entrusted the task. Not all the ninjas of our summing village will be used. This time they held the annual Modoro Lugi shrine ritual, and they invited the ninjas of the Misty Village, the Konoha Ninja, and our summing village ninjas to perform protection tasks. Your two teams will go to carry out this mission. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo threw the scroll in his hand, and the two reached out to catch it and nodded and left. When the two groups of people were in Shonen, they used to be accompanied by a follower teacher, but as long as one person in their group was upgraded to Jongnin, the teacher would not be followed by the teacher if they did not reach the level. Therefore, this time, there were only 6 of them participating in the worship at the Moto Almu Shrine. 2 of them were Jongrin, the leader of the 2 groups, Chudong and Gaidong Yuya. In the early winter group of 3 people, children belong to the medical ninja. Ninjutsu is not bad, but the medical skills are good. Jay is a close offensive ninja. The last time he took the Jongnin exam in Morin Village, he was a little short of upgrading Jongrin. A group of 3 people in Ghost Lantern Crescent, they are the Earthen Ninja, Earth Fat, and the Perception Ninja, Shengqian. The 2 groups were ready to go to Chajo. In the office, Jin Shi stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want the 6 of them to solve this matter? This matter has reached the S-level mission, I'm afraid they. I know that many families in Chajo are eager to move, but they dare not act." This time they commissioned many people from Wuyan Village and Konoha to participate in the sacrificial activities. The purpose is to make things happen. Although the 6 of them can stop each other, they can. To be a good torch, what I want is not for them to win, but for drawing out the foxtail of the other party. Although it is an S-level mission, Hyuga Lanmo believes that they will be able to protect their own safety. After speaking, he stood up, took off the ink shadow cloak on his body, and turned to use the transformation technique to become his 7 or 8-year-old child. "I will follow them this time. What's the matter? Call a spell to contact." Advertisement, "My lord, this battle is different from every time. What we need to face is ordinary people. You don't." Jin Shi's remaining words were in his mouth, and I didn't know how to say it for a while. Because this requirement is undoubtedly difficult for Hyuga Lanmo, who has always been decisive. "Don't kill innocent people, right?" Hyuga Lanmo's mouth cracked and said, "I try my best. If I can't do it, I can't help it. My lord, what is needed about Chashu is not ninjutsu and chakra, but the mind of the people." Jin Shi is good at management and understands how important the mind is in managing the country, so he hopes that Hyuga Lanmo can also win the recognition of ordinary people. "Okay, I work hard." After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. Appearing again, he has already followed behind Gaidong Yuya and the 2 groups of people in early winter. They are not moving forward very fast, because this time they are also among the people who need to protect. This elder is named Zhengshan. He is the newly appointed mayor of Maohai Township in Chajo, and a prestigious squire in Maohai Town. Although he is not as rich and powerful as the Chajo family, but also deeply rooted. Locally, he is very popular among the people. Hey, it would be great if the country of South Mexico did not annex the country of Tea, so that the common people could still live their lives in the past. For the country of South Mexico, Masada is a contradiction between identification and disapproval. To put it bluntly, the algae aluminum wood shrine worship is a race that is held every year. Today, although the country of Tea has followed the country of southern Mexico, this custom has not ended. I'm not tired, I'm scared. Not only some big families will participate in this sacrificial activity, but even some squires like me will also participate. If we sin against those nobles, wouldn't it be a small fate? No guarantee, many people have died in their hands recently. As he spoke, Masada was already sitting on the rock by the side of the road, and his whole body was full of expressions of not wanting to move forward. "Mr. Masada, are you tired?" Mr. Masada couldn't walk anymore after less than 30 miles away. He sighed and looked sad all the way. "Old gentleman, let it go. Mo-Ren village has sent 2 groups of people to protect the safety of you and the runners. There will be nothing wrong." Early Winter comforted. Advertisement. The other party looked back at him and sighed slightly. "I definitely want peace, no one will bleed anymore." Hyuga Lanmo turned and went to Chajo this time. It was precisely to deal with this matter. Jin Shi always told him not to kill innocent people, because he was afraid that some of his actions would deepen the misunderstanding between Chajo and Nanmo. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You don't understand, the matter in the middle is very complicated. The deaths, injuries, and disappearances of previously appointed officials can't even be helped by the leader of the southern Mexican country. What can your children do? Things, no matter how they proceed, will flow in blood. Some local nobles have always held grudges because Hyuga Lanmo killed the former tea country name. Some even uttered wild words that even if the tea state followed the country of fire or the country of water, they would never follow the words of the country of Nanmo. Although he came to Nanmo City to accept the appointment this time, he lamented when he thought that he had to compete with those families when he first took office. Maybe Nanmo has annexed Chajo, so you guys will have a good life. Hyuga Lanmo smiled and began to formally introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Amo. This time I will also go to Chajo to watch the annual Motoro Rogi Shrine ceremonies. Since it's on the way, why don't you all go together? So much so that the officials appointed by Wu Yuha later, after taking office, many people were intimidated and kidnapped in the local area, and some even lost their lives for this, but the officials who did not die had to go to the nobles of the Chajo to beg to be reckless, in order to achieve the purpose of being able to continue their work. Then, old gentleman, if the blood really flows into a river, do you want to shed your own blood, or do you want to shed someone else's? Hyuga Lanmo, who turned into a 7-year-old boy, asked. Mr. is kind, but you are kind to the enemy, and the enemy may not be kind to you. In this competition, in addition to the participation of representatives of major families, this year also added representatives of the common people to participate, and Mayor Masada is the one who organized the participation of the representatives of the common people. After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo, who was behind them, suddenly rushed up, looking at Mayor Masada with an innocent face, thinking in his heart, this old gentleman is a sensible person. The situation in the Chajo area has been unstable recently. The main reason lies in the western islands of Chajo. When Hyuga Lanmo regained the Chajo, only the main island was recovered. Then the West Island, which is located in the western part of the Chajo area, came out. Yowzi. Chapter 291. Fearful Familiarity. So cute. Wei Dang Crescent rushed over, reaching out to pinch Hyuga Lanmo, but he ducked away, and when he stared at her, she felt a little more scared inexplicably. Strange, why'd I have a sense of familiarity with fear? Gaidong Yuya said, scratching his head and stepped back. Since it goes well, let's be together. Early Winder felt nothing. Seeing that he was a child, his guard was half relaxed, and he said. In this way, these people went on the road together, stopped and went, after passing the land, took a boat to Chajo. 4 days later, everyone arrived at the destination, Maohai Town. This is where the sacrificial activity started, and the newly appointed old Mr. Masada just appeared at the port, and there were people looking for trouble. You are the official sent by Wu Yuhua and Nanmo. I heard that you are still a local. With 30 acres of fertile land in your family, you became the mayor? Ha ha ha, is this Wu Yu flower kicked by a donkey? The nobles in the country with a good tea do not need to let an ordinary person be the mayor. You know that the nobles own 100 times more fields than this one, and their connections and influence are not comparable to an ordinary person. Wu Yuha, what idiot. A few of the landlords uttered madly, their faces full of unsharpness. Not using nobles as local officials is also the main point of conflict in this contradiction. But there are reasons to not use them. What's wrong with ordinary people? Ordinary people can better understand the suffering of the people. Although the Lord Wu Yu and the generation of Ink Shadows have never been to Chajo, at least they have us people in their hearts, which are different from the so-called superior people. Nobles, one by one, knows that they are exploiting the people and making money for their own pockets. Since Chajo entered the land of southern Mexico, our people have been tax-free, not to mention that they have issued money to repair bridges and pave the road many times, all for our ability. Have a good life. Even if Mr. Masada was still lamenting the impermanence of the world, he was afraid of being retaliated against, but in the face of the bully, he was still able to stand up and speak for the local people in the country of South Mexico. Standing behind the crowd, Hyuga Lanmo laughed when he heard this. No wonder Wu Yuha promoted him to the mayor of Maohai Town. He is courageous and strategic and understands a comprehensive analysis of the situation. He is a good mayor, although he is a little courageous, he has not shown himself in front of outsiders. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Are you always confused? Nanmo State paved the road for us to build the bridge. Where's the bridge? Where's the road? Several scorpions laughed loudly. It's not that you guys united with the nobles to destroy the bridge. The bridges that were clearly built were destroyed by you. Do you know that you are a self-destructive path? Master Ink Shadow knows it and won't bypass you. Old Masada the gentleman blew his beard and stared and roared loudly. Smelly old man, you want to die. When they were talking, a few people rushed up. Early Winter, who was guarding him, saw this scene and waved his hand, and the 3 children in their group, Jay, rushed up to fight with these rascals. The Ghost Light Crescent trio escorted Mr. Masada to the town office to accept all the work. Mayor Masada is the 3rd mayor of Maohai Town since he entered South Mexico. If he can control the overall situation in this sacrificial activity and win the competition, if he wins all the hearts and minds of the people, it will be given to Nanmo, brings a different future in the administrative control of Chajo. Therefore, this time, he must not die, let alone lose. Hyuga Lanmo followed them to the town office compound. In the courtyard, a lot of people stood there. Everyone saw Mr. Masada appear and greeted him collectively. Uncle, are you really going to be our mayor this time? In Maohai for so many years, we haven't had ordinary people when they were the mayor. Everyone looked happy. The former mayor were all relatives and friends of the nobles. They came here, either trying to deduct taxes from the common people, or bullying men and women and occupying the land. The former Lord Wu Yuhua also sent 2. A commoner mayor died, and now Mr. Masada is a native squire here. They will definitely protect him and let him be the mayor safely and steadily. Yes, Jinyan is already here. Although the old Mr. Masada was nervous, he would not show it in front of the big guy. In fact, he is also afraid in his heart, afraid that this is the end of his destiny. Advertisement, the mayor, we support you, we support you. The crowd started shouting loudly. The contestants were also set, and the Murin village ninjas were divided into 2 groups to protect the town mayor Mr. Masada and the villager contestant Xiao Yu respectively. The next day was the day when the festival ceremony of Modorogi Shrine was held. As the mayor, Mr. Masada took the stage to give a speech. Although the land ruffians and gangsters carried out all kinds of harassment, there were some things they didn't dare to do too well, especially now that there are Monin village ninjas around Junction, they didn't dare to mess around. It's definitely, the mayor who was murdered before has also been investigated by Morin Village's help, but after the Anbu investigation in Morin Village, sometimes it is clear that all the evidence points to some aristocratic clan relatives, but when it's time to be arrested, the ruffian will come out to make a scapegoat, which is also very troublesome. But this time, since Hyuga Lanmo had already come forward in person, he would definitely not let those worms continue at large. Junction, I heard that you took office yesterday, when will it be your turn for this country of tea? On the rostrum of the venue, the patriarch of the Hiei family looked at Masada with contempt, his eyes were full of unsharp expressions. The mayor of Maohai town used to be a noble relative to become a noble relative. After the monster Hyuga Lanmo killed, the country of tea has changed. Patriarch Hiei, the country of tea is gone, and now this is the state of tea, Junction said. I think you are impatient with your life. Don't forget, our Hiei family is a close relative of the famous tea country. Even if this country becomes theirs, there are more than 400 people in the Hiei family. I won't just watch you as their lackeys. Patriarch Hiei said that the righteous indignation was filled, and the other aristocratic family members on both sides also looked angry, thinking of their status and means, and looking at it now, they felt that they were really aggrieved. First of all, the upper echelons of the country of Nanmo did not take them seriously. The country of tea belonged to Nanmo, and all personnel were adjusted. They widely hired ordinary people as regional officials, but removed all their original official positions. Not only that, but also ordinary people are exempt from taxation, and high taxes are levied on wealthy households and aristocratic businessmen who own more than 100 acres of fertile land. This is not against them, but who is it against? Chapter 292. Since they don't want them to live well, they naturally won't let Nanmo live well. The algae earth aluminum wood shrine sacrifice is an opportunity. They want to show the Tubauzi who support the country of Nanmo. Who said this land? Calculate. Clan Chiefy, what you said is wrong. Now and then, 100 years ago, were your ancestors still rubbish? Why didn't you stand in front of your ancestors' grave and curse? Mr. Masada said, neither humble nor overbearing. Awe-inspiring. Hyuga Lanmo was standing right under the stage where they were sitting. Hearing this, he stretched out his hands and applauded. When the others heard the applause, they also clapped. Several aristocratic family members saw this scene, blowing their beards and staring, but they were helpless. Game start, with a whistle, the race really began. Some people began to serve teacups to a few people in high positions. The tea from Chajo was famous in the ninja world, and the tea they brought was clear and fragrant. Mr. Masada was originally a tea farmer, and when he saw such good tea, he naturally wanted to taste it. He picked up the teacup and was about to deliver it to his mouth. The ghost lamp Crescent standing beside him stretched out his hand and stopped his movement. Mayor Masada, I need to check it. What? The soil buns are afraid that someone will be poisoned? The nobleman on one side said. The previous mayor was poisoned. Since you are not afraid, come on and change the teacup. After finishing speaking, Ghost Lantern Crescent passed the teacup in the hands of Mr. Masada and handed it to the Wasabi family chief who was talking over there. The other's face changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, Bold, what are you? A ninja dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Come, take her down. As soon as he said this, the ninja of Wuyan village next to him rushed up. Seeing the swords on both sides were about to fight, there was a shout outside. Maohai town resident Xiaoyu was leading temporarily and heading to the West Island. When everyone heard this, some people liked roar, some had ugly faces, and Ghost Light Crescent took advantage of this time to put the silver needle in the teacup, and the silver needle turned black. Advertisement, it's really poisonous, they're too much. She poured out the tea and waved to Shengqian. You go to investigate, who is the poison, if you catch someone, don't let him die, he is a witness. Good. Shengqian stepped back. Gaidong Yuya reminded Mayor Junction that from now on, he should not eat or drink anything. The other party knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded to express understanding. The few aristocratic patriarchs on one side saw this scene, their eyes became gloomy and unclear. The ninja of Wuyan village who was about to do it just now saw that both sides became quiet and retreated. In this competition, a total of 5 people participated, namely representatives of the 4 major families and representatives of ordinary villagers in Maohai town. The first winner will not only be blessed by the shrine, but will also win prizes as well as the Golden Kung Fu Prize of the Generation of Ink Shadow Hyuga Lanmo and the Golden Tea Tree Prize presented by Wu Yuha, the Lord of Southern Mexico. It can be described as the most rewarding competition for so many years. At the same time, the Hiei family hired Wuyan village ninjas, the Wasabi family hired Konoha ninjas, and the other 2 families hired Sani ninjas. Only the village representatives commissioned the mission of Morin village and hired 2 groups of ninjas from Morin village. This time the competition, not only the results and bonuses, but also the status of each of their families in the state of tea. Xiaoyu was born with a fast running speed, and coupled with his superb physical strength, during the game, he quickly distanced himself from others. But the other party hired a ninja, and they would do whatever it takes to win. Just when Yu's boat was about to reach the West Island, the ninjas of Wuyan village started. If they were just a group of people, it would be okay, but they did not expect that except for Konoha Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke would follow. In addition to the Wasabi family players who chose other routes and did not participate in this matter, the other 2 groups also joined the ranks to contain Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, the ninja of Morin village, we will unite against you? The ninja of Wuyan village looked at the early winter Hege in front of him, and said, 9 people against 2 people, they must have won. On the other side, Xiaodong and Xiaoyu have already jumped into the sea and swam to the opposite West Island. Looking at Maohai town, everyone has taken a boat to transfer to the West Island finish line. In the past few months, this has become a place where the 4 big clans secretly gather to discuss matters. Many ninjas on the island are employed by the 4 big clans. Here, even if ordinary people's representatives win, they can make them lose. Advertisement and everyone who has landed on this island today, they will let them go and never return. South Mexico, didn't they not give them everything these nobles should have? Then these nobles did not follow them. They decided to raise the poll today to win over the water country, which is not far from Wuyan village. As long as there is movement on their side, they believe that Wuyan village will definitely cross the sea. Support them. The benefits that Nanmo can get from following Nanmo will definitely be available after following the water country. Today, they will not hesitate to set off a huge wave by all means to let the whole ninja world see. Their tea country can't be invaded casually. As soon as Xiaoyu went ashore, 3 Sanran appeared in front of him. One of them held a mace in his hand and smashed his head against him. The opponent is burly and moves fiercely and fast without hesitation. The child stretched out his hand to pull Xiaoyu, and he was almost injured. Lan Dun, the technique of direct attack. In early winter, he saw the scene just after throwing away the ninja behind him. He stretched out his hand to remove the seal. The speed was so fast that a Lan Dun attacked him. The opponent's chest broke open, blood sprayed, and he couldn't believe it. He was defeated by a child. Xiaoyu reacted quickly, got up and continued the game. At the moment, he was left behind because the opponent had ninjas to help him. Now, let's not talk about sneak attacks and hijackings. At the moment's game is no longer fair because they saw a ninja carrying the player forward. This kind of thing was not allowed in the past. If caught, they will be directly caught. Disqualification, but now, who will take care of this? No one at all. At the moment Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on the big rock on the road, eating edamame, watching the scene of Wuyan village running past with the players on his back, and said, "You guys are too despicable. Although this is Nanmo's country, but Nanmo didn't stop ninjas from other countries from coming here to perform tasks, but that's not your excuse for cheating? It's shameless and shameless." He said and shook his head. Upon hearing this, the ninja in Wuyan village in front looked angry, put down the back of the contestant, and said, "You go first, I'll take care of the aftermath." Okay. The other party went on. Chapter 293 The Patriarch said that if he loses the game this time, he will interrupt his legs and let him live without ability in his life, so he will win anyway, no matter what method is used. Smelly boy, you're impatient, what are you talking about? Wuyan village ninja rushed up and punched Hyuga Lanmo, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, and he absolutely used all his strength. If the person sitting on the rock at the moment is an ordinary child, then this punch will definitely be dead. Hyuga Lanmo has always respected me, and I respected others. The other party tried his best to kill people. Then he could only use his best, otherwise wouldn't he disrespect his opponent? Thinking of this, he dodged, then stood up and punched. What picture is that? Here Hyuga Lanmo threw a punch with all his strength and didn't feel anything. At the foot of the mountain on the other side, 2 Sanren dragged a runner to see this scene with a look of surprise. Because after a 7 or 8-year-old kid flew a punch, the tall ninja on the opposite side collapsed in his cheeks, blood was splashed, and then the whole person flew out until they were out of sight without seeing him landing. It disappeared like that. How much strength can it take to fly people to the point where they're nowhere to be seen? The 2 suddenly remembered their mission and what the noble clan said to them this time. In any case, no one wins can represent the victory, so they can't let anyone stop this. They knew that those misty shadows were on the united front with them, and Konoha Ninja at the moment didn't know where they were going, otherwise they could count as a group. Rush. The 2 rushed up. They're all at the level of forbearance, can they not beat a child? But the fact is that they didn't have time to make a move. Almost the 2 of them didn't finish the connection, so they were killed by the cutting technique of Hyuga Lanmo's 2 wooden retreats. And the noble runner saw the 2 who were forked to death, and even scared the legs to weaken. Where would you dare to fight for the number 1? She collapsed on the side of the road and fainted. Xiaoyu chased him up, and he moved up quickly. Advertisement. At the same time, the players escorted by Konoha also rushed up. Uzumaki Naruto followed closely. When he saw the 2 people killed by Mu Dun on the side of the road, surprise flashed in his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha used the riding wheel to see at a glance that the child chakra on the side of the road was amazing. And that kind of body that colorful chakra possesses, he seems to have only seen it in one person. He looked at him in surprise, wanted to ask, and finally shut up. Everyone goes up, and the more they go up, the more intense the battle, especially between several protective ninjas. After all, the early winter is the limit of blood inheritance, which is higher than the opponent's water escape, fire escape, and soil escape. If you want to attack Xiaoyu, you will be intercepted by Hyuga Lanmo in secret. In the fierce battle, the people represented Xiaoyu bravely, and no obstacle could stop him. Finally, in the blood and battle, he won the first place in the roar of the people. At the terminal, many people were cheered and applauded, and the popularity of the 4 major families in Chajo gritted their teeth. Suddenly, on the West Island, an explosion sounded, and countless ninjas appeared, surrounding the 6 ninjas from Murin village, the newly appointed mayor Masada and Xiaoyu who had just won the first place. Today is the day when Modoroki Shrine is worshipping, and the god is very unhappy, because this sacrifice is mixed with people who shouldn't exist. This is the custom of our country of tea, so why should the officials appointed by the country of Nanmo be appointed? Host, this is unfair to our country of tea. Clan chief, he shouted loudly. I'm afraid it's unfair to you. It's not unfair to the people who own this land, right? Clan chief Yi, how do you treat your 400 people as the clan chief? You know better than anyone else in your heart. Suddenly, on a big tree outside the enclosure, a child appeared there and spoke. He was dressed in burlap and linen, and he looked like an ordinary child. Where is the beggar Wazi? Come, take him down for me, Patriarch Yi shouted loudly. Ninjas from both sides rushed up, but where is he still on the tree? At this moment, someone pointed at the back of Patriarch Yi and his eyes widened in horror. You, behind you. Someone called. He turned his head slowly, and at a glance he saw the Hyuga Blue Mo, standing behind him, holding Kuma in his hand. At the moment he has returned to his original appearance, no longer looks like a child. Hello, the patriarch of the He family, a close relative of the famous tea country. Advertisement, who are you? Come here, kill him. It turns out that this person is still indistinguishable from the situation. He is clearly in the other party's hands. As long as the other party uses the kunai in his hands, maybe his neck will be cut with blood, but he is still there. Let others kill each other by yelling and yelling? Isn't this a joke? Hyuga Lanmo was not polite. He stretched out his hand and opened a skylight directly in his abdomen. Blood came out of his stomach. The people around made sharp screams. The ninjas on both sides rushed up. The other 3 generations of Clan the Patriarch retreated and shouted, no one wants to leave the West Island today. We have to wait for the ninjas of Wuyin village to come and support. We must insist. Everyone, as long as they do their jobs today, the commission will be doubled. At the moment, Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke realized that this is not a protection task at all, but a power dispute over the interests of the tea state aristocracy. What to do? For a while, Sakura didn't know what to do. What do you do? Definitely is on my master's side. Master, I'm here. Naruto Uzumaki shouted loudly. It was said that he was the #1 ninja by accident. Sure enough, Hyuga Lanmo didn't expect that under this situation, Uzumaki Naruto would rush over and stand on the same front with him. Hey! Sasuke Uchiha sighed. This is undoubtedly a failure of the mission. How can I explain this time? But there is no way. Naruto Uzumaki ran over. Should he and Sakura want to be alone? They're a group, which is impossible at all. Hyuga Lanmo held the bloody kaichi in his hands, a smile spread out from the corner of his mouth, and the ninja who surrounded them shouted, who are you? Kozakura was stunned and asked, don't you know? He is a generation of ink shadows? The audience was shocked when he said this. Many people around him shake their heads. Impossible, he doesn't know today's plan at all. How could he come to West Island, the country of tea? Absolutely impossible. Besides, isn't a rumor that Hyuga Lanmo is a perverted existence? Say he has 3 heads and 6 arms, hideous and terrifying. Just smile. Can you shake the mountain? Can trees grow with a finger move? Chapter 294. Crushing his 10 exists. How could he be so handsome and extraordinary? Although the killing was decisive, it made people scared and admired from the bottom of my heart. The people of the other 3 families who had escaped heard this and were stunned. They turned their heads and looked at the high platform. Hyuga Lanmo carried the blood-covered Patriarch Yi in one hand, like a god, scaring them away. Are you Hyuga Lanmo? Yes, I am. Hyuga Lanmo's bitter blood was falling drop by drop, with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he dropped another knife and shouted loudly. Come on, Zhang, they all caught me. As soon as this word came out, dozens of dark parts appeared around and rushed up. What ninjutsu ability Super Saiyan? What fog hidden Murakami Shinobu? At this moment, facing the dark part of Mo Shinobu village, they're all vulnerable. According to my decree, everyone in Chajo, as long as they own more than 50 acres of land, whether you are a big family patriarch, a wealthy businessman, or a so-called nobleman, all the land will be confiscated and then redistributed. You must ensure that the common people have their own fields to cultivate, and each household has its own house to live in. From then on, the officials of Chajo will be selected from among the common people, and all officials must go through examinations and take up their posts. After saying this, the needle dropped at the scene can be heard. After a while, the people in the audience burst into applause. And those wealthy businessmen and so-called nobles were all dumbfounded. Why? It was our ancestors who stayed behind, so why should we give these buns, and why? Someone shouted in disobedience. Hyuga Lanmo threw away the corpse in his hand and said, because this is the law. As soon as this was said, the applause continued. It is said that he is a monster, a horrible monster that is unkind and murderous, but at the moment, many people see the dazzling light. For thousands of years, several people have spoken for ordinary people like them. In this world, there's money can have everything. Ninjas can be hired if they don't know how to use ninjutsu. They only have to be bullied and squeezed. Who would have thought that one day, they could own their own land and have the right to live? Come on. Hyuga Lanmo continued. Yes, on one side, 3 older elders appeared. They were the Minister of Law from Nanmo City. Post a notice, as long as it meets the birth of a commoner and can take the exam, the administrative examination will be held in Maohai Town 3 days later. Those who pass the exam will directly sign the contract and appoint official positions. The 3 elders will worry about this. Advertisement, yes, Lord Ink, don't worry, we will do our best to complete the task. The 3 of them faced Hyuga Lanmo as if they were treating gods, with a lot of respect. At the moment, Chajo needs reforms, and naturally needs manpower. A few noble patriarchs can make this place a mess. This time, he will completely eradicate them. Dozens of Undead and ninjas remained. After Hyuga Lanmo arranged everything, he led Gaidong Yuya and Early Winter to return to the village. On the way, the 6 people looked at him stupidly, their eyes full of worship. My lord, how do you know that the nobles are rebelling? I definitely know that there are too many officials dead in Chajo, and they have become more and more unfeared recently, and it's time to clean them up. After speaking, a trace of blood flashed in Hyuga Lanmo's eyes. His cold expression caused everyone to shut their mouths. This is the ability of the Shadow Grade, and the big problem that has been troubled for a long time can be solved with a single shot. Back in Morin village, Jin Shi and Wu Mang, Han Lin and others were waiting at the entrance of the village. Seeing him from a distance, they began to bow deeply and salute. My lord, what you did this time is too Tempest. I heard that you divided the land of those nobles and gave back the houses to the people of Chajo. Is that right? They have received the Flying Eagle's biography about what happened in Chajo. All know. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Jin Shi's reaction was a little big. I have been surmising about the T-state for a few months, and I don't know how to solve it. I thought that the adults would only be able to frighten them this time, but I didn't expect the adults to act unexpectedly and act quickly and decisively, so they directly changed them. This system is something I never thought of. It's really amazing. Jin Shi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and they all said that he was the first expert in assisting Master Inkshadow in Nanmo village. Actually, the adult has a random thought and directly crushes his 10 existences. He couldn't think of a way to change the entire social system. It was really unexpected. Is it all right? Hyuga Lanmo came across, and he was also a university graduate during his lifetime. Some political and legal management systems are familiar. How can there be no way? It's just that sometimes he doesn't bother to care about it. My lord, go, please, from the village. The lord of the country is waiting for you. In Morin village, in the village compound, Wu Yuha personally came to Morin village. At the moment, she is cooking, preparing dinner for all the village office workers, while Wu Qianling is preparing barbecue and other food on the side. Granny Chen fight with another maid. Advertisement what she hadn't done for several months, and Hyuga Lanmo settled it all off when she started. How could she not be grateful? Thank you for cooking in person. As the delicacies came out, more and more people gathered in the village, such as Shiakan Mogu, Mei Meiji, Mr. Vine, as well as the 2 grandpa and grandchildren, Ghost Light Crescent and Early Winter. Hyuga Lanmo simply didn't do 2 things at all, burned the summoning charm, and directly recruited Uchiha Itachi, and greeted everyone with roar while drinking and celebrating. At the dinner table, Itachi, who officially met with everyone, has always been very polite, respectful and courteous to everyone. Compared with Hyuga Lanmo, he is more like a wandering ninja, free and easy. Hey, who is he? He's so handsome. Hello, handsome guy, I respect you. Suddenly, Miko over there rushed over, looking at Itachi with an obsessive expression. It's over, I'm a nympho again. Shiakan Mogu came forward and dragged her back to her seat, but they didn't want her to jump up all of a sudden and shouted. That handsome guy, I like you. The same scene, different people, everyone shook their heads after seeing this scene. Hyuga Lanmo smiled happily, he really wanted to see Uchiha Itachi's embarrassment. Looking at it with interest, it turned out that the face was not red or red, and she didn't even look at Miko, as if she didn't exist. F*K, if you have a different personality, you do different things. Monako, whether you can win this buddy of mine depends on your ability. Hyuga Lanmo uses the radical method, he still doesn't believe it, no one can cover the ice of Uchiha Itachi? Facts have proved that it is true. He is like the glacier on the mountain. No matter how the other party confessed or worked hard, he still has a 1,000-year-old expression, and he doesn't even look at it. Miko didn't work either, and quickly gave up, saying that Itachi was not as good as Ink Shadow Master. Even if the adult didn't like it, he could give a word. It was good for him. He didn't say anything except drinking with everyone. Chapter 295 Sasuke betrayed Konoha this evening. Everyone ate meat and wine, chatting all over the world, thinking about their dreams and future. Hyuga Lanmo took Itachi to his new home. He watched the simple layout in the room and didn't speak for a long time. He didn't react until Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and punched him. I haven't had a home for many years, and suddenly I was given a place to stay. I'm not used to it. He lowered his head and smiled, and for a long time suddenly shook his head. I'll give it to someone else here, maybe I can't use it. After speaking, he walked out quickly. Hyuga Lanmo caught up with him, and asked, this is yours and yours. What silly things are you talking about? Why don't you use it? By the way, what's wrong with your eyes? Hyuga Lanmo could feel the abandonment in his words. A few months ago, he was saying hopeful words to him, but now he is exhausted. It seems that during this time, something must have happened to him. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and replied in a low voice, it's okay. Have you used the serum I gave you last time? Show me? It was not Hyuga Lanmo nagging, but he was a little worried about him. Sure enough, the serum that was given to him 3 months ago was placed in his small scroll without any problems. Hyuga Lanmo didn't know how to persuade him, stretched out his hand to take out the serum, and then took out the new repair serum from his scroll and put it into his scroll together with the refrigerator. These have expired, they can't be used. This thing it can only be stored for 1 month, and it has to be stored under refrigerated conditions. Itachi, I will not ask about you, but you will remember to me that you have to live, otherwise even if you become a corpse, I will dig you out, let you stay in this world forever, you know? Uchiha Itachi twitched the corner of his mouth twice, and then nodded. He looked at his friend, blinked his eyes, and swallowed when he was about to speak. Seeing this, Hyuga Lanmo said, I know, you want to ask your brother, do you? He was cursed by the Orochimaru, and he might leave Konoha. After saying this, Itachi frowned. I have something to do, let's go now. Seeing him leaving behind, Hyuga Lanmo sighed slightly. Even if he went to find him, he was not good at expressing himself, so why couldn't the brothers say anything? But thinking about it carefully, he seems to understand his choice. After all, he is the one who killed his biological parents. After all, he is destined to meet Sasuke Hiei. The ending is when he leaves Konoha. I have already thought about it. Advertisement. But Hyuga Lanmo looked at this room, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Since he exists in this world, he will never let Itachi die casually. He can't change the fate of others, but Itachi, he absolutely wants him live. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Naruto Uzumaki. Maybe he could reveal it in advance. Can Naruto really stop Sasuke? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo left 2 wooden duplications, turned around and left Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke, if possible, I want to change your destiny too. Definitely, if he doesn't want to follow him, he won't force it. Hyuga Lanmo's departure from Murin village this time is equivalent to giving herself a vacation. Because the Chajo issue has been resolved, a large part of the dangers of the entire southernmost state will be resolved. For other things, Jinshi and others will look at it, authored. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo left the duplication, so he went all the way to the south and took a boat to Konoha. He didn't worry, he stopped along the way, and occasionally stayed for 2 days when he encountered a place with good scenery. He didn't appear in Konoha until half a month later, and this time, he didn't enter the village with integrity, but used the transformation technique. First, he went to Uzumaki Naruto's house and left a note to make him look at Sasuke and don't do anything strange. After that, he resumed originally, came to the yard where he used to live, and opened the door. He unexpectedly found that the room was very clean. Did you know that he didn't go home to live in the last Jongan exam? How can a house that hasn't lived in for so many years been so clean? When he was strange, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom next door. He walked over quietly, and then kicked the bathroom door open with force. There was a woman screaming inside, and then a naked woman rushed out. Her small voice came from the room. Hyuga Lanmo leaned against the door and said, I'm not mistaken. Before Hyuga Lanmo could speak, Champu had taken his hand and walked outside. Advertisement. He looked down at her white fingers, and a different feeling crossed, of course, don't be too good to me. You rascal, gangster. The woman inside shouted angrily, and then the next second, the door was opened, she was already dressed, and stood in front of him. Let's go to the store, eat something, you see you were hungry and thin recently. Okay, let's go into the bridal chamber first. Hyuga Lanmo forcefully pulled her back again. But, today you have taken my full attention to me. Shouldn't I be responsible for it, such as joining my family, inheriting Yilei Ramen, and then assuming the responsibility of becoming the strongest ramen restaurant in Ninja? If you are willing to join my family, I'm old dad will be very happy. Changpu said and laughed. Looking closely now, she turned out to be Changpu. Although she was slender, the areas where the plumpness should be plump, and the areas where the bumps are bumpy. Maybe the eyes didn't fall on the face just now? She was flushed and nervous. She stretched out her hand to push him away, turned around and fled into the bedroom, and then locked the door. Why are you back? My house is out of power. My dad is in the store. I didn't take a bath and come to your house. Don't you get me wrong? You can avoid entering the bridal chamber, but Hyuga Lanmo, when you want to marry a wife, think about me more or less, as long as you don't let me leave Konoha. I am willing to be your wife who watches over you. She looked up at him. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Changpu pushed him away, with a faint gratitude flashing on her face. She knew he was joking. Anyway, he could come back occasionally, which was the best comfort for her friend. Changpu. Hyuga Lanmo was grateful, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. Real. And it's pretty. Hyuga Lanmo's smile widened, and he looked back at the door and asked. When he said this, he was so serious that the calamus holding his hand was slightly stunned. For a long time, she turned her head with a lovely smile on her face. I know, so I don't treat you too much. I only hope you can come back to see me occasionally. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist. With a strong force, the whole person fell into his arms. He lowered his head and looked at her tightly, then raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, Changpu? She didn't wear any clothes just now, and her hair spread out, so he didn't recognize it. Chapter 296. The word watching caused Hyuga Lanmo's heart to tighten suddenly, from childhood to adulthood, as if he had always owed Calamus. Seeing him looking at him like that for a long time, Changpu shook his head, turned and walked out. If I knew you were coming back today, I would not show up at your house alive and dead, because I was afraid of embarrassment, just like now. Hyuga Lanmo, promise me that even if we can't be lovers, we won't be strangers, okay? Hyuga Lanmo chased it out and said, we will not be strangers. Besides, I was not embarrassed just now. I just have no plans for getting married. If one day I really want to get married, I will tell you, when the time comes, you will definitely be on my selection list. Hyuga Lanmo, has anyone ever said that you are narcissistic? Still selected? How many people like you? Cut, that is, I am so stupid, waiting for you and changing to someone else. Changpu thought about it. My own age, it seems that no one else is married yet, even the girls from Konoha village who clamored to like him when they were young are still single. The competition is fierce, Changpu lamented inwardly. How about being someone else? He asked. It's all right, let's not talk about it, let's go, let's eat. Changpu dragged him to the corner of the street. In Yilei Ramen, Hyuga Lanmo ate the ramen made by Uncle Yilei. A gift box was placed in front of the uncle. I send you a gift, please accept it. When they were young, Hyuga Lanmo gave them a necklace worth tens of millions, and they refused to return it to him alive and well. He obviously accepted it. Later, they saw the necklace in the cupboard, but at that time he had already left. NS. Since then, Uncle Yile also knew that the gifts he sent out would not be taken back. There was no way. Uncle Yile had to accept it and save it as home improvement for the Calamus later. Unexpectedly, now he wants to give gifts again? It won't be something that we can't bear, right? If it is, I don't want it. I have hands and feet, I can eat and earn, and I don't need you to give us such valuable things. It's not expensive, you open it, Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He was sitting there, a few meters tall, with long black hair, clean skin, a pair of dark blue eyes, and handsome people are angry. Just sitting here can attract the attention of a group of girls. With such a smile, Uncle Yile even heard the screaming of a woman outside the store. Looking back at his daughter, I felt a little bitter in my heart. Hey, it would be great if Ayame was a ninja, and that would bring the two of them closer together. The uncle opened the box and put a low-key watch in it. He laughed. This thing is good, I like it, then I will put it away. Advertisement the next day, when the owner of the opposite jewelry store saw the watch on Uncle Yile's wrist, he was surprised that his chin almost fell on the ground. Where did you get such a valuable thing? What is precious? This is given to me by my daughter's friend, ordinary goods, not expensive. What's not expensive? This watch is worth 10 million. What? Early the next morning, Hyuga Lanmo was still asleep, and he felt that someone had entered the door. He sat up and saw Tsunade and Mute Sister at a glance. They both smiled and looked naked on the bed. The upper body of him. I haven't seen you in the past 2 years, and my body is getting better and better, Tsunade said. Mute also laughed. The dolphins in her arms jumped out of her arms and rushed into Hyuga Lanmo's bed. Ha ha, ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo picked up the sheet, covered his body, and said, Sir and sister should turn and turn over? He made a gesture, hoping that the two of them would understand that he was already an adult. But I didn't want the two of them to move at all. They said, when we took a bath together in the hot springs, we've seen it all over a long time. What's so shy? We two women are not afraid, you are afraid. Before he finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo had jumped out of the bed, wearing only a trousers. Seeing the scene silently, he turned and covered his eyes with a, "Ah." But Tsunade smiled. Nodded slightly, not bad. Puff. Sir, can you be more shameless? In the bathroom, Hyuga Lanmo's grumpy voice came. A quarter of an hour later, the three people arrived at the Hokage office. Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the seat and yawned. Tsunade looked at the stacks of documents with a bitter expression. On the other side, Mr. Jiraiya was flattering. Lanmo, you can try this. A new product in the village, called rice cakes, is very delicious. You try. Knowing that he was in the village, he bought a delicious breakfast and rushed to the village to meet him. With the death of the third generation of Hokage, Tsunade succeeded to the position of the fifth generation of Hokage, and his relationship with Konoha gradually improved. Advertisement Jiraiya never dreamed that in his lifetime, he would still be able to see him sitting in the Hokage office and eating breakfast happily with him. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and put it in his mouth, then his eyes became a line of laughter, and he nodded, it's really delicious. After speaking, he snatched all the boxed rice cakes in his hand and ate them with big mouthfuls. At the moment, two Konoha ninjas holding documents appeared in the Naruto office. After they put down the files, they reported, "Fifth generations of Naruto, there is one thing we want to tell you. We just met at Konoha Park. Haruno Sakura, she said that Sasuke Uchiha left Konoha last night." What? Are you true? Tsunade suddenly stood up. Hyuga Lanmo, who was eating rice cakes, also stood up. He obviously left a letter to Uzumaki Naruto to let him pay attention to Uchiha Sasuke's movements, isn't it? After thinking about it carefully, Hyuga Lanmo patted his head. Uzumaki Naruto's temper, I am afraid that he would only fight Sasuke when he saw that letter. This is really the same as the original plot. After the fight, Sasuke left Konoha. According to Haruno Sakura, it is true, the ninja replied. Tsunade looked solemn, and Orochimaru started to act. She hurriedly called Shikamaru and told him the situation. Shikamaru asked strangely, this matter should be called on Shinobu or Jongren to solve it, it will be faster. Tsunade has no voice. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo knew that there were some things that he could not hear as an outsider, so he said, I have something to do, so I will take a step first, and there will be a period later. After speaking, he jumped out of the window and disappeared. At this time, Tsunade continued to answer Shikamaru's words. All Kaminen in the village has been sent out. Now Kaminen in the village can't use it casually, so. Shikamaru understood, spread his hands, turned around and walked out. Now it seems that he is the only one who has led a few outstanding shinin to chase after him, hoping to complete the task. Chapter 297 here, Shikamaru is still looking for someone, while Hyuga Lanmo has set off over there. Tien Zhiguo. After Hyuga Lanmo determined the stronghold of Orochimaru through the information in front of Lanxiamen, he found a thick tree near High Point outside the stronghold and lay on the branch to rest. He doesn't have to stop Uchiha Sasuke, he just needs to wait here. After Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga, Dingji, and Rock Lee have all done away with the 5 people of Itonin, he will come again. Uchiha Sasuke, see what he means. If it doesn't work, come hard. Hyuga Lanmo thought in his heart that in the end he shook his head. He was different from the evil Kodo drum and no longer cut and white. Sasuke hated too much, and he knew his relationship with Itachi. If he did not come willingly, the words of Mo Ren village, bringing him to Nanmo would only become a danger to Nanmo. So, the choice this time is all up to him. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo yawned, ready to sleep for a while. Time passed slowly, the sky was sunny and windy, very comfortable. At the moment, a itch spread from Hyuga Lanmo's forehead. He opened his eyes and saw the spiders full of trees. The sky was overwhelming, and he was very sick. Fire escape, the art of fireball. A burst of fire burned all the spiders in front of them to death, and then, 3 waves of attacks appeared in 3 directions around them. Bubbles, turned butterflies, the art of wild spiders. The art of paper knives, boom. Although the opponent took action only after the strategic plan, but unexpectedly, after a smog, the 3 of them would fall into the other's trap. And above the tree trunk, the object attacked by them was not the target person at all, but a wooden stake. Transformation technique. Bold. At the moment, in the thick fog of the valley in the distance, someone shouted, followed by a sound of running. Advertisement immediately afterwards, Dashiwan and several of his subordinates appeared in front of the 3 of them. Are you crazy? When the master appears, you dare to take action. Are you really impatient? As he said, Orochimaru, who was unwell, knelt on one leg. I don't know if the master came from afar and was disappointed. Master, please. Dashemaru said to the air. The 3 people over there were surprised when they saw this scene. Who was it? Even the Orochimaru calls the master? This is really great news. It makes them feel cold in their backs, and the master who can be recognized by Dashiwan, how strong is ability. If the other party had a dead hand just now, hadn't it? Before the 3 of them could react, the magnetic shields trapped on them had tightened, and only a creaking sound was heard in the air. The bones of the 3 of them shattered, their internal organs burst, and they all died. Within the base cave, Orochimaru swayed 3 times as he walked, sweating on his forehead, and his body was extremely pale. He greedily looked at Hyuga Lanmo walking beside him. If, at the moment, he could become his own container. Now it was the time for him to change the container for 3 years, and the best was right in front of him, but he didn't dare to start, not only because of the black stick in his heart, but more, it would not succeed. He can't even beat Uchiha Itachi, let alone him? If it weren't, he wouldn't look at Uchiha Sasuke, who was only at the level of Shinobu. Along the way, Hyuga Lanmo was invited into the most spacious cave. Orochimaru could no longer stand it. He didn't want Hyuga Lanmo to see his embarrassment, but he didn't know why he came. I don't know what it is for the master to come here. He resisted the discomfort and asked. Hyuga Lanmo started straight to the point and said, I want Uchiha Sasuke. Impossible. With almost no room for thought, Dashemaru refused. After planning for so long and making so many sacrifices, how could he watch the cooked duck fly? The ability of the Uchiha clan is his dream. If it succeeds this time, maybe he will be as strong as Uchiha Itachi, so he will never give away such a container. But after letting him speak in a tough tone, he immediately regretted it. The person in front of him was Hyuga Lanmo. If he did something here at the moment, he would only have a dead end. The tents of several Itonen village ninjas all around, the basement, the cold aura permeated, powerful murderous aura wantonly, as if it would become sure as hell field in the next second. Advertisement. Everyone held Roar's breath and looked nervously at the 2 people in the center of the venue. It can't be what you said, let's wait for Sasuke to make a decision. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and sat on a chair, then looked at the people in front of him with a smile on his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his fingers, and in the palm of his hand, Mu Dun appeared, like a wooden dragon with open teeth and dancing, and pounced on the big snake pill. At that moment, Dashiwan's heart tightened together. When he changed his skin, it was when his body was weakest. Why did he go out to greet him stupidly just now? Isn't this making yourself trouble? Pharmacist Pocket rushed up with a few people around him and guarded Dashiwan. Suddenly, there was a tremor around and the mountain shook. Several people retreated. Hyuga Lanmo did not chase them. Several people disappeared in the basement. Hyuga Lanmo yawned, looked at the cave supported by the magnetic escape, turned around and disappeared. It's horrible, it scares me to death. Dashiwan was soft, and said while covering his heart, obviously he wanted to get some blood from him when he led him into the base, but he forgot his situation and was almost wiped out by him. Even though he wiped out himself, he could be reborn, but what if he really starts a virus infection plan on him? Isn't he over? Mr. Doe, who the hell is that man? Adults are so afraid of him? A ninja asked strangely. The pharmacist rang out the scene of the 4 filthy reincarnated shadow-level figures playing against him, sighed slightly and said, it's really scary. Because they moved the base, coupled with the resistance of Konoha Uzumaki Naruto and others, it was already 3 days later when Uchiha Sasuke found Orochimaru and others, and because of this time, he missed the time for Orochimaru to change the container. He has changed another person's body. And he didn't know that when he found Dashemaru based on the clues, he followed a person behind him. This person was not someone else, but Hyuga Lanmo. When he appeared in another base, let alone Dashemaru, this time, even the entire base was so scared that they almost exploded their own nest. Uchiha Sasuke is even more nervous. When did he follow him? Master, for so many years, no matter how many bad things I have done, I have always been loyal to you. Would you please give me a way to survive? Dashiwan's eyes were flustered, and he had just changed his body, and his hands were sealed. At the moment, if the other party did something, he would not even have room to fight back. Chapter 298. Sasuke's hate. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. If I want to kill you, do you think you can live to this day? Hearing this, Dashemaru's eyes lighted up, and he knelt on the ground with one leg. Thank you, Master. Thank you, master. Sasuke on one side saw this scene, his eyes fixed on Hyuga Lanmo. That said, I am here for him, as he said. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his finger and pointed at Sasuke. On seeing this scene, Dashemaru was unwilling. In the last battle, he lost 4 trump cards for reincarnating from the filthy soil. Could it be that she will lose another trump card this time? Hyuga Lanmo looked back at Uchiha Sasuke. As long as he speaks, he will definitely take him away. What do you mean? The other party was stunned. For a long time, he suddenly said, I am willing to leave here with the adults and go to Morin village. As soon as he said this, Dashemaru's eyes were cold, and his unconscious hands wanted to go up and tear Sasuke apart. He tried his best to take him away from Konoha, but in the end he made a wedding dress for others. Haha, in that case, just follow me. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He stretched out his hand to grab Uchiha Sasuke, and looked back at Osamaru. Bye-bye. Master, did you just leave like this? I'm so loyal to you, don't you give face at all? Even if you leave a needle to tube your blood? If it was his blood, it would have been replaced by Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Lanmo's smiling face disappeared, and he said, I opened my mouth to let you die, and it is already a slap in the face to you. Do you still want my blood? Are you crazy? It's crazy, but you drove me crazy. Dashuan's yellow eyes were cold, and the whole person stepped back. At the moment, there was a commotion around. A dozen ninjas appeared, among them 2 psychic beasts. Ah! These people rushed up one after another. Some of them had slurred teeth, bulging eyes, some had broken blood vessels, and their consciousness was blurred. They were normal at first, but just now, after they were infected with angry emotions, everything has changed. Advertisement. It's a cursed state again. How many people did Dashuan experiment for? And it is obvious that these are all failed products, some failed products that only know about fierce attacks. Hyuga Lanmo turned around a few times, kicked, took, turned, kicked hard under his feet, and without ninjutsu, these people had already been wiped out 7 or 88. The remaining cursed ninjas who existed behind were successful, at least they had thoughts and knew how to use ninjutsu. Fire escape, direct injection technique, soil escape, big cover-up technique. Relying on the status of the curse, there are a lot of chakras, and the ninjutsu abilities they use are also very large, but in the face of Hyuga Lanmo, they have no chance of winning. 2 minutes later, the scene was bloody. Human remains and corpses filled the basement. The 2 psychic beasts on the opposite side were also dying, and there was no fighting. Hyuga Amo grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's wrist, turned and left. Master, a few hairs are okay. Dashuan's voice hovered in the base, and after spending a long time, he didn't get anything. He was really unwilling. In a forest in the country of fire, Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the curse mark on the back of Sasuke's neck. He stretched out his hand to relieve him and felt a pain in his leg. He looked down, and his assistant held a needle in his hand, inserted it, and went in. His body, and blood is being drawn out along the needle tube. The blood has entered the needle tube. You? Hyuga Lanmo kicked him away. Hinata Lanmo, you should have thought of it a long time ago. No matter how strong your ability is, I won't follow you sincerely, because you are Uchiha's friend, and his friend is my eternal enemy. One day, I will kill you and Itachi. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, with a terrifying smile on his face, and he rushed up. Then you have to have that ability. A few Wying linked legs kicked out, a thunderstrike burst out, and the second pillar that had just reached the level of the shinobi was blasted out. Today, I will kill you first, so as not to raise a tiger, Hyuga Lanmo said again. Originally, he wanted to change the relationship between him and Itachi with his own meager power. Now it seems that many netizens call it his second post is really not a minor illness. Advertisement. After a few more attacks, Sasuke Uchiha had fainted. Just as Hyuga Lanmo was about to kill the killer, Itachi's figure appeared above the tall tree in the distance. Hyuga Lanmo stopped moving. He looked up at him and said, "You have a good brother." Uchiha Itachi understood what he meant and said, "He chooses his own way, I will wait." Itachi's intention now is obvious, not to force Sasuke away, and he also hopes that Hyuga Lanmo will respect Sasuke's choice. Cut. Pretend to be handsome. You should know that if I don't take him away, he will become your #1 enemy in the future. Do you think I will just watch something happen? They all say that the twisted melon is not sweet. He doesn't care if he is sweet or not. Anyway, taking Sasuke Uchiha to Nanmo, he might be able to save Itachi's life in the future. Thank you, but no, Sasuke and I will definitely use our lives to interpret everything before. Those blood-like terrifying memories can't be changed overnight. Itachi said softly as if he had met his future a long time ago. The tone was full of the smell of the old town. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo reached out and took away the needle in Zuo's assistant, destroyed all the blood in it, and followed Itachi and left the scene. The pharmacist was lying in ambush nearby. Seeing this scene, he quietly stepped forward to diagnose and treat the assistant. He found that although the other party had fainted, his bones and internal organs were not damaged in the slightest. It seems that Hyuga Lanmo is merciful to him. What a pity that blood. After talking with Itachi, I learned that Akatsuki has used secret methods to restore the golem of the outer Tao as before, and in order to prevent his invisible reincarnation eyes from channeling the golem again, they even used 101 living people's blood to wash the golem, and also held a strange seal spell, to the point where the golem stays in the basement and will no longer be channeled by others. A battle with Hyuga Blue Mo in the Kingdom of Wind kept them busy for more than 3 months. Even so, Akatsuki did not stop planning. Recently, Deidara, Hidana and others have joined Akatsuki. At the same time, they have already begun a comprehensive investigation of all the news about the tail beast and Renjuli. And Pain ordered that without his permission, no one can provoke the Japanese blue ink. In their hearts, since they can't get rid of it and want to complete the plan, they must avoid this obstruction. Only then can the Moon Eye be opened smoothly. Itachi, you are so smart, you should know that the Moon Eye project is a scam, right? The two were sitting in the tavern, talking while drinking. Chapter 299. I just know that it is a very dangerous existence, and... Itachi raised his head and looked at him, with a deep inquiry in his eyes. Are you afraid of the tail beast in my body? Compared to Akatsuki, who has not gathered the 9 tail beasts, at the moment, he who has successfully synthesized the 10 tails is the most dangerous. Itachi was very candid and nodded. Although I haven't seen the second half of the 10 elephants, I have studied the first half of them. The combination of the 9-tailed beasts brings not peace, but war. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. I know, but this kind of power must exist because I want to live. Itachi also nodded to express understanding. He took a sip of the wine and said again, do you know? When I was investigating the tail beast matter recently, I knew one thing. Have you heard of the Orchid sect? A living in water, the mysterious ninja faction in the western part of the country. They seem to have arrested your Lan Shangmen people. They want to come to your Anbu investigation and the results have not been determined yet, so they haven't told you yet, but I can tell you for sure that those people are very dangerous. What? Hyuga Lanmo stood up. Although he had never heard of this organization, why didn't he know that someone was missing in Lan Xiangmen? However, it is certain that none of the entire Lan Shangmen and the Anbu of Mo Ren village can catch up with Itachi's investigation ability. I know about this, thank you, no thanks, Sasuke. I thank you. I didn't expect that he would leave Konoha. Now thinking about it, I was really stupid back then. Even without Konoha, as long as I take Sasuke, where to go is different, but... Itachi lowered his head slightly and drank another glass of wine. Hey, I have to admit, I really have nothing to do with Konoha. After finishing speaking, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sasuke betrayed Konoha. If he could go to Nanmo, he could get rid of one of his own thoughts, but he heard what Sasuke said. He could not drag his friends into his family hatred, among. Let them settle the matter with him and Sasuke by themselves. Time can solve everything. Hyuga Lanmo patted him on the shoulder, and the two drank for a while before breaking up. By the way, the Akatsuki organization seems to have known about your contact with me. You have to be careful. At the time of the breakup, Hyuga Lanmo said. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. They still need me. They won't do it so early. At least, they have to wait until I take the tail beast. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo also nodded, and the two separated. In the basement of Lanxiangmen headquarters in the slums of the capital city of the kingdom of Sichuan. The two female subordinates were surprised when seeing Hyuga Lanmo's face. Who are you? Who let you in, Aunt Li? Why did a stranger suddenly come here? Although the two female subordinates have been working at Lan Shangmen headquarters for a year, they have never met Hyuga Lanmo, so naturally they don't know him. Aunt Li rushed in, with a smile on her face. Don't the two girls know this one? This one is. Ahem. Hyuga Lanmo coughed and coughed his throat. At the moment, if he tells his true identity, Hong Yan, who went to Morin village to submit the materials, will rush back immediately, and will ask again and again to assess the potential safety hazards. After waiting for the questions, there were all kinds of obstructions and nagging. He didn't want to complicate simple things. Aunt Li received the signal and instantly understood that if an adult wanted to expose herself, would she still be used to introduce it? Therefore, this is meant to be concealed. This is the subordinate of the leader of the western part of the Kingdom of Water who will not be killed again, and his name is Amo. Aunt Li responded quickly. Hyuga Lanmo did not expect that no matter how old he was, he would have been upgraded to the leader of Lan Shangmen stationed in the western part of the water country. Are you here to submit the materials, or to receive the order? The two women saw him look handsome and spoke a little politely. Generally, people from the branch are in these two kinds of jobs. I want all the information about Lan Shangmen's recent sacrifices and missing persons. Hyuga Lanmo said with cold body. What? You want information? You are just a subordinate of a branch, why should we give it to you? Those are all secrets. The woman in black clothes said dissatisfiedly. They are people from the headquarters, if each branch people who come to ask for information at will, if they give it all, wouldn't it be a mess? Hyuga Lanmo stared at the two of them, without speaking, an icy breath was filling the entire basement. Aunt Li on one side saw this scene and quickly said, two girls, you can give it to Amo, if you don't kill Mr. You are still waiting for an urgent use? Recently, there are a lot of missing people. They are investigating this matter. Only by comparing the data of all missing persons in other areas can we find out the problem, right? Hurry up. Advertisement. Aunt Li was nervous. This is a generation of Ink Shadow, the real master of Lan Shangmen. Don't be stupid for the two of them. When Jade and Liuli heard this, they were a little unhappy. Master Hongyan clearly asked us to set out to investigate the matter in these 2 days. He suddenly came out. Didn't it mean that we robbed our mission? We won't give it. That is, we have achieved headquarters step by step from the branch, becoming the right and left hand of Lord Hongyan. It has been more than a year since we have taken over the assignment. It is so important that we are finally able to hand it over to us. The two women put away their previous arrogance, with aggrieved and stubborn faces, but they refused to give the information to Hyuga Lanmo. Hong Yan asked you to investigate this matter? This was beyond Hyuga Lanmo's expectation. Definitely, the missing ninjas this time are all women. Only when the female ninjas go can we introduce the hidden murderer, so looking at the entire Lan Shangmen, we can understand this matter and everyone's information, and we can quickly contact the headquarters and let out. The murderer is the only two of us, Jade said proudly. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, he had never heard Itachi say about this. Well, I'll go with you, Hyuga Lanmo said. Why? This is our own opportunity. Why should we agree to perform tasks with your subordinates in this branch? What if you drag us down? Hyuga Lanmo did not speak, turned to leave, and said as he walked. I will wait for you in the western part of the country of water, and Lee. Tell Hongyan about my coming here, also, don't forget when you two come here. To bring information. Okay, my lord. Sure enough, Hong Yan looked worried after learning about this. In recent years, with the publicity of Nanmo country and the growing reputation of Hyuga Lanmo, she has become more and more worried about his personal safety. She also knew that in the ninja world, there was no one who could hurt him at all. However, there are 9 middle-tailed beasts in the body, and the power of the eyes is so great, what should be done if the tailed beasts in the body eat him back? There are also those who are deliberately unpredictable, conspiracy, tricks, and messy tricks. What if he is deceived? Chapter 300. Although she was worried, she also knew that she could not stop Hyuga Lanmo. My lord, who is that person? Jade asked strangely. Hong Yan frowned, did not speak, just handed the task information to the two of them. Go find him and complete the task with him. Remember, if something happens, you must notify me as soon as possible, and it's close to the western part of the water country. If you can't beat the opponent, you will inform the west not to cut and white, and let them support you. Yes, my lord. 5 days later, when the two came to the west of the water country to meet the man named Amo, they almost vomited blood. Because this gentleman is on vacation, on the beach, beautiful coastal scenery, beautiful women in bikinis everywhere, he was lying under a parasol, drinking the most expensive red wine, and there were 2 waiters in formal clothes playing the piano for him. The exquisite food, beautiful flower arrangements, his height configuration, and the high-end pictures piled up with money are really breathtaking. Amo, is your branch so rich now? Besides, did Lan Shangmen invite you to come on vacation? You, Liu Li exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Can I not spend my own money? I haven't moved the organization, nor the country's money. I need you to care. Hyuga Lanmo took a sip of red wine, sat up, stretched his waist, and turned his mouth. The smile gradually expanded. Sure enough, it is comfortable without work. After speaking, he stretched his waist and stood up. The 2 women were about 20 years old, with green hair on one end of Jade and red hair on the other side of Liuli. They both belonged to that kind of beautiful beauties. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows, picked up his clothes and put them on his body. The 3 of them left in no time. The information. He held out his finger. Jade gave him the information. Amo, the 2 of us have no other requirements of you, only one request, that is, please don't hold back. By the way, what is your ninja level? Hyuga Lanmo thought for a while, and said, I haven't taken the Jongman exam. Even when I was a child, I participated in a joint assessment competition, and no one told me that I was upgraded to Jongman. So, I maintain an attitude towards my own level. Advertisement, Halo. You turned out to be a ninja. Now Lan Shangmen doesn't recruit ninjas. Did you come in with money? The 2 women shook their heads one after another, seeing how he was spending money. Maybe, who knows? At the moment Hyuga Lanmo didn't bother to explain that he had already begun to carefully check the information of all the missing persons inside the door. Sure enough, the people who have disappeared in the door recently are all women. There are definitely a few male ninjas among them, but I'm not sure if they are also related to the Orchid sect. Strange, why are they arresting female ninjas? Hyuga Lanmo felt the difference. The 3 went to a nearby hotel and sat down to discuss the matter. If Hyuga Lanmo alone solves this matter, he would definitely take a boat to the West Sea without hesitation to investigate, but now he has 2 women with him, plus the fog in it, he must be careful to do it. Hyuga Lanmo glanced at 10 lines, and quickly read all the information about a dozen ninjas that Lan Shangmen had recently lost. 5 of them were lost in the country of water, 2 of them were in Unokuni, and 3 of them. They disappeared because of the investigation, and 2 others were lost in the west island of Chajo, South Mexico. At present, it is not clear whether these people are alive or dead, but according to the clues left, everything points to the western sea area of water country. The western coastline of water country is very long, but the exact location is not very clear. But what is certain is that it is definitely not on the western and southern coasts, because Hyuga Lanmo visited the nearby coastline in the past 5 days, and never heard of any loss of population or ninjas. Keep going north. Hyuga Lanmo said. Why listen to you? Lord Hongyan is the head of Lan Shangmen headquarters, she said. Let us 2 perform tasks with you, but she didn't say that we must listen to you. Don't you know what a team is? Besides, if I am not too lazy to use duplication to transform into a woman, I need you. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo shook the information in his hand and put it in his scroll, taking the lead, walked outside the hotel. Hey, how do you talk like this? We 2 are from headquarters. According to the high and low positions, you should listen to us as well. I said we should walk south along the coastline. Leaving the 2 of them, Hyuga Lanmo followed the coastline all the way north, gradually becoming less populated, but occasionally some coastal cities appeared, but they were also very prosperous. Advertisement. 3 days later, it will be the annual sea sacrifice. This event, how many beauties will be produced by several big families? Someone talked about it at another table. I see, you guys are busy, I'm going to eat, blue ink. The one who called his name was his former friend Hyuga, and there was another person he didn't know, but from their looks and the sunglasses on their eyes, he had already affirmed that he was also a member of the Hyuga family. I don't believe you. Based on the situation we just saw, I'm afraid you are investigating and patronizing the beauties, right? Liuli retorted. On this day, Hyuga Lanmo came to a place called Moon City, which was built between a valley. There were no walls. From a distance, you could see the city spreading in the valley like a crooked moon, with thousands of lights. It's very beautiful. Sorry, let's drink and save it together in the future. Or together. Hyuga didn't finish his sentence, because he had already received the warning look in his eyes. He knew that they were not here to play this time. Well, whatever you want, I'll follow my schedule. Hyuga Lanmo cares about them, even without them, he can find out the truth. Hyuga Lanmo didn't get tangled, nodded slightly, and ordered food on the other side of the table, and began to eat. I have already checked the southern part. The sudden sound shocked Hyuga Lanmo's heart. He looked up. In the corner of the hotel, there were 3 people, all of whom were wearing sunglasses. One of them was about 30 or 40 or 50 years old. He turned out to be the Hyuga family. The patriarch Hyuga Nizu. Why are you here? Hyuga Lanmo stepped towards them. Hyuga Hikari scratched his head. This time it was a secret mission. He couldn't tell Hyuga Lanmo about some things, so his expression was a bit awkward. When he came to Yanjiao, Hyuga Lanmo randomly found a restaurant ready to fill his stomach first. The 7 families in Moon Town must have one from each family. I don't know if Lord Sea God can match this time. If they don't match, there will be another tsunami, and Moon City will be over. Another person said while drinking. Chapter 301 Moon City. This big brother, what kind of sacrificial activity? The first time we came here, we didn't know that there was such a lively? Hyuga Guang asked. It's the annual Poseidon marrying a wife. Poseidon marries a wife. What do you mean? On March 15th every year, a grand wedding is held for the god of the sea. A few beautiful women in costumes are placed on a simple bamboo raft. Then, taking advantage of the dense fog on the sea, they push into the sea 10 kilometers away from the coast. At that time, Poseidon will collect his daughter-in-law by himself. As long as all the beauties disappear, it proves that Poseidon is very satisfied. If one returns or escapes, Poseidon will be angry. The drinker continued to explain. Isn't it the life of Kuosuga? Those women are pushed into the sea like this. Are they still able to come back alive? Hyuga Guang looked surprised. Hyuga Hizushin frowned slightly, shook his head at him, and whispered. This is a custom, not something that outsiders like us can talk about. Hyuga nodded, and the 3 of them left the restaurant after eating. Hyuga Lanmo listened to their discussion while eating, and then got a general idea of the matter. The general thing is like this, Moon Town is backed by mountains on both sides, and in the middle is a canyon. Although the city is not healthy on the mountain, the terrain is not low. It used to be stable here, but 7 years ago, there was a tsunami here suddenly. After that, in order to pray for the peace of the world, the people held a sacrifice to the sea every year on Tanabata. At the beginning, offering sacrifices to the sea was nothing more than a gift to the sea, and the gifts were at most some cattle, sheep, fruits and other things. Until 3 years ago, things changed. Sometime before March 15th, some people in Moon City and the surrounding area constantly dreamed that the sea god wanted a wife with them. Although this incident was a rumors and spread quickly in Moon City and surrounding villages and towns, everyone knew that if you offered sacrifices to a living person to the sea god, it would be murder. Therefore, even if someone receives a dream from the god of the sea, the sacrifice for that year is still the same as in previous years, with cattle, sheep, fruits and other things. However, because of this, 3 days after the ritual activities, the Moon Bay facing the Moon City suddenly experienced an earthquake, followed by an overwhelming tsunami that flooded the entire Moon Town and surrounding villages and fields. Advertisement: there were countless casualties in that natural disaster, and the loss of property was even more unpredictable. Since then, in order to keep the sea god peaceful, everyone donated money and asked the people of the 7 families of Moon City to sacrifice the living people to the sea god. Since then, people have changed the sacrificial activity to the sea cucumber marrying a daughter-in-law. But it's strange to say that from then on, as long as all the women who worshipped all disappeared, Moon City would be stable for a year without flooding. If a woman successfully escapes, then it will be either a flood or an earthquake, and disasters will continue throughout that year. Brother, haven't we investigated this matter with a ninja? What happens if someone deliberately does it? Hyuga Lanmo sitting in the corner heard everyone talking and asked. Definitely please, and this incident has also shocked the daimyo of the water country, and the daimyo has also made it clear that he will stop this incident, but how to stop it? This is the wish of so many people in Moon City. Besides, those ninjas are here. Investigate, come and investigate, haven't there been any clues? No, many ninjas from various countries have gathered in the city this year. It depends on what they can find out this year. Several people continued to drink. After having a meal in a hurry, Nissen Lanmo set off for the city. Along the way, she saw a lot of ninjas. After inquiring, she knew. As long as she can investigate the cause of this incident and find out the murderer behind the scenes, she can go to Shuiji receive the bounty from the National University. And these ninjas in the city came for the reward. I heard from the people nearby that there are not a few ninjas who have died at sea in the past 2 years for the reward. Why did you die? No one knows. It was just rumored that it was the punishment of Poseidon. Hyuga Lanmo found a hotel and stayed in. That night, he went to the land of the 7 families. He wanted to see if those so-called brides were from their land Shangmen. Because there are still 3 days to arrive at the ceremony. At the moment, the 2 brides contributed by each of the 7 families of Moon City are still in their own clan and are strictly guarded. Hyuga Lanmo quietly entered the courtyard of the Yamada family. The courtyard was huge, and there were a lot of servants and caretakers. Passing through the front yard is the inner house, and the place with the most guards and the most fancy furnishings should be the so-called place where the bride lives. The fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce. The group of people implemented a rotation plan. If the people inside couldn't fight, the outsiders rushed in and replaced the insiders. In this way, everyone had time to rest. Advertisement checking the car in the night. Hyuga Lanmo did not linger and was about to leave Moon City, but as soon as he left the canyon, he saw a group of people fighting in the distant mountains. He quietly came to the back window and sneaked into the room. Mrs. Zai's words came from the room. Hyuga Lanmo looked carefully. In the room, a woman was sitting by the bed wiping her tears. Looking through the writing wheel, she was just an ordinary person. When he arrived, he realized that it was a group of Hod besieging 3 people. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Since it's irrelevant, he doesn't need to worry about this nosy. So the sea god's sacrifice has nothing to do with Lan Shangman's missing person? Although he didn't know how long they had been playing, it could be seen that the 3 people in the encircled circle could no longer stand it. So sometimes even a master of ninjutsu, there will be scenes where a good dog can't stand a pack of wolves. The second generation of Hokage back then died of exhaustion because of a team battle with everyone. For example, the picture that Hyuga Lanmo sees now. From a distance, Hyuga Lanmo heard the woman's cry. The same is true for the woman in the other yard. Although she did not cry, she was an ordinary person, and listening to their words seemed to be a woman selected locally as the bride for the sacrifice. After going to the other 6 major families to check all of them, Hyuga Lanmo confirmed that the bride of the sea god this time was indeed not the one who had disappeared from Lan Shangman. And those 3 people are all he knows: Hyuga Hippo, Hikari, and a member of the Hyuga family. At the moment, the sunglasses on their faces have been removed, and those white eyes can make people recognize them at a glance. A member of the Hyuga family. Don't cry, girl. This is your life. What can you do? You also want your parents to live a better life. Since they took the money from the Yamada family, you should obey the Yamada family's orders, and go there obediently in 3 days. It's like this anyway. If you recognize it, you say you are going to die, and the consequences are not the same. If you live to be the bride of the sea god, if you commit suicide, your parents won't have to say anything. Maybe the people will retaliate against chapter 302. Hyuga Lanmo sat down, and there was no trace of the Orchid sect anyway, and he had no clue about the missing ninja, so he didn't worry about leaving. Let's see what they wanted to do. Destroy them. Those people swarmed up, and soon, except for Hinata, Hikari couldn't stand it anymore. Although he is now at the level of Jongren, his gossip 64 palms and soft punches have been used for dozens of times. At the moment, his chakras are getting less and less, and his physical strength can no longer keep up. Suddenly a big knife appeared behind him, and he cut it diagonally against his head. The person holding the knife was tall and strong. Dancing with the big knife in his hand is like playing. If it falls on Hikari's head, that must be the brain blossoming, and the life will not be saved. He was talking about the Hyuga Nizu and the other ninja who were facing multiple people alone, and there was no time to save him. Just when it was about to hit, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and pulled out a handful of kunai, and then threw it over. Accompanied by the whistling wind, before the big knife fell, the brawny man's head exploded directly, and a kunai penetrated his head, shot to the opposite side, penetrated the body of the other ninja, and nailed it to the tree. Superior. The tragic scene exploded on the battlefield, and everyone took a step back in fright. Who is it? Who is it? The man headed by one side shouted loudly, and within his sight, no ninja was found. Only on the hillside in the distance, a dark shadow, Yingyingzuojo, leaped under the moonlight. Boss, will it be there? Although they can't see clearly, they are familiar with the terrain here. Nonsense, there are at least a few miles away from here. How could someone project kunai from such a distance? And the man known as the boss looked back at the dead body whose head was smashed, and so much strength. Although they didn't know who the dark shadow was, Hinata Kika recognized the man at a glance. It's really God to help me, whoever I think will come. Lanmo, help. Advertisement. With a sprint, he rushed out of the encirclement and ran in the direction of Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, a group of enemies chased after him. Hearing this, Hyuga Hizu frowned. Did he save them? The other ninja of the Hyuga family could no longer withstand it. He had used Shuenshin Wave several times before, but now he could not withstand it anymore. Hikari's escape took part of the enemy away, and the remaining part continued to contain Hinata and the man. Hyuga Hinata saw his figure sway, and he held him by his side, and he began to fight all the enemies wholeheartedly. In any case, this time, they must leave here. Even if they die, they can't die here, especially it's him. The Hyuga clan is divided into clan and clan. Clan has the right to gather white eyes, and those who split the clan will also have white eyes. Just to keep the eyes blank, the clan would mark the bird in the cage on the forehead of those who have white eyes. In that case, even if someone from a foreign race covets his eyes and hijacks the splitter, if he removes his eyes, it will not succeed. Because of the bird in the cage, if the eyes are removed, not only the ability of the eyes will disappear, but also because of the seal, the brain tissue of the body will also be damaged. Therefore, if someone from his Hyuga clan dies outside, don't worry, at least others won't get their white eyes, but Hyuga can't. If his eyes fall into the hands of others, they will only become other people's weapons. This is also the reason why Bayan is not as easy as writing round eyes. Seeing this scene, Hinata Hikari's jaw almost fell to the ground. Is this a cage-level physique? Don't even use chakra. Kill from one end to the other party can't even see his movements, so they are all abolished? He is here to investigate the case. If the secret enemy knows that Lan Shangman's sect master has appeared, becomes vigilant, or becomes furious and kills his protege, is he still a sect master? At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo has stopped all actions, because the black rod penetrated the enemy's body just now. Through the reincarnation eye perception, he already knew more or less the identity of these people, and also knew that the sacrifice activities in Moon City seemed to be true. It is related to a school called Lanwazong. Hyuga Lanmo did not answer, just looked at the injured person next to him, then took out a pill and handed it to his hand. He had watched him use the close attack method called Shuenshenbo, before asking. Said, "Is that a physical skill you developed yourself?" Advertisement in less than 10 seconds, from this end to the other, all of them had 2 blood holes inserted in their bodies, and they all died. Hyuga Hizu came down to him with his exhausted subordinates. "Thank you for reaching out." "Yes, my lord, Hinata Lanmo, you are too good." Hyuga Lanmo sat on the hillside, and saw Hyuga Hikari in the distance running towards him while shouting for help. Not only did he shook his head, this guy was just like he was a child. Although Hyuga Lanmo is not as old as him, the other party is a shadow-level identity after all, so in front of him, let alone him, even if it is Hinata, he must be called you, or an adult. Yamashita, because Hyuga took away most of the enemies, Hyuga Nizu got a respite, and he united with Renze, another Hyuga family, to solve everyone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even so, Hyuga Lanmo did not stay alive. A shadow duplication rushed out, beheading all those who knew his identity. He has never seen that kind of attack before. If the Hyuga clan is mostly characterized by palms, this person's profound body wave is coordinated through the coordination of the legs and the body chakra, and then performs super strength attacks and practices physical exercises from here. "Help me, why are you killing me? For our eyes? I tell you, my eyes will be useless without the body. Hyuga Lanmo, help me." Hyuga ran all the way, taking away all the dangers around him all brought to his side. The man respectfully accepted the pill that Hyuga Lanmo handed over, and swallowed it without any doubt. His action made the Hyuga on one side very surprised. Could it be that his prestige has reached everyone? Is it to the point of surrender? Hyuga Lanmo snapped his teeth at him, and rushed over with a shock. Everyone who heard his name today would have to die. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo's subordinates were merciless. He almost didn't use ninjutsu. It was just physique. At the same time, 2 black sticks of suitable length had exploded in his hands. Kick, turn, kick, stab, pick, flip and jump, kill all the way. Chapter 303. This physical attack is very powerful, but it does too much damage to the body. If you take a pill like me, it will have a certain improvement and protection effect on your body, Hyuga Lanmo said. "Thank you, my lord, thank you. The villain is named Hyuga Ha, please give me your advice." The other party looked excited, and he could talk to the famous Hyuga Lanmo, and he felt that his heart was about to jump out. "I can't talk about advice, just do it." After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo took a deep look at the 3 people in front of him, and then waved to Hyuga Kikaru. "I'll leave if I'm fine. By the way, here, my name is Amo." Hinata Lanmo, "No, Amo, why are you here?" In fact, Hyuga Kwong wanted to ask the first time he saw him, but the patriarch didn't let him talk more, so he dragged it down now. "I'll investigate the Orchid sect," Hyuga Lanmo replied. "Do you know the Orchid sect?" Hyuga Hizu asked with a look of surprise. He was still stern and didn't want to communicate with Hyuga Lanmo, but they had been investigating the Orchid sect for several days, and there was no clue. Now that I hear this, I can't help but feel a little curious. "Knowledge? What do you know?" Hyuga Nizu asked. "Ow, I was too anxious, so since you are also investigating the Orchid sect, how about we share information?" Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows, looked at the opposite Hyuga Nikke and the other 2 people. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, we share information." Hyuga Nizu also smiled, looking at him in front of him, and sighed in his heart that time is not forgiving. Once, he was just a blind child, but now he is a shadow. If the Hyuga family could take good care of him back then, now, according to his ability, the position of the 5th generation of Hokage is definitely his. If the Hyuga's family came out to be a Hokage, it would be such a glorious thing. What a pity. When the 2 parties tell everything, they know that the other party knows as much as they do. Advertisement. First of all, Hyuga Lanmo only knows that in the western part of the water country, there is an existence called the Orchid sect, and in recent months, it has continuously hijacked more than a dozen ninjas from Morin village. Here, Hyuga Lanmo didn't say anything about Lan Shangmen. After all, Lan Shangmen died in a secret organization, and those missing ninjas, he only said that they were ninjas from Monin village. The same is true for the Hyuga family. First of all, 2 years ago, a ninja from the Hyuga branch suddenly disappeared when he was on a mission in the western part of the country of water. After that, his teammates found him for more than half a month, but there was still no news. Everyone thought he had sacrificed, but they didn't expect that in the first half of this year, the Hyuga's family suddenly lost another ninja. This time, the other party left a secret report. Although the content is simple, it revealed a lot of information. The secret report only wrote 2 sentences. Hinata Akira and I are not dead, the country of water is west, the Orchid sect. Just such a short piece of information has become all the information that the Hyuga family has obtained. Originally this matter should be investigated by the Konoha faction ninja, but unexpectedly, Onbi's investigation has not made any progress. In addition, the previous joint examinations of Shinobu, and later Osamu launched the Konoha collapse plan, the 3 generations of Naruto. After his death, and the succession to the throne of Hokage Tsunade in the 5 generations, there have been no idlers in the village. Reluctantly, Hinata Nisaka personally took 2 ninjas from the family, and came to the western part of the water country to investigate the matter again. But they did not expect that after entering the water country, their blank eyes caused them a lot of trouble. Once in a small town, a dozen Sanran attacked them collectively. Their purpose was very high. Clearly, that is their eyes. Reluctantly, they brought the sunglasses and then went all the way to the Moon City. Unexpectedly, I met Hyuga Lanmo here. Hyuga Nami looked anxious, and Hikari wanted to step forward. The two of them didn't dare to move, so they looked at Hyuga Nisu on one side. Indeed, they have forgotten that Hyuga Lanmo is the most weird existence in this ninja world. It's nothing more than the 9-tailed orc pillar power. People who are obviously from the Hyuga family can use the riding wheel eyes. What other ninjutsu can be done? My lord, that me, I. Hyuga looked back nervously at Hyuga Hizu, wanted to speak, but didn't dare to say it. For a long time, all the words became one sentence. I believe in your ability. Advertisement, it's okay, it seems that we have very limited clues, Hyuga Lanmo said. Believe it or not, since the information has been shared, I'll go busy. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and was about to leave. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. How do you know? Hyuga Hizu asked in surprise. When they were under siege, he even thought about how to commit suicide. If it weren't for him, he would have died now. They didn't know that he had invisible reincarnation eyes, and naturally they didn't understand the ability of reincarnation eyes. Hyuga Hizu understands that if it weren't for Hyuga Lanmo today, then the lives of the 3 of them might be accounted for here. Go north, don't you know? Those people are not all looking at your eyes. The man who besieged you is the Orchid sect, and they mix in Moon City as Sanin. Just to ensure that this sacrificial event can be held smoothly, I am sure that Moon City is definitely related to the Orchid sect. Amo, suddenly, Hyuga Hizu said. Are you willing to carry out this mission with us? Although our capacity is limited, but if you are there, I think maybe we can rescue the other 2 Hyuga clan people. I am here to apologize to you about your childhood, back then. Well, Amo, the Patriarch and I are going to continue to investigate north. How about you? Hyuga Guang continued to ask. I checked the man's brain just now. That's the way it is. After Hinata finished speaking, he looked up at Hyuga Lanmo. I thought that the sea god of Moon City would be related to the Orchid sect, but we stayed here for 3 days and didn't find out anything. I plan to leave tonight, but I don't want the 3 of us to be blocked by so many ninjas just out of the city. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble tonight. As soon as he said this, Hyuga Hippocampus felt cold on his back, and Hyuga Hikari looked surprised, and his eyes widened. Can you check the dead man's brain? My god, the Hyuga family does not have this at all. Ability? Hyuga on one side also nodded again and again. Thank you, sir, thank you so much. I just took the pill and I feel that my body has strength, thank you. Although Hinata Ha is a few years older than Hyuga Amo, he has become an idol in his heart since he heard of his legend. Today, when he meets an idol, he really wants to perform the task with him. Unfortunately, the Patriarch is here. He cannot be presumptuous. Chapter 304 14 Brides. Okay. Let's perform the task together. Hyuga Lanmo didn't want to hear him sensational, so he directly replied, and then he waved his hand. Hearing this, Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Ha leapt forward happily. Who would have thought that it would be great for me to have the opportunity to perform tasks with you in this life? Hikari thought of his maddening ninjutsu, and his heart was tumbling. Hyuga Wave is even more happy. His fists are clenched and loosened and clenched, and his face is full of excitement. After a long absence, Hyuga Nizu, who has been in a cold atmosphere recently, also showed a smile. The 4 people returned to the city again, but this time, it was different from before. First of all, the 4 Hyuga Hizas had to use the transformation technique and had to create an illusion that they had left Moon City before returning to the city. They didn't want to let it go. People from the Orchid sect found them. As for their white eyes, in addition to sunglasses, they can also be covered with a head curtain and dust cap. Back in the city, the 4 of them found an inn again and stayed in. Hyuga Lanmo's duplication went to investigate the situation outside the city. At dawn, duplication brought back information. In order not to cause riots, someone had already disposed of all the corpses last night, and 5 shinin had already chased them in the northern direction based on the false clues left by Hyuga Nizu and others. 2 more days later, the sacrificial activities in the city officially began. Early in the morning, Moon City began to roar with gongs and drums, with lights and festoons, and people flocked to the street. People from the 7 great clans also set off from the 7 directions of Moon City, and a long sacrificial procession came all the way to the main street. On top of the 14 carriages, there were 14 brides. Each bride wore a white kimono and a white wedding hat, a typical Japanese dress. There were 2 maids sitting next to the bride, and the entourage and the guards followed in the car. The streets on both sides of the 7 directions in Moon City were crowded with people coming to see the excitement. At this time, everyone knew that these women selected as the brides of the sea god might end up in a dead end, but no one stepped forward to stop them. Advertisement facing existence like Poseidon, weak humans can only choose to endure. In the crowd, some family members cried occasionally, and they were eventually dragged down. 7 teams of people came toward the main street, mighty, so lively. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo and the transformed Hyuga Hikari, Hyuga Ha, and Hyuga Hizu are sitting on the 2nd floor of a tavern, watching the large sacrificial procession appearing in the middle of the street below. It's so beautiful. Hanada Hikari, wearing sunglasses, couldn't believe his eyes, watching the beautiful women passing by in a carriage, with expressions of pity on their faces. Hyuga Hizu looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, and asked softly, "Do you feel anything?" "There are too many people, there are too many ninjas, there are no clues." Hyuga Lanmo shook his head. If there are not so many ninjas to investigate in this city, he can still use mirror image perception to feel the enemies around him. But now the entire Moon City is like a large meeting place where ninjas gather. Ninjas and ordinary people are mixed on the street, so you can't tell which is the enemy with chakra, which ninja will solve the crime. 14 carriages, gorgeous and solemn, drove through the main street one by one, and the attendants and guards on both sides lined up in 2 rows to escort the sacrificial team forward. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo, who was sitting on the second floor window on the side of the street, saw 2 familiar figures. He frowned and couldn't help standing up. It was Jade and Liuli. They were sitting on their knees beside a bride. They were chosen as bridesmaids. Have they tracked down Moon City? Just when Hyuga Lanmo was strange, he found something wrong. That is, the eyelids of the 2 women did not blink, but their eyes looked straight ahead. The whole person was like a puppet, as if by someone else, controlled the same. They definitely didn't get into this sacrificial team to investigate secretly. They were arrested. With this affirmative answer, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hands to Hikaru and Hyuga who were standing next to him. "You two act. Do you really want us to do this kind of thing? Just let your duplication go. Your eyes won't arouse suspicion at least." We both rolled our eyes and stood in the crowd, and immediately attracted a group of skeptical people. Hyuga Guang said dissatisfied. On one side, Hyuga Wave also had a shy look, as if that was such an unspeakable thing. Advertisement. If I use my duplication to solve the problem, why should I perform the task with you? I will only save our people in Morin Village. As for the Hyuga family. Okay, you two hurry up. Hyuga Nisa was afraid that he would hear the words that pierced his heart, so he coldly ordered the 2 of them. Yes. Hyuga and Hyuga had no choice but to go to the next room. Hyuga Lanmo continued to look out the window, and when the last carriage came slowly, after seeing the bride in the carriage, a hint of surprise flashed in his mind. Terumi? Is she here? When he checked the brides sacrificed by each family that day, he didn't see her. Now she suddenly appeared. It seems that she also came for the sacrifice of the sea god. At this time, Terumi Mei was sitting on the carriage with a smile on his face, without a trace of sadness, and from time to time he waved to the audience on both sides. She also wore a white kimono, but she wore a white veil on her head. She looked at the stars with full nakedness, her bare shoulders were white and charming, and her face was full of confident expressions. Seeing this, she had planned this thing a long time ago. If otherwise, she was so high profile, the family responsible for recommending her as a sacrifice would have long suspected her. But now, she is sitting on the carriage peacefully, without any uncomfortable appearance. No one has yet to doubt her identity to worship the bride. As early as a few days ago, she had planned to replace the bride. Finally, Hikari and Hyuga in the next room came out. They were dressed in white kimonos, huge amounts of hair on their heads, white caps, and women's makeup. They were reluctant. You can't help but change your body without wearing this suit. It's more fun than this. Not to mention, everyone in the Hyuga family gave birth to good skins. Even if they were dressed as women, they didn't seem to be inconsistent. Listen well, I will create a thick fog for a while. You two will take the opportunity to replace the 2 brides, and try not to cause riots. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo snapped his fingers, and 2 duplications of his own appeared. You two work with them. Yes. After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo pulled out 2 larger charms and handed them to Hikari and Hyuga. They reached out and took it, and asked, "What is this?" Chapter 305. Chakra Suppression Talisman. This is the reason why you are not allowed to use the transformation technique. These brides are from ordinary people, and there are no ninjas at all. There are so many Sanren in the crowd below, and it is unknown how many people are enemies. Once there is a perception ninja in it, wouldn't you two use the transformation technique to immediately reveal the stuff and stick the charm on your body? The chakra on your body will be suppressed, and the other party will not feel your ability. If everything all of us sneak into each other's lair, and you destroy the chakra suppressing talisman, and you will be able to recover. By the way, don't move the last bride in the carriage. If you move, you can't beat it. Go. After Hyuga Lanmo finished explaining, he turned to look at the team that had gone away. Then he made a seal with one hand, and thick fog filled the city from outside the city. Soon, the entire Moon City was shrouded in mist. Not only that, even the beach and the entire sea surface were filled with thick mist. Sure enough, there was no good weather on the day when the sea cucumber got married. No, it's so scary. You can't see the front team at all? Among the crowd, some people were whispering, and some ninjas followed the sacrificial procession and headed towards the port. Hyuga Lanmo and Hyuga Hizus had already followed. Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Mosquitoes. First of all, Hyuga Lanmo's duplication played the role of a thief. He stole the wallets of several people and caused a riot among the masses. Even the ritual team was in chaos. Then, Hyuga Guang feigned the penultimate bride and handed it to the wooden duplication on one side, posing as the bride. The guard on one side was attracted by the thief. The maids were puppets. Even if they saw something, they heard it as if they hadn't seen it. Hyuga Wave shot through the bottom of the carriage, dragged the bride down from the back, and put it on top. I only heard a scream from the carriage, and many guards turned their heads to see that the fog was too thick, and they couldn't see the situation of the carriage from 3 meters away. The ninja guards used the wind to blow away some fog, and from the first carriage to the last, they found that every bride was sitting in the carriage and then relieved. At the moment, the two replaced brides had already fallen into Hyuga Lanmo's hands, and they were transferred directly to different spaces. He then put the two unconscious women into his own different spaces, and they were still two. A bride prepared a wooden cage to prevent them from running around. Advertisement: the sea god has appeared, and the sea god has come to pick up the bride. At the front of the team, the leader of the old witch shouted in a strange voice. She shook the bell in her hand as she yelled. As the sound of the bell spread, in the thick fog, everyone seemed to be in a state of confusion. Hyuga Lanmo has Mu Dun chakra in his body, so he is awake. The scene was weird. Everyone, including the crowds and spectators on both sides, as well as those ninjas from various countries, as well as other enemies and investigative ninjas, all raised their hands and shouted. Poseidon has appeared, and Poseidon is here to pick up the bride. Everyone had a dull expression, a light rain began to fall in the sky, and everything seemed a little weird. Even the Hyuga Highfoot next to Hyuga Lanmo had this expression in action. Hyuga Lanmo looked around and felt that several huge chakras were sitting on top of the tall rocks on both sides of the crowd and looking down, to avoid them from arousing suspicion. Like everyone else, Hyuga Lanmo raised his arm and shouted. The sea god has appeared, and the sea god is here to pick up the bride. Everyone set off towards the harbor. Finally, the crowd of Ror-Lala arrived at the harbor. 14 boats made of bamboo rafts were ready. 14 brides got on the bamboo rafts and lay on them. Each bride's body was on both sides. Each sat a waiting maid. In other words, in this sacrifice, the women sent away were not 14, but 42? These maids are also in the ranks of sacrifices? Hyuga Lanmo watched this scene in surprise, and immediately after a bell rang, the old witch got on the boat. Her body swayed, as if her legs were soft. Every step she took looked so difficult. She rode the ship as completely dark, with some crooked spell patterns painted on it with golden paint. As the witch shook the bell in her hand, a strong wind suddenly rose above the sea, and the sea rolled for a while, pushing the hull and bamboo raft toward the depths of the sea. If all this happened in the real world, everything would be too weird, but here is the ninja world, and many things can be explained. For example, dense fog, ocean waves, and so-called earthquakes and tsunamis are all ninjas can do. Advertisement: although the ninjas who came to the Moon City to investigate have not found clues to the crimes committed by the ninjas over the years, they have also concluded that even if there are more than a dozen upper ninjas, it is impossible to cause such a big earthquake and tsunami at once. But if the other party is, what about shadow ability? Hyuga Lanmo can use ninjutsu to reclaim land and use Muden to create large forests. Why can't others make earthquakes and tsunamis? Therefore, some answers are clearly in sight, but ordinary people choose to ignore them. They would rather believe in the sea god to be a monster than in their own heads. In the thick fog, above the sea, 14 bamboo rafts drifted with the wind. On the black boat, the old lady continued to sway the bell in her hand while muttering something in her mouth. It looked like an ecstasy in hell. The messenger is average, and it makes people look at it with a kind of creepy feeling. The Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Wave lying on the bamboo raft were extremely nervous. They could feel that something appeared under the sea. Indeed, if it was said that someone had manipulated the water escape before pushing a bamboo raft to travel in the sea, then at this moment, that feeling is definitely not ninjutsu, as if it is a potential danger. Ling ling. The strange ringing continued, and the black gas filled the sea, like a lonely wild ghost who died here wandering. The bamboo raft continued to move forward, surrounded by a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Here, after everyone shouted slogans and sent away the sacrificial bride, everyone regained consciousness. In this process, no one discovered that they had been illusioned. Standing in the crowd, Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to look for Hyuga Hizu, but he didn't find him. There were too many people when he was out of the city just now, so that they didn't notice when they separated. But don't worry, Hyuga is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. As long as he wants to find himself, he will definitely be able to find it by rolling his eyes. Compared to him, he should care about the brides now. If the memory of the ninja leader who besieged Hyuga Hikari before is correct, then following the bamboo raft of the sacrifice, you should be able to find the Orchid sect. Chapter 306 Battle in the Water. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo looked around, turned around, and left the crowd. Appearing again, he was already on a hill far away from the sacrificial team. There was dense fog over there, and he couldn't see the situation in the port. However, through the secret water and light signals sent by Hinageko and others, he knew that they were heading in the direction of the West Sea. Hyuga Lanmo made a vertical leap and jumped into the sea. Soon, it disappeared. Here, Hyuga Lanmo plunged into the sea and followed it away. On the other side, Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Ha have a nervous look on their faces. They want to move their bodies but do not listen to them. The whole person seems to be pressed by a ghost. They are conscious, but the body cannot respond. If it were not for the water light signal, installed under the shoes of two people, it is leaking anytime and anywhere. I am afraid that now they don't even have the ability to send out signals. A woman's cry was heard from the bamboo rafts around, and the other brides woke up. They knew that this time the farewell meant eternal life, and all that awaited them in the future was unknown. Finally, all the bamboo rafts stopped, and the old witch on the leading black boat also crouched. Looking back at the brides, the sound of the bells disappeared. What did she seem to be waiting for? Hush. Hyuga Hikari tried to sit up, huge amounts of white wedding hat covering his eyes. He pushed the brim of his hat and looked around. Above the misty sea, he could hear the woman's cry, but he watched. Not to the surrounding bamboo rafts. Lie down. Suddenly, a puppet-like maid said. Hyuga Hikari was startled, and looked back at the two women who were kneeling beside him, the two beautiful girls with wide eyes. The two maids were wearing strapless clothes, and the waists of the costumes were hollowed out. You could see the waists held by Ying at a glance. If the eyes of the two women were not too scary, he would like to chat with them. Anyone who is attentive can tell that there is something wrong with these two maids, but they are really beautiful. Advertisement. Hyuga Hikari glanced at the seawater and lay down again. He had tried to get up just now and had exhausted all his strength. He doubted that he would still have the ability to uncover the suppressed chakra spell, hidden in his clothes for a while. There was an icy breath from the sea, and then the thick fog on the sea gradually dispersed, and the voice of the old witch came from a distance. The voice seemed to be singing and calling. The hoarse voice was accompanied by waves of bells. The sound of the sound spread over the entire sea. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the rain had stopped, but it was still breathless. The sea and the dark cloud photography roar responds, layers of water waves against the gray clouds in the sky, presenting a cold, depressing and terrifying atmosphere. A strange smell came from the sea, not knowing whether it was the smell of the sea or the smell of blood. Everything around has a strange color. At the moment Hyuga Lanmo was in the sea, using the water hiding technique to observe everything around him. This place is a bit strange. The sea around it is not blue, but a little black and red, just like spoiled blood. The bell outside rang again, and the sound of the bell was transmitted underwater through the air, wave after wave with the singing spell, as if calling something. Above the sea, the singing of the old witch continued. But in the sea, the investigative ninja from Moon City chased up and fought with something. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, using perception techniques to sense everything around him. He walked tightly against the bottom of the sea, feeling the battle above. Huge amounts of water escape are like sharp spikes, turning the entire sea into a slaughterhouse for assassination. All the ninjas who rushed past desperately died under the spikes of water escape, and some ninjas with strong ninjutsu thought want to draw the enemy out of the water, but don't want this to be their home court. The other party will not give them any chance at all. Even if they can escape the assassination of Shui Dun, they can't go up to get a breath. Those Shui Dun whirlpools are tightly wrapped around the ninjas, dragging them to a deeper and deeper place. In less than 5 minutes, the first wave of ninjas rushed to investigate. Before they had time to play their own ability, they were all killed by the opponent. Above the sea, the old witch was still chanting spells, and the sound of the bells swayed unhurriedly. Advertisement. After more than a dozen Shangren disappeared, the entire sea area became quiet. Above the sea, a woman's cry was faintly heard. The voice was suppressed and low, like a knife slowly piercing the listener's heart. After saying this, a snow-white figure jumped into the sea, and the other party's long brown-red hair stretched out and pulled it. Her snow-white kimono was torn apart by her, revealing the deep blue slim dress inside. 4 of the 14 sharks were eroded by the acid mist and quickly turned into a pile of bones with acid bubbles. Finally, the sea calmed down, and the 14 bamboo rafts above were still floating. The dozens of Shangren who had cleared the obstacles and were hidden in the water suddenly dived, and then disappeared without a trace on a hidden reef. The problem lies in the field. The most suitable thing for the water escape ninja is to fight in the water. Although a little surprised, Hyuga Lanmo quickly confirmed that this is a man-made situation. Suddenly the sea rolled over and someone jumped out of the water. Is the opponent's ability really strong? Hyuga Lanmo feels through mirror perception that although they're at the level of ninja, the abilities of more than a dozen water escape ninjas are at a disadvantage compared to many investigation ninjas. At the moment Terumi Mei is not the 5th generation of Water Shadow, but her ability is very powerful. There are rumors that in the subsequent 5 Shadows meeting, the elders of Wuyan Village who have been in the Shadowless Village passed the 5th generation of Shadow Hat. Given it to her, it seems that the reason why she was able to get the approval of the Elder of Wuyan Village in the later period has a lot to do with her efforts and ability. Boiling escape, skillful fog technique. A strong acid mist was produced, and it slaughtered the shark in front of him. In an instant, the whole sea was like boiling water. Although the shark moved quickly, it still seemed ability in the face of such a strong ninja. Insufficient. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As for the investigation ninjas from various places, although some people had made preparations before, these people were not twisted into a rope, and because they knew little about the other party, they were all recruited, and the entire army was wiped out. Definitely, if there were no previous scenes of ninjas fighting in the sea, he would not have reached the conclusion so quickly. At the moment Hyuga Lanmo, who used the water concealment technique, hid behind the opposite reef and looked at everything around him with mirror perception. Suddenly, after the reef where the ninja disappeared, a dozen sharks appeared and rushed towards the bamboo raft on the sea. Hyuga Lanmo was shocked. What happened to these sharks? Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, and just as he was about to help him, he heard someone yell, "I killed you." Chapter 307. However, her temper is a bit irritable. If there were no ninjas fighting against investigating ninjas, Hyuga Imoku would suspect that these sharks had gone to eat people. But the other party was violent and leaked himself. The place where the other party's ninja disappeared and the place where the sharks appeared are the same. It proves that these sharks were sent by them. Therefore, they will not eat people, but in some way, take away the sacrificial bride. I want to come to the other party to determine the identity of the bride through this matter. If the other party is a ninja, he will definitely take the shot. If not, then all will be taken away. But now, Terumi Ming has leaked it out. I wonder if it will startle the snake? As Hyuga Lanmo carefully observed the incident, hundreds of sharks appeared behind the reef, and collectively rushed towards Terumi Mei. Looking at the sea, the other 11 brides were so scared that they cried and lay tightly on the bamboo raft, fearing that they would become a victim. And Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Nami, who were not crying or making trouble, leaned over and looked carefully under the sea, wanting to know what happened in the sea. They also exposed it, because they didn't realize that Kuu in the hands of the two maids who were waiting for them had fallen on the back of their necks. No wonder the maid wants to use a ninja, and is still under control, because the ninja can quickly kill the fake bride. Hyuga Lanmo frowned when he saw this scene. He didn't have to worry. Hikari and Hyuga were not ordinary people. If they were killed in such a simple way, they would be sorry for the name of the Hyuga family. Sure enough, at the moment Kuu fell, the two began to resist, and the kimonos on their bodies were removed, and the charms that controlled chakra were thrown away. White eyes appeared, and he was in a ball with the two maids around him. Beauties, beauties, don't you be so ruthless? When we first meet, I won't kill you, neither should you. Damn it, it's pretty cruel. Hyuga Hikari had a good impression of beautiful women, so he was a lot more polite when he spoke and acted naturally. He dodged and resisted, but didn't want to be careless. The other party's kunai cut his abdomen open, and traces of blood came out. Advertisement on the other bamboo raft. Hyuga Nami's ability was higher than Hyuga Hikari, and when he turned his hand, he grabbed a maid's wrist, but another person rushed up, kicking and coming towards his front door. The Hyuga family is most famous for physical exercises. What kind of soft boxing, the 64 chapters of gossip, Huishin and so on. In close combat, the two controlled maids were not their opponents at all. But soon, on the black boat of the leader, a few ninjas popped up and rushed over. For the enemy, after the test just now, all the hidden fake brides have all appeared. Among the 14 brides, 3 are ninjas, and the others are fine. Part of the sharks swarming toward Terumi Mei rushed to kill, and some of them rushed toward the brides. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's heart, who was hiding behind the reef, also mentioned his throat. He was betting that the sharks rushing towards the bride were not for eating people. If this huge sacrifice was just for feeding the fish, things will not become so confusing. He is definitely not sure. Some things can only be taken one step at a time. The huge amounts of shark rushed past, like an arrow from the string. In the sea, Terumi Ming used the technique of water dragon to continue fighting with the sharks. At the moment she can only guarantee her own safety, but she can't save the brides on the sea. On the other side of the sea, a dozen huge amounts of sharks suddenly opened their mouths and rushed towards the bamboo raft where the 11 brides were located. It's over, I really want to eat it. While talking, Hyuga Lanmo rushed up, but at the same time, he was also wondering why he really fed the fish. If the sacrifice is to feed fish, is it necessary to be so troublesome? I don't know how long it took. After 11 sharks made a few turns among the reefs in the sea, after a huge stone gate was opened, they got in. She planned for half a month before she brought someone to solve the case, but she didn't expect that when she arrived at sea, she lost her goal. Advertisement. He hurriedly used the water escape, one chasing in the direction where the 11 sharks disappeared. Terumi killed all the sharks, but because of his recklessness, he lost all his targets. Above the sea, all the others had disappeared. How can she not make her anxious about this pile of things one by one? She is a person who has completed many S-level tasks. In Wuyan Village, she is also one of the shadow-level candidates. If the mission fails this time, the elders of Wuyan Village will definitely give herself a strong picture. No, in any case, she must find the hidden murderer of this matter. Every year they send 40 or 50 people to the so-called sea gods. That's not even counted. Recently, the Anbu sent by Wuyan Village to perform missions in Moon City has also been missing too. If it's just for feeding fish, these huge amounts of sharks don't have to collectively leave towards one direction after eating people. This proves that the bride and maid on the bamboo raft just fell into their mouths, they are still alive, and the sharks take them to other places. Hyuga Lanmo suddenly realized, but fortunately, he is now using the water invisibility magic, and no one is aware of it. At the moment, there is nothing else except the sound of wind, rain and sea waves. Above the sea, under the dark clouds, heavy rain. If it were not for someone who had personally experienced this sacrifice, it would be hard to imagine that just a few minutes ago, this sea area was still a boiling scene. In the past, the senior officials of Wuyan Village had suspected that the worship of the sea god was related to the wandering Sanwei. After all, it was a water-tailed beast. After investigation, it was discovered that Moon City's time-consuming and laborious sea worship activities had nothing to do with Sanwei. Just when he felt something wrong, the 11 sharks opened their mouths and swallowed the entire bamboo raft and the bride and maid on the bamboo raft, then sank into the water and swam into the deep sea at the fastest speed. Terumi Mei stood on the surface of the sea, looked at the empty surroundings, and hammered the air forcefully. The other sharks were still fighting with Terumi Mei and Hikari and Hyuga on the bamboo raft. Hyuga Lanmo also followed in, and at the same time, in the deep sea behind him, a blast sounded. Huge amounts of the combined explosion of wrong done exploded in the sea. Hikari and Hyuga lost to the attacks of sharks and maids and fell into the water. If they were ordinary ninjas, they would definitely be dead this time, but they were members of the Hyuga clan. A pair of white eyes made them lose their lives for the time being. Too huge the amounts of shark appeared, swallowed the falling water Hikari and Hinoa in one bite, and swam in this direction. Chapter 308. Don't use any superstitions to test the ninja's judgment ability. She believes that in the past 3 years, the monsters in Moon City are definitely not sea gods, but humans. Terumi Mei returned to the shore, gathered other ninjas, and re-investigated. In the deep sea, Hyuga Lanmo has sneaked into the secret cave and followed a dozen sharks slowly. The light sound of water came from the head and fell into the water tick by tick, which proved that there was air above the cave in the water. Finally, more than a dozen sharks stopped. They lined up in a row and opened their mouths. The bamboo raft, the bride, and the maids were all there, but everyone fainted, including the later Hyuga and Hyuga. Wave. Unexpectedly, 2 members of the Hyuga family were arrested this time? Someone said softly on the shore. Yes, I didn't expect that the test department would be very happy. Yes. Among the people, the 2 took the lead in taking away Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Ha, while the other brides and maids were taken to another place by another group. All the sharks were returned to their cages. In the cave, there was a sound of twisting organs. Then, a shout came from a certain cave. The Lord has an order. Tonight, everyone will go to the Middle God Temple. What the hell is the Middle Temple? What is it? Hyuga Lanmo was strange in his heart. Seeing that the surroundings were safe, he sneaked ashore, looked at the secret roads extending in all directions, and felt the existence of chakra ninja in every secret road. He found a cave at random and chased it down. Leaving the water, his water concealment technique disappeared naturally, and his appearance was exposed in the air. For a while, he uses the rock hiding technique to hide himself, then uses the dust-free obscuration, and then uses the alien space to move to avoid patrolling people. Before finding the truth of the matter, he must try to be steady and not startling the snake. But it's impossible to avoid this way. He has to get into the enemy to know what they're doing here. Finally, in front of him, a single person appeared. He stepped forward and knocked him out, then carried him into a different space and began to pick up their clothes. But in a different space. Advertisement: the 2 brides who had fainted before have awakened, but they were locked in a wooden cage. They didn't know where it was, and it seemed that no one heard Roar's rescue. But suddenly a handsome guy dragged a man to appear, and he began to pick up that man's clothes as soon as he appeared, which made the 2 women dumbfounded. A bride covered her mouth in disbelief and looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. The other looked regretful. Unexpectedly, beautiful men, like men. Hearing the sound, Hyuga Lanmo raised his head slightly, and a charming smile was conjured up at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Actually, I also like women. Would you like to try?" As he said, he actually started to take off his clothes. His sturdy figure was exposed, and the 2 women gave a wow in fright. They stretched out their hands and covered their eyes. After a while, they couldn't help but separate their fingers secretly. Looks, although it is gay, but the body is really good. However, when they opened their eyes again, the man had begun to wear the clothes of another man who fainted. Only then did the 2 of them realize that this handsome guy just wanted to change each other's clothes. After finishing everything, Hyuga Lanmo will transfer through time and space, throwing people directly into the desert of the Kingdom of Wind, and then he waved his hands at the 2 brides in the different space, and then appeared in the cave of the Orchid sect. At the moment of the cave, everyone was moving in one direction. These people were muttering something while walking. Hyuga Lanmo carefully listened to it before hearing it clearly. Through the sky into the earth, moon gods, ghosts and demons, blood sacrifices to celestial spirits, bless me, Orchid. Everyone was chanting these words. Their voices were very low and low, as if they were in their throats. If it weren't for Hyuga Lanmo's amazing ear power, I'm afraid they would not be able to hear it clearly. As I walked, the front was bright and cheerful, and a group of people appeared in darkness. It's just that the inspection in the front seems to be much stricter, and one person lined up tightly and entered the spacious field ahead. Hyuga Lanmo lined up in the line, slowly moving forward. When they arrived at the door, there were 5 upper ninjas standing on each side, and they began to check everyone. It was Hyuga Lanmo's turn. A ninja looked at him coldly with a questioning expression in his eyes. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned and looked ahead. Everyone said something to one of the ninjas, and then the other nodded, and then they stopped them. Put it in. Advertisement: is this checking the code? This Orchid sect really has cards everywhere, and be careful everywhere, for fear that people with ulterior motives will get into the Orchid sect. However, it was precisely because of their style that they were allowed to act recklessly for 3 years, and the ninjas of the Water Kingdom did not find them, breaking the case of using them to sacrifice to the sea god to kill innocent people. The ninja who looked at Hyuga Lanmo with cold eyes was already suspicious, because he wasted more than 3 times the time of others, and everyone behind him entered, and he was still stunned. When the man was about to blow the whistle and sound the siren, Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Through the sky into the earth, the moon gods and ghosts, the blood sacrifices to the celestial spirits, protect me from Orchid. The other party's suspicion disappeared, and he waved his hand. Hyuga Lanmo entered the venue, and hundreds of people in front of him were spinning around a huge amount of cylindrical platform, as if they were holding a special ceremony. Everyone was wearing cloaks, capes with their heads on them, and strange roars came from the circular rostrum in the middle, as if the wind was screaming and the wolf was howling. Everyone circled the round rostrum, and finally, everyone entered the huge amounts of the venue. The entrance of the secret road was closed, the surrounding lights flashed, everyone stopped and looked up at the rostrum. The old witch who had led the bamboo raft and shook the bell appeared here. She shook the soft legs, and her body was deformed. She walked to the round platform and began to mute the spell silently. The sound was like singing. About 3 minutes later, she raised the bell in her hand again, and it began to sway steadily. Because the entire venue is round and surrounded by rocky mountains, when the bell in her hand shakes, it will produce waves of echoes, ethereal and remote, as if from the distant sky. Accompanied by the sound of bells, a man appeared on the podium wearing a red tights. His face was painted with a coquettish red facial makeup, with long purple hair standing on his head, and he said, 4 major divisions, 8 major guardians, go into battle. As soon as this remark came out, 12 people appeared around the round rostrum, leaping up, and guarding the 12 positions of the round platform. Chapter 309 Blood Sacrifice Orchid Sect. These 12 people, both male and female, were all dressed in red. As they appeared, a bright light appeared on the top of the cave, which reflected the dazzling brilliance like the stars of the cave. It's the 12 stars. Suddenly, beside Hyuga Lanmo, a woman's voice appeared. She spoke in a low voice, as if she was talking to herself. Hyuga Lanmo leaned against her and asked, "How do you know?" The other party whispered, "Definitely no, you see the star map on the top of the cave, it is obviously 12 stars." Regarding the star map, Hyuga Lanmo didn't understand, but this woman seemed a bit interesting. He turned his head and looked around, and when he saw her face, his eyes widened and he was indescribably surprised. Because this person turned out to be Terumi Mei. Isn't she a shark? Hasn't she passed that level? Why did you suddenly appear here? Terumi did not know Hyuga Lanmo. Although Wuyan village also has basic information about the shadows of various ninja villages, she has not read it. At the moment, she watched Hyuga Lanmo staring at herself, thinking she was leaking, and quickly shut her mouth. When Hyuga Lanmo saw that she was silent, he didn't ask any more, but turned his face to look at the stage. The old witch above is still shaking the bell in her hand for a while. The 12 people have already begun to jointly use ninjutsu. Their fingers flicked and their movements were the same. As their movements ended, the huge amounts of the round rostrum suddenly there was a faint luster, and then someone dragged a woman and handed it to the head of the man in red. I hope this time, the moon gods, ghosts and demons, can bless my orchid sect, and the ceremony will be successful. After saying this, everyone in the audience accompanied for a while and said loudly, "Through the sky into the earth, the moon gods and ghosts, blood sacrifices to the celestial spirits, bless my orchid." After everyone spoke, the man in red grabbed the woman in his hand, raised the knife and cut the woman's aorta, and the blood flowed to the circular stage in the middle, emitting a faint red halo. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo knew that it turned out to be an altar. Because of the angle, he didn't see the pattern on it, but when the halo occurred, the pattern was naturally set off on the surrounding rock walls of the cave, and it was obvious that it was in the form of a spell. Terumi Mei was stunned. She didn't expect to see this kind of scene. Advertisement. The 12 people continued the practice of knot printing, and the halo on the altar slowly turned red with the addition of the woman's blood. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. When they dragged the second woman onto the stage, the woman shouted, "Lan Shangmen will not let you go. Our master Hyuga Lanmo will avenge us, to annihilate you demons bastards." Just after speaking, the man had already started the same movement, but the movement stopped when Kuwu Wu was 5 millimeters away from the woman's neck. Because hundreds of ice thorns have pierced him into a quill, his body is like a fountain, with a pillar of blood coming out. "There are enemies," someone shouted in the cave. The sacrifice ended, everyone looked around, looking for the person who used ice to escape. "This is a closed space. Get that person out for me." At the moment, a woman appeared, dressed as the man who was assassinated as Quill. "No one can stop our sacrifice." The woman roared loudly, and the 12 continued to seal their seals, using chakras to maintain the sacrifice on the circular altar. "Give me an order to pull all the women out, do nothing but do nothing, all blood sacrifices." That woman uses the second plan prepared. Suddenly, everyone on the scene divided into two groups. One group looked for the enemy who had sneaked in, while the other group rushed out along the hole in the back. After a while, each of them dragged a woman into their hands, and they all held kunai in their hands. Is this planning to kill all these women at once? The protege, the blue door girl who was shouting before, was also caught by the red-dressed woman, lifted up and stabbed down. "I'm fighting with you." Before Hyuga Lanmo shot, Terumi Mei could not stand it anymore. Her purpose here was to find out everything and save people. At the moment, the other party killed innocent people. How could she be indifferent? Dissolve the monster, the technique of dissolving the strange. When she shot, she was good at ninjutsu. Worthy of being a character with shadow-level ability, a dissolve appeared, and directly injured 5 of the 12 people who were in front of him. The others hid quickly before being corroded by the strong acid. Advertisement. And after the huge amounts of circular altar was corroded by strong acid, it suddenly collapsed, and it was melted by her strange dissolving technique. Ah! The old witch on one side was angry when she saw this scene, but what could she do? She didn't even have the ability to protect herself. When she was avoiding, others held her and left. Her body was deformed, she had difficulty walking, her old skin was full of curses, a pair of black eye sockets appeared without eyelids, and black and red blood appeared in the eye sockets. The bell in her hand began to shake quickly, and the sound of the bell echoed throughout the cave, wave after wave. Someone had already begun to do it. They dragged the woman to the wall of the huge circular cave, and then killed the woman in their hands. The blood flowed down the groove in the corner to the middle of the ground. It turns out that the circular altar in the middle is the middle altar, and the cave as a whole is a huge amounts of auxiliary altar. If the middle altar is destroyed, they can use the auxiliary altar. No wonder it is called the middle temple. The technique of shadow duplication. Hyuga Lanmo no longer concealed it, pulling off the orchid cloak on her body, using duplication technique to separate more than 24 selves, and rushed to the surroundings. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombing. Fire escape, the technique of impatience, magnetic escape, magnetic kill. With the appearance of several ninjutsu and coordinated physical skills, the scene was in chaos. The people of the Orchid sect also didn't care about killing sacrifices, and they fought with many shadow duplications in an all-round way. Seeing this scene, Terumi Ming yelled in dissatisfaction. "Who are you? Who wants you to be nosy? I tell you, this is my task, you don't want to grab it with me." Although she was dissatisfied with her mouth, she would not target Hyuga Lanmo's ninjutsu, which she was good at, because she knew that their common enemy was the Orchid sect. The women were rescued. Although many of them were ninjas, they were under the curse that suppressed chakra, so even if they were rescued, they could only use physiques. Even so, their abilities were the same as ordinary people. The ninja of the Orchid sect has nothing to fight against. Several Hyuga blue ink duplications guarded these women behind them, unanimously facing outwards, against the people of the Orchid sect. Chapter 310. Beautiful sister Terumi Ming. Those people, as if they were crazy, rushed up regardless of their own safety. Amidst the huge circular venue, there was a tragedy. But at the moment, the whole venue was filled with red light, as if the whole sacrifice was not hindered. Hyuga Lanmo froze, using mirror perception. It turned out that 12 cavities have appeared on the huge towering stone walls of this circular venue. Each cavity is more than 30 meters high from the ground. In each cavity, there is a ninja standing, and they all use the same ninjutsu as continuing to sacrifice. No wonder the bell ringed one after another, and it didn't stop. Although the bloodletting of the killing of the woman has been prevented, the blood at the scene has not stopped. The disciples of the Orchid sect who have been killed, regardless of their life and death, are fighting with Hyuga Lanmo's duplication. If they are seriously injured, they will cut themselves off. His arteries use his own blood to continue offering sacrifices. Aren't it only women? Hyuga Lanmo asked strangely. It seems that it should not be because the red light has not disappeared, Terumi Ming said. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly and looked back at the other duplications. They took their orders and stayed where they were. Behind them, there were more than 20 rescued people, but there seemed to be many women in the cave over there. Because Hyuga Lanmo didn't see the jade and the brides in white kimonos, he wanted to go there to take a look. Sister, leave it to you here, I'll save people. Terumi Ming didn't want to cooperate with him, but when he heard the other person calling his sister, the brilliance in her eyes brightened a bit, and the corners of her mouth curled up. While confronting the Orchid sect, she asked, "You just called me, what? Look at this young man, he should be less than 20 years old, right? Sister, you are so beautiful and in such a good body, isn't it your elder sister?" Hyuga Lanmo had a mischievous smile on her face, and then she cast a wink at her. Terumi Ming suddenly realized that the man in front of him was really handsome and sensible, and she nodded her head repeatedly. Go, leave it to me here, aren't these people? Advertisement. Terumi Ming used the water escape to block the enemy while patted his chest to ensure that Hyuga Lanmo left and entered the secret road behind. After walking about 100 meters, a group of disciples of the Orchid sect rushed forward. The mountain stone dense road is narrow and long. The Hyuga Blue Mo is the light, and the man is not open. His hands are extremely prosperous. They kill the people in front of them one by one, and then use the wind blade. In an instant, dozens of people in front of you are caught. The blade penetrates, as a death. The viscous blood flowed from their bodies, fell on the ground, and flowed toward the temple in the middle of the meeting place at the end of the secret road following the pattern of the folds on the ground. F***K. They don't even let the blood go. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo was shocked. If there were blood tanks for sacrifices, then those women wouldn't have. Thinking of this, he stopped hesitation and passed through the generals all the way. This time, instead of using ninjutsu with obvious trauma, he used ninjutsu such as melting and fire, and even if he killed the opponent, there would be no blood outflow. Soon, after eliminating the hundreds of people in front of him, Hyuga Lanmo came to the open stone room in front of him. This was the cell where the women were held. In the huge caves, all the women were in a coma. And the floor of this room does not have a sacrificial pattern, that is to say, if those people want to use human blood to sacrifice, they must take people from here to the corridor to proceed. Definitely, this is the minimum standard. If Hyuga Lanmo and Terumi are here, they should wake up the person and kill them alive on the main altar in the middle. The blood troughs in the corridors of the secret passage and the grooves on the floor of the venue for bleeding are just in case. They must be foolproof for the annual sacrifice. Therefore, even if there are enemies like Hyuga Amo and Terumi Mei, their sacrifices are continuing. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world. Hyuga Lanmo used the dust to escape, and a cube stripping frame appeared, trapping a part of the iron cage, and he said, "Destroy." At the moment Terumi Mei had already aimed her gaze at the 12 people on the mountain wall. She thought that as long as they were killed, the sacrifice would end. Therefore, it is impossible for him to take these 300 people out of here by walking, because he has to find everyone and solve all the hidden secrets. If you don't clarify everything about the Orchid sect, and solve it. If so, maybe the same thing will happen in the future. Advertisement. It took him about 7 or 8 minutes to transfer those people just now. At this time, huge amounts of changes have taken place in the entire venue. V=_= in a different space, 2 brides trapped in a small cage shouted loudly. Before he caught a man back, stripped off his clothes and threw it out. Now he has caught so many women back. What does he want to do? Hyuga Lanmo thought for a while, and then began to catch these women one by one, put them all in their own different spaces, and used huge amounts of wooden cages to imprison them all. What's more, among these people, there is no emerald glass, and the brides in white clothes. Where did they go? The Lanhua clan at the scene had already suffered numerous deaths and injuries, and their bodies were piled up in the venue. Hyuga Lanmo's several duplications were still protecting the 24 women, and saw the owner appear. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo flashed away and disappeared. When the 2 brides heard this, they cried loudly, unexpectedly falling into the hands of the thief. Hyuga Lanmo entered the cage and began to rescue all the women, but there were too many people here. There were more than 300 people. It is impossible for these people to gather all together and take them away. What's more, each of them has spells on them, and it takes time to untie the spells one by one. The blood from the blood tank on the ground flowed slowly along the lines into the gathering point in the middle of the venue, and flowed down the vertical hollow. The entire venue was red and bloody. One of the duplications, with more than 20 women, also entered his different space. When Hyuga Lanmo heard the word, flower-picking thieves, he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. It's right here, so, ladies and gentlemen, wait for me. Brother, I'll be back soon. All the things in the original world stripping technique are transformed into molecules and disappeared. After putting all these 300 women into a different space, Hyuga Lanmo used perception techniques to sense the surroundings, and found that there were no hostages in the close quarters, so he turned around and returned to the huge amounts of the circular middle temple ceremonial venue. Woo, you have arrested so many women, what do you want to do? Could it be that you are the flower-picking thieves in Moon City who recently committed crimes? With so many women, you are really a beast. 9 Ko. Chapter 311. There, he began to untie the seals for these women one by one. The seal was set on the woman's belly button, so in order to untie, the woman needs to lift the clothes. Don't worry about the other 300 unconscious people. What is needed now is to untie the 24 people in front of them. Busy. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Again. What's the matter with you? Resist him. How can you let him do whatever he wants? The two brides were too anxious, and the 24 women were all ninjas, and they knew about it. They looked back at the two of them and didn't explain much. They now need someone else to unlock the seal for them. I can go out and help. You B*********************************************************************************************************************************aughty The bride was still calling. Hyuga Lanmo's duplication is different from the deity, and has its own personality characteristics. Compared with the original owner, they only have rationality and problem-solving thoughts and ninjutsu ability. Duplication ignored the two imprisoned brides and continued to contact the seal for these women. In the meeting place, beside Hyuga Lanmo, dozens of shadow duplications stood in front of him, and he waved his hands. Go, investigate all secret roads. Yes. A dozen duplications turned and left. In the venue, there was a moment of silence. The dazzling red continued. The ground was full of blood sticking to the shoes, and the smell of blood was permeated in the air. The old witch had disappeared, and the people representing the 12 stars and the 12 cavities were all killed by Terumi Mei. At the moment, in the venue, the two of them went up and down, standing here, looking around. Pretty sister, do you feel a little weird here? Hyuga Lanmo said. His voice echoed in the venue, and the sound of the bell before disappeared, as if all the Orchid sect members were killed by two people, same. But Hyuga Lanmo knew that things couldn't be that simple, because he could feel that a greater danger was brewing. Terumi Ming frowned. Indeed, something seems to be wrong. Kachacha. A sudden sound appeared from the ground, and Hyuga Lanmo jumped up and jumped onto the hollow on one side. In the venue, red light was permeating, and on the top of the cave, the original starry sky was split. Then the top of the mountain shook. The top of the cave collapsed and the sea breeze hovered down from the top of the cave, causing bloody inside the cave. The smell has broken away a bit. Advertisement at the moment, the wall of the cave was suddenly opened, and 4 big strange-looking birds appeared in the venue. A man in red stood on each bird's body. They painted a red face, and one leaned forward and controlled. The flying bird rushed over. At the same time, all the 12 holes in the wall of the cave were closed. At the moment, if the two of them wanted to retreat, there was only one way up there. The big bird flew up, and at a distance of several tens of meters between the two of them, it opened its mouth and spewed out huge amounts of flames. Magnetic escape protection. Hyuga Lanmo uses magnetic escape to block it. Water escape, the technique of the great waterfall. Terumi Mei used water escape to resist. But the opponent is 4 people. After this bird sprays huge amounts of flame, the other bird will make up and continue to attack. And along with the flames, the men in red on their bodies will also launch hidden weapons. Hyuga Blue Mo's side is magnetic escape protection, which belongs to the overall protection. Even the poisonous needle of the other party cannot penetrate it. But Terumi Mei can't do it anymore. She uses the same water evacuations and boiling evacuations, which need to be sprayed from her mouth. If she stops the water evasion and uses other ninjutsu, it will definitely create a ninjutsu. The gap, and this gap will inevitably become the opponent's chance to kill her. Terumi Mei deserves to be the person who will inherit the 5 generations of water shadows in Wuyan village in the future, and the amount of chakra is not comparable to ordinary ninjas. Generally, Shangren sprayed such a wide range of water escape, only a few seconds, and then stopped, and she has been spraying continuously for half a minute. But she was about to be unable to stand it anymore, and wanted to use other ninjutsu, but the other party did not give her any chance. Not only that, but a poisonous needle like a torrential rain sprayed over with the fire escaped from the opponent's big bird. Terumi Ming's water dun can only fight Huo dun, but it can't produce a wider range of protection. In addition, she now needs to change air, which causes the power of Shu Dun to gradually decrease. As a result, her ankle pained, the poisonous needle nailed her skin, her body shook for a while, the water escape disappeared. A burst of light appeared in front of her eyes, and the flames of the big bird rushed over. When he closed his eyes, the only thing Terumi Mei thought of was, I'm not married yet. But at the moment she passed out, she saw the black sky covering herself, and then a man caught her body. It was that man. In the night sky, the stars are shining brightly, and a moon in the east illuminates the earth, and Hyuga Lanmo sits on the grass, watching the sky full of stars. Advertisement, Terumi Mei made a sound, awake, and the goal was the sight in front of her. She returned to her position, hurriedly sat up and looked around. No enemies appeared, and everything in front of her was so harmonious and quiet, just like the previous battle. It's all nightmares. She looked down at her body, and it didn't matter. You detoxified me? Yeah, Hyuga Lanmo nodded. It's not a weird poison, it doesn't take much effort. Thank you. Where is this? Terumi Ming looked around and asked strangely. After I took you out from the top of the mountain over there, I came here. This should be an island, and the place below the mountain should be the Orchid Sect, Hyuga Lanmo explained. At this time Terumi Ming realized that the danger hadn't left them, but they had left the sacrificial cave. What's your name? The other party saved her life. She always needs to know his name to repay her. Amo. Hello, my name is Terumi Ming. Okay, sister. Let's go, continue investigating. Okay, since her body is no longer serious, then they can't waste time anymore. As soon as the two stood up, they saw a beam of light emerging from the ground on the top of the mountain in the distance, and the blood-red beam of light went straight into the sky, forming a picture of Roar's response to the moon perpendicular to the cave entrance. Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and looked at the sky, frowning tightly together. No way. Maybe others don't know what's on the moon, but Hyuga Lanmo knows very well that the descendants of Hamura live on the moon, while the Akatsuki clan are alien races that live on other planets. What happened to the moon at the moment? Although he didn't know, it was certain that if this kind of blood beam led to the moon, it would definitely attract the attention of the Datongmu clan. The existence of that kind of power is definitely not something that the current level of the ninja world can resist. Are they crazy? Chapter 312 Orchid Sect, even stranger than he thought, and even more dangerous? I'll go one step ahead. Hyuga Lanmo couldn't bear it anymore. Although he hadn't found the brides yet, he didn't know where the two lost in the Hyuga family went. There are also Jade and Liuli who don't know where they are, but he can't let them continue, otherwise everything will become more troublesome. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo burst out in his hand, an instantaneous spell appeared and exploded toward the hole on the other mountaintop. Boom! The sound of the earth-shattering formation appeared, huge amounts of the cave collapsed, and the stone covered the beam of light. Then, Hyuga Lanmo made a one-handed seal, earth escape, a big cover-up technique. The mountain shook for a while, and the earth fluttered like turbulent waves, layer by layer toward the middle temple below, and in an instant, a newborn mountain top was formed. With such a large movement, coupled with the shaking of the ground and the shaking of the mountains, the enemies under the mountain rushed out from another secret road. Before, they implemented an avoidance strategy, just not wanting them to entangle here, so as not to delay their sacrificial activities. Later, because one of them was injured, Hyuga Lanmo and Terumi Mei finally left the sacrificial cave. While they were healing their bodies, the old witch of the Orchid Sect forcibly continued to chant the incantation silently and perform the sacrifice. As time went by, after the beam of the moon shining into the sacrificial cave, the red light on the ground became more and more prosperous. Immediately after a sound, the huge amounts of beam of light communicated with the moon in the sky. But what they didn't expect was that less than 10 seconds after the beam was produced, the man who had left before went so far as to slay the whole sacrificial cave. They planned this sacrifice for a long time, and finally saw the results, but it was ruined by an outsider. How could they let him go? Everyone appeared, surrounded up and down, and killed Hyuga Lanmo. Seeing that Terumi Ming had rushed over, Hyuga Lanmo said, I'll leave it to you here. I have something to do. See you soon. Suddenly, the person who had done the sabotage yelled and disappeared. Terumi Mei was dumbfounded, and while confronting the enemy, he cursed. Fucky boy, what are you doing? Hyuga Lanmo has seen it. These people are all here. They don't even have a high-level forbearance. Advertisement: the so-called capture the thief first capture the king. He is going to the head of the Orchid Sect, and only by catching him can everything be solved. Hyuga Lanmo entered the mountain. He didn't know if Sect Master Lanhua was here. Don't know how many hiding places does the Orchid Sect actually have. But he knew that he had to find a person to lead. And the figure headed is the old witch. From the appearance of so many people protecting her during the previous battle, she absolutely has a certain right to speak on this mountain, and she must also know some ordinary Orchid Sects. Something that the disciple didn't know. And now the weird bells rang again, which proved that she was continuing the weird sacrifice again. Hyuga Lanmo caught a ninja and used the reincarnation eye and heart layer to probe into the person's mind. He found that there was only this stronghold in this person's memory. It is possible that some people definitely don't know, but at present, it can be regarded as the only battlefield here. Maximizing the mirror perception, Hyuga Lanmo closes his eyes and feels everything around him. In a cave next door, a few people are working hard. In the middle, the old witch shaking the bell vomits blood, constantly chanting spells silently. The bell in his hand rang. Using the rock hiding technique, he came into the secret room at the fastest speed. The sudden appearance of Hyuga Blue Mo frightened everyone. Someone escorted the old witch away, and someone rushed up to stop him. But how could these people be Hyuga Lanmo's opponents? Without him, the Bing Dun Bing spikes around him would slaughter them like an overwhelming thousands of divine needles. Because this is a closed space with many ice thorns, they have nowhere to hide. One of them used Earth Dun to block, but after Hyuga Blue Mo sent a wooden escape, he was directly strangled to death by a wooden escape. Go, go, someone shouted. Several other ninjas escorted the old witch away. The shrine maiden rickets and retreats behind her back. And why are they fighting against Lan Shangmen? Are the Hyuga family members really caught by them? Where are the people hiding again? There are too many unsolved problems. What's the matter? Where's the hole? Someone groped and asked. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo's icy voice came from the darkness. Don't waste your effort. Now, none of you want to leave, and say, who are you? Who is the lord of the Orchid sect? What is the identity of that old witch? Why do you engage in sacrificial activities? Say. They thought that with the lights off, they would be able to leave here smoothly with the old witch's perception ability, but they did not expect that Hyuga Lanmo was once a blind person, and he was very familiar with this dark environment, and his mirrored perception would feel everything that arrived was passed to his mind, and everything that happened in the dark environment at the moment did not escape his perception. Hyuga Lanmo wants to know all the secrets of the Orchid sect and why they send beams of light to the moon. What is their purpose? What are they killing for? Immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew by, and countless black shadows appeared in the cave. Although Hyuga Lanmo couldn't see those shadows, nor could he feel the mirror image perception, but the cold wind made him very clear that something was approaching him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hyuga Lanmo rushed up, evaded and swiped, his hands flew up and down, and he had already beheaded all the 3 people who stood in front of him. As he continued to attack, there was a dense ring of bells in the secret room, and the voice was irritable. The magnetic escape is still continuing, and the entire cave is stuck. This time, no one wants to leave. Magnetic escape. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand and roared. When he entered, there were only 13 people in the cave. One of them was the old witch who was protected by them. 4 people died under the ice thorns, and 3 people died under his kunai behead. There are 5 people left. Today, none of you want to leave. These people in red were all the people who maintained the sacrifice just now. They used too much chakra before, and now they have no strength to fight the Hyuga Lanmo in front of them. Even at this moment, she did not stop the spell in her mouth, and the bell in her hand was still shaking regularly. Inside the huge cave, it was suddenly dimmed, and the torch was extinguished by the opponent's people, and they wanted to take advantage of the darkness to escape. And those 5 people were clearly right in front of him, protecting the old witch. How could there be other dangers? Chapter 313. You know, this is a closed space. If his magnetic escape is attacked, he, the surgeon, will definitely feel it. Facts have proved that everything is intact with magnetic escape. Moreover, the danger of approaching him is not a psychic beast. If it is a psychic beast, his perception skills can feel it. Roar. Suddenly a fierce attack came towards him. Hyuga Lanmo turned around to avoid him, his figure floating in the air, carefully feeling the surroundings. The dangerous murderous aura was still there, but he could not feel the presence of the other party. Who the hell is it? A strange feeling hit his mind. Hyuga Lanmo thought of a ghost. You must know that Xian was born as a witch. In the country of ghosts, haunting is normal, so what about here? Could the old witch also summon a ghost? Hyuga Lanmo got it right. Really, the old witch summoned a ghost and attacked Hyuga Blue Mo. For things like ghosts, if your willpower is firm, they won't be able to hurt you at all. On the contrary, if your willpower is weak and you have done too many wrongdoings, they will easily be caught by ghosts and treat others. Conduct an attack. Many ghosts on the scene circled Hyuga Lanmo, a ghost crying and howling wolf, a Hyaki Yako, a wanting to eat his soul, and a wanting to invade his body. However, Hyuga Lanmo was firm and frank in his heart. Although the ghost's attacks were wave after wave, it did not cause any harm to him. And as time went by, Hyuga Lanmo also affirmed the thoughts in his mind that these murderous auras came from ghosts. The old witch on the opposite side is anxious. What should I do? These ghosts are helpless. This young man, is she going to die here today? At the moment, she saw the dead corpse on the ground, and she didn't stop doing it, ringing a bell, and all the ghosts got into the corpse. If the soul attack is not easy to use, then come to the physical attack. The ghosts inside the possessed corpse began to manipulate the corpse and attacked Hyuga Blue Inc. They also sealed the seal and wanted to use ninjutsu, but the chakra attributes in the corpse were different from what the ghost had learned during his lifetime, so even if someone seals the seal, ninjutsu cannot be used. If there is a ghost that can blind a cat and kill a mouse, and just meet a corpse with the same chakra attributes as a ghost, then you can use ninjutsu. Advertisement. It's just that the ability of ninjutsu is very low. After all, the chakra on decedent is limited. Earth escape, the technique of earth concealment. A pinch of dust is flying. Water escape, the art of the big waterfall. A stream of water spurted out. It's just funny. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, vomited to escape, sprayed over several corpses on the opposite side, and burned them directly to see how they manipulated the corpses. Dingling, jingling, culling of ghosts. In the light produced by the burning of several corpses, Hyuga Lanmo saw the old witch on the opposite side. She shook a bell in her hand, and her whole body trembled as if she had gone crazy. Suddenly, the entire cave shook, and there were gusts of wind and wind around him, and he flew towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo burst into golden light all over, using the fairy body. The chakra appeared golden, illuminating the entire secret room. In the fairy mode, he saw all the ghosts, and they leapt over with their teeth and claws, like an uncontrolled beast. Hyuga Lanmo uses ninjutsu to start the confrontation, but all ninjutsu doesn't work on these ghosts, as if the two sides are not above the same dimension at all. Recalling the story of Naruto, Xian's mother seemed to have sealed the ghost with herself in the face of the war of sprites, and Xian was also familiar with all the spells in order to suppress the ghosts and sprites that appeared later. But Hyuga Lanmo doesn't know that kind of spell. At the moment, if it weren't for Hyuga Lanmo's immortal mode, I'm afraid that the appearance of these ghosts would not be clear, plus his golden chakra protector would not let them. Something forgiving came across. Speaking of spells, he calmed down. In addition to the sound of ghosts crying and howling wolves, there was also the sound of bells and the voice of the old witch chanting spells in low voices. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes lit up, and he sprinted, and he came to the 5 remaining alive. Bing Dun Bing spikes appeared beside him, and he was not polite, killing all 5 people guarding the old witch, and then stretched out his hand. He snatched the bell in her hand. Advertisement, it is rumored to be embarrassed among the evil spirits. In fact, its combat effectiveness is very weak, but it is extremely smart and can advise the wolves. And you, are you the evil spirit of this orchid sect? Hyuga Lanmo's dark blue eyes turned blood red and he looked closely. The old woman in front of him. The bell in her hand was snatched away. She closed her eyes tightly and trembled all over, as if she was escaping from reality. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist, applying a slight force, using the crystal escape nerve to intermittently crystallize. There was a layer of cold sweat on the forehead of the old woman, but she didn't say a word, closed her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth, and refused to beg for mercy. Hyuga Lanmo won't kill her, so many people protect her alone, and she is an important person who presides over this sacrifice. She must know a lot about it. Why is he willing to give up such an important clue? As the sound of the bell disappeared, the old witch was caught by Hyuga Lanmo, and all the ghosts in the dense cave disappeared, as if she had lost the power of summoning, and left here. The Miko was arrested. Suddenly, there was a yelling outside, and then there was a blasting sound from outside the secret room. Those little soldiers outside are not worth wasting time by Hyuga Lanmo. He stretched out his hand to grab the old witch in front of him, turned around, shifted from the different space, and disappeared into the secret room. Appearing again, it has come to the top of another mountain on the island. The red light on the top of the sacrificial mountain has disappeared, and the full moon hangs in the sky, emitting a faint yellow luster. I ask you, where are the Hyuga family? And, where are the brides who sacrificed? Hyuga Lanmo's fingers landed on the old maiden's neck, and an angry expression flashed in her eyes. The old maiden's legs were soft and unable to stand, her whole body hung on Hyuga Lanmo's fingers, her eyes closed, her face wrinkled. She did not know whether she was blind or deaf, but she refused to speak. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, shifted his finger, and landed on her head. He didn't use the psychic potential, couldn't she drive the ghost? Then he let her know what fear is. 10-tailed consciousness appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind, and through the transfer of consciousness, he let her see the 10-tailed in her body. What? The huge amounts of monsters like monsters flung their teeth and claws at her. She was like an ant, as if to be swallowed by it. That was not illusion, because she closed her eyes and couldn't get illusion at all. It was the horror of existence, yes. A strange power that has never existed in this world, and this power comes from the man in front of him. Chapter 314. The old witch opened her eyes, her white eyes chilling under the moonlight. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned, his eyes rolled. It's just that this woman doesn't have chakra, so she can't use the power of white eyes correctly. But does he remember seeing her eyes are black before? Is it because of the spell? Are you from the Hyuga family? Hyuga Lanmo asked strangely. The other party struggled. Although she was afraid of the strength in Hyuga Lanmo's body, she stubbornly didn't want to tell the other party anything. It's okay. I will know everything. Hyuga Lanmo was not polite, and the fingers that landed on her head pressed hard to detect all the memories of the other party. When he knew that the old witch was actually a child under 2 years old, his scalp was numb. In the past, the Orchid Sect was a mysterious organization, and their requirements were very simple. They just wanted to have a place in the ninja world, so that the disciples in the sect could live safely. The teachings of the Orchid Sect at the very beginning were also very upright. Until the 3 Ninja World Wars, the Orchid Sect had undergone a complete change. The environment of the war, the lack of various materials, and the disciples who were often bullied by others and died in external struggles all made them feel deeply. Without power, in this world, one cannot live for long. In order to live, they changed their previous sectarian doctrines and began to seek strength instead. For strength, they began to do whatever it takes. The Orchid Sect was also growing secretly, and the formerly small base was slowly expanding. Until 5 years ago, when they were expanding their base, they suddenly discovered a mysterious cave. The rock wall of the cave recorded the method of obtaining the ability to reach the earth and the sky. In the cave, there was also an altar that passed through the cave in order to obtain records. They began to secretly plan to use human blood to activate the ability in the world. During this period, they secretly hijacked ninjas, fabricated gossip, and used illusion hypnotic ability to spread some common people about the sea god marrying a wife. If they don't offer beauty, then Moon City will be punished. Advertisement. In order to achieve their goal, they used drugs to give birth to Shengen ability, in order to make the people of Moon City, which is the nearest to the base island, a reserve bank for their blood. They also cooperated with the rumors and used Shangren secrets spawned by drugs to carry out 2 water escape attacks on Moon City. Prior to this, they used Earth Dun to create earthquakes, and then, taking advantage of the Moon City without ninja support, they began to use Water Dun, resulting in a large number of tsunamis that flooded the city. Then, everyone in Moon City and surrounding villages and towns believed the long-planned rumor. As a result, they really began to use living people to worship the sea god. Everything went smoothly, coupled with the Lanhua sect's vigilance towards the outside world. Even if the ninja was offered a reward by the name of the water country, no clue was found to solve the case. The purpose of the Lanwazong sacrifice is to gain access to the sky and earth, and then increase the ability of the entire sect. The passing the sky into the earth mentioned here is not the flight ability in the earth escape in ninjutsu, but another kind of ability. In the first year of the sacrifice, they used the blood of 99 women and used their yin resentment to fill the entire ritual site with incantations. They got the ability to enter the ground, which is the bell that is now holding in Hyuga Lanmo's hands. When the full moon night of March and 15th passed, the blood filled the altar, and the people of 12 positions used ninjutsu for sacrifice. After the host at that time sang the incantation, they got this evil bell in the collapsed cave. This bell can draw out the ghosts of hell for your own use. Moreover, after research, the people of the Lanwa school found that this soul-inducing bell has nothing to do with Tongtian ability, so it is not enough to guide the ghosts, they must have the ability to Tongtian. And the final ability of the white eyes recorded on the stone wall of the altar is the same as what Hyuga Lanmo understands. The white eyes need to evolve into the final state before they can intersect with the Akatsuki clan. How difficult is this process? People in the Orchid sect did not know. So they caught the ninja and started experimenting with his genes. And she, because of hormones, she was obviously only 2 years old, but she looked like an old man. Advertisement. In order to successfully reach the sky in the second year, the Orchid sect also made various arrangements in advance, and in order to achieve the effect this time, they are still searching for female ninjas in the ninja world. This time, they still used the last method, blood. Dyeing the altar. I hope that this time I can get the ability of Tongtian and the ability of the god race. In the second year, when someone from the Orchid sect was performing a mission, they met members of the Konoha Hyuga family. When they saw the Hyuga ninja's white eyes, they suddenly remembered that it was written on the stone wall of the ritual site that white eyes can produce the sky ability. But I didn't expect that the sacrifice in the second year would fail. It's just that the experimental base is not on this island. According to the woman's memory, Hyuga Lanmo already knows the approximate location. According to the memory of the old witch, what the witch told her 2 years ago was her own memory. And why they didn't get the ability to reach the sky, no one knew, everything was groping forward. And those brides and the so-called maids were also brought to the island. Their role is not to sacrifice. It is better for the worshippers to use ninjas with chakras, while those ordinary women are used to make sacrifices. Experimental. The experiment with the Hyuga family continues, because they want to roll their eyes. After that, the Lanwa school trained her to become a witch, use the soul-inducing bell, preside over the sacrifices, and use the ghosts in the Moon City to hype up the importance of the sea god's sacrifice to the stability here. The old witch in Hyuga Lanmo's hands is an experimental product of genetic breeding. Her vitality is relatively tenacious, and she is the only one who has survived among the many experimental products. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After being born for 3 months by the experiment, the shrine maiden grew up to look like an adult, and she presided over the sacrifice in the second year of sacrifice. As a result, this year, they increased the number of priests. It was precisely because of this that they alarmed the ninjas from Lanshangmen, Wuyan village and other ninja villages to come to Moon City to investigate. Fortunately, they did not succeed. If they succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. Looking at the memory of this woman's mind, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were deep. Although the sacrificial cave had been destroyed, he had already learned from the memory of the other party's mind that the so-called sky-reaching ability was actually a summoning of the Akatsuki clan. Ceremony. Chapter 315. The Secret of the Orchid Sect. They just want strength anyway. The Orchid Sect has limited technology. Even if the clones of the genetically bred Hyuga family have white eyes, they cannot live long, and the white eyes will eventually disappear. You know, the Hyuga clan uses caged birds to protect the people who separate their families in order to ensure that they do not fall into the hands of the enemy. If you remove your eyes, not only will you not get the owner's eyes, but it will also cause the owner's brain to violently die. If the main body accidentally dies, the white eyes will also be useless. Obviously, the people of the Orchid sect knew this, so instead of poaching the eyes of the kidnapped Hyuga family, they used body cells for experimental cultivation, hoping that they could get another child with white eyes. As long as they have white eyes, you can learn more about Tongtian, and you can have more intersections with the alien Protoss. But the 2-year experiment all failed. The only surviving white eyes, at the moment, is also in Hyuga Lanmo's hands, and at the age of 2, she has appeared as a maiden of a little old lady. Looking at her figure and health, we know that this is actually a failure. Hyuga Lanmo pulled out the soul of the old witch and destroyed her brain. He turned and left the island. According to the coordinates in his mind, he came to Dahe Mountain, about 200 miles away from Moon City. Their experimental base was here, and according to the memory of the old witch, their suzerain had already fled here at this moment. Because Lanwazong has only 2 bases, one is a mysterious island in the sea, and the other is here. Dahe Mountain is born by the sea, with cliffs on one side, leading directly to the top of the mountain, and virgin forest on the other. No one will come here on weekdays. Therefore, they used ninjutsu to create a secret from underwater to the interior of the mountain. Dong, here has become the secret laboratory of the Orchid sect. The underwater secret cave is heavily guarded, and in the mountain, there is a charm to suppress the chakra, so it is impossible to enter the experimental base through the cave and the rock hiding technique. However, Hyuga Blue Mo has a different space transfer. Appearing again, he has come to the room of the witch's memory. He was wearing the clothes of the Lanwazong disciple, standing in the room, frowning and looking around. In this room, there are various jar-shaped vitreous bodies of large and small file sizes, and a cloned human being cultivated inside is placed, which is the so-called genetically bred artificial human. There is a fetus growing in each breeding tank. Although their looks are not normal, they are still alive. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were red. Looking at this picture, he remembered the old witch he had killed before. He came to the tank and looked at the injection information card on one side. It showed that all the fetuses used hormones to promote growth. In other words, these clones will not have a slow and warm growth environment like normal people. Although they have life, they are only experimental subjects. The Orchid sect must be destroyed. Hyuga Lanmo clenched his fist tightly, turned his head and saw the door that was closed on one side. He snorted coldly, and printed on his hands, "Dust Escape," the original world peeling technique. Hyuga Lanmo has never used such a wide range of peeling technique. It will cover all the test objects in the entire room. Even if these test objects survive, they are not normal people, and they are all disabled, so, let him end all this. Exit. As he shouted violently, everything in the cube was transformed into molecules and disappeared. At this moment, the closed stone door creaked open, and several medical ninjas in white coats walked in. Several people walked and talked, not paying attention to the changes in the room. When they saw the empty picture in the room, they thought they were in the wrong room. Some people even went out to look around again, and then shouted with certainty. "It's over. Where is the subject? Where is the subject?" At this time, other talents discovered that in the corner of the room, there was still a man standing with long hair and a pair of dark blue eyes, looking angrily at the few people in the room. In the next second, several people all turned into corpses. Hyuga Lanmo's fist was clenched tightly. When he used his mind to the old witch before, he already knew all the spells and spells of witchcraft, and he knew how to summon ghosts. He took out the soul-inducing bell in the scroll, stretched out his hand and shook it. Isn't that old witch the only successful experimenter? Isn't she able to skillfully use the so-called passing the sky into the earth sacrificial rites? Today, he used the old witch's method to stir them up. Hyuga Lanmo will add chakras to the soul-inducing bell, and the bell pierces the ears, echoing in the corridor. He believed that Sect Master Orchid must have got the news, right? The black ghosts began to scurry and attack when they saw people. Although ghosts have weak attack power against people with strong will, they can indeed attack the opponent's consciousness very well for weak people. Advertisement soon. Half of the people on the corridor were locked in by ghosts, and the remaining half rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. However, he was standing there, and they didn't even see his Jian. They saw strands of black iron sand turning into various weapons, killing them. Above the corridor, there was a chaos. Blood was like a jet of hot spring. The corridor stone walls were dyed red, screaming, begging, and the sound of ghost crying and wolf howling mixed together. The people of the Orchid sect don't know. How did this person appear? Don't know why he came here? They rushed up one after another, forming a thick wall of dead people on the corridor. After the corpses died, they were controlled by the soul bell, and they stood up one by one and started to fight back against themselves. This is a weird phenomenon, coupled with a ghost attack. Above the corridor, it is like hell on earth. Suddenly, the bell disappeared, all the dead bodies fell to the ground, the black ghosts that were like smoke disappeared, and the man shaking the soul bell disappeared? What about people? This battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The corridor at the moment was full of corpses, but the person who had sneaked into the Orchid sect test department disappeared. It's not good. Lab 1 is destroyed. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. The alarm bell rang throughout the mountain, and everyone was in a mess. It must be the long-haired man. Find him out for me. The two men in the test department cried out. All action. Laboratory number 2 is destroyed. Number 5, number 7 laboratory is on fire. Put out the fire. By the way, in the basement at the bottom, there are prisoners. He will definitely save the prisoners. Someone yelled here. Everyone was busy, and the destroyed laboratories were one after another, exploded, caught on fire, disappeared for no reason, but never saw the man again. Chapter 316 Find the sect master behind the scenes. At the moment, in the bottom cell, Hyuga Lanmo has killed all the guards, and is raising his brows to look at Hikari and Hyuga in the cage. Although the two have taken off their bridal costumes, and their makeup was also washed away by the sea, but they were still in a mess in the women's hair bun. The two of them looked bad, and when they saw Hyuga Lanmo, they wanted to cry without tears. Lanmo, you can come. If you don't come, I will be dragged to do an experiment, you know? They did it to both of us. What's the matter? Oh. As he said, Hyuga began to cry, while Hyuga on one side blushed and lowered his head, as if he was embarrassed. Hyuga Lanmo differed, and looked back at the bridal cell opposite the two, not only jokingly said, "This Orchid sect is not forcing you to get married, right? Why do you give this expression?" When these words came out, the two of them were surprised, and Hyuga nodded heavily. Yes, why are you such a god? You guessed it right. They really forced us to marry the 11 brides opposite, and let us be married for a year. There are 11 children left. If you don't agree, we will be physically relieved tonight. Are you scary? Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo, who had been in a bad mood by the subject before, laughed loudly. Although their purpose is to get a blind eye, I have to admit that this thing seems to be quite festive. It seems that the experiment always fails, and they have begun to use other methods, such as forcing the Hyuga family to marry and have a baby. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around to look at the 11 brides in the cell opposite, and asked, "Dear beauties, would you like to marry my two cousins?" As soon as these words came out, all the women on the opposite side began to cry. But in the cell next door, the two women came to the spirit. Hey, Amo, it's us. In a blink of an eye, Hyuga Lanmo discovered that it was Jade and Liuli. At the moment, the two of them had flattering smiles and smiled flatteringly at him. I didn't expect that you have such a strong ability to find it. Here. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows and looked at the two of them and said, do you know what the group fears most when performing tasks? The two knew that they had done something wrong before, so they lowered their heads and said softly, not united, infighting. I didn't expect you two to know it. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, and the chains of several cages were all cut by the laser, and everyone was saved. Advertisement, from now on, you two must cooperate fully in the fight, otherwise don't blame me and you in the future. This is what Hyuga Lanmo said to Jade and Liuli, because in this cave, only the two of them are Lan Xiangmen of. The Lan Xiangmen protege that had been hijacked before was rescued by Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, he was hiding in his different space to rest. It is estimated that in another half an hour, their bodies will be able to fully recover, and then he will be able to release them to fight together. Yes, we were wrong before, and we will listen to you in the future, Jade said happily. Liuli also nodded repeatedly, I'm sorry, we were too arrogant before, but we won't be anymore. At the moment, if the two of them doubt the ability of this man named Amo, they have no eyes. Although the position of the other person in the Lan Xiangmen is not as high as that of the two of them, they have ability, if not. Can you find here alone? Everyone retreated. Behind Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Ha, emerald and glazed cushions, in the middle were the brides and the female ninjas who got the so-called maid from there, and Hyuga Lanmo led the team in front. Why didn't he put these people in a different space? Because Hyuga Lanmo needs a kind of battle. He wants to let the Lord of the Orchid Sect know that he has taken away the person he needs most, and only then will he appear. In the mind of the old witch, Sect Master Lanhua has always been a mysterious existence. He has always been wearing a black cloak and using false voices to speak, which makes people confused. Is he a male or a female? Don't know what he looks like. What about ability? But since he took over the Orchid Sect, the entire Orchid Sect has become a sect full of blood and rain. Murder, kidnapping, experimentation with human bodies, sacrifices, deception, everything is proceeding according to his requirements. The Orchid Sect's previous pursuits have been completely abandoned by him, and this place has become his base camp for evil pursuits, especially in the past few years. Is serious. The leader of Hyuga Lanmo, everyone marched forward, and at the gate of dungeon, they encountered a large number of disciples of the Orchid Sect who had killed them. The light flashed on the scene, the wind escaped, and 1,000 winds fought against each other in chaos. On the corridor, there are only corpses left, advertisement. Going forward again, every section of the road, Hyuga Lanmo will seal the cave and the road behind, and move on. Along the way, ninjas kept rushing up, and several of them were ninjas who had taken stimulant drugs. After they took the drugs, both their attack speed and ninjutsu ability would increase several times. But their opponent is Hyuga Lanmo. Facing this kind of super shadow, they have no chance of winning at all. Whether it is magnetic escape, ice escape, explosion escape, or Hyuga Lanmo's water iron cannon technique, they couldn't stop the shooting. Occasionally, a few powerful ninjas with ability appeared, at most, in the midst of Hyuga Lanmo and numerous ninjutsu attacks, persisting for 2 or 3 minutes, after which, only death was waiting for them. Because after Hyuga Lanmo's blood succeeded the limit, there were also riding round eyes, fairy mode, and kaleidoscope blood round eyes mode, none of these ninjas could fight against. Although Jade and Liuli were behind everyone at the bottom, the battle ahead was too fierce. Walking on the corridor alone, the man was able to resist all the attacks by the disciples of the Lanhua school. Liuli was full of doubts, and asked, is there someone in our organization that has such a strong ability? This is better than the first master's ninjutsu, right? Jade was also shocked. Although she sighed before that he could appear in dungeon alone, but now seeing his fight, she was dumbfounded. Yes, some of the ninjutsu he used, I haven't seen it. Hearing this, Hyuga Hikari looked proud. That's definitely, you don't see who he is? He is my buddy. After that, Hikaru nodded again and again with a look of admiration. Just now, Hyuga Lanmo rescued the Hyuga family members who had been lost 6 months ago in 2 rooms. Although he could no longer walk, fortunately, his life was saved. Everyone continued to move forward. After another wave of attacks that destroyed the Orchid Sect, Hyuga Lanmo, who led the team in front, stopped. I will stay here for duplication. Wait for me, and I will find the last person from Hyuga's family. Is he still alive? Hyuga asked. Chapter 317 Because of the bird in the cage. When they found the Hyuga family member who was lost half a year ago and saw his miserable appearance, there was a voice in Hikaru's heart telling him that the other Hyuga family member who was kidnapped 2 years ago must have died, but now listen to it. When Hyuga Lanmo said he was going to find the last person, he couldn't believe his ears. He is still alive, I can feel it. This experimental base is less than 10 miles away, so Hyuga Lanmo can feel the existence of that special chakra belonging to the Hyuga family. Following the feeling, Hyuga Lanmo quickly came to a secret laboratory, where several medical ninjas were busy, some were burning materials, some were transferring the subject, and a man in the corner was rickety with a pale face. She was wearing a loose surgical gown, with a birdcage mark on her forehead, and she looked at the ground with white eyes, like a lifeless vegetative. Hyuga Lanmo coughed and said, everyone, are you busy? Everyone turned their heads and saw that he was wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Lanhua school. They didn't have any suspicion, but said, hurry up and transfer that experimental original body. This experimental base is no longer available? Where to move to? Are there other experimental bases? Hyuga Lanmo asked as he walked forward. Although the Orchid sect had only 2 hiding places in the memory of the old witch, it did not mean that they had no other place. After all, her memory might not be the whole truth. For the time being, go to the sect master's mansion on the outskirts of the city, one of the elderly elders said, before continuing to pack things. Where is the sect master's mansion? After saying this, everyone's eyes turned around, falling on Hyuga Lanmo's body, with suspicion in their eyes. At the moment, he had already held the experimental prototype, that is, the man with white eyes, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. Long hair, blue eyes, he's the attacker, suddenly someone yelled. All the medical ninjas were shocked, turned around and fled, and others rushed up, trying to snatch the Hyuga family from him. The magnetic escape appeared, smashing the door, and someone turned around to open other secret passages, but the speed was not as fast as Hyuga Lanmo's magnetic escape, and it became a closed space again. Those who rushed up were also directly beheaded by him. Advertisement. The scene was quiet, someone secretly sounded the alarm, but in this enclosed space, who can come to rescue them? Let's go. Where is the sect master palace? Originally Hyuga Lanmo was going to take people away, but now that he knew the whereabouts of the so-called sect master palace, he naturally wanted to stay for a good interrogation. Several medical ninjas leaned together nervously, looked at Hyuga Lanmo in front of them, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'll ask again, where is the sect master's mansion?" All the smiles on Hyuga Lanmo's face have disappeared, as he caressed the Hyuga family in his hand. The cold air gathered on his body, and thousands of ice thorns appeared behind him, aiming at the opposite side. Medical ninja huddled together. We don't know," the person in the front said. Several ice spurs rushed over, nailed to his body, blood sprayed, and the tragic voice of the wounded came from the scene. Soon, everyone pushed the old man hiding behind. He is the head of the test department, he knows. The reincarnation eye appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's eyes, and he didn't need to ask anymore. He stretched out his hand and used Shenluo Tianzheng to draw people over. At the same time, all the ice thorns behind him shot out, and everyone shot them all. Putting his finger on the old man's head, all the memories of his mind appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. He drew his soul, threw it into the soul-inducing bell, turned around and helped the wounded in Hyuga's house, and walked out. "Thanks, thank you." Hyuga Akira tried his best to say these 2 words. Originally, he thought he would die here sooner or later, but he didn't expect that he would see the sky again. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, the air twisted, and when the different space shifted, he put this person into the different space. Now in his different space, it is also very lively. More than 300 women are chattering non-stop. When Sean Lanmo reappeared that day, they all rushed up. "What is your name? You saved us. How can we thank you?" "Thanks, thanks." The wood duplication of Hyuga Lanmo on one side was about to explode. If it weren't for the master to let him look at these women here, he would want to turn into wood directly, so as not to be bothered by it. And the 2 women in the small cage also knew the whole story. This handsome man was not a flower picker at all, but a benefactor who saved them all. Advertisement. "Handsome guy, didn't you say that we should wait for you? We are willing to do anything." After the 2 brides shouted these words, all the women exploded again. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly, then handed Hyuga Akira the duplication, and after saying, "Treat him," he turned and disappeared. Originally, he wanted to release these 300 female ninjas to fight with the Orchid sect, but now it seems that it is better to let them stay in a different space temporarily. In case they can't beat them, he can save them. Back among the crowd, the wooden duplication that Hyuga Lanmo had left outside the alien space rushed forward, fighting the Orchid sect disciple while opening the way for everyone. "Have you found it? Are you still alive?" Hyuga asked. Jade on one side heard this, and before Hyuga Lanmo could speak, he said, "Is it necessary to ask? I must have not found it. You think he didn't bring anyone back? How could I find it? Still asking?" Hyuga ignored him, looking at Hyuga Lanmo with scorching eyes, and the other nodded. "Found it, and I already know who the sect master Orchid is. Go, let's go out." Jade's face was dumb, but now is not the time to investigate the details, and everyone continues to move forward. It is strange that the more you go out, the fewer and fewer ninjas. When Hyuga Lanmo's wood duplication blasts to the top of the mountain, everyone leaves the gray-black mountain. The outside was brightly lit. Hundreds of ninjas surrounded the 30 people in front of them. A sweet-looking woman in red stood at the top of the crowd. She is the woman who appeared in the middle temple before. She wiggled her fingers and said, "Take all these thieves down." As soon as this word came out, all the ninjas around rushed up. It can be seen from the clothing and forehead that these people are not members of the Orchid sect. Definitely some of them have been mixed with them, but most of them are ninjas who came to Moon City to perform tasks before. Their purpose is to reveal the secret of the sea cucumber marrying a wife, find the real culprit, and then report it to the daimyo of the water country, so as to get the reward that the daimyo of the water country promised. Chapter 318. More than 300 women testified at the moment. These people actually surrounded Hyuga Lanmo and the others, each of them savagely and viciously, and they rushed up without any explanation. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes flushed, and while confronting him, he asked, "What do you want to do? You are the murderer behind the sea god's sacrifice, and there are all human and material evidence. What else can you say?" Kamanan from the 3 misty villages on the opposite side asked while attacking him. Hyuga Lanmo flew up in his hands, his body was in a golden chakra state, and then with force, chakra shockwave exploded, and all the ninjas directly in front of him flew out. "Are you crazy? Who witnesses? You don't think I captured these brides? Isn't it you?" Everyone on the other side stood up to fight back. At the moment, 11 brides and 24 maids who were protected by Hyuga Blue Ink, Hyuga Hikari, and Jade Liuli and others called out. You misunderstood, he was not the one who arrested us, he saved us. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo turned around, the air twisted, and more than 300 women were released from the different space. After everyone came out, they all flocked to Hyuga Lanmo. Brother Hyuga, what's your name? We don't know how to thank you for saving us, thank you so much. Otherwise, I will agree with you. Which ninja village are you from? I see that you are excellent in ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu is also very strong. I am sincere to you at first sight, and I want to marry you. I also want, stop, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand to stop everyone. Now, not when talking about marriage, I need you to testify for me, am I going to kill you? Or someone else? Let's talk about it. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo pointed to the front of him. At this time, many women realized that there were many ninjas surrounding them. It seemed that they were fighting. What are you doing? What do you want to do to our benefactor? I tell you, we are not vegetarian. Who dares to bully our man, we will fight him hard. With that, more than 300 women rushed up at the scene. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned. What happened? He let them out, just to explain the matter, why they rushed forward. Advertisement. The scene was messed up again. Hyuga Lanmo didn't explain it anymore, looked at Terumi Ming who was rushing over on the other side of the hillside, and waved to her. Big sister, I'm here. Terumi Mei sprinted, came to him, and asked, what's the matter? Those ninjas thought I caught these women. These women thought the ninjas belonged to the Orchid sect. Anyway, it's a mess, and it's a bit unexplainable. You can deal with it here. I have something to do. Goodbye. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and disappeared. Terumi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. How did she feel that she was the one who wiped her asterisk during the whole incident? Quiet. The soprano's sharp voice resounded across the sky, and she cried out loudly. Stop it all. She led the people of Wuyan village to solve the case. At least, in the process, the people of Wuyan village recognized her, and the forehead guard on her forehead has proved her identity. Everyone is misunderstood. The young man was not the murderer behind this incident. He saved everyone. There are also these ninjas who are not from the Orchid sect. They just came to save you. What? Everyone stopped fighting and all looked at Terumi Mei, and she began to explain it carefully to everyone. Until the end, all the misunderstandings were solved. The beautiful woman asked, what is the boy's name? Don't you know? He is the most powerful ninja in our Hyuga family, the most famous figure in the ninja world, the generation of Ink Shadow Hyuga Lanmo who founded the southern Ink country, but you didn't expect that you didn't know. Hyuga Hikari looked proud on one side, said. At this time, Hyuga Nisa also rushed over, standing behind the crowd watching everyone. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially Jade and Luli. The two were like five thunders. What? He is a generation of Ink Shadows. Hyuga looked at them strangely, and asked, it's definitely, when you said you didn't know who he was before, I was surprised, aren't you two ninjas from Monin village? How could you not know him? Yeah, how come we don't know the famous generation of Ink Shadows, Wu? Hyuga Lanmo sneered, and walked towards the city. Just 2 steps later, he heard a clear and sweet voice from behind. Master Hyuga, wait for me. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo turned her head and saw Terumi Mei in blue at a glance. The corners of her mouth were smiling, and her long brown-red hair was flying in the wind. By her side, she followed the Hyuga Sunfoot, Hyuga Hikari, Hyuga Wave, and Jade Glass. Et al. In 3 years, how many people died in the annual sacrifice? How many families are desperate for life? How many people are obsessed with it? Under the prosperous surface of this city, there is a bloody road to injustice. Terumi Mei was also surprised. He turned out to be Hyuga Lanmo. No wonder he said that he was called Amo. There is Mozi in Hyuga Lanmo's name. Is she really stupid? The city is located in the valley area, and the whole city takes on the shape of the moon. From a distance, outside the manor, some ninjas are patrolling, and the front of the manor is connected to the main street of Moon City, and they are heading towards the city. If this matter is not completely resolved, how many girls will be killed by ignorance in the future? At the moment Hyuga Lanmo has come to Moon City. But think about it carefully, in this world, who else has such a strong power like him? For them, last night's sacrifice has ended, everything is over, everyone has returned to normal life, except for those families who lost their daughters, no one remembers the appearance of those brides. Jade wanted to cry without tears, Luli's stunned brain couldn't turn back. Look over there, where is Hyuga Blue Mo's trace? Where did he go? One person rescued 300 or 400 people. He also hid people in a strange and unknown space. Looking at her, he was always doing follow-up work. Compared with his ingenuity, he was nothing short of a shame. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the moment, on the western hillside of Moon City, a huge amount of manor is located there, brightly lit and magnificent. The east was pale, a round of sun rose from the east, and the sound of morning bells came from the city. It is also the special terrain here that made the tsunami created by the water escape ninja of the Orchid sect 3 years ago successfully confuse many people in Moon City. Since then, the sacrifices to the sea god have also changed from cows and sheep to fruits. Become a living beauty. Chapter 319. And not far behind them, 300 beautiful women were waving their hands at him, and then hundreds of ninjas followed them, leaping to the front Hyuga Lanmo and beckoning roar. Hyuga-sama, I heard are you looking for the Orchid sect master to settle accounts? Hyuga Lanmo laughed, nodded, and said, "Yes, Kanata-sama, can we also help?" The person behind continued to ask. "Definitely good. What is Crusade? What is being announced to the public? This is it." Roar got up. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and walked towards Moon City. A few tens of meters behind him, Roar followed him. The people who got up early saw this scene. All were surprised. When they saw the bride sacrificed last night, they were surprised and asked, "Isn't this the bride who was taken away by the sea god yesterday? How did this happen?" Those brides also wore white wedding kimonos, which was very noticeable. Poseidon's wife is a fake at all. It is true that some people arrest people for their own selfish desires and do experiments. "Let's go to that person to sell accounts," someone answered. "It can't be fake, right? Because we didn't follow the requirements of Poseidon before. There have been tsunamis here. How could it be fake?" That was done by the ninja, not by Poseidon at all. The crowd continued to move forward, and more people gathered. Everyone talked about everything. As they moved forward, they explained everything. The people on both sides also followed the team. They also wanted to know who planned such a big thing. Everyone walked towards the Moon City, through the bend, towards the mountain villa in the West Mountain. "Isn't that the mansion of the 7 Dao City Lord? Is he the sect master of Orchid Sect?" Someone whispered among the crowd. It is also a different face from Terumi Mei who is behind Hyuga Lanmo. The ninjas of Wuyan village come here to solve the case. Has the 7 Paths City Lord ever treated them kindly? Are they deceived by him? Advertisement thinking like this, everyone has come to the gate of the manor. The door opened and a group of Sanran rushed out. After that, a man appeared. "What do you want to do?" Before the words were finished, Hyuga Lanmo's cutting technique of wood escape ended the other party's life. "I can't be fooled anymore. I was ran away by the sect master twice before. If this time because the other party delayed the time and the person ran away, then today's matter would be unclear. With so many people here now, if things are not explained clearly, the consequences will be unimaginable, so today, here, there must be an ending." Hyuga Lanmo exploded 6 duplications from his body and rushed out to the surroundings of the manor. At the same time, he used the earth to escape to change the underground landform, so that all the secret roads leading to the villa were sealed, so that the Lord could not escape from the underground. Many Sanran rushed up, trying to stop duplication, but they didn't want to be stopped by the people behind Hyuga Lanmo, and became a ball with them. Terumi Mei was nervous seeing this scene. Knowing that the Lord of Moon City is a close relative of the name of the water country, if Hyuga Lanmo got it wrong, she would be very difficult to do. So she took a few steps forward and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure that Lord 7 Dao is behind the scenes? He is the Lord of Moon City." "What if he is not? I have seen him. He is an old man in his 70s, and he is very kind and humorous. How could that kind of person be the sect master of Orchid who kills without blinking?" "I'm sure." Hyuga Lanmo saw him in the mind of the medical elder, and he was very sure that the city lord of Moon City was the so-called sect master of Lanhua sect. The battle continued, and there was chaos in the compound. Not long after, 3 Hyuga Blue ink wood duplications appeared in front of the crowd with an old man, followed by several Shangnan, using ninjutsu to fight for him. But he was an old man in his 70s and couldn't stand this at all. After 2 rounds of fighting, he started yelling, "Stop it, stop it." He could see that those duplications don't care about his life or death, and the young man in the front yard should be the owner. When he saw the owner, he asked, "Early in the morning, what are you doing? What do you want?" Normal procedures should be followed. It would be a bit too much to directly attack the city lord's mansion. Everyone stopped and looked up at the old man who was caught by Hyuga Blue Mo duplication. He was wearing a coarse linen, a pair of cloth shoes, his shoes were stained with dirt, and his face was kind. Even if he was caught, he was impolite. He didn't get too angry about it. Everyone in the city knows that the lord of these 7 cities is very kind to everyone. He also pays out of his pockets to support poor students every year. He also likes to go to the fields to do farm work. On weekdays, he always wears ragged clothes. Everyone went to the farmland to work together, and behind this manor, there was a piece of land that belonged to him. He grew vegetables and melons on it. With his harvest, it would be given to the people in the city. Advertisement. How could such a diligent city owner be harmful? Besides, from beginning to end, he has always opposed the sacrifice to the sea god, and he has also invited ninjas to solve the case. How can such a person be the master behind the scenes? All the people looked at him with uncertain expressions in their eyes. Hyuga Lanmo saw this person sneer. "Are you the sect master Lanhua? What are you talking about? I don't even understand." Kidao originally wanted to go home and took the secret rubbings, and then fled along the secret road, but he didn't expect the secret road to be destroyed. When he returned home, he was caught by these ninjas. "Really? Let your people explain everything, right?" After finishing talking, Hyuga Lanmo's hands were sealed, the fog rose, the cold wind rose, and dark clouds formed, quickly condensing on the Moon City. The sunlight of Dongsheng was blocked, and the entire Moon City was filled with dark clouds. Everyone marveled. This is Hyuga Lanmo's ability? "What do you want to do? You don't want to destroy my Moon City, right? What do you have for me? I am the lord of the city, for the people. I fight with you." 7 Dao looks calm. One forcefully moves towards Hyuga Lanmo rushed over. But the few who were protecting by his side looked at this picture coldly, and none of them took action. Because this is a trick. The other party rushed over, and a syringe between his fingers was revealed. If it were not for good eyesight, he would not be able to see it at all, because his wide sleeves blocked everything. The syringe pierced. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed it and twisted his wrist. He didn't suffer from pain. The syringe fell on the ground, and the liquid inside spurted out, foaming, and it was poison. Hyuga Lanmo has already felt that there is no chakra in his body. Although he is the lord of the Orchid sect, at the moment is an ordinary person. Chapter 320. And based on the memory he got in the mind of the medical ninja, he affirmed that this Chi Dao is such a person without chakra. The reason why he can play the Orchid sect is entirely because of his financial and brain power. Hyuga Lanmo shook off his wrist, stood up, flew to the sky, and turned to a black bell in his hand. When the soul-inspiring bell appeared in his hand, the Chi Dao with makeup could no longer bear it. He gritted his teeth angrily, turned aggrieved, and said to everyone, "Have you seen it? He is the one." Relying on the lyre of the sea god, have you forgotten? At the time of the sacrifice, a witch held this soul-attracting bell in her hand, but now it is in his hand, which proves that he is the person who turned into a witch. He lied. After this, the women in the courtyard shouted, "What are you talking about? We have been captured by the Orchid sect for a month, don't you know what happened? It was Hyuga-sama who killed the witch and saved us. But I'm talking nonsense here, it's shameless." Don't we know who saved us? On the other side, some helpless brides also testified. When Kidao heard this, his eyes rolled wildly, he smiled, and said, "So, it seems that I have misunderstood this boy. Then please come down and explain everything clearly. I want to represent the people of Moon City, thank you. Over the years, Poseidon has caused a lot of mischief and harmed many women. Our Moon City has suffered greatly. Thanks to you for breaking this case, come down. I want to thank you on behalf of all the people. Also, I want to go. The name of the country of water, let him give you a commendation award." Kidao seemed to know nothing before. For a while, he pretended not to know, and then suddenly realized, waved at Hyuga Lanmo, while the ninja beside him stood beside him, staring at Hyuga Lanmo with a murderous look in his eyes. Wanton, as if rushing up anytime and anywhere. Above the sky, Hyuga Lanmo laughed, and the louder he laughed, "Uncle, it seems that you are the best actor in the ninja world. You are fooled by such high acting skills. However, you have deceived a living person, but you can't deceive dead man." After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo stopped talking nonsense and shook the soul-catching bell in his hand, Lingling's voice with a hurried voice under the dark clouds. A blast of cold wind swept the fallen leaves and hovered in the entire yard, as if something was emerging from the ground, one after another. "What do you want to do?" If the Kidao still vowed before and felt that the other party would not find any evidence that he was the sect master of Lanwa, then he was really scared now. Because he knows what it is, advertisement black aura emerged, condensed into a female ghost, and rushed towards him. Because Hyuga Lanmo is a soul-attracting bell used in a fairy state, the ghosts that appear can be seen by everyone. People who know understand what this means. The people who don't know about it are wondering why these ghosts are chasing Kidao. Could it be that the young man is doing a ghost? But in the next second, the ghost sound that appeared on the scene made them instantly understand that it turned out that he was really the master behind the scenes. "Give me my life, it's you, that's you. Every year, I eat an elixir extracted from the blood of a woman. What do you say that you can live forever if you eat an elixir made from the blood of a woman? What is it? What is it? What see God? It's all your lies. You are the culprit who killed us, and I will pay my life." The female ghosts wailed and screamed wildly, and rushed towards Kidao one after another. The ninjas on both sides rushed up seeing this scene, but the two powers were not within the same dimension at all. Ninjutsu could not have an effect on ghosts, and the only experimental witch who could suppress them had also been killed by Hyuga Lanmo. Those earth escapes and water escapes of shinobu can only pass through in the gaseous form of ghosts, but they can't cause any harm to them. "Grab the soul bell." Suddenly, Kidao shouted loudly. When many ninjas turned around, they killed Hyuga Lanmo, and the throbbing ninjutsu brought a powerful chakra to crush him. Fire escapes sprayed at the crowd, separating them from the battlefield. Hyuga Lanmo didn't expect that the 7 ways of killing so many women weren't for attracting the Big Pipe Wood clan in the sky, but for alchemy. This kind of news does not exist in the memory of the old witch who died before. Advertisement. It seems that she was also deceived by him. In other words, the 7 paths have 2 purposes, one is to refine alchemy, and the other is to obtain heavenly ability. Several ninjas rushed up. Their goal was the soul-attracting bell in Hyuga Lanmo's hands. Without him, the surrounding duplications had already stopped these upper ninjas. But Kidao secretly backed away, trying to escape, but was stopped by a group of ghosts, and they rushed up to cover him like they were desperate for their lives. The gloomy secret path, blood, flames, hell, flipped and appeared in his mind, and everything the women had experienced repeated in his mind. Pain, bloodletting, crying and begging for mercy, and the woman he used for experimentation. All the people were wailing and demanding their lives. They would not let him go. They knew who was the killer, their culprit. The 7 eyes were dim. In addition to the picture of the woman being killed, he also had the picture of him opening his mouth and eating pills. The blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and flowed all the way to the blood groove in the sacrificial pattern. More and more many. "Ah!" he yelled with bursting eyes. He turned around and ran towards the crowd. Hyuga Lanmo gave a thunder and blocked his way. He looked around with misty eyes, tightly covered his ears, and shouted, "If you die, don't look for it. I just die with peace of mind. Why are you looking for me? What's wrong with me eating you? I'm also for my body, in order to be immortal. Is this also wrong? Come, catch all those ghosts go. Miko, where's the Miko? I can't sleep every day, it's all this." Suddenly, Kidao took out a stack of rubbings from his arms and threw them on the ground. "It's all this thing that hurts me." The above said that as long as I do what I said above, I can get the elixir of life, but I'm sick and getting sicker and worse. These things deceived me. My Orchid sect used to be a secret ninja faction who rescued the dead and helped justice, but now. He looked around, so many women were watching him, his soul seemed to have fallen into hell, beheaded, bloodletted, and alchemy. All the pictures are repeating, it is not illusion, but from the punishment of the ghost to his soul. As the sect master Lanhua, he was once able to join the ranks of Shangren. As he grows older, coupled with neglect of cultivation, the chakra on his body has long since disappeared, so he is very anxious. Chapter 321 is the city lord of Moon City, without chakra, his body is getting older and older and his heart is getting more and more scared. He is afraid that his position as suzerain will be coveted by others, that he will die at home, and that he will become a sticky board fish meat is at the mercy of others. Just when he was worried all day, the people who expanded the Orchid sect base discovered the altar and the secret inscription hidden in the mountain, which made him think that he had a life-saving straw, and that he could get it if he did it according to the method on the inscription. The pill for immortality and rejuvenation can also get the ability to reach the earth. As a result, he began to do whatever it takes, as long as he can rejuvenate, as long as he can regain his youth, live forever, and can practice chakra, he is willing to do anything. Moreover, this kind of thought was deeply engraved in his mind, and he had even distorted his view of right and wrong, thinking that he had done nothing wrong at all. This kind of person can only use the soul to hit his brain with everything that decedent has undergone, so that he can feel the fear and helplessness in person, and he will be afraid. It is very easy to kill him, but it is difficult to make him plead guilty. Countless ghosts rushed up, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. He looked around and his eyes were bloodshot. His neck was cut open over and over again, and blood flowed out. He was bled and killed in full view. His dead parents were heartbroken and wanted to save him, but they had no choice. Everyone watched him die like that, no one reached out to help. He only considered his immortality, but never thought about the feelings of those women who killed them. At this moment, these ghosts who had been suppressed by Yinhunling took turns to use their grievances to let him understand how they felt. Don't come over, don't. Kidao covered his neck and yelled in horror. All the people around looked at him, whether it was the people of the Lanhua sect, the people of Moon City, or the more than 300 women rescued by Hyuga Lanmo, they all looked at him like that. This is what those female ghosts are retributing, people. Sorry, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I am really sorry to kill you for my own sake. Kidao knelt on the ground, crying pleadingly. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the Hyuga hippopotamus behind, and reached out to invite Hyuga Akira from the different space. After giving a brief explanation of the cave, the person was handed over to them. Advertisement Hyuga Hizu was shocked, and said in a low voice, I didn't expect them to use this method to get eyes, but they don't know. He couldn't ask the rest, he always felt that this matter was a bit self-defeating. His family was kidnapped and forced to marry, he took cells from his body for experiments and cultivated artificial humans. But his patriarch didn't solve anything, and by Hyuga Lanmo, a person who hadn't been taken seriously by them since childhood, solved everything, which really made him feel ashamed. Hyuga Lanmo knew, he rolled his eyes when he asked, and said, as far as I know, there is only one that succeeded and was killed by me, and for the others, no human beings alive were found. Hyuga Nizu nodded again and again, finally the matter was resolved. Hyuga Lanmo turned and looked at Terumi Mei. Sister, the next interrogation will be handed over to you. I believe that Wuyan Village and Water Country will give the people of Moon City an explanation. Now that the ninjas of my Monin Village have been found, I will leave first. The interrogation of all the remaining details does not require him to participate, and he does not want to waste time. Why it's me again, I won't do. Terumi Ming's face flashed an unpleasant expression, why it was always her aftermath. Hyuga Lanmo nodded when he heard this. Okay, then I will let the ninjas of Monin Village stay. Anyway, I heard that the remuneration given by the name of the Water Country seems to be quite a lot. After finishing talking, he turned around and grabbed Kidao who was kneeling on the ground, but Terumi Mei sprinted and hugged his body. Little brother, I misunderstood you. I am best suited to do this kind of aftermath work. I know you were busy. Go, thank you, ha ha ha. She laughed, but she held Hyuga Lanmo tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this scene, more than 300 beauties nearby all flashed unhappy expressions on their faces. Hey, old woman, let him go, he is my savior, how can I let you hold it? Let go. The women rushed up. It's mine, it's mine. In the chaos, Hyuga Lanmo stepped away, followed by 20 Lanxiaomen ninjas, including Jade and Liuli. My lord, one thing is strange to me, a woman in the team asked. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the Ink Shadow office of Morin Village, Hyuga Lanmo looked at the rubbings in front of him with deep eyes. Can you get into trouble if you aren't crazy? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo looked back at Dahe Mountain in the direction of Shihai. It stands to reason that Terumi Ming should be doing the aftermath work, but she doesn't want to be caught by a dozen women in front of her hair, and she wouldn't let it go. She could have killed each other, but these women are not enemies. They just misunderstand. She can't do it because of herself. His ninjutsu is so powerful that he will kill his life. Yes, I didn't expect that the contrast in the ending would be so big. In Hyuga Lanmo's prediction, the Lord of the Orchid sect should be an all-purpose high-level ninja. It turns out that the opposite is true. Because we, Lan Shangmen, and Lanxiaomen both account for the word Blue. Although the characters are different, the sound is the same. Hyuga Lanmo knew the answer through previous brain scans of the Lanxiaomen. This rubbing was printed on the rock wall by Kidao after discovering the secret altar. After his analysis and research, he learned that the blood sacrifice method had a wonderful effect. The scene is in chaos. Ah, it's that simple? They are too crazy, right? What's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo asked. We have no grievances with the Lanwazong. Why did they arrest us? When they arrested us, we could feel that it was a death order, not as simple as being randomly kidnapped. Another woman asked. It seems that in this world, even with a brain, it can turn others around. Therefore, she could only endure and resist in the constant wailing voice, and at the same time command the ninja in Wuyan village to capture Kidao. Who would have thought that the leader of the mysterious ninja faction of the Orchid sect turned out to be a helpless old man? I heard that he was a ninja before, but now he can't. Hey, those who were brainwashed by him must regret it. A female ninja who followed Hyuga Lanmo exclaimed. Bang bang. Explosions sounded one after another, and he destroyed everything in the Orchid sect. From then on, there is no Orchid sect in the ninja realm. Chapter 322 is the rubbing record true. Moreover, according to the record on the rubbing book, this altar is just a test product, that is to say, it is uncertain whether the altar is really like the recorded elixir, gains the ability of heaven, and leads the ghosts of hell. But what is certain is that this strange thing like Yinhunling has indeed been refined. And that so-called elixir, Hyuga Lanmo guessed that it should be the fruit of the sacred tree, but can the sacred tree grow through blood sacrifices? Hyuga Lanmo is not sure about this. After all, everything is an experiment, everything is unknown, and the Orchid sect has experienced 3 years of experiments without success. Hyuga Lanmo once again read the contents of the rubbing carefully, and then sighed slightly. Some of the contents recorded above exist, such as alien ability and energy. Hyuga Lanmo sealed the rubbings and put them in the big scroll. Looking at the huge office, his internal vision system, the nine-tailed beast integrated according to his consciousness, turned into a small sapling, jumped out of his body, and landed on the desk. Master. Xiao Shi shook the leaves on his body and looked at him happily. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand to stroke its branches and asked, You said that the blood sacrifice, is it the same as me raising you, using my flesh and blood and chakras to raise you, and then cultivate a little sacred tree like you? Xiao Shi shook his head. I don't know, but it seems to me that their amount is too small. As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo was shocked. He looked at Xiao Shi and continued to ask. If, what I said is the amount enough? Xiao Shi scratched his head and replied. Although I don't know what other sacred trees are like, I am sure that sacred trees like to suck all life. If the blood and the life of the breeding are enough, that method may be able to all right? Xiao Shi finished guessing, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hyuga Lanmo knows that at the moment's little 10 tails are not evil at all. Its subconscious mind is to eat. If it weren't for Hyuga Lanmo to easily integrate and separate it from the nine-tailed beast, I'm afraid that his own body would have nothing to do with it, was absorbed by it. How long does that take? Not sure, this is just my guess. Advertisement. Who can feel Hyuga Blue Ink's heart beating at the moment, as violently as if it is about to jump out of the chest. If there is another sacred tree in this world, then the earth. Thinking of that possibility, his fists clenched together. Although the rubbing might not be all right, he would never let that possibility appear. Take back Xiao Shi, in the system, he fed it with his chakra, and then separated it and restored it to the nine-tailed beast state. Master, rest assured, we will do our best to prevent the sacred tree from hurting you, Nine Tails of the nine-tailed beast said. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. He believed them, and also believed that with the passage of time, Xiao Shi would definitely feel the warmth and coldness of the world, turning its wooden heart into flesh and blood. Is it an elixir? What are the dreams of Dashemaru and Kidao? Hyuga Lanmo took out the pill he got 2 years ago from the system treasure chest. He is 19 years old this year. Can he take this pill? While he was thinking about it, the 8-tailed beasts on one side asked the other tail beasts, Master, are you ready to live forever? Isn't it a bit young? It seems to be, feeling a little tender, Xiao Yi replied. In a few years, it will be more masculine, said the 6 wagging their slimy tails. Yes, it's a bit early now. Several tail beasts were discussing, and Hyuga Lanmo's fingers supporting his chin threw the pill out by him. Then, following the gravity of the earth, it fell down, and he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Several tailed beasts stared at him with widened eyes. Master, that is an elixir that is hard to find in the world, don't you even taste the taste? Just ate it hastily. Therefore, from then on, Hyuga Lanmo's appearance has remained at the age of 19. Definitely, in recent years, people will not find this, knowing that later, he became a more exotic existence. It has become the most wanted Tang monk meat for some people. Advertisement days are still going on. Hyuga Lanmo started to deal with all the backlog of work in the village. Although duplication helped him deal with some, those are all face-saving. Important decisions and other tasks and decisions need to be signed by him. The intense work day after day, time flies, and a month has passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Murin village welcomed 2 weird characters. As soon as they entered the village, they started shouting roar. One had to try the ramen in Murin village, and the other wanted to go to the beach and talk about collecting it. Novel material. Until Honglin surrendered the 2 to the Ink Shadow office, the 2 were quiet. They are not others, but Naruto Uzumaki and Mr. Jiraiya who came out to practice. Master, your ninja village is really good. I feel that I must catch up with Konoha's development. I even saw a ramen restaurant. I don't know how the taste compares to Yilei ramen. Lecherous fairy, if not. The place to practice outside is in Morin village, right? My master can teach me? Naruto Uzumaki said happily, and his eyes blinked while looking at Hyuga Lanmo. Naruto, do you look down on me again? We just stopped in and took a look, and saw that everything is well with Lanmo, we have to go. Jilai said happily, although he was talking to the two of them, her eyes are watching standing in Hongyan. However, if the beauty keeps, I can live for a few days. After that, Jilai stood up and came to Hongyan. Beauty, what's your name? Hongyan belongs to the type of cold beauty, and there are not many ruthless words on weekdays. At the moment, facing the old fritters of Jilai, she didn't even give a single look. On weekdays, she was busy at Lan Shangman's headquarters in the country of Sichuan. Today, she happened to come back to deliver the report, but met Jiraiya. She put the information on the desk, and said to Hyuga Lanmo, my lord, this is the situation this month, please have a look. Ah, little sister, I feel like we are very destined. I'm sure you are not Lanmo's daughter-in-law, are you? If not, consider being my girlfriend. You think I'm tall and mighty, with great looks. The ability of ninja world is also one of the best. It is an honor for you to marry someone like me. After saying this, Naruto Uzumaki yelled, lecherous fairy, are you a fool? Anyone can see how unreliable you are. Jilai also looked downcast and said in a low voice, don't call me a lecherous fairy. Hong Yan left the office, but the two quarreled. Chapter 323. After a funny meal, the three people left the office. After Hyuga Lanmo invited them to dinner, Uzumaki Naruto showed him the achievements of his Windblade training. After receiving the praise of Hyuga Lanmo, he and Z only then did they happily leave Mo Ren village and continue their path of practice. That night, everything in the village was proceeding step by step as in the past, while the lights in the Ink Shadow office building were still on. Hyuga Lanmo was dealing with Lan Shangman and other affairs. Recently, Lan Shangman's work has expanded rapidly. The East Secret Island also sent the money from Xiangyang's business income in the last 6 months to Morin village. The whole country is also developing very quickly. After 2 years of hard work, several cities have appeared on the new mainland, and other towns and populations are also growing rapidly. Everything looks orderly. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the data in the report, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Only slowly, the smile on his face gradually solidified. He looked at the photo in front of him and said, Jin Shi, what is this? It turned out that among the many documents, there was a report sent by Tomashima, and because the matter was not big, they did not submit it to Hyuga Lanmo as the most important thing. But he didn't want to see this report when he was dealing with many documents. Jin Shi glanced at the document and said, this is the last time Lan Shangman secretly investigated. The East Secret Island was bombed and attacked a month ago. The opponent was a masked man and was extremely arrogant. This was what he threw. The photo of the explosive object, but the person left after attacking the East Secret Island. Both Anbu and Lanxiangmen branch investigated the matter, but nothing was found, so the matter was put on hold. As for the loss, Cheng Da said, will be borne by the East Secret Island itself, but... Jin Shi slightly lowered his head with a troubled expression on his face. But what? Since Jin Shi can say these 2 words, it proves that there is something inside. But this is only Cheng Da's superficial report. In fact, according to Anbu's report, there have been several attacks on the East Secret Island this month. If the process is too big, I don't want to trouble the headquarters and you, so I didn't report it. And these data are also Hongyan, forced him to submit it. Jin Shi said. Cheng Da once wrote to Jin Shi to ask him not to tell the adults about this, lest he worry. But he was Hyuga Lanmo's subordinate, how could he hide something from him in order not to worry the adults, so when he asked about this, he told all he knew. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo frowned, has it been several times? He recognized the object in the photo, it was a black clay. Moreover, it was still in the shape of a bird. It seemed that the bomb became a dumb egg before it would be found by the people in the dark part. Otherwise, the clay that successfully exploded would not be so complete at all. The other party was extremely arrogant and even masked, obviously not wanting to let people know who he is. And he turned the clay into black. There's no silver in this place, and the contrast between black and white is so great. Who else is he? Didera, it seems that we will meet soon, understood. Hyuga Lanmo closed the document, stood up, came to the window, looked at everything outside, her eyes gradually became cold. Although East Secret Island is not far from Nanmo, Cheng Da and the people of East Secret Island treat him sincerely. In the past few years, the income from Xiangyang industry will be handed over to him on time. Not only that, but Cheng Da every month, everyone would write a letter. Although it was all about the East Secret Island and the manor, Hyuga Lanmo could still feel the deep friendship between him. Thinking of Cheng Da, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and disappeared. The Jin Shi beside him was stunned. Every time the adult left, he left and broke up. Why did he leave directly this time? My lord, where are you going? If there is only Jin Shi left in the big office, where is there a trace of him? Appearing again, he was already on the East Secret Island thousands of miles away. It was located in the mysterious sea, and only the ships of the East Secret Island could find here. The East Secret Island consists of 3 islands. The main island is in charge of commercial products, such as handicrafts and porcelain, and the other small island is an island newly developed in the past 2 years. It used to be an uninhabited island, now an iron smelter has been established. And a place to build utensils. In the past, the East Secret Island did not produce ironware, but after exploration, it was discovered that a large amount of iron ore was stored on the 3 islands. Take him, the headed man said. Hyuga Lan Mosai decided to encourage Cheng Da to develop iron ore on the East Secret Island, then smelt ironware, and make ninjas for the ninjas of southern Mexico. Advertisement, participate in the monarch. He suddenly appeared in the manor, drew a group of ninjas to besiege. Who? This is not a place where you can appear. Not only the ninja, but also a few hounds appeared, grinning, as if they would rush up at any time. He stepped up and walked over there, and ninjas surrounded him again. Just as he was about to fight and move forward, he suddenly heard a beautiful voice. Stop, stop to me, are you the Lord? Are you Chiang Meyer? His tone was questioning. Later, when Jinshi negotiated with the country of craftsmanship about the weapon customization business, the other party rejected the order from the country of South Mexico on the grounds that Hyuga Lanmo did not show up and Morinkun was not sincere. The other party beamed his eyes and nodded heavily. See, Lord Monarch, you, did not expect you to come here? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Hyuga Lanmo, and one of them said, no wonder I feel a little familiar, now it seems to be. He looked around and didn't find Cheng Da, but the girl in front of him was a bit familiar. It has been several years since he left here last time. This woman is Cheng Da's sister? Everyone rushed up. Hyuga Blue Ink body art confrontation. Less than 10 seconds, all a dozen people in front of them fell to the ground. And from afar, he had already seen that some workers were repairing buildings that had been bombed before. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, where does this call roar come from? Where is Cheng Da? Is it on the island? I have something to ask him? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And the owner of that beautiful voice had already ran over. She was holding a Persian cat in her arms. When she saw him with a pair of eyes, there were expressions of disbelief in her eyes. Before she could move, everyone around her kneeled down. Chiang Meyer had no idea what to do, looked around, and began to order. Everyone is under martial law. Tell the kitchen, prepare the table, tell the housekeeper, prepare the best lounge in the main building for the monarch to rest. And quickly notify my brother, just say that the Lord is here. Please, Lord, please. After saying this, several people wiped their eyes and looked at the man in front of them seriously. Chapter 324. This manor was left by the owner of Lan Shangmen, Loot. Since his death, Lan Shangmen has become Hyuga Lanmo's secret organization, and the business part has been handed over to Cheng Da. Regarding the East Secret Island and other matters, for so many years, Hyuga Lanmo has never cared about it, and even in his cognition, except for the money from the East Secret Island, it has nothing to do with him. But unexpectedly, Cheng Da and his sister would enshrine him as the Lord of the East Secret Island, and they would regard him as the Lord here. The East Secret Island is very small, less than 1/3 of Wuchao Village, and it is not even marked on the map of Ninja World. However, the climate here is pleasant, the economic conditions are good, and after several years of operation, the people here have also led a prosperous life. It is called a small country and can barely accept it. After all, in terms of administrative and military affairs, there is no other country to intervene here. However, this feeling of hindsight still makes Hyuga Lanmo feel very novel. Chiang Meyer was wearing a princess dress, and handed the cat in her arms to the hand of the maid on one side, leading the way for Hyuga Lanmo. Before coming to the villa, the ninja and the maid on both sides appeared, stood in 2 rows, bowed deeply to him, and walked inside respectfully welcoming him. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Chiang Meyer caught him with such a simple little action. She waved her hand quickly. Go down, everyone, you don't need to wait on here. With that said, she took a peek at Hyuga Lanmo, and bowed her head slightly. He doesn't like to show off. Don't worry, I'm not here to trouble you. Hyuga Lanmo saw her cramps and said. No, this is originally the place of the monarch. Why should you ask for trouble? All we do is what we should do, Lord, please. Chiang Meyer took him into the restaurant and began to set the table herself. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care about that, and after sitting down, he said, bring all the information about the attack on the East Secret Island in the recent period, and if there is such a thing in the future, you must report it as soon as possible. Advertisement. When Chiang Meyer heard this, she knelt on the ground. My lord, we did not deliberately conceal it. It is true that my brother does not want to trouble the Lord. The monarch's kindness to us is even higher than the sky. We have already gained too much under your hands. Too much, we really dare not go beyond the slightest. So, do you think this is a trivial matter? Don't bother me, can you solve it by yourself? As he said, Hyuga Lanmo threw a photo on the table, which was the exploded clay photo in the previous file. Chiang Meyer knelt on the ground, trembling, with her head buried very low. For a while, she didn't know what to say. At this time, Cheng Da had already rushed in from outside, and at the same time, he was accompanied by a woman and 2 children. In other words, he got married and had children? Oh, are you married? You even have children? But you didn't tell me? Hyuga Lanmo looked surprised. When Cheng Da handed over the business proceeds to him for the first time, he found that he was a worthy fellow. My friend, although he has not contacted him in recent years, he has always been a good person in his heart. It is precisely because of this that he felt that Cheng Da must think of him that way, but now seeing his wife and children, he actually feels that in his heart, he is not his friend, but his superior. This is just an ordinary question, but he didn't expect it to become a punishment from the emperor in Cheng Da's ears. The Lord forgive, the villain thinks. The villain thinks that he is a humble person, and it is nothing at all in front of a big shot like you, so I didn't tell you about marrying a wife and having children. I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Cheng kneeling on the ground, the 2 children and his woman also knelt beside him, one by one frightened. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo understood more or less Cheng Da's feelings for him, and also understood why he had to conceal the attack on the East Secret Island. In his heart, he was just a little farmer who hadn't been seen before, and his family was destroyed by Liu Tei. Originally, his biggest wish in this life was to rescue his sister. He didn't expect that after Hyuga Lanmo's rescue, he not only became the East Secret Island, and became the first president of Xiangyang Company. Whether in terms of money or status, he has gained too much. He will never forget the kindness of Hyuga Lanmo in his life. It is this kind of cautious heart that made him conceal the East Secret Island. He felt that this kind of thing could not trouble Hyuga Lanmo about being attacked. He had done enough for them, and he could no longer cause trouble to him. In fact, he didn't know that some small things looked small, but the hidden things inside were big, such as the clay photo. In the villa lobby, 5 people knelt in front of Hyuga Lanmo, and there was a sultry and tense atmosphere in the entire villa. Hyuga Lanmo pulled off his cloak and threw it on the table. In the kitchen on the other side, several chefs lowered their heads tightly. On the stove, the sound of stewed meat was gurgling. Advertisement. The aroma of beef came out. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the 2 children kneeling in front of him, and sighed. Cheng Da, am I going to kill your family or something? Why are you so nervous? As soon as this remark came out, not only Cheng Da's family, but even the ninja outside and the cook in the kitchen knelt down. The Lord calms his anger, the Lord calms his anger. The tense atmosphere condensed again, and even the dog outside seemed to be begging. Get me up. Serve the dishes, and Cheng Da, you guys, sit down for me. The soft ones are not good, the hard ones are the only ones. When Cheng Da heard this, he still didn't dare to get up. It was his wife who seemed to have a little eyebrow, and bravely pulled him to his feet. Thank you, Lord. The 2 children were also pulled up, and Cheng Meyer's legs were shaking when she got up. Sit down. Yes. Hyuga Lanmo saw that they not only respected themselves, but also feared themselves. He regarded him as a friend, he really regarded him as a superior. Definitely, he can't be blamed. After all, the 2 have met twice in the past few years. No one would have thought that Hyuga Lanmo would regard himself as someone worthy of being associated with. During the next meal, Hyuga Lanmo didn't ask about the attack, but ate with them quietly, occasionally saying a few simple homely words, and slowly, the atmosphere eased. The 2 children also relaxed, and they had to go to the table after eating, and then stood far away, looking at Hyuga Lanmo. Although the atmosphere is not so embarrassing, Hyuga Lanmo still feels something is wrong. Naturally, he can't treat Cheng Da's family like his own subordinates. In addition, Cheng Da's feelings about him are so fearful that he is not so cold. He speaks. Chapter 325. What do you like? In a blink of an eye, he looked at the 2 children and asked. Cheng has 1 son and 1 daughter. The elder is 3 years old, and the younger is 2 years old. The 2 of them blinked their eyes to look at him, and they dared not speak for a long time. What do you want? What do you like? In the past few years, Cheng Dake has made money for Hyuga Lanmo. In some ways, he has to thank him. Wow. The little girl cried, but the brother on one side was very brave and said, I want a dragon. Hyuga Lanmo laughed when he heard this, stretched out his finger and used Mu Dun. A huge amounts of Mu Long appeared, mighty and domineering, hovering in the entire living room. Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Lord shot this picture. The little boy was even more stunned, looking at the wooden dragon in front of him as if he was soul astral. Immediately afterwards, the wooden dragon was fixed, forming a dragon landscape in the living room, standing in the middle of the living room, and rushing directly to the roof. Seeing this scene, the little boy called out, Dad, Daddy, look at it, it's really a dragon. Little girl, what do you want? Hyuga Lanmo turned to look at the little girl. The little girl whimpered with tears, and it took a long time to recover, and she said, I want a crown. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo took out the big scroll, picked a crown suitable for his age from it, and gave it to the little girl. The baby girl's mother and Cheng Da, and Cheng Meyer who stood aside were so frightened that they took a cold breath. Although they were born in a poor family, they have been in contact with many valuables for so many years. Naturally, they know that the crown in Hyuga Lanmo's hands is good. It is not a toy, but a crown that truly belongs to the royal family. There are countless gems inlaid on it, which is dazzling and valuable. It's too expensive. No way, no way. Meyer, get the girl's toy, hurry up. Cheng Da was so frightened that he was stuttering, and his wife held the child tightly, constantly shaking her head. Thank you Lord, this is too expensive, we can't accept it. Look at me, Hyuga Lanmo asked with a cold face. No, Cheng Da hurriedly took it, then bowed deeply to Hyuga Lanmo, and then handed it to his daughter with trembling hands. Then he pointed to the wooden dragon in the living room and said, Master Lord, we live in a small villa on the back mountain. This is the main residence of the adults. So, is this really going to be placed here? Advertisement. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo knew that the Cheng family did not actually own this villa, but kept it for him all the time, and hired someone to clean and protect him. In order not to embarrass their family, Hyuga Lanmo asked, which villa is behind? The 2-story one. Cheng Da replied. The youngest one? Hyuga Lanmo knew that. You really think of yourself as a wage earner. For such a big manor, choose a better house. No, your lord, we have been making money under your hands over the past few years. Although we don't have our property here, but in other places, we have also bought a lot of family properties. Therefore, the lord can rest assured that we will not treat you badly. Own, that small villa is good to live in, it will always be the home of the lord. Cheng Da explained very clearly. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. That's good. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo moved his fingers, and the wooden dragon standing in the middle of the living room flew out. The little guy jumped up happily when he saw the scene, and then chased it out. Chang Meier and Chang Da's daughter-in-law hugged the child and bowed to him, and they also chased after him. In the huge room, only Chang Dai and Hyuga Lanmo remained. Suddenly, it seemed that everything was still, and the photo of the clay bird was still on the dining table. Chang Da saw the scene and bowed his head. I'm sorry, the villain shouldn't hide this thing. I have to say that Hyuga Lanmo actually meant to blame him before, but through this trip, he also understood that Chang Da did this because he didn't want to trouble himself, so he forgave him. Bring all the information. Yes. Sure enough, after reading the investigation data, Hyuga Lanmo was sure that that person was Deidara. How often does he attack? The first and second attacks were 10 days apart, and the third and fourth were 5 days apart. The last time was 3 days ago. He not only attacked the East Secret Island, but occasionally stole money and sometimes even bullying. At this point, Chang Da shut up again. Say, definitely, if the Lord likes the villain's sister, the villain is willing to dedicate all the property as a dowry, as long as the adult agrees, the villain. Chuckle. Unable to help, Chang laughed. That expression is like receiving a big happy event. Advertisement. This is really ambiguous. It's nothing, he just caught her occasionally, and then was frightened, and then sent it back. He didn't do anything more excessive, Chang Da said clearly. Deidara, have you seen Chang Meier? Okay, then he won't kill him for the time being. Hyuga Lanmo waited at Lanxiangmen headquarters for a few days, but Deidara did not show up, and he did not appear on the Tomi Island again. When Hyuga Lanmo was wondering his whereabouts, he received a secret report from Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up, and he nodded slightly. I see. By the way, can I take your sister away? For example, Akatsuki. That night, Hyuga Lanmo took Chang Meier away, and on the side of the East Secret Island, he asked Chang Da to bring Dadale a letter, telling him, people are in his hands and want to save people, Xuanziguo see you. Hyuga Lanmo already has a way to woo Deidara, my sister Meier. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I thought it would be possible to resolve this matter smoothly, but what Hyuga Lanmo didn't expect was that the development of some things had exceeded his expectations. Did you misunderstand something? I'm not going to marry her. Hyuga Lanmo's face was cold, and he said, he thinks he is seeing a man who loves one. He also has a standard, good or not. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly, and didn't want to explain more. He said, don't worry, I will send your sister back in peace. You can tell her. Where are the two? Hyuga Lanmo asked. As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly realized that he suddenly understood why Deidara, who was able to blow up the entire East Secret Island at once, would choose to attack here occasionally, and also use the method of coming back and forth for a long time. The reason was where is it? Akatsuki's plan is ahead of schedule. Deidara and the Sand Scorpion have gone to Cheyenne Village to catch a tail, and the other personnel have also set off. The exact location is unclear. When Chang Da heard this, he quickly eased the atmosphere. I'm sorry, I was so excited. Lord wants to use the younger sister, even if you take it, no matter what you do. I believe she will be willing to cooperate. Chapter 326. Their plan started. No wonder, he didn't go to the East Secret Island? So he went on a mission? Hyuga Lanmo thought of Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, and they went out to practice. Didn't Akatsuki's capture of the tail beast only happen after 2 years? How did it advance? In order, Gaara must be the first to be caught by Akatsuki. They had beaten Gaara twice before, and they all failed because of their own obstacles. What about this time? Is there still too much time? Thinking of Gaara's eyes, Hyuga Lanmo took off the shadow cloak behind him, and a wooden duplication appeared beside him. My lord, do you want to solve it yourself? Who are Deidara and the Sand Scorpion? Or let the evil Chin Demon go? Hongyan on one side said after reading Itachi's secret report. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head and looked back at Chang Meier on one side. They are not opponents of the other party. Besides, the affairs of Akatsuki's organization, I want to solve it myself. Speaking of this, Hyuga Lanmo turned around, dragged Chang Meier and left Lanxiangmen headquarters, while the duplication he left behind returned to Morin Village, where the village needed his duplication to sit in. The country of wind, the sky is full of yellow sand, and the wind roars. Hyuga Lanmo and Chang Meier were sitting in the rock cave. He closed his eyes and felt everything around him. He was waiting for news. Nighthawk has already set off for Cheyenne Village and contacted the Lanxiangmen staff there. He wants to know the situation in Cheyenne Village now. If Deidara has not succeeded, then everything is still too late, but if things have already happened, then only one step can be counted as one step. As a shadow-level figure in Monin Village, Hyuga Lanmo can't casually appear in Cheyenne Village, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble for the two countries. Chang Meier sat on a rock on one side, wrapped tightly in a cloak, glanced at him secretly, wanted to speak, and shut her mouth again. Are you curious? Why should I always take you? Hyuga Lanmo asked. The other party nodded. Her nervous palms were in cold sweat. Facing Hyuga Lanmo, she felt very scared. Do you like Deidara? Hyuga Lanmo asked again. Advertisement? Who? Chang Meier didn't seem to understand. Hyuga Lanmo opened his eyes and said, that's the yellow-haired young man who attacked the East Secret Island. As soon as he said this, Chang Meier lowered her head, her fingers clenched tightly together, her cheeks flushed and nervous. She knew that the man in front of him was Hyuga Lanmo, the owner of the East Secret Island, the generation of ink shadows from Morin Village. a legend in the world of ninja, and a frightening existence. His name is Deidara? She asked in a low voice. Yes, I give you two choices, and at the same time two choices for him. First, if you keep him and work for me, then I will keep him alive. If not, I will kill him. Hyuga Lanmo's dark blue eyes looked at Chiang Meyer, and there was no temperature in his eyes. Chiang Meyer felt her heart stop beating, and she nodded heavily. Your lord, don't worry, I will let him work for you. Sure enough, this girl also likes that kid. Okay, then you just do what I said. Definitely, I will bring you here, mainly to give him a chance, otherwise, you don't need to show up at all, and I can make him better than dead. Hyuga Lanmo finished. Again I closed my eyes. Soon, outside the rock cave, the Nighthawk appeared, hovering in the air, and called twice. Hyuga Lanmo drilled out of the cave, raised his arm, and Nighthawk fell. He pulled out the note from the bamboo tube on its feet. After Hyuga Lanmo translated the ciphertext, he sighed slightly. Sure enough, I'm still late. Gaara exhausted the chakras to protect Cheyenne village, but was later captured by Deidara. My whereabouts are unknown? After Konkuro chased him out, he was poisoned by the sand scorpion, and there was chaos in Cheyenne village. The elders in at the moment village were trying to rescue Konkuro. Gaara? Konkuro? In the original plot, Konkuro was rescued by Sakura's medical ninjutsu, and the whole thing happened 2 years later. At that time, Naruto Uzumaki rescued Gaara, and the battle between Sakura, the grandmother of 1,000 generations, and the sand scorpion was a sensation in the world of ninja, and it was a classic battle. But now, he has the one who saved Gaara, so what about the one who saved Konkuro? Advertisement originally, Deidara was planning to attack the entire East Secret Island, and let the 3 islands disappear completely in the East Daxia Sea, so as to give Hyuga Blue ink a little color. Chiang Meyer's heart jumped. Is the Lord a god? How did he know that the strap he hung on his waist belonged to Deidara? Does he have a special function? On the uninhabited island, he threatened her with all kinds of threats. Although she was afraid of nervousness and tears, she would not admit defeat and beg for mercy. For Deidara, it was really funny. He even touched her when she was in tears. Later, in order to avoid her suffering, he sent her back. Unexpectedly, during the attack, she encountered an ordinary woman, who led everyone to resist. It was clear that they could not do anything, so she still refused to admit defeat. However, later he would occasionally appear on the East Secret Island. Every time he appeared, he would inevitably bomb a few coordinates, and then go to Chiang Meyer, take people away, even with fright and intimidation. When she saw her crying, she was hungry, and she sent it back. Besides, according to time calculations, even if the people in Cheyenne village are now looking for someone to go to Konoha for rescue, I am afraid it is too late. After using this 3 times, Chiang Meyer felt more and more different about him. She seemed to understand his feelings and didn't seem to understand, but no matter what, there was a voice in her heart telling her that she didn't want him to die. So Hyuga Lanmo is sure that Deidara must have left it. Indeed, that thing was used to trap Chiang Meyer when Deidara kidnapped Chiang Meyer for the first time. He had a good impression of him. If Konoha and himself didn't make a move this time, I am afraid Konkuro would have only a dead end. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I'll save people first. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo used spiritism, and the white tiger appeared. After speaking, he turned to leave. Baihu sniffed the strap, turned and headed towards the eastern part of the desert. She didn't know that she was dressed in a lady's dress. Her whole body was light-colored, but she had a black tie hanging around her waist. Can she not attract the attention of others? So, the attack just started and ended in a hurry, and he took the opportunity to rob the gentle lady's Chiang Meyer. Moreover, she was wearing a white dress at the time, setting off her snow-white delicate skin, with big eyes and cherry-red lips. In his eyes, the girl was as beautiful as a doll, which made him especially want to scare her. Then look at her fear of tears. Trouble Baihu, help me find someone. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo tore off one of Chiang Meyer's straps and handed it to Baihu. Find this person and send me a message. Chapter 327. This is a strange way of getting along. No matter how strange, it is inseparable from the conclusion that only people who are interested in and like each other will get close to each other. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles in the diplomatic aspects of the 2 countries, Hyuga Lanmo used transformation technique to become a young ninja, and led Chiang Meyer to the direction of Sagakura village. From now on, I will be wronged by you. Stay in the alien space for a while, and when the time is right, I will let you out. Yes. Although Chiang Meyer had 10,000 whys in her heart, she did not dare to ask. At the moment, she could only cooperate. Hyuga Lanmo put her into her own alien space, and came to the entrance of Cheyenne village, and said to the guarding ninja. I am a ninja entrusted by the country of birds. The scorpion of sand in Cheyenne village killed the princes of my country of birds. I am here to track it down. As soon as the words came out, the guard ninja at the door hurried in to report, because Cheyenne village is now at an extraordinary time, and the village elder must be notified first. Not long after, someone greeted the 2 of them. Outside the ninja hospital in Sagakura village, Maki greeted them. He was the master of Gaara, Konkuro, and Tamari. After seeing the transformed Hyuga Lanmo, he began to understand the situation. Who knows that Hyuga Lanmo has everything? He refused to tell him, but only asked about the whereabouts of Sand Scorpion. He wounded 5 people in our bird country, 3 of whom were poisoned. If it were not for my high level of medical care, they would all have died. I am here now, just thinking ask, where's the Sand Scorpion? I will bring him back to the bird country for trial. Although this is a lie, only such a lie can cover Hyuga Lanmo's identity. Deidara and the Sand Scorpion robbed Gaara. if at the moment, he appears as his own identity. I am afraid that the loss of a crane guard will have something to do with Murin village, after all, the other 5 ninjas. The village still knows very little about Akatsuki's organization, and his connection with Itachi can't tell others, so it's better not to be clear about some things. You said you can unravel the poison of the sand scorpion? Definitely, Hyuga Lanmo came here to save Kankuro. Then can you help me save someone? Maji asked, but his eyes were also looking at the young man in front of him. The strangeness of this man's arrival, the country of birds is also vague, it won't be anything else. Have a picture? When he was suspicious, someone suddenly came to him, Sir, what should I do? Kankuro can't stand it anymore. Mother-in-law Chiyo asked me to go to Konoha to invite Mr. Hokage Tsunade. I wonder if she will come here to help, people? Advertisement as he said, the man was too anxious, and Maji frowned. At the moment, there were some things that he didn't have his turn to study carefully. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo and asked again. Our Cheyenne village I am willing to pay for the consultation, and I hope you can save Kankuro. I don't need money, I only need sand scorpion, Hyuga Lanmo said. Okay, I promise you. Suddenly, in the hospital, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations walked out, her face was serious, and she asked. But before that, I want to ask, how do you know that the scorpion of sand has returned to sand? Hidden village. I followed him all the way, and then lost my direction in the desert, and finally I locked in. He must have come to Cheyenne village. Am I wrong? Hyuga Lanmo asked. Chiyo heard this and did not speak. Scorpion was a pain in her heart. If Kankuro hadn't said in a daze that he had taken Gaara away, she couldn't believe that he had come to the village. You were right, he did come back, but he left, but I promise you that as long as you save Kankuro, I will chase him with you, and I will give everyone an explanation. Chiyo's face was full of solemn expressions, memories of the past flashed in her mind. The scorpion used to be a cute and smart child, but from a long time, she didn't understand him more and more, and he was getting closer and closer to her. The farther she went, she didn't realize that they had become enemies between them until he killed 3 generations of Fungying and defected. Okay, I hope you can do it. Hyuga Lanmo walked towards the ninja hospital. He detoxified very quickly, using a few simple antidote, and then mixed with a strange liquid, injected it, and entered Kankuro. He woke up soon after his body. I confirmed to Kankuro again that it was the sand scorpion who was with the young man who used explosive clay. Along the way, although a few ninjas in Cheyenne village were skeptical of this ninja in the country of birds, time was pressing, and even if they felt something was wrong, they didn't have time to investigate this matter. And he pretended to be a ninja in the country of birds, just trying to save Kankuro. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened, and he couldn't help it. He wanted to pat his head. How could he not expect it? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Besides, according to the original plot, after Deidara kidnapped Gaara, he used a big clay bird to go to the country of Kawa, so the white tiger suitable for running on land can smell the smell of Deidara flying above the sky. NS. Facts have proved that the white tiger is still in the ninja world, so where did it go? Shouldn't you sleep in the sun on a certain mountain? The white tiger is a terrestrial beast, can't fly, can only run on the ground, and he smells Daedala's bandage to it. Daedala can fly in the sky. Thinking like this, he noticed a familiar feeling, and then turned around and went in another direction. Mother-in-law, you go first, I will catch up immediately, I feel my psychic beast. I gonna go see. If it has returned to its world, Hyuga Lanmo can also be aware of it through spiritism. Young man, what's your name? Chiyo asked while looking at Hyuga Lanmo running next to him on the trail. Everyone set off. The senior management of the Sandian village directly decided that Temari, Maki, and the 5 high-level ninjas in the village, and the ninja who had just entered the village, followed the sand scorpion and others, captured them and brought them to justice, and rescued me, Gaara. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo has disappeared in the forest. When Maji saw this scene, the doubts in his heart became more serious. He looked back at Temari and the mother-in-law of Chiyo, and said, this person doesn't believe it, and the time he appeared is also what a coincidence. I feel he must be hiding something from us. Amo. Hyuga Lanmo said, their speed is too slow. If it hadn't been for the news from Baihu, he wouldn't waste time with them. But since there is no news, where did it go? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo also understood why with Baihu's ability, there has been no news for so long. Thinking of the white tiger, Hyuga Lanmo's brow furrowed. It moved quickly. Why hasn't it moved for so long? This is not like its style. Even if it is a sacred beast, I am afraid it is a bit difficult. Chapter 328. After speaking, he chased it down. Chiyo didn't stop him, although she didn't think he was very dangerous. After all, he saved Kankuro, but at the moment, it's better to be careful. But I have to admit that they did use other people. If it weren't for him, Kankuro's life would be lost. Here, Chiyo and Temari were still advancing, and there was a scream from the hills over there. This sound was made by Maki. Chiyo was shocked, and he turned and rushed over with Temari. When they got to the place, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. Is that a tiger? Huge amounts of physique, the fur all over the body is white, with a slight white halo. At the moment, its big paws are pressing on Maji, who has fallen on the ground, with a fierce look on his face, as if it will soon eat him. On the grass on one side, the young man was standing there with his hands on his shoulders, looking at Maji coldly. Who are you? Even in the face of Baihu's coercion, Maji did not change his face, looked at Hyuga Lanmo on one side, and asked loudly. Hyuga Lanmo just guessed right. Baihu couldn't find any clues about Deidara. He was unwilling to report, but he didn't want to come back to report Hyuga Lanmo. He felt that it was very shameless, so he found a mountain, roar, and fell asleep. When Hyuga Lanmo passed through this forest, he sensed its existence, so he chased him. Maji followed closely. Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was behind, thinking that he just wanted to investigate his identity, so he ignored it. He didn't want to. Maki didn't come to investigate at all. His real purpose was to kill him. It's just that his ability was insufficient. After a few shots came, Baihupu fell to the ground all of a sudden. It also achieved what Chio and Tamari and the other 5 people see now. Is it a bit late to ask this? Hyuga Lanmo said, when you killed me silently just now, why didn't you ask? If I have died under your hands now, will I be you? The soul of Cheyenne village? When Maji heard this, his brows frowned. So what? Anyway, I feel that you are not simple. You suddenly appeared at this juncture. Either you have a special purpose for Cheyenne village, or there are other hidden conspiracies. This kind of person, we can't stay. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo laughed and waved his hand. Baihu frowned, but let go of Maki and returned to Hyuga Lanmo's side. Can't stay? Can you kill me? Originally we had the same purpose. I still thought, in the process of accomplishing what I want to accomplish, I will help you by the way. Now it seems that I don't need it. Then, Hyuga Lanmo turned around, preparing to leave. Falling on the ground, Maki saw this scene, jumped up, and shouted, why don't you kill me? Because you are a fool. Gaara has been taken away by someone for 2 days. You are not in a hurry to save your apprentice, but you were born out of nothing and trouble me. Why are you not a fool? Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and glared at him, turned to look at Chio and Tamari over there. If you still wanted to help you, just aim at this idiot in Cheyenne village. Do it yourself. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo and Baihu disappeared in a vertical leap. Maji was furious, and Chio looked sad. You are reckless. In this situation, one more helper is better than one more enemy. But his origin is unknown. But he saved Konkuro. Even if the origin is unknown, what can he do? Will the lives of the few of us? Or can he rob Gaara from the hands of those 2 enemies? You use your self-righteousness, be smart and think about it. After speaking, Chio frowned and asked Roar to move on. Among the 5 upper ninjas, there are tracking ninjas. As long as the speed is fast enough, they will definitely find Gaara. Maji was naturally skeptical. Hearing this, although he was unwilling, he had to admit that he was really reckless just now. If the other party was really an enemy, he would have died just now, but the facts proved that the man was not that way. Instead, he left the scene with Baihu. Did he misunderstand him? He didn't get it wrong. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care at all. Since the other party doubted him, then he let them doubt to the end, who would lose the most. In the forest, Hyuga Lanmo and Baihu walked on the ground unhurriedly. Baihu shut up with a look of decay. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo looked at it like this, and smiled in his heart. When channeling it came out on weekdays, it always looked down on him with a dazzling look, and it was not bad to get a bit of a blow today. I've heard that among the ninjas in Cheyenne village, there are tracking ninjas. They should be able to find the target. Otherwise, if we follow them secretly, we will definitely find Deidara and Sand Scorpion. I couldn't help it. Hyuga Lanmo hit again. Don't turn your face away. Baihu will not look at him anymore. If it weren't covered by that layer of tiger skin and tiger hair, its face would have become tomatoes. I thought it would be one of the 4 spirits of the sky. In order to find someone, it would have to follow him. Smell the fart behind those ninjas. It feels ashamed. Isn't it even a dog? Okay, let's not be angry anymore. Let's start again. Okay, don't call me a brat in the future. Okay? Hyuga Lanmo tried to raise his position in his heart. When Baihu heard this, he gave a cold snort and said, smelly boy, stinky boy. F***K. Can you still play happily? The 2 of them moved forward as they talked. I don't know how long it has passed, but Baihu still felt awkward and asked, what do you mean by restarting? Daedala once appeared in Cheyenne village with Sand Scorpion. If we walk from Cheyenne village again, can you find the smell of Sand Scorpion? Hyuga Lanmo asked. Definitely, as long as I can meet the smell of that person, I will definitely find him. Baihu came to his spirits, and finally, he could sweep away his shame. Therefore, the 2 secretly returned to the village of Cheyenne again, looking for clues to the Sand Scorpion, and then Baihu searched based on his powerful smell and found the direction of the Sand Scorpion's departure. The 2 set off. Although the 2 of them traveled very fast, but such a tossing took a day off, and when they returned to the forest of the country of the river again, Hyuga Lanmo invited Cheng Meyer out of the different space, staying in it for a day. Isn't it boring? Get hungry and eat. After that, Hyuga Lanmo went hunting, and Cheng Meyer tried to set the fire to wait for the barbecue. Baihu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and the boy who had just left, and said, boy, weren't you in a hurry at first? Why are you not in a hurry for these 2 days? Chapter 329 9 Seals of Magic Dragon. Don't bark. Do you know what you are? All the prey ran away. In the forest, the sound of Hyuga Lanmo's roar came and Baihu closed his mouth. The king of the beasts, let alone his screaming, just sit here, within 30 miles of the surrounding land, no land creatures are visible. Finally, half an hour later, Hyuga Lanmo carried 2 fishes, and 2 hares appeared beside the campfire. Baihu closed his eyes and didn't speak. As a 4-spirit beast, it doesn't eat anything, it's only meant to eat occasionally. Hyuga Lanmo started grilling while Cheng Meyer helped. Aren't you asking me why I'm not in a hurry? Because I calculated based on time, the group of people in Cheyenne village must have not found Deidara and they have not found them. Why are we in a hurry? Gaara, it's not so easy for those people, let alone defeating the Sand Scorpion. it's the best if you succeed, and if you fail, I don't have anything to lose. The previous worry was that Gaara and I were anxious. In terms of friendship, think about it now, in this battle, Deidara will not die anyway, and Gaara? Chio is alive, he can live. If Chio dies, I lend him a tail beast, just let him continue to live, so don't worry. Hyuga Lanmo said, grilling meat, and soon, the aroma of smoked meat filled with smoke. Baihu felt happy when he heard this, and his eyes opened. That's right, in this world, it's not me who can catch up with the tracking speed. I didn't do this kind of pediatrics thing as early as millions of years ago. Yes, you are the best. Hyuga Lanmo threw a roasted rabbit over. Originally, Baihu didn't want to eat it, but I didn't know why, so he opened his mouth, and the rabbit meat entered his mouth. The rich fragrance filled the whole taste buds. It was really a kind of superb human enjoyment. After eating, Hyuga Lanmo took a bunch of fruits and handed them to Chiang Meyer, asking her to return to the different space again, and then chasing after Baihu. As time went by, when the white tiger found the target sand scorpion, the people in Cheyenne village also found a place. As soon as they got there, they saw the bird country ninja and the huge amounts of white tiger. They also came, and they were faster than them. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, touched Baihu, and said, brother, thank you. Baihu snorted proudly, turned around and disappeared. Above the gully, Hyuga Lanmo pointed to the bottom, and said, the Akatsuki organization is there, please. Anyway, this is your business in Cheyenne village. Advertisement. The words were full of irony. They could doubt him or question him, but Maji had a murderous intent, which he could not forgive. The reason why he still kept his life was because Hyuga Lanmo knowing that he will die here, and he will die miserably. Without Konoha's help, the worst case of this operation is that all of them are buried for Gaara. The situation is better. Maybe Gaara has a chance to live. As for the others, Hyuga Lanmo can only shook his head. At the moment in the cave, several members of the Akatsuki organization were using the magic dragon 9 seals to extract the tail beast from Gaara, and the eyes of the outer golem opened slightly. Huge amounts of a golem stood in the cave, and 9 people stood on 10 fingers, namely, Pain, Xiaonan, Ju, Uchiha Itachi, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Scorpion, Deidara, Jiaodu, Feta, except for Dedala and Sand Scorpion, all belong to the projection state. Everyone occupy a position, use the chakra to extract the tail beast and seal it. This process takes 3 days. Now, they are about to succeed. At the very end, they are responsible for observing the surrounding vigilance. The news is coming. The chasing ninja in Cheyenne village has been in place, and there is a young man outside who doesn't know the origin, but according to observations, it seems that ability is not very strong. The people of Akatsuki's organization stood on the 10 fingers and continued to draw the tail beast. Pain's cold voice appeared. It is up to you two to solve it, but 30% of the chakra will need to be wasted. Okay. A hoarse voice appeared in the phantom figure. Gaara felt uncomfortable all over, and the tail beast chakra was constantly being pulled out of his facial features. Only Ren Julie could feel the pain. Hyuga Lanmo will not stop Akatsuki, and it may be too late to stop it now. Atsuki Kagaya is bound to appear, because only the 4 wars can twist the nations of the ninja world into a single rope, and thus fight the greater danger in the future. So why does he appear here? It's definitely to regain Dedala. How do you know that they are Akatsuki? Who are you on Earth? Maki was still clutching the matter. Hyuga Lanmo turned around, jumped to the side of the tree, and sat down. Your pertinence will only kill you. After saying this, a cold wind blew across the ground, fallen leaves swept the ground, and 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. A person with blue hair, with huge amounts of mackerel muscles on his back, with gill lines on his face, blue skin, and a fierce look on his face is precisely the dried persimmon ghost mackerel known as the tailless beast. Advertisement. Standing more than 10 meters away from him, a man was extremely handsome, with long hair, cold body, no temperature in his eyes, and 2 clear tears. It was Uchiha Itachi, the partner of the dry persimmon ghost in Akatsuki's organization. He looked back at the transformed Hyuga Lanmo sitting on the tree, raised his eyebrows, dark blue eyes. Is he coming? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 people, and 1 more on the tree? Give it to me, or? The dried persimmon ghost shark asked with a powerful murderous aura all over his body. Itachi only said 3 words. I have appeared. In other words, when I come, naturally I have to solve the problem. The dried persimmon ghost shark laughed and nodded slightly, understood. The sound of the wind filled the valley, and powerful murderous auras condensed together, surrounding a few people in front of them. Kill. As expected of Maki, ability is definitely a tough guy, not to mention whether he is strong or not. But as soon as this tough guy rushed up, he was kicked out by the opposite dry persimmon ghost shark. 7 other ninjas also rushed up, 4 of them confronted Uchiha Itachi, and the remaining 3 confronted Maki against the dried persimmon ghost shark. 8 players and 2 players, the momentum is fierce, and the action is coherent. But it started well, and the battle came together, but it became a different scene. Wind escape, the technique of young sickle, the 2 sand hides and Murakami shinobi cooperated in the fight, and they rushed to the dried persimmon ghost shark rushing from the ground. Haha, nameless man. Death is not a pity. After this, the dried persimmon ghost shark drilled out of the ground, kicked the Maki away, and helped the bandaged shark muscle to sweep across it, with full force, and smashed the rushing wind. Open, directly cold the 2 of them. Chapter 330. When another person saw this scene, he was nervous and attacked with Fire Dune, but it was not as fast as the dry persimmon ghost shark. The other person threw the big knife out, forming a special position, and once again slaughtered the three in front of the dry persimmon ghost shark, avoiding the fire. At the time, the shark muscle had already hammered towards the fire escape ninja from the back. Fortunately, at this time, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations found the danger, and the chakra line in her hand sprayed out and wrapped around the fire ninja. She pulled him hard, and the shark muscle knife slashed across him, and he was killed. The two sides fought, and the eyes of the dried persimmon ghost shark had looked at the big tree on one side more than once. On the trunk, there was a young man sitting. Although he was not well dressed, it could be seen that he was a ninja. But at the moment, that person looked at the lively expression on his face, and didn't make a move for the time being. At the same time, a bud appeared on the tree on the other side, staring at the scene closely, and then at the young man on the opposite tree. And Uchiha Itachi's gaze also fell on Hyuga Lanmo, who did not participate in the battle at the moment. It was definitely him, dark blue eyes, and the smiley expression, and the gaze of Yuzai. Xiao's murderous air. All three eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo's body, which made Chinde's mother-in-law couldn't help but glance at him. Just when Chio thought was running away, a ninja was seriously injured and fell to the ground. It turned out that the other party also caught the dried persimmon ghost and looked at Hyuga Lanmo's gap, and launched an attack on him, but did not want the dried persimmon ghost to use the water scorpion. The attack, seeing that he was seriously injured, turned the scene into an ocean of water. What a strong chakra! Indeed, the person who can use such a large water escape in such a place where there is no river is definitely the more powerful person in chakra. And they didn't know that the dried persimmon and Uchiha Itachi in front of them were not the deities at all. They only used 30% of the chakras and performed the spreading of the elephant, using the dead man's body to talk to the sand in front of them. Hidden village ninja fighting. Therefore, even the huge amounts of shui dun are only within the range of 30% of the chakra of the opponent. No wonder some people call the dried persimmon ghosts as tailless beasts. Diving in the soil, a low voice appeared, and then looking at the scene, there were still figures of dried persimmon ghosts. Advertisement. No, the other party is gone. Track the ninja fully. Maji on one side began to command the sand hidden village ninja to counterattack. At the moment, one of the other three ninjas who surrounded Uchiha Itachi, unexplainably pulled out kunai to his own heart, and pierced it, killing him on the spot. It turned out that he wanted to take advantage of the opponent's inadvertent attack, but didn't want to just look at him. He had already lost. This is the power of the blood wheel eye. Seeing this scene, the grandmother Chiandai frowned, turned around, jumped onto the big rock on one side, and shouted, "The Uchiha clan is on the opposite side. To avoid being caught by the other party's illusion, don't look into his eyes." Yes. The others hurriedly compared Uchiha Itachi's eyes, for fear that the next person to die would be themselves. But if that's the case, how can we attack? The ninja on one side asked worriedly. At the moment, two enemies. One stood there coldly, and they killed one of their companions before they even took a shot. The other chakra was shocking, and just used one for scuba diving. There is no sign, it is bright and dark, and you can't see the other person's eyes. How can this battle be fought? Why is he okay? On the other side, a ninja from Sandiakara saw Hyuga Lanmo sitting on a tree trunk at a glance. At the moment, he was looking at the man with long hair and riding round eyes on the opposite side, as if not at all. The influence of the opponent's illusion. When Chio heard this, he turned his eyes and saw that the other party did not evade, and he was looking at the opposite Shalanian, but when he heard their conversation, he turned his head to look at them. At the moment, only a wailing was heard. The few people in front of them had already been shocked by the lurking persimmon ghost sharks, and they were all overturned to the ground, including Gaara's master Maji. His face was angry. He had been spotted by stalking the ninja, but his speed was very fast. Before they could take action, he had already taken action. Gaara is in the cave, we have to fight quickly. Teju frowned, looking at the valley below, already a little impatient. Chong, let's not look at each other's eyes. After she finished speaking, she used the iron fan in her hand to stir up wildly, causing a burst of dust and leaves to fill the sky, and then ran to the woods on the other side with an impact. She should not be held back by this kind of battle. She will retreat from the battle, and then enter the cave below from the valley on the other side. She will rescue Gaara as soon as possible. Advertisement, but her speed was too slow compared to Uchiha Itachi, who was closer to her. Before she could sneak into the valley from the other side, Uchiha had already blocked her way. And she always remembered what the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said. Without looking at the other's eyes, she hurriedly backed away, and slammed the other with the iron fan in her hand again. Chio and another ninja rushed over, blocking her behind, only to hear a ping-pong sound. She was so frightened that she turned her head back in disbelief. The man in the black auspicious cloud pattern was standing behind her. If it weren't for the 1,000 generation mother-in-law and another ninja to come, I'm afraid she has become a dead body now. Don't look at his eyes. Chio noticed Temari's movements and cried out. But it was too late, and Teju fell into the illusion of riding round eyes. Under the yellow sand in the sky, blood was filled. Her hometown became a ruin. No matter how she shouted, how she searched, she couldn't see anyone. Huang under the sand, she became the loneliest person in the world. What is the meaning of her life like this? She pulled out kunai and thrust it into her chest. Seeing this scene, Chio gritted his teeth slightly, flew out and kicked Temari's wrist while a chakra was injected into her body. Her illusion was solved. She looked at the kunai on the ground and was afraid for a while. She almost committed suicide. This is not a kaleidoscope riding round eyes. If it is the kind of illusion art used by riding round eyes, it will take several days to recover even if it is unlocked. Even people like Kakashi cannot escape, let alone others? Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo looked deep, looking at Uchiha Itachi. Excessive use of kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes will cause certain damage to your vision and body. I don't know how his body is now. Did he make good use of the repair blood he gave him? Tamari, what's the matter with you? The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations looked at Tamari nervously and asked. Tamari was nervous and comforted. It's okay, mother-in-law. Chapter 331 Uchiha's Ability. What to do? The other ninja said when he saw this scene. His nervous palms are now sweating coldly. You know, so far, the other party hasn't made any major moves yet. A few of them were injured, and one of them died in battle. If this continues, they will be in danger. There are only two ways to deal with Shalanian. A layer of sweat broke out on the forehead of the grandmother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. You must know that the Uchiha clan is not a vain name, although she has more or less guessed the identity of the other party, but those it is useless at all. Since he is the enemy, they must face it. Any solution? 1-on-1, you must run away. 2-on-1, take your heart out, said the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. What does this mean? Tamari asked. 1-to-1, there is no chance of winning at all, so you have to escape. In 2-to-1, if one of them has an illusion, the other takes the opportunity to go around behind him and knock down the body, and the other person's illusion can be solved. Open, even if it fails, you can hit your partner and unlock the illusion on your partner. So, we now have 3 people. As long as one attack and the other 2 carry out a sneak attack, there is still a chance of defeating each other, right? I can only try. With that, Shio rushed up with the ninja. Tamari used an iron fan, went around to the rear, and flanked. They were very fast. After rushing over, seeing that the 3 of them were besieging like an outflanking mother, but they didn't want Granny Chio to throw her hand, a few puppet Asuka rushed out, and at the same time, Tamari and another ninja detoured back to Chio's. By their side, they used a sneak attack plan. The puppet flying bird's beak has a thorn, and the speed is like lightning. After a few rotations, it forms an attack in different directions, and it stabs toward Uchiha Itachi. Up, down, left, and right, as well as below, formed an encirclement, and Chio thought that as long as he does not catch his eyes, then the puppet is not afraid of illusion. As long as the person controlling the puppet is awake, the puppet will be awake forever. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Uchiha Itachi finally started his hand. He pulled out his horse and opened his mouth to spray out huge amounts of flames, avoiding the attack from below, and the flames sprayed towards all sides. The puppet Asuka of the grandmother Chio was set ablaze. Uchiha Itachi turned around and rushed to the 3 of them. Advertisement on the other hand, the dried persimmon ghost shark also responded easily, and Maji was already injured. Haha, I think how strong the ninjas in Cheyenne village are. But so, the dried persimmon ghost shark opened his mouth and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a scornful expression in his eyes. With wet palms, Maji used the wind to rush up again. I said, you can't? Before the opponent rushed up, the dried persimmon ghost shark turned around and kicked Maji's waist with one kick. The other 2 seized the opportunity and rushed over. The other party slashed at the waist of one of them with a shark muscle knife. If at the moment this person avoids, he can completely protect himself, but this sand-hidden village ninja chose in an almost desperate way, not only did not avoid the impact of the other party, but also showed the kunai, and pierced the heart of the dried persimmon ghost. Sitting on the tree, Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and said, is this a way of killing the enemy 100 and self-defeating 3,000? Sure enough, his kunwu stabbed the dried persimmon ghost shark. Similarly, the dried persimmon ghost shark's shark muscle knife was also slashed on the person's waist. Although the knife did not show up, it was still wrapped in bandages, but this time, the other party used force. I only heard a click. Hyuga Lanmo followed with a grin. The man fell into the water and was in distress. He turned his head and saw that the dried persimmon ghost shark had turned into a puddle of water. It was just a duplication of water, and he was in the game. At the moment, he has lost the ability to fight. 5 of them are left. At this moment, the people in Cheyenne village are also aware of this, and if this continues, they will all have to explain it here. Maki waved his hand, and the remaining person united with his surname Chen, looking at the dried persimmon in front of him. Who are you? At the moment, they remembered to inquire about each other's life. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo gave a cold snort, turned his head and looked at the direction on his left. In the same way, the mother-in-law of Chio and the other Shiakura ninja and Tamari were also very nervous. They had just escaped from each other's pursuit. At the moment, they were looking at the Uchiha Itachi in front of them with a vigilant face, and did not dare to impulse. You are not qualified to know my name. The dried persimmon ghost shark didn't even see these people in his eyes, and killed him with a shock. Advertisement in the huge amounts of water escape, Maji and another ninja also began to change their countermeasures to block them, but they did not expect that they were not taken seriously. A shark muscle knife entangled in a band was hit by someone. Yushin kills the gods. Bang bang bang. 3 times, 3 people in front of them were shocked and flew out. However, the dried persimmon ghost shark rushed towards the young man on the tree. I see, you are their leader, take your life. Huge amounts of Shui Dun dragged his footsteps and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo's face covered the wall, and a few grassy horses ran past in his heart, cursing. Are you stupid? Which eye do you see that I am in the same group with them? On the other side, Uchiha Itachi heard the call, turned his head slowly, and looked at the tree. The dried persimmon ghost shark, who owns only 30% of the chakras, rushed up, with murderous eyes in his eyes. I can see it just now. Compared with these shrimp soldiers and crabs, you are the leader. Catch the thief first, catch the king, kill you, so as to avoid future troubles. As he said, his huge amounts of shark muscles were slashed towards him. Hyuga Lanmo dived and avoided, and after a turn, he appeared behind him. The corners of his mouth raised, and he asked, "Are you sure I am the head of the ninja in Cheyenne village?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few wooden thorns appeared on his fingers, aimed at the back of the dried persimmon ghost shark, and inserted it. Seeing this scene, the other party was shocked, turned and dodged, hiding from the heart, and still got a hole in his ribs. Let me just say, this level is enough to ask my name. My name is Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark. What is your name? The opponent drew out of Hyuga Lanmo's attack range and shouted happily. It deserves to be the existence of becoming two, whose thoughts are different from normal people. They are all hurt, and they are still happy. He used the water dodge attack. Several water dodge sharks appeared in the huge amounts of water, and killed the young man in front of him, and he followed closely. The mackerel in his hand turned up. He was going to kill the opponent. One strike. Fire escape. The technique of fire dragon. Hyuga Lanmo uses fire escape to block. Shark muscle slashed over. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The dried persimmon ghost shark was funny in his heart. Shark muscle would definitely embarrass him. Chapter 332. You are their leader. In the next second, the shark muscle stood up its scales, trying to stab Hyuga Lanmo, but it tried 2 times, but it didn't succeed, because its strength was no match for Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, it also felt that the chakras on its own body were disappearing, and it turned out that this young man could also absorb chakras from others. Squeak. Shark muscle made a dissatisfied voice. This scene frightened Maji and the other ninja next to him. The opponent's weapon turned out to be a living creature. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark was also surprised. It was the first time he heard such a terrifying sound from Shark Muscle when he walked in such a long family in the ninja world. He rushed up again, and he wanted to save Shark Muscle. The chakra of the Shark Muscle was continuously absorbed by Hyuga Blue Mo, and he punched with one hand, dodged the dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, backed his leg, kicked obliquely, water duplication, water prison technique, and concealed by the big waterfall, all of which were used. But because he didn't have a Shark Muscle knife in his hand, no matter how he jumped, he was easily dodged by Hyuga Lanmo. Even his water jail technique could not trap the opponent. Not only that, but Hyuga Lanmo was still talking about it for a while. A handful of them grabbed the thigh of the dried Persimmon Ghost Shark's body. His 2 hands began to absorb his chakra. Squeak. Shaggy Muscle screamed again, as if dissatisfied with the master's attitude. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark sweats on his forehead. This guy is very difficult to deal with. He and the ninjas of Cheyenne village are not the same. Who are you? He asked again. You are not qualified to know. As Hyuga Lanmo's voice ended, the Shark Muscle sword in his hand disappeared, and the dried Persimmon Ghost Shark chakra disappeared. He couldn't maintain the art of survivorship. He fell to the ground and became another person, 30% of his body. Chakra all entered Hyuga Lanmo's body. That's the ninja from Cheyenne village. The ninja next to Maki looked at the corpse on the ground and cried. Maki frowned. If it wasn't for this guy who suddenly changed his target, I'm afraid at the moment, he and his other teammates are already dead here, right? His gaze fell on Hyuga Lanmo. This man is very powerful. It only took him less than 2 minutes to kill the opponent. On the other hand, Chiyo mother-in-law, another ninja from Sandiakura village, and Tamari have been hit by illusions. They didn't expect that Uchiha's illusion can only be emitted by the eyes. After years of practice, growing up, he has reached a position where any finger can activate illusions. Advertisement compared with the dry persimmon ghost shark, he failed even before the battle started. In the huge amounts of the cave, before the golem of Outer Dao, the 9 members of the Shao organization were still carrying out the 9 dragon seals. The dried persimmon ghost shark returned to his place. He shook his figure and said, "That person will hide out." Pain on one side frowned slightly when he heard this, and Xiao Nan asked softly, "Is it Hyuga Lanmo?" The dried persimmon ghost shark slightly shook his head when he heard this. "It depends on the appearance." Now Itachi is left. Haha. One side laughed. Others believed Itachi, but he didn't believe it. But if it was Hyuga Lanmo, they could not help it. Even if Itachi and him were in a gang, wouldn't they need him now? Is there a chess piece? The answer is no. Uchiha Itachi's ability, except for pain, is the strongest among all Akatsuki members. How long will it take? Deidara asked. About half an hour. It should be no problem, because they still have a barrier. Outside, Maki and the ninjas next to him support Chiyo. After injecting the 3 of them into chakras, they woke up in the illusion, but the illusion just now was really terrifying. They were already awake, and they still felt lingering fears. The 5 people looked at Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side, nervously beyond description. And after Hyuga Lanmo wiped out the elephant turn of the dried persimmon ghost shark, he turned his head and looked here. After he saw Uchiha Itachi's slightly frowning expression, he seemed to see that the other party was placed in the scroll, and it was about to expire. Repair serum. He suddenly became interested and shouted, "Hey, that kid, do you have the guts to fight with me?" As soon as these words came out, the scene was quiet. The grandmother Chiandai breathed a sigh of relief. She always wanted him to help, but because of her face, she didn't feel embarrassed to say it. At this moment, Maji did not dare to look down on Hyuga Lanmo anymore. The hairman turned his target at him, and they were already dead now. Hyuga Lanmo didn't want to help the people in Sagakura village, but to help Uchiha Itachi, such as injecting a repair serum for him, and he didn't want to use the medicine he gave him, so he would personally use it and see how he hides it. Boy? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but the corners of his mouth curled up, turning his head to look at Hyuga Lanmo. He did it on purpose. Advertisement. The sound of bang bang was heard in the air, and the two of them were black and gray, like shadows, only the shaking colors could be seen. Hyuga Lanmo laughed and killed him with a shock. The branch in his hand shook like a weapon, carrying gusts of wind, and his figure was like lightning, making it hard to see. Physique? Okay. Uchiha Itachi looked up at Hyuga Blue Mo, with a trace of coldness in his blood-red eyes. He slowly raised his finger, and a ring with Zu was placed on his finger. Above, the black nails hooked in the air, with a provocative gesture in the action. How about physical skills confrontation? Hyuga Lanmo said, and when physical skills confrontation, he can get close to him. At this moment, the duplication hidden among the trees has shifted direction, from the vantage point where the dried persimmon ghost shark was seen just now to the woods here, peeping at the two. Tamari tugged the thousand-generation mother-in-law, and pointed to the valley. The meaning was obvious. The most important thing is that they find a chance to save Gaara. All kinds of questions circled in his mind. He has Mu-Dun chakra, and his illusion skills are useless for him. Uchiha Itachi looked at the 5 people in front of him, then turned to look at him. What do you want? Although Hyuga Lanmo's movements are fast, Uchiha Itachi is also very famous for instantaneous surgery, and he can predict each other's movements in advance under the state of writing round eyes. The two are quite similar, and the war is getting fiercer. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although he was smiling, the huge aura filled the 4 directions with coercive air, making people's hearts more tense. No wonder Uchiha Madara was repeatedly defeated in the hands of a generation of Naruto Senjuzuma, because if the illusion of writing round eyes was useless to the opponent, he would lose a lot of advantages. Fly, kick, hook, elbow, kick, turn around, sweep legs. If it was him, why would he go to war with Itachi? After all, the two are friends. Isn't this person Hyuga Lanmo? They haven't competed in years, and today is an opportunity. Dare you? Hyuga Lanmo walked over, holding a branch in his hand, shaking slightly, with a cynical expression all over his body. Is that person really Hyuga Lanmo? Now in the ninja world, he is the only one who can use Mu-Dun. Chapter 333. Let him join. Xiaoju's eyes gradually widened, and Maji opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it. Is this a duel between masters? The two of them have their own wind, both in terms of speed and strength, and the chakra light waves spread with the battle between the two. You didn't use all your strength, Uchiha Itachi said. Aren't you also a 30% chakra? Hyuga Lanmo replied. Then, the two became a ball again, competing with their hands, fighting with their feet, no collision, clanging, sparks everywhere. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi felt a pain in his shoulder. He looked down and saw that the small branch in Hyuga Lanmo's hand was gone, but what was stuck in his shoulder was a syringe. Are you stupid? Am I the main body? He was surprised before. How could he suddenly offer to compete with his own physical skills, so he was waiting for him here. The one on one side was shocked when he saw this scene, and when it was over, Uchiha Itachi was poisoned. After saying this, Itachi turned into a dead body as expected, still using the technique of turning around. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo was surprised. Hey, it's not necessary? I'm leaving like this? No one can understand the mystery of the two. Uchiha Itachi naturally believed in Hyuga Lanmo, and he also knew that the thing he injected himself was not a poison, but a repair serum, because the repair serum he gave him previously expired in his scroll. So when they met this time, he came here to do nothing, and directly started injecting him with medicine. But Hyuga Lanmo forgot, this is not Uchiha Itachi's main body, this is a corpse, and the corpse received drug injections, it will not have any effect. At this time, Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to fight anymore. Besides, it's too late for them. Akatsuki's extraction of a chakra is a foregone conclusion. Now even if all of these people rush into the cave, I'm afraid it can't be saved. I love Luoit. Advertisement. Rather than wasting time with them here, he might as well leave here, lest Akatsuki be suspicious. He didn't know that Uchiha Dado and Ju had already known his relationship with Hyuga Imoku, but they didn't deal with him because they still used him. At the moment, the remaining 5 people in Cheyenne village had jumped into the gully, and before they came to the cave entrance, huge amounts of stones blocked the entrance of the cave. The 5 people looked at the charms on it, and their hearts were vaguely disturbed. Mother-in-law, what are we waiting for? Tamari asked nervously. At the moment, shouldn't they rush in to save people? Why is there no action at the door? The mother-in-law did not answer. She knew very well in her heart, what does it mean for Gaara to be arrested? Cheyenne village is also a ninja village where 3 more successful human pillars have appeared. She has seen tail beasts, sealed tail beasts, and dealt with tail beast runaways. She has seen it several times. Gaara is a human force, and the other party arrested him, except for the tail beast. She could not think of any reason. And he has left the village for more than 3 days. This time is too long. I am afraid that some things are too late. Sand Scorpion. Her grandson. Thinking of his lovely face, the 1000-generation mother-in-law clasped her fingers tightly. In any case, she would give Cheyenne village an explanation. What's the situation inside? Chio asked the perception ninja who turned aside. The other party closed his eyes, felt everything, and said, it's huge inside, and there seemed to be 9 people. Standing on the edge of the valley, Hyuga Lanmo heard this, and felt different in his heart. Are the people of Akatsuki still not done? We can rush in. Tamari can't wait, but inside is her own brother. She backed up and used Feng Dun, and then rushed towards the mountain gate in front of her. Huge amounts of iron fans rushed with the wind to escape. When it came up, there was a vibration, but the boulders on the cave did not loosen at all. Maji reached out and grabbed her and said, "Don't be impulsive, there is a barrier." The 9 people inside were finished. Hearing the sound of the impact, they said, "Is that the ninja who uses the wooden escape?" Advertisement. No, it's the remaining 5 people in Cheyenne village. After Chio finished speaking, the other 4 people look at me, I look at you, and then nodded. Maki took out the radio headset and handed it to the 5 people in front of him, so that they could communicate at any time and unify their passwords. At the same time, the spell was unlocked. Outside the cave, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations looked at the enchantment charm and said, "This is the 5 enchantment. This enchantment is to paste the 5 enchantments on the other 5 places, except for the one in front of you. There are 4 more in different places. If you want to unlock this enchantment, you must uncover 5 spells at the same time to break the enchantment. Pay attention, they must be at the same time." When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he sneered, and said, "I really don't want to get along with you about the Cheyenne village, lest you suspect that I am uneasy and kind, but if you let an old lady stand at the entrance of the cave, how can you feel relieved? Are you able to stay here?" Pain understood, turned his head and looked at Gaara's corpse on the ground, and then at Scorpion and Deidara. In it, only 2 of them were entities. "You stay, if you can give me the wooden escape ninja if you stay here and use it for Akatsuki's organization, you have done a great job." The others withdrew. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sand Scorpion giggled, looked to the side of the dried persimmon ghost shark and Uchiha Itachi, and said, "It seems that our organization has new members." The other 3 people took the radio headsets, put them on, spread out, looking for other charms. Standing on the valley, Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and couldn't help but reminded, "Is it bad for you? This cave will leave 1,000 generations of mother-in-law alone. Wouldn't it be a vacancy for the other party? You know they're okay?" In the cave, only Deidara and the Sand Scorpion were left. The golem of Outer Dao disappeared. Except for Gaara's corpse, it was no different from other ordinary caves. Dry persimmon ghosts refused to accept, although 30% of chakras played against each other, but if they lost, they lost. "You don't need to take care of the things in our Cheyenne village," Maji said while preparing to leave. Itachi also slowly said, "Don't lose your life just because you keep someone, that's funny." "No, I can do it myself." Just after Chio finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo had already gone down the gorge, grabbed her wrist, took her away from the cave, and said, "I know you were busy seeing your grandson, but some people have good eyes and low hands, and they are still very suspicious and sick all day long. Don't you think that such people should be in the most important position? Only then can it be shown that Cheyenne village can't do without him, so I think myself. The important person, just let him stay in the important place. Let's talk if you can keep people," he said coldly. "They look down on each other too much, right? This is the head of the ninja in Sagakura village?" After speaking, the 2 disarmed their phantoms, disappeared, and returned to their bodies. Chapter 334. The so-called art mother-in-law Chiandai heard this and looked at Maji. He frowned and nodded to her. "It's okay for me to be here, mother-in-law, be careful." Chio nodded. "Well, I'll go to the other side." After speaking, she turned around and disappeared. 5 directions, 5 spells, all found, radio contact, and unlock the spells at the same time. With the appearance of Tang Tang's voice, 5 characters appeared in the 5 directions, and the battle began. When will they be able to copy their spells more than at the moment? When will they be able to win? For the time being, they have been dragged down. In the main position, in front of the cave, after Maki unlocked the spell, the stone blocking the cave suddenly exploded, and a dark shadow emerged from it. Before he could react, the opponent's scorpion tail penetrated his body. The scorpion tail, there was toxin on it, and when it penetrated his body, black and red blood flowed out. Immediately afterwards, the sand scorpion threw his body out. Maji felt uncomfortable all over his body and felt pain all over his body. At this moment, he suddenly understood, why did that young man change himself with the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations? With his ability, it is not the opponent's opponent at all. "Help, help me." Maji's mouth bleeds, looking at the young man standing in the wind above the valley, and begging. He knows that he can unlock the poison of the sand scorpion, and Kanjiro is the one who saved him. Hyuga Lanmo gave him a cold look, snorted at the corner of his mouth, and replied, "Why should I save you?" The other party was surprised, and his mind revolved, "But you saved Konkuro." "Ha ha ha, I saved him because I have a good impression of him, and you, I look annoying." Hyuga Lanmo stopped looking at him after speaking, and turned to look at the 2 people in the cave. Deidara and the sand scorpion hidden in the scarlet husband had appeared behind the dust at the entrance of the cave, and the 2 were looking at him. Advertisement: he was involved in this incident this time because of Deidara. He felt that people like him shouldn't die in Akatsuki's hands. For him, it was the path that the other party should choose most. And this process, taking back Gaara's body by the way, can be considered as fulfilling the fate of the 2 before. It's just that Hyuga Lanmo didn't know that when he wanted Deidara to settle in Nanmo Ninja Village, the other party also wanted him to join Akatsuki's organization. They didn't know that he was Hyuga Lanmo, and they just guessed a little before, but after 2 battles with him, they felt that he should not be him. Because Hyuga Lanmo is good at using magnetic escape, and he did not use magnetic escape when he fought Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark and Uchiha Itachi, so they suspected that he was just a shinobu who could use Mu Dun. Therefore, this plan was made. Otherwise, if they can determine his identity, Pen will not leave Deidara and Sand Scorpion with the task of pulling him into the group. Save me, save me. Maki felt uncomfortable, life is better than death, and begged again. I misunderstood you before. Please don't mind the previous suspicion, save me. Nagging, people don't want to save you, you're still chirping, it's really annoying. Suddenly, Deidara, standing on the clay bird, dropped a bomb, and directly exploded the begging Maki. Shredded. Deidara and Sand Scorpion, one flight, one on the ground, both of them are ninjas pursuing art, but one likes temporary beauty, and the other likes long-lasting preservation, so one likes explosions, the other likes collect. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the two opposing people, then looked at Gaara lying in the cave, and said, I will give you a choice. Agree to spare you not to die, and disagree with your 2 lives. Deidara laughed when she heard this. Scorpion, did you hear it? This is the funniest thing I have heard this year. Someone wants us to die? Scorpion looked at Hyuga Lanmo standing on the edge of the ditch with cold eyes, and said in a low and hoarse voice. We also give you a choice, agree to spare you not to die, if you object, you will stay. The choice I give you is that the 2 of you will follow me, from then on, you must not betray. The same is true for the choice I gave you. From then on, follow our Akatsuki organization and follow our orders without betraying. Advertisement. After the 2 parties had finished speaking, several poisonous needles of the scorpion had been shot, and at the same time, Deidara's bird bombs were also thrown, and the 2 of them went up and down to form a huge amounts of encirclement, surrounding the Hyuga Blue Ink group. The booming explosion sounded, and after a burst of dust, Hyuga Lanmo had already rushed up. The poisonous needle did not pierce his body. Fast speed. Deidara roared when he saw the lightning-like man below. The Sand Scorpion heard the sound, a jet, and the scorpion's tail swept over the tail. On the tip of the tail, there was a little blue light, and the poison had been quenched. If this poison was touched, it would make the whole body uncomfortable. The pain is unbearable, and if the poison is not detoxified in time, then there is only a dead end. And this kind of poison is not an ordinary poison, otherwise the many medical ninjas in Cheyenne village would not be unable to solve it. The whistling wind was accompanied by the opponent's attack, dazzlingly killing Hyuga Lanmo, coupled with Deidara moving wantonly from the air. For a while, from the surface of the battlefield, it seemed that Hyuga Lanmo was gone. Room to fight back. In fact, everything is under the control of Hyuga Lanmo. Sand Scorpion's tail waved up and down, attacking him, occasionally firing several waves of hidden weapons to carry out a full interception, while Deidara's little bird bombs in the air flew around him and bombed. Hyuga Lanmo avoided left and right, fingerprints on his fingers, magnetic escape appeared, and slowly transformed. Relying on the dust caused by Deidara's explosion, it stuck to the opposite Fei Luhu. Magnetized iron sand is magnetized iron sand. The opponent uses puppet technique, and there are gaps between the joints of the puppets. As long as the iron sand can get into the joints, the opponent's puppets can be destroyed. It is for this reason that the Sand Scorpion did not take the initiative to attack Gaara like Deidara, because Gaara's manipulation of sand will cause damage to his puppet joints. If he goes, whoever loses will win. Do not know yet. On the contrary, when Deidara is playing Gaara, the situation is different. Deidara has the ability to fight in the air, and Gaara's sand has no offensive effect on his explosive clay. On the contrary, for the opponent's explosion, Gaara only has the ability to be forced to defend. Coupled with Deidara's clay bird flying technology, it can better transfer Gaara's main battlefield on the ground. The reason for success 3 times. Boom. Deidara looked at the ground and bombed Hyuga Lanmo again. Chapter 335. The art of collection in flash, but the opponent's speed is very fast, which makes him a little crazy. In addition, the location of the Sand Scorpion slightly affects his performance. He not only yelled, Master Scorpion, can you hide? I want to have some all-round attack. At the moment, the Sand Scorpion already felt that it was a bit difficult to move his joints. It seemed that it was due to the magnetic escape. He needed to use chakra to rearrange the Scarlet Hu. He said, okay, I'm leaving now. The 2 cooperated in battle, although occasionally quarreling on the topic of art, it did not affect their cooperation at all. A burst of explosion sounded, and seeing that the Sand Scorpion was gone, he went underground, followed the soil below to leave the battlefield, and then prepared to regroup before continuing the fight. Hyuga Lanmo temporarily lost the opportunity to fight the Sand Scorpion. His eyes were cold and he looked towards the sky. Boy, my uncle is happy today. You are allowed to sign up. Let me tell you what your name is. After you die, I can also engrave a tombstone for you. Deidara said while sitting on top of the clay bird. His mouth was smiling, his yellow hair exploded into a ponytail, fluttering in the wind, and he was chewing the clay with one hand and one mouth. Relax, I won't die, but Deidara, you might be right. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo pushed hard, and the chakra shockwave burst all over his body. Within a few hundred meters, everything was washed away by shockwave, definitely nothing. The sound of shockwave bursting is not very loud, with a hollow sound, but it is full of power. Deidara sat on the clay bird with a look of surprise. He stretched out his hand to block the rushing grass and branches. He barked his teeth and cried out loudly. Compared to an explosion, no one in this world can surpass me. You know what art is, isn't it? My explosion is the most perfect art in the ninja world. What's yours? Are you flying in the sand? There's no lethality at all. After speaking, Asuka turned around and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo under his consciousness. Then, a medium-shaped flying bird fell, and Asuka opened its big mouth and bit down towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo has never seen this kind of scene. He is familiar with the plot of Naruto, and has seen Deidara's battle, but has never seen him make a bird cannibal. Besides, is it possible for this bird to bite Hyuga Blue Ink? Is this a joke? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo turned around, avoiding the flying birds, and the thunder escape appeared in his hand, and a vertical leap struck the flying birds, but what he did not expect was that before his thunder escape touched the flying birds seemed to disperse. Like sand, it changed its shape and fell on the ground like quicksand. Immediately afterwards, his shoes and trousers were all covered with clay. Little Spider-Man, which was turned into by the split bird. Those spiders moved fast, some got into his clothes, and some had already climbed on his neck. You didn't expect it, let you know today, what is a human bomb? Deidara laughed in the air, and then an explosion sounded on the ground. The huge amounts of explosion produced a layer of smoke. Deidara shook his head slightly, although my art is perfect, but the opponent seems a little weak. Just play with me for one round and it will be over. It's really boring, this kind of person without ability, don't let the Akatsuki organization. At this time, the sand scorpion had already emerged from the ground, and in just 1 minute, he had already upgraded his puppet. This time, his puppet will no longer be afraid of Si Dian and Xiao Nan's paper. Before he joined Xiao, it was Xiao Nan who wooed him. The battle at that time was hard to see in his life. The first time I saw Xiao Nan, it was in a barren sand. Xiao Nan appeared and pulled him into dawn. He disagreed, and the two fought together. At that time, Xiao Nan used the dance of paper to destroy the joints of his 3 generations of wind shadow puppets. The thin paper jammed into the joints, which made the puppets lose their ability to fight. At that time, he began to study ways to make the puppets not afraid of damage by small materials. He didn't develop it until the first 2 years, but this method was too wasteful of chakras, and because his chakras were limited, he didn't last long, but he felt that this young man should not be as difficult to deal with as Gaara. People you can't catch, I'll catch them, people you can't get rid of, I'll do it. Why? Master Scorpion, are you dissatisfied? It seems that your so-called long-term retained artwork is art. Isn't that? That's correct, and my artistic point of view is correct when I have a flash of explosive beauty. From now on, you will get mixed up with me. Deidara hurriedly chewed out another flying bird, then fled, and flew away and shouted. Okay, let's truce. It's Lay done, and it's the kid who was killed by him just now, he's not dead. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. No, he would never admit it. What are you doing? Pain wanted him to enter the dawn, so you killed it, Sand Scorpion said. He doesn't care about the other party's cause of death, but how could someone who made him so passive be killed by Deidara? If it weren't for the Sand Scorpion to stay with him and pierce him with a poisonous needle, and he would be avoiding the poisonous needle of the opponent with all his heart, he wouldn't be conspired by others. However, before he finished speaking, he felt an icy breath in the air. Then, a gray figure appeared in front of him, and then a bright light appeared, and the other party said, you don't like to flash suddenly. Art, this is for you. After speaking, Deidara felt the brighter and brighter light hit his body as soon as he was about to react, and a burst of pain accompanied by bursts of sizzling voices appeared. Oh Mom, Scorpion, Big Brother, Master, can't I call you the Master? This is a dispute of a certain point of view, how can you kill me? It turned out that the one that was bombed was just a wooden duplication. Does this prove that he is inferior to Deidara in some respects? Big Brother, save me. Deidara turned and fell to the ground, and the clay bird rushed down and caught his body. Deidara was shocked when he saw this scene. He had been poisoned by him. If he hadn't been begging for a good word, Sand Scorpion agreed to let him go and give him an antidote. He was dead now. In only half a moment, he believed that he could take him down, but he didn't want to have Deidara turn the person into a human body bomb when he was ready to reappear, and the soul was lost. ****. The Sand Scorpion shook his body, and the poisonous needles in Fei Luhu's body shot out like a broken bamboo arrow. The poisonous needles were densely packed, like a torrential rain. With that said, Deidara hid behind the clay bird with a cat body. Hundreds of poisonous needles pierced the clay and changed its color instantly. The bird lost its ability to fly and smashed towards the ground, and it was about to explode. Chapter 336 The Battle of Puppets. But, is it still useful to say it now? The most important thing now is to hope that I am okay. Indeed, his injury was not particularly serious. After all, Hyuga Lanmo wanted to take people for his own use. If he was killed, how could he use it? When the Sand Scorpion heard the shout, Fei Luhu stood up. As if he was about to stand up, his body appeared, and countless thousands of poisonous needles shot towards Hyuga Lanmo. His weird figure lying on the ground with a certain expression of being too mad, coupled with the cold eyes, and the scorpion tail swaying behind him, all revealed a full of murderous aura. It is said that Scorpion has 300 puppets, and this Fei Luhu is only one of his puppets. Hyuga Blue Ink magnetic evacuation protection appeared, and the poisonous needles were nailed to the magnetic escapes, and as the magnetic escapes turned into a quicksand, they landed on the ground. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, looking at the Sand Scorpion below, and Deidara who was panting constantly, and said, your death date is here. After saying this, he rushed towards the two of them with magnetic sand like an overwhelming ocean wave. Huge amounts of magnetic escape instantly concealed Fei Luhu, but soon, the scorpion burrowed into the ground. When it came out again, it first attacked by fire escape, and then followed by the water escape like a blade, and the surrounding rocks were cut off. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned. The magnetic escape did not damage his scarlet Hu joints? When he used the writing wheel to see it, he instantly understood that he had used chakra to protect the joints of the puppet, so that the magnetic escape would not be able to invade. This method has never been seen before by Hyuga Lanmo, even if it did not appear in the original plot. It seems that these people's ability has been upgraded. Koko, do you only use magnetic escape to bully my puppet? I can guarantee that if you use other ninjutsu, you can't beat me at all. Sand Scorpion uses the aggressive method, and his chakra protection can only last for a quarter of an hour. Just now he wasted time with Deidara, now he can't hold on for 10 minutes. He is afraid that the other party will use the magnetic escape again, so all his puppets he will stop cooking. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, he might as well be aggressive. Maybe the other party will be fooled. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Even if I don't use magnetism to escape, I can kill you. Advertisement: what if magnetic escape cannot invade the opponent's puppet? At most, it means to lengthen the fighting time, but the other party's words reminded him that it was hard to meet a master like Sand Scorpion today. It would be good to try other ninjutsu, but Hyuga Lanmo chose the Mu-Dun type. Ninjutsu attacks. Try this. The magnetic escape disappeared. Hyuga Blue Mo escape Wood Dragon appeared, and rushed towards Fei Luhu. The speed of Sand Scorpion is also very fast. When he saw the wooden dragon, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Where did he seem to have seen this kind of scene? Wasn't there a wooden dragon in the Battle of Shangfeng Valley? Scorpion asked, "Are you Hyuga Lanmo?" Someone in the Shao organization had suspected before. After all, in the ninja realm, there were only a handful of people who could use Mu-Dun, and even the Scaly Phoenix was alive. It now appears that they guessed right. At this time, what else did you say to let the other party join the Akatsuki organization? He is Akatsuki's deadly opponent, and it seems that today is either the fish dead or the net broke. Above the sky, Deidara was shocked when he heard this. He didn't forget. The girl Cheng Meyer mentioned his name. In her heart, he is like a hero. Since she cares, then he was going to destroy her, even if it were to die together. At this time, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations rushed up, and she had already wiped out the person who looked the same as herself. The remaining 3 ninjas of Cheyenne Village are still fighting against the shadow in front of them. When will they surpass their current self and kill the ninja who copied themselves? When will they be liberated? After seeing the young man floating in the sky and hearing Scorpion's words, the grandmother Chiandai instantly understood that he was Hyuga Lanmo. In the ninja realm, he was the only ninja who could float out of thin air, except for Onoki. Although she didn't know why he appeared here, but with him, at least they can go back alive. Where is Maji? She looked around and did not find Maji, only a few rags of Sand Ninja Village ninja clothes and some blood foam floating on the water in the valley. Dead. Hyuga Lanmo's deep voice came. No wonder Hyuga Lanmo asked him to stay here. The people inside were prepared for a while. If the people here have insufficient ability, there is only a dead end. Advertisement: the Sand Scorpion hiding in the Scarlet Hunk was also looking at Chio at the moment, and said, "Old lady, long time no see. It has been 18 years. They have not seen each other in 18 years. All kinds of past events appeared in their minds. Chio didn't know why he betrayed Cheyenne Village, but Sand Scorpion was very clear because of some of his research. They are not recognized by Cheyenne Village, such as human puppets. Chio's gaze fell on him, his fingers gradually clenched into a ball. Yes, long time no see, you are still using the previous puppet. Fei Luhu, she had seen this puppet 18 years ago. Oh, this is just one of me? I have a lot of collections. Do you know the human puppets I made? The process is very interesting. First, take out the human internal organs, then peel off the skin to wash the blood, and add various devices after antiseptic treatment. The mechanism has been made into a good puppet. It just so happens that I still lack 2 puppets to satisfy 300 puppets. Today, you and him are mine. Sand Scorpion's tail pointed at Hyuga Blue Mo in the sky, and there was some excitement in his voice. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, and said softly, "Want to kill me? It depends on whether you have the ability." As he said, he rushed forward, and Mu Long also leaned back and grabbed the huge amounts of dragon claw. Fire escape spouted from Fei Luhu's mouth, the wooden dragon caught fire, and the water escape assassinated. The wooden dragon was injured, but it didn't feel it and continued to rush in. Before, the mother-in-law of Chiandai was nervous when she didn't know Hyuga Lanmo's identity, but now, she seemed to rely on her. Not only did her tension disappear, but she also believed that Scorpion would definitely lose miserably today. Be careful on the left. Chio looked at the Sand Scorpion at the scene and reminded Hyuga Lanmo. Today I will use Mu-Dun to destroy you. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo is also experimenting. He obviously can use other methods, but today he wants to use Mu-Dun to subdue the Sand Scorpion. Several hidden weapons of huge amounts have appeared, and they chopped down towards Mulong's waist, and Mulong fell to the ground and turned into wood. At the moment, a wooden stick was nailed to Fei Luhu's body and exploded in an instant. This is the technique of woodcutting. The previous wooden dragon was not defeated by the Sand Scorpion, but as a tool to lure the enemy. Its mission has been completed. The wood escape cutting technique successfully exploded the Scorpion, and the Sand Scorpion inside looked surprised. The opponent thought that if the fierce general method prevented the opponent from using magnetic escape, he would have a better chance of winning, but he did not expect that the opponent's Mu-Dun would still be strong. Chapter 337 Fei Luhu shattered, and a black shadow rushed to the opposite tree. He was covered with black cloth and turned his back to the 2 of them. I came here all the way to get a glimpse of my grandson. Can we tell the old story? The grandmother Chiandai said when she saw the Sand Scorpion with her back facing her. Above the sky, Deidara has already rushed down. Is the opponent Hyuga Lanmo? Even if it is him, he will definitely win. Thinking of this, He spit out the clay in his hands and threw it down. A few big spiders crawled fast and rushed towards the mother-in-law of Chiyo. Chiyo shot Chiban and nailed it to the spider, but didn't want the white spider to crack and turn into countless small spiders, including a few. The small and exquisite flying bird is also hidden in this huge amounts of spider. It's the same trick just now, one change into 100. Countless little spider monts and little birds chased after the mother-in-law of Chiandai. She dodged and stabled out of her hand. Every little Spider-Man stabbed in her will cause an explosion. Obviously this was a battle between Sand Scorpion and the grandmother of the Thousand Generations in Hyuga Lanmo, and the sudden participation of Deidara on the battlefield turned into a chaotic situation of a group of 4. Numerous clay birds appeared next to Hyuga Lanmo, surrounded him, and Deidara's proud laughter came from the air. Today, let you taste the explosion. After speaking, a bang bang sounded. Deidara laughed loudly, but he saw his little bird quietly land on the floating Hyuga Lanmo. The explosive power of these birds could definitely smash an upper ninja into pieces. As all the clay exploded, clouds of smoke rose up on the scene. In the woods opposite, the mother-in-law of the Thousand Generations panted as she watched Hyuga Lanmo, who had rescued her, and said softly, "Thank you, that person is very troublesome." Originally, she was here today to clean up the traitors, but now it seems that things are not simple. Looking at the tree trunk on the opposite side, the sand scorpion hidden in the black cloth has turned around, with fiery red hair, beautiful cheeks, and piercing eyes. It turned out to be what he looked like when he ran away from home 17 years ago. Advertisement. The grandmother Thousand Generations looked at her grandson in disbelief, and at the same time she was lamenting in her heart, because she knew what the unchanging appearance of the sand scorpion meant at the moment. Didn't he talk about the steps to make people a puppet? He has turned himself into a puppet, otherwise it would not have been 17 years, and he would still look the same. Above the sky, Deidara saw Hyuga Lanmo hiding at a glance, and was wondering how he avoided it just now. Then I heard someone behind me ask, "Have you ever heard of anger?" He turned his head in horror, and a doll with huge amounts of was standing behind him. Suddenly, it stretched out its arms and hugged Deidara in front of him, then its body swelled and shrank. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge amount of explosion, and the water was deep fried. Not only did the Daedala and the clay birds in the air blow to pieces, but the ground was affected, and it exploded into huge pits within a few miles. The sand scorpion leapt to avoid the explosion, flicked, and a scroll appeared, summoning 3 generations of Fengyin. Hyuga Lanmo took the 1000-generation mother-in-law to use the wooden ingot wall to avoid the steaming and dangerous explosion. When it reappeared, the 3 generations of wind shadow puppets on the opposite side had already attacked. "Who cares about telling you or not? I care about him. Are you Hyuga Lanmo?" The sand scorpion controlled the 3 generations of Fengyin puppets and killed them towards Hyuga Lanmo. He still looks like he was transformed now, and he hasn't regained his body. He can't reply to originally. After all, his identity is different. Besides, this matter is related to the first villain organization, Akatsuki. He wants to take Deidara away, so some things are better to be hidden. The 3 generations of Fengyin puppet rushed up, as if capable of floating. His 2 huge amounts of arms were opened, several sharp knives appeared between his arms, and he slaughtered them towards them. At the same time, Deidara had already circled behind the mother-in-law and Hyuga Lanmo, and bombarded them with small bombs, blocking their retreat. At the moment, there are sharp knives coming in front, and spider clay bombs behind them. They have nowhere to hide. The mother-in-law of Thousand Hands wanted to use puppets to fight, but the puppet technique was suitable for long-range attacks. The opponent sent out 3 generations of wind shadows, and was already under the advantage of long-range attacks. The opponent is the advantage, then they are the disadvantage, because the puppets of the 3 generations of Fengyin are too close to the 2. She has no chance to issue her own weapon at all. Hey! There was a loud noise. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo held 2 huge amounts of kuwu in both hands, blocking the attack of the other party. Sparks were rubbed between the huge amounts of knife and kuwu, and there was a layer of blue light glowing on the tip of the knife. That was the color of poison. Twin snakes. Suddenly, Deidara, who hovered over the 2 of them, yelled, and the 2 snakes fell from the sky and entangled towards Chiyo and Hyuga Lanmo. Because of the experience of being attacked for the first time, Deidara has experience. The only thing that was blown to pieces by the steaming danger was his clay duplication, not his body. As for whether the person flying in the sky is him, no one is sure. Because Deidara's duplication technique also belongs to entity duplication, there is also chakra flowing on his body, just like Hyuga Blue Ink's wood duplication and Uzumaki Naruto's multiple shadow duplication. 2 big snakes entangled the 2, and the explosion sounded again. Deidara cooperated with Sand Scorpion, not only was able to save the scorpion the first time, but also the 2 could cooperate in the attack. If it is a normal shinobu, I am afraid that in the first round, they have been poisoned or blown to death by 2 people, but they are facing Hyuga Lanmo. After the transfer of the different space, the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations hid outside the giant pit, and Hyuga Lanmo also disappeared from the scene. At the moment, he had to break one by one. He couldn't use another body. He had to hold Daedala. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo sprang out a few wooden duplications behind him and disappeared in the forest. He nodded to the 1000 generation mother-in-law opposite, and the other side understood, and the 2 walked forward. In the huge pit, the scorpion of sand looked around with a handsome face at the bottom, and 3 generations of wind shadows floated above his body, and he was heavily guarded. Above, Deidara's clay was constantly chewing in the palm of his hand in his mouth. He also looked around, always paying attention to the surrounding situation, because he felt that the person should not be killed by his twin snakes so easily. he still can feel his murderous aura. Suddenly, 5 people appeared in 5 directions, 4 of them were the young man, and 1 was the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. When Sand Scorpion saw this scene, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the 3 generations of Funging puppets rushed up again. This time, it was not Hyuga Lanmo that he wanted to kill, but the 1,000 generations of mother-in-law. Chapter 338 Clay Bomb. Because in the scene, Hyuga Lanmo can't distinguish between the body and the duplication, and there is only 1,000 generation mother-in-law, then she must be the body herself. As long as she is killed, there will be 1 less enemy on the scene. Huge amounts of palms rushed over, suddenly turned into hundreds of palms, and smashed towards Chiandai. Chio retreated, Didera continued to cooperate with the battle, and the clay bird released, surrounding Chio Tuan Tuan. The booming explosion sounded, and the sound of the framed puppet's palms slapped to the ground continued. Chio sweated on his forehead, and Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward to help. Another duplication uses Mu Dun, the technique of chasing and killing. Numerous tree trunks and branches drilled out of the ground, chasing the sand scorpion. The wood dune branches were fast. Although some of the branches were broken by Dedara's explosive clay, they did not slow down the growth of the wood dune branches. Speed. The sand scorpion dodged from side to side, and looked up at the 1,000 generation mother-in-law. He was already in danger. He gritted his teeth secretly, his fingers trembling slightly, and the 3-generation wind shadow puppet, the leader of the chakra line, continued to fight. A bamboo pipe appeared, huge amounts of purple smoke filled. Beware of poison. Chio looked at Hyuga Lanmo next to her and said, she was not sure if this was the body or duplication, but it's always right to be careful. The 1,000 generation mother-in-law covered her mouth and wanted to go back. Didera saw the sight below and shouted loudly, Scorpion, are you crazy? If you get your poisonous smoke inhaled by me, I'll be over. And you, how can I help you deal with that guy? His wooden escape is very troublesome. After saying this, the sound of the puppet shattering was heard from below, and it snapped into slag. It turned out that Hyuga Lanmo's Mu Dun chase and kill had taken advantage of the purple poisonous smoke to tie up the 3 generations of puppets, force them, and then directly destroyed them. Sand Scorpion saw and felt the vacancy on the chakra line, and was angry, a jitter, and dozens of puppets appeared on the big scroll. If you have the ability, you have always used wood to escape. At least the opponent didn't use magnetic escape. If it were magnetic escape, the Sand Scorpion had already been defeated. Advertisement. Because his chakra protection joints are only used on Feiluhu, the other puppets are not protected at all. Besides, his chakra is limited. The chakra body that can last for 15 minutes is already the limit, so if the opponent uses it with magnetic escape, he would lose all his advantages. Dozens of puppets appeared, and on the ground, Mu Dun attacked again. The other party is controlling the puppet. Hyuga Lanmo's duplication is controlling Mu Dun. As long as he can see where he wants, he will never let it go. His chakra is huge, even the duplication chakra is better than ordinary ninjas, 10 times stronger. In front of him, Mu Dun seemed to have life, chasing up and down. In an instant, the Sand Scorpion's puppet was destroyed by half. He started it again, and this time, he directly used 200 puppets, and this time, he also said just now, if you have the ability, you continue to use the wooden escape. However, I didn't expect that Hyuga Lanmo was too lazy to waste time with him. After duplication received the signal from the body, a burst appeared, huge amounts of in the dirt pit, as if the pot was exploded. Mu Dunfei exploded, and the puppet turned the sky. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo's another duplication went around behind Sand Scorpion and stabbed him in the chest with a single knife. The blood flowed out, and the Scorpion of Sand looked back in disbelief. Hyuga Lanmo was standing behind him, and he asked, "Are you Hyuga Lanmo?" The other party did not answer, but looked at the front and said, "Your grandma is waiting for you." After he finished speaking, he pulled out his knife, and the Sand Scorpion looked back. In the sound of the explosion, the old man had white hair and staggered, ran towards him. Sand Scorpion looked at her deeply. If it wasn't for his heart to be stabbed, they would still have a little more chance to get along, but now, no more, let alone his 300 puppets. At the moment, he even himself can't keep it anymore. Scorpion? The grandmother 1,000 generations came to him, reaching out to touch him, but didn't want Sand Scorpion to reveal the hidden weapon on her arm. The tip of the hidden weapon was glowing with a cold blue color. If she dared to take a step forward, he shoots poison. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations just looked at him like that, and stopped moving. The Sand Scorpion closed her eyes, and the heart regeneration nucleus stopped beating. Hyuga Blue ink duplication disappeared, and a voice came from the sky, "Mother-in-law, Gara will leave it to you." He was taken aback and shouted, "F***K, what do you want to do?" Advertisement. There was a gust of wind. After he was 50 miles away from the battlefield over there, he stopped. For some reason, he always felt something was wrong. The person who was misunderstood by the Sand Scorpion as Hyuga Lanmo really just let him go. NS. Hyuga Lanmo stood up, floated in the air, and said, "It's very simple, I want you to join my Nanmo ninja village." Could it be that I am not worthy of his opponent? Didera flicked a yellow ponytail, one eye widened, and then looked back. Sand Scorpion spends his entire life to treat his childhood. The early death of his parents makes him want to be with him. Therefore, in his cognition, only the things worth keeping for a long time are art and the existence that accompanies him throughout his life. The opponent is very troublesome, and he doesn't have to wait here anymore. The Scorpion is already dead, so he should go back and get his life back. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Chio remembered that Gaara was still in the cave. She turned and went down the canyon. The moment she jumped down, she looked back at the sand scorpion, and with a wave of her hand, two puppets, father and mother, appeared, running towards the scorpion of sand. Yes. Hyuga Lanmo returned to its original appearance, with long black hair fluttering in the wind, deep blue eyes as deep as the sea, and the whole handsome face was full of anger, which made Deidara even more angry. At the moment, he noticed that he was lying on the clay bird and looking down, and sure enough, the man was hanging upside down on the bird's abdomen. At the moment, he was staring at him with a pair of dark blue eyes. Sand Scorpion died. Deidara in the sky snorted coldly when he saw this scene. No, I will never join Nanmo. Thinking of this, he turned around, and the clay bird took him to fly north. Are you really Hyuga Lanmo? Sand Scorpion heard the sound and raised his head slightly. When he saw his father and mother, he closed his eyes again. They came over and hugged his body with their hands. At this moment, his world is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo had already rushed up. His eyes were in the state of reincarnation, and the black rod in his hand grew out, and it was inserted into his heart. Let me just say it. How can your art catch up with me? Only the beauty that explodes in an instant can be called art. After speaking, Deidara looked around and did not find Hyuga Lanmo's duplication. Tenko Chapter 339. The other party ducked, and the clay bird spread its wings and fled at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Daedala had already chewed out a clay flying dragon in the palm of his hand, and killed it towards Hyuga Lanmo. Clay Dragon opened his mouth wide enough to swallow 5 or 6 Hyuga Blue Mo, and Hyuga Blue Mo avoided, but the other party seemed to know that he would retreat, and the dragon's tail swiped the back Hyuga Blue Mo padded over, and the clay dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the person in front of him at once. In the next second, huge amounts of explosion sounded in Phylong's stomach, wave after wave, layer by layer, rumbling and deafening. Ha ha ha, I thought you were capable, but so. Deidara, who fled to the front, saw this scene and exclaimed happily. At the moment, a black rod penetrated his heart. He looked at his chest in horror and slowly turned around. Behind him, Hyuga Lanmo was standing behind him. I used duplication so many times before, have you forgotten? You. Deidara thought that he was going to die, and covered his heart with an uncomfortable face. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and grabbed his collar. He turned and landed on a clearing below. The other party wanted to use a clay bomb, but his magnetic escape directly tied his hands with him. There was no room for resistance. What do you want? Deidara shouted loudly. I tell you, I have more tricks. My D4 Garuda is useless. You let me go. We are fairer than. Wang. Before he finished screaming, a feeling of terror spread all over his body. It was a call from hell, and it was an extremely terrifying drowning. If the appearance of the outside golem regained his fearful perception, then at the moment, the fear transmitted to his whole body through the black stick in his heart is even more indescribable. Bloodshot crawled on his eyeballs, and he asked, what is that? Huge amounts of exist like monsters overwhelming the sky. Every tooth seems to be hideous, and those huge amounts of eyes seem to be able to snatch away the little bit of light from the bottom of a person's heart. Cold, no temperature, boundless, no direction. What art? What an explosion! Under that fear, he was like an ant. He avoided, as if he was afraid of being seen by those eyes. 10 tails. Hyuga Lanmo didn't conceal it, using the 10 tails to shock people's hearts is the most useful. Hearing this, Deidara looked shocked. Akatsuki tried so hard to plan for many years, only to get a chakra. Hyuga Lanmo has already synthesized 10 tails? He has heard that there are 9-tailed beasts on his body, but even if there are 9-tailed beasts and there are no outside golems, how can it be possible to synthesize 10 tails? Are you 10-tailed Julie? Deidara asked in horror. Advertisement. The man in front of him has long hair floating, his eyes seemingly smiling but not smiling, and he floats in the air like a divine residence. He did not answer, but asked again, can't you enter my Nanmo? If you don't, you will die now. He did what he said. The black stick on Deidara's heart was not only to control him, but also to kill. I promise you, originally, when he joined Akatsuki, he was forced by Itachi Uchiha. At the moment, he betrayed Akatsuki and entered Nanmo. It is not an exaggeration. The so-called capable ones are the top. If Shao can fight after Hyuga Lanmo, he was willing to turn again, but now it seems that the possibility is very low. Okay, count your acquaintances. Hyuga Lanmo laughed and stretched out her hand to release Cheng Meyer out of the different space. The woman fell on the ground and looked up at Deidara, and the other party was already dumbfounded. He did not expect that she would come. For a moment, he felt that his head was blank. Why are you here? Cheng Meyer fiddled with her hair and said, the Lord brought me here. When Deidara heard this, he turned to look at Hyuga Lanmo. He already flew into the sky and said, I'm waiting for you in Niran village. After speaking, he threw down a pass token, turned and disappeared. Deida stretched her hand to catch it, until after he was gone, she turned her head to look at Cheng Meyer. She was still wearing a princess dress, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes looked at him spiritually without speaking. He is such a twittering person, facing a porcelain doll like her, sometimes he can't help but thicken. Why? Don't you go with your male god? What do you mean by staying here? Don't you be afraid that I will bully you? When Cheng Meyer heard this, she still wanted to see his heart become cold at this moment, but Cheng Meyer was not a princess by nature. Although she was wearing a high level, her heart was very strong, and she retorted. Hurry up, take me back to Mo Ren village. There are still many things in my family. I have been delayed for a few days for you. Oh, do you talk to your male god the same way? Deidara asked, staring. How is it possible? That is my lord. It would be nice if I didn't kneel down and bow down. Advertisement. You. How? Go back by yourself. I won't go to Morin village. Speaking is nothing. What a man. After saying this, Chiang Mai turned and walked forward. After 2 steps, she looked to the left and right in the sky. Which way is south? Daedala laughed, grabbed her wrist as soon as he stretched out his hand, and said, You call me brother, and I will send you back to Nanmo. Originally, Chiang Mai wanted to fight him to the end, but thinking about the future of the two, her voice softened, and she asked, Brother, I can't find a place and don't have a token. Will you send me to Morin village? It's almost the same. In this way, Deidara found himself a step, and took refuge in Hyuga Lanmo on the pretext of escorting Chiang Mai to Murin village. The other 3 ninjas in Cheyenne village finally defeated their own copies, and then brought back the body of Gaara to Cheyenne village with the mother-in-law of Chiandai. In order to save him, the mother-in-law of Chiandai used the reincarnation technique and exchanged her life with her. Gaara's life. It can be regarded as making up for the fault of his grandson. The Akatsuki organization lost 2 generals, but it did not affect their progress. They are looking for the strength of the human column all over the world, and then quickly gather the power of the tail beast to start the infinite monthly reading. In Murin village, Deidara's joining is classified, except for Hyuga Blue Mo, Jin Shi, Wu Mang and Hong Yan. No one knows that Deidara, a member of Akatsuki's organization, has become a member of Nanmo Ninja Village. After Deidara entered the village, he also performed more secret missions. Definitely, he likes great work, and sometimes he does things impulsively regardless of the consequences. He is obviously asked to stabilize a small village, but in order to express himself, he blows up the entire village to death. Chapter 340. In order to regain his wildness, Hyuga Lanmo was also very ruthless, and whenever he did something wrong, he would make him punished. The torment of the soul, the torment of the ghost, the infinite terror of the black rod, killing 1 person, torturing for a day, killing 10 people, torturing for half a month, a village with more than 50 people, then he is not allowed to go out for a long time to perform tasks, all time is being tortured. Although he had never suffered this before, even in Yanyan village, Oyemu had never tortured him in this way. Even so, he did not say that he would leave Morin village because he had Chiang Mai by his side. Every time he is punished, Chiang Mai will accompany him in dungeon. No matter how uncomfortable he is, he can see the light and feel that there are people waiting for him in this world. Therefore, when he is released to perform the task again, he will consider a lot and pay attention to it. And Hyuga Lanmo does not allow him to kill, but just wants him to be more humane, not to be too impulsive in doing things. After all, Monin village is not a gangster. He doesn't want to leave it to the village after he leaves here and travels around the world. Some hidden dangers, and Deidara's temperament is a hidden danger of huge amounts of. Doing it for him is not letting him do whatever he wants. The uncontrollable goshawk can only become a scourge to the sheep, and he doesn't want to leave a scourge to Moren village. In the next few days, everything in the village was normal. Because of the actions of Xiao's organization, Jin Shi and Wu Mang had already raised the security level of Moren village and Nanmo city, and Lan Shangmen began to make various preparations. Judging from the locations of the 4 ninja world wars, the South Daxia Sea should not be the main battlefield, and the safety factor should still be quite good. However, the entire storyline of Naruto has been advanced by 2 years, but this has become the most terrible. Because the 2 protagonists, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, have not grown up, and if Akatsuki is moving quickly, who will stand alone in the 4 battles that will appear? Do you want him to go? Hyuga Lanmo thought of this, constantly shook his head. Thankless things, he really wouldn't do it. He didn't have the high level of Naruto Uzumaki's ideological awareness if it weren't for the Wu Yuha and the people in southern Mexico to treat him too well. If that is the case, he doesn't even want to do Ink Shadow. Even 2 years ago, he had already started planning and was about to leave Morin village. Otherwise, how could he train those ninjas eagerly every day? He didn't hope that after he left, they would have the ability to protect themselves. However, if they really didn't grow up, what if there were 4 wars? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo stood up, and Jin Shi on one side saw this scene and asked, "My lord, what's the matter with you? I have something to leave the village for a few days." With that said, he took off the ink shadow cloak on his body and walked away thinking about it. Leaving the village to duplication in Jinshi, when Hyuga Imoku reappeared, he had already come to the northern part of the country of fire, Taki no Kuni, with dense forests. Although Hyuga Amumi visited Takainen village when he was a child, he was also in the southern part of Taki no Kuni and Taki no. The head of Ninja Village can meet each other, but where is the location of Taki Ninja Village? He really didn't know. Even if he understands the story of Hokage, he only knows that the village is hidden behind a huge amounts of waterfall. This Taki no Kuni has a special landform and beautiful scenery. Along the way, he has seen no less than 6 large waterfalls, but none of them. This is where Takainen village is located. Hyuga blue ink floats in the air, with the perception technique open to the fullest extent, and a pair of eyes also show a state of reincarnation. There is no dead angle at 360 degrees, and you can look around. If he remembers well, Akatsuki's organization corner is Takainen village's rebels. Now that Akatsuki has started collecting tail beasts, Fu's danger level will increase. After all, Kakado has a hatred of Takainen village, coupled with his understanding of Takainen village, and there are no super ninjas in Takainen village, then the probability of his success in catching Naneo is 100%. At Monin village before, Hyuga Lanmo also suddenly thought of this, and then suddenly rushed over, hoping that everything was in time. Akatsuki plans ahead of schedule, and some plots have changed. Hyuga Lanmo walked between the mountains and forests, and encountered villagers exploring Takainen village. They didn't know that it would only waste time if it went on like this. Thinking of this, he decided to do something big, and the rest took the initiative to attack and couldn't find the direction, so he might as well wait for the opponent to appear. And his method might still be able to hold the people of Akatsuki's organization. Advertisement standing on the high mountain. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the waterfall below the rushing stream and the beautiful scenery everywhere, and began to say, "If you want to do it, make it bigger." After that, he made seals with one hand, using the shadow duplication technique, and 100 of himself appeared around him. All duplications received the meaning of the body, and all used the transformation technique. Some became children, some became old people, and some became ninjas with Takainen village guards. And Hyuga Lanmo recalled the appearance of Shibuki, the current head of Takainen village, and then became him himself, and then used the second-generation Dokage's splitting technique to divide the main body into two, one of which became his seven-tailed pillar, Live. Why doesn't Fu use wooden duplication or shadow duplication? The reason is simple. Although duplication has ninjutsu and combat abilities, it does not have the ability to think independently, and it does not have its own personality. Even if it can deliberately perform and show a person's personality, it will not last long. Besides, the people of Akatsuki's organization are here to catch Fu. While they can't show off, Fu's ability can't be too low. 100 shadow duplication can divide a part of the chakra of the owner. Even then, it has to be divided into 100. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki's technique of multiple shadow duplication, even if some people know the method of forming seals and extracting chakras, why they can't use them? The reason lies in the chakras. Similarly, Hyuga Lanmo's shadow duplication is absolutely incapable of playing the role of Nanao Renjuli, Fu. After all, she needs to face the people of Akatsuki's organization. And the splitting technique of the second-generation Earth Shadow can be divided into half of the chakra of the owner, and this duplication technique is not a wooden duplication or shadow duplication, but a human body duplication, which can naturally maintain your character for a long time, and being able to think independently, coupled with the Shaoqi assigned to her by Hyuga Lanmo, which is the 7 tails in Hyuga Lanmo's body, then she can definitely be fake. Seeing that the other half of the splitting technique became Fu, Hyuga Lanmo laughed loudly, and when he looked at everyone in front of him, he felt his eyes lit up. These people, under the order of the master, some began to dig the cave behind the waterfall to build Takainen village, and some went to nearby areas to find out the situation. Some guarded the Hyuga Lanmo who had transformed into a wabwood, like a guard. "I have built another ninja village, haven't you?" Hyuga Lanmo looked at the surrounding scenery with a dazzling expression on his face. Chapter 341 Punish the evil and promote the good. Seeing this scene, the duplication didn't say anything. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. "Sure enough, I am still chatting with myself, lonely and cold." After speaking, he stretched his waist, turned around, fell on an ancient tree by the waterfall, and fell asleep on the branches of the tree. And this fake Fu has already taken the order and went out to make trouble. Only by acting high profile can she attract the attention of the Shao organization, so that the real Fu can be safe. The fake Fu flickered with 4 small wings flying above the mountains and forests, and the other 100 turned into various shadow duplications. Some of them performed investigation tasks, hoping to find the real Taki Shinobu village in the fastest speed, and the other part. Advertising is based on the requirements of the ontology. "Hello, we are the ninjas of Takainen village. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. As long as you have served the commission, we will try our best to help." The Takainen village ninja turned into a Hyuga blue ink shadow duplication came to a village. Seeing a few villagers taking the shade under the big tree, they stepped forward and asked. The people in the village looked at him differently. After all, for so many years, Takainen village has always been mysterious. If it weren't for high-ranking officials and princes, who could invite them? Why are there still people who will take the initiative to pull business? Is it really helpful for anything as long as you give money? "Definitely, as long as we don't violate the law and morality, we will accept it," the other party said. The old Wang's family in the village gave birth to 3 sons. They didn't learn or know how to become a rogue. "Can you help clean up?" someone asked. When the other villagers heard this, they nodded constantly. "Yes, those 3 bastards are simply not humans. The 2 acres of soybeans in my house in the mountains were stolen by them before they confiscated the autumn. I went to find them. In theory, they said that they planted it by themselves, and then they beat me up. In this village, who doesn't know, these 3 people are not good people. Not only did they make their old man angry, but they didn't cultivate the land at all. Where did they come from? The field. It's really deceiving. Isn't it? I have a few chickens in my house, but they stole them to eat. I often bully people in the village. Under the big tree, everyone was very angry when you said every word." Advertisement duplication asked, "Then you don't have a meridian?" Nobody cares about this. The village chief has also united with everyone to find their theory, but as soon as the 3 heard that the crowd had gone to his house, they picked up the stick and beat us out. You know, they have learned from the ninja. For physical exercises, we once sent someone to ask someone from Takainen village to help, but unfortunately we don't even know where Takainen village is. In addition, we have little money, therefore, we have been tolerant until now. If you are willing to help, clean them up and let them change their past, we will definitely thank you very much." Yep, good. Duplication has reported the situation here to the owner through the invisible eye of reincarnation. Sleeping Hyuga Lanmo directly asked him what to do. Duplication got excited, met with the village head, and after understanding the whole thing, signed an agreement, took the deposit, and led many villagers to the three. In the home of the ruffian. In the yard, the three brothers were drinking and eating meat, while their mother was as thin as wood, dressed in tattered clothes, and tremblingly serving them dishes. Smelly old lady, move faster, are you going to die? I tell you, if you die, we will throw you on the mountain and feed the beast on the mountain. If you don't want to die without the whole body, just hurry up and be quick. When the old lady heard this, she shed tears and muttered in a low voice, can't I just ask you to bury me? I didn't ask for a coffin or ask you to burn paper for me. Just bury me, can't it work? When her wife died last year, she wanted to use her last strength to build a mountain grave for her, but she did not expect that these three unfilial things would not let her go out of the house, and then dragged the old man's body and threw it on the mountain. Even the people in the village don't know. It wasn't until later that this incident was stabbed out, but what can be done when others know about it? These three things take pleasure in bullying the weak, stealing and stealing all day, and they can fight. What they bullied has nowhere to survive. The old lady constantly shook her head, this is my retribution, educating such three conscientious things. In fact, the old lady and the old man are very strict with these three children, but when they were teenagers, they had gone out to find a ninja to learn some skills, but they didn't want to be ruined by that ninja. Relying on his own physical skills, after returning to the village, he began not to take the right path. Not only did he harm his family, but the village that disturbed him was not peaceful. Duplication brought everyone to come, with the forehead of Takainen village on his forehead, and walked in front of everyone, especially conspicuous. Advertisement, hey, are you the third beasts in this village? Duplication called directly. When the other party heard this, he turned his head and looked at the person coming. He turned around and picked up the pickaxe and sickle standing on the side, and shouted, what are you talking about? Okay, you buns, you found the Takainen near a ninja to fight us. Today our third elder brother will let you know that whoever has the final say in this small village, I will let you die. With that, the three rushed up. When the other villagers saw this scene, they turned around and avoided, only Duplication was still standing there with a serious face. After that, I heard a few screams, and looked again. The three of them had been beaten up with bruises and swollen faces, their mouths crooked and their faces slanted. Everyone, do you want their lives? As long as you add money, I will help you get rid of this kind of rascal. Duplication looked back at the village chief and the villagers and asked. Everyone fell into silence. Ninjas are ninjas, many times stronger than their ordinary people. After just a few strokes, I cleaned up the third brother. Kill them. Who told them to steal my soybeans? Killing them, keeping them can only be a scourge. All of a sudden, everyone screamed and shouted, all of them wanted the lives of three people. The three of them trembled with fright, trembling and begging for mercy continuously. I beg you, I will never do this again, anyway, as long as we leave our lives, we are willing to be bulls and horses. It's impossible for our village to keep them anyway, or die, or go away. The village chief also looked serious. At the moment, even standing in the yard, the mother of the three did not ask for sympathy, the garbage among the people, whoever sees and hates them. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The three were thinking about running away, but the ninja in front of them was too powerful. They couldn't beat them and didn't dare to act casually. If the villagers let them go, they would immediately go. After the ninja leaves, they will find them to settle accounts. When the time comes, what does it mean that the strong dragon can hardly crush the ground snake? Chapter 342. Thinking of this, the three of them tried to escape, but they were caught by Hyuga Blue Mo's shadow Duplication, and said, the village chief, please follow me to Takainen village and pay the balance. These three personally, I want to take it away and parade on the streets. This kind of thing, naturally, the bigger the better, only then can the real Takainen village people be drawn out. Okay. The village head agreed. He also happened to know where Takainen village is. If there is something to do in the village in the future, he can find Takainen village and entrust them to help. In this way, Duplication, who turned into a ninja from Takainen village, tied the three of them, pulling and pulling along the way, towards the direction of Takainen village. These three brothers are also super capable of making trouble, yelling, crying, really attracted a lot of people to follow onlookers, plus the village chief and several representatives of the village to follow. This on the road, it was really lively. Here, one Duplication has achieved this effect, so what can be done with other duplications? Some help catch thieves, some help reclaim the fields, and some just don't stop doing it and print flyers to publicize Takainen village. Suddenly, the fake Takainen village newly founded by Hyuga Lanmo became famous in Taki no Kuni, and many people came here admiringly. Hyuga Lanmo was also very happy. He turned into Shemu, took people to visit the village, collected money from others for missions, and visited senior officials of the city lord in several nearby cities. Even so, his Takainen village did not attract real Takainen village secrets or ninjas. How is this going? Does Shemu really don't care if his village is replaced by an imposter? Just when Hyuga Lanmo was strange, he received a strange letter from the lord of Mizushima Castle, inviting him to visit Mizushima Castle. It's been 10 days since Hyuga Amura came to Taki's country. During this period, he used a different space to move back to Suman village once, and he also received a message from Uchiha Itachi, saying that Akatsuki didn't catch Nanao Jinjuli, so within these 10 days, at least Genfu is safe. However, how long this kind of security can last is unknown. Hyuga Lanmo, who turned into a waiting wood, came to the city of Water Island. The Lord Bai Bei personally received him, and walked all the way to the city lord's mansion. The gate of the mansion opened wide, and it was quiet inside. Bai Bei's face was tense, he twisted his smile and stretched out his hand. Be a guest, please, please inside, you are welcome. Advertisement. The Hyuga Blue ink mirror image perception opened, and at least 10 ninjas were ambushing around, and they finally took action. They are trying to capture the thieves and the king, no wonder they didn't act before. Ha ha ha, well, I've waited long enough for this day. Thank you, City Lord Bebe, for the hospitality. Thank you so much. Hyuga Lanmo walked inward with a smile on his face, but by Bei staying outside the mansion gate, his face was crying without tears. This is his home. Had it not been for Shibuki, the head of the village of Takinomiya and Takinomiya, to write to him in person, he wouldn't care about this nosy. Now that his mansion is used as a battlefield, I don't know how much damage it will cause him. I hope that Taki Shinobu and others can take down this fake Shiki in one fell swoop, and he can also make a contribution in front of Taki no Kuni Daimyo. Take some more benefits. Hyuga Lanmo strode towards the courtyard, surrounded by coldness and power, and a gust of wind hovered in the courtyard. At the moment, 10 people rushed out from 10 positions. They took Taki Shinobu's forehead, each holding a chain in their hands, and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Bold thief, dare to impersonate me, Taki Ninja Village Chief, get caught quickly. The other party yelled. 5 of them shot the chain out, and the remaining 5 cooperated to catch it. One tried to firmly lock Hyuga Lanmo in the middle of the chain, but he didn't want him to turn around and escape in the chain, sat on the roof of the house on one side, and said with a smile. Unexpectedly, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years. The ability of Takainen Village has improved. Indeed, 12 years ago, when he was 7 or 8 years old, Takainen Village didn't even have a handful of Shangmen, and now he can practice chain formation. When the 10 people heard this, they rushed up again, and the chain Lingling shook coldly, shaking it up and down, and grabbed him again. Hyuga Blue Mo jumped up and down, his fingers turned back, and he grabbed the 3 chains in one hand, and then he moved quickly like a phantom. Above the roof, only a black shadow was seen flying up and down, but no real person was there. The 10 ninjas were shocked, and someone shouted, hurry up and loosen the chains. Others heard that they let go of their fingers, but they didn't want the chain to lock them up, not only their wrists, but also their bodies could not move. Of the 10 people, 5 were captured, and the other 5 came to the rescue, but before they could see the opponent's movements clearly, they had fallen into the chain formation. Advertisement in their eyes, there are overwhelmingly, everywhere, there are chains of Wall Lingling, they want to escape, but they are surrounded by airtight. Obviously they only used 5 chains, and now it is because the opponent's speed is so fast that their eyes can't tell. Are the countless chains in front of them real or phantoms? Puff coldly. Soon, the other 5 people were also locked up. In less than 20 seconds, all 10 people were captured, and the courtyard became quiet. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the crowds in front of him and asked, where's your nest? All 10 people were hard-mouthed, one by one gritted their teeth, and no one would speak. At the moment, a burst of cold air blew nearby, and a heavy murderous aura filled it, as if flooding the entire yard. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly and turned to look. On the roof where he had stayed just now, 2 people appeared. They were dressed in black, with red clouds on their clothes, one with gray hair and a big back. With a reckless smile, he carried the bloody march sickle on his back. The other pair of green eyes, mouth and nose covered, the whole body of slaughter. The 2 were the Fei Duan and Zhao Du of Akatsuki's Undead duo. Before, Hyuga Lanmo received news from the fake Fu, saying that she had attracted people here, but he didn't expect them to come so fast. The cold wind blows, the fallen leaves are visible, and the scene is quiet as if a life case will happen at any time. 10 people looked at the 2 people on the roof in surprise, but the eyes of those 2 people fell on Hyuga Lanmo, who had turned into a waiting wood. Originally, the 2 were planning to go to Takainen Village, but halfway through, they heard a lot of news about Takainen Village, and the location of that Takainen Village was not the location of the original Takainen Village known to Kakato? Did Takainen Village change place? Don't you flinch, avoid seeing people? Chapter 343. The Undead Duo. With this suspicion, the Undead Duo went to the fake Takainen Village where Hyuga Lanmo was, and they discovered the news of Nanao Renjuli. After chasing after him, Nanao Renjuli brought the 2 here. Have you played with your own family? Feiduan asked with a smile on his face, looking at the 10 people who were bound by chains below. The corners looked all around, and followed Nanao Renjuli all the way. When she arrived at Mizushima City, she was nowhere to be seen. Is the man below the head of Takainen Village? After arresting him, are you still worried about her refusing to show up? According to the Naruto story, when the real Fu was arrested, it was because he was too careless and clamoring to be friends with Zhao Du. The result was unexpectedly arrested by the other party. You can imagine afterwards. And now, those things have not happened. After all, the whole plot has been advanced, and the participation of Hyuga Lanmo also changed a lot of things. In addition, his flesh duplication turned into a fake Fu, also completely interrupted. The normal search of the Undead Duo. Catch him, here. Fei Duan is still laughing at the 2 gangs below, and the next second, the horns have already rushed up. Seeing this scene, Fei Duan suddenly sat on the roof, and the corners went out in person to take down the village chief of a small ninja village, not to mention it. The horns rushed up, and his speed was very fast. When he was still more than 10 years away from Hyuga Lanmo, suddenly one of his hands had been mutated, stretched out, and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's neck. The 10 trapped people opened their mouths in surprise when they saw this scene. The Bai Bei who was hiding in the door watching the battle was even more surprised. What was that? How can a person's hand stretch so long? Also, what is the black thing connecting his wrist and arm? It's like a strip of black bugs. This is Zhao Du's tentacle punch, and the grievances on this arm are just the tip of his iceberg. On the surface, Scorpion is a perverted existence, while Kakato and Hidan are not. On the outside, both of them look like normal ninjas, but if they fight, it is a physical transformation, a mental metamorphosis. The long fingers stretched out and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's neck. He leaned back and avoided. The lower corners were already in place. The other hand stretched out and grabbed it toward his heart. Hyuga Lanmo turned over in the air, and one stood up and landed on the big tree in the yard. Advertisement? Oh, did you see it? He can spin in the air without any power? How is it possible? This kind of thing does not conform to the principle. The Tentakinamura ninjas trapped in chains are scrambling to see the battle between the two, but everyone faces a different position, so they naturally see it. The angle is also different. Huo Dun, work hard. Zhao Du started Huo Dun. If he had just looked at this, Wamu, and positioned him as a low-level enemy, then after the opponent avoided his first attack, his level has also risen by one section. Huge amounts of flames sprayed out. Hyuga Lanmo used water escape to contend with it. Water and fire were incompatible, squeaking. The next second, before Huo Dun had disappeared, the Lei Dun in Zhao Du had already rushed over. Hyuga Lanmo used water Dun. If he didn't recover quickly, Lei Dun would continue to strengthen when he encountered Shu Dun, and eventually he would be injured. Only him. Although the Thunder Dun of at the moment has not been the strongest yet, the opponent is a super ninja who has lived for more than 90 years. Whether in ninjutsu or combat experience, he is better than many ninjas, several times. At least at this moment, Hyuga Lanmo felt that he was stronger than Sand Scorpion's ability. With regard to this combat plan and tactics, he is definitely a master of one by one. Hello, old man, why don't you follow me and be a ninja in my ninja village? I promise you will have no worries about 3 meals, a family and a career, and you can spend your old age in peace. Although Hyuga Lanmo is not particularly optimistic about Kato, however, he was conquered by his fighting tactics. Because his water escape has just been eliminated, Lei Dun has already rushed toward his face, because Lei Dun appeared from the front and above, and there is a big tree behind him to stand alone. If he wants to fight, one is to use magnetic escape to protect him, the second is to use soil to escape. He used too much magnetic escape, and he doesn't need to use magnetic escape today. Then it is the earth escape. After saying this, he turned around and landed on the ground, dived into the ground, and the thunder fell, and the ground made bursts of noises, but did not hit the target. His eyes rolled wildly, and with force, a soil escape spear appeared in his hand, which was inserted towards the bottom. Although he does not have perception skills, he is extremely clever, coupled with years of combat experience. From the slight shaking of the ground under his feet, he can know where the opponent is walking underground. Advertisement: a soil escape spear was inserted, and the ground loosened for a while, and then Hyuga Lanmo cursed. ***, the tiger doesn't show its might. Do you treat me as a sick cat? With that, he turned around and disappeared. This is the dust-free fascination of the second generation of Earth Shadow, able to hide himself. Fight with me, you have no chance of winning. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and kicked it a few times. The horns were all kicked out, shaking his body to stand firm, staring around, all vigilant. On the roof, Hyuden saw this scene, stood up, and walked in the ninja for such a long time. It was the first time that he saw someone hiding in the air, and there was Uchiha Madara, also known as Uchiha Belt. Earth. His transfer from another space can also make him disappear immediately, and then reappear. Unexpectedly, now there is another one who can still be invisible in the air. Feng Dun. Crush. Zhao didn't want to sit still, his hands were printed, huge amounts of Feng Dun hung around. Above the house, the roof tiles flew up and the trees shook. Here, Zhao Du's body was swollen, and his swollen body appeared under the sun after he broke all his clothes suddenly. What kind of body is that? All the limbs are sewn with black thread, and the skin on the back is also piece by piece, like a puppet sewn together by patches. And after his body swelled, those fleshy patches flew away, pulled by those black threads, and a group of black blood vessels inside were wandering. On the skin, the 4 masks were angered, and now he is like a strange creature. This is the secret technique used in Takainen village, and its grievances. With the impact of flying sand and rocks, Zhao Du's hands rushed up and slammed towards Hyuga Blue Mo. Obviously he has used the dust-free maze, but Zhao Du can judge his position through the changes in the shape of the wind and the resistance brought by the object. It's really a strong hand. He is even stronger than Hyuga Lanmo met more than 10 years ago. Chapter 344. Zhao Du's hands rushed up, and one of the arms was wearing a mask. When he saw the invisible him, he began to bombard him with thunder escape, false darkness. The entire Mizushima city was trembling with the fierce thunder escape, and all nearby houses were destroyed. If it weren't for the 10 ninjas who saw that something was wrong, they fled to a corner of the place and hid. I'm afraid they would have been bombed by the pseudo-dark at this moment. Smashed. That Lei Dun is like Lan Dun, with powerful lightning cutting everything that ninjutsu encounters, trees, rockeries, land, and houses. Among them, the main thing is to hunt down the Hyuga blue ink hidden in the air. Because the wind is still going on, Zhao Du can find his invisibility through the resistance of the wind. Lan Dun, Guangfeng. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo, who had turned into a waiting wood, appeared, and a palm fell on the mask on that arm. All corners were surprised when they saw this scene. What's going on? According to Feng Dun's changes, just now his Lei Dun pseudo-secret had already killed the opponent. The huge amounts of wind continued, and the entire yard was flying sand and rocks, but the mask on that arm had been shattered, and Thunder Dun disappeared. It turns out that the resistance that Feng Dun felt just now was fake. Because Hyuga Lanmo also uses a single nature of Wind Dun to block one of the Wind Dun, he is invisible, so the corner does not see his seal, so he does not know that Feng Dun is against Wind Dun. A wrong judgment was produced. There are so-called people outside, there are heaven outside the world, and there are strong mid-hands in the strong. He thinks that he has the first combat experience. Even if the opponent is invisible, he can quickly find out where the invisibility is. However, he didn't expect that the opponent is also very smart. This guy knows my weakness, Jiaodu muttered to himself. He looked at Shibumu in front of him, wondering in his heart, when was the head of Takainen village so good? This is not the effect that Hero's Water can achieve. Can you do it? The flying section on one side felt that he had been delayed long enough. In the past, it didn't take him so long to kill an opponent. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't, just come over and help. If you don't, shut your mouth. Jiaodu was over 90 years old, and he is not a young man who breathes, so he was urged to implement a brutal plan with a few words. Advertisement: one more helper might end the battle sooner. When Fei Duan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up and laughed. Just wait for your words. As he said, he flicked his fingers and waved his March sickle to join the battle. Hyuga Lanmo stood in the courtyard. The houses and courtyard walls in the courtyard were all destroyed. However, Bai Bei, the Lord of Water Island City, had already escaped. He wanted to report the incident to Shemu and tell him what happened here. And at the moment Shemu is 10 kilometers away, waiting for the 10 ninjas of Takainen village to win a big victory, and go back to report victory to him. However, there have been 3 news from the Anbu in front, one time more scary. For example, all 10 ninjas failed and were hijacked by the other party. For example, 2 strange people suddenly appeared to fight each other, destroy and so on. Although Shibumu was born timid, he did not even know ninjutsu when he was a child, but after so many years of hard work, he has changed a lot. At the moment, he doesn't know what the fake head of Takainen village wants to do. Why did he pretend to be himself, and why did he create a fake Takainen village? Just when he should hesitation to see the situation in Mizushima Castle, the Lord Bai Bei found him. Bai Bei was in her 50s, and cried out with tears and tears. If you don't do anything again, the Mizushima city of Japan is over. You don't know how powerful those 2 people are. A gust of wind blows and my yard is completely destroyed. A thunder is emitted. The maple trees that have grown in my house for more than 30 years are cut off by him. Now they are about to destroy the entire city. As the ninjas of Taki no Kuni, don't you just look at it like this? If you didn't listen to your opinion, how could I lead him to my house? This matter, you must be responsible. Bai Bei cried, made troubles and hanged 3 times. Although Shemu was indecisive, he couldn't hold back his plea. Lead 30 ninjas around to Mizushima Castle. At the moment, there was chaos in the city lord's mansion of Mizushima City. Zhao Du used ground grievances to conduct long-range attacks, while Fei Duan waved his bloody march sickle up and down his hands for close attacks. Hyuga Lanmo avoided the cooperation of the 2, turned around and disappeared. The horns used water escape. Invisibility magic was in the water escape. Chakra must be used to keep the body dry. The action of Hyuga Lanmo was once again matched by the horns. Flying segment found. Fei Duan laughed and threw his palm out, and the sickle of March, like a flying knife, slashed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement on the other side. 10 people who were tied up in chains saw this scene, and their hearts raised their throats. Is this a fight of the gods? Is it really scary? Seeing that the sickle was about to be nailed to him, suddenly he disappeared. This is not a dust-free obsession, because the March sickle has a wide range of assassinations, and there is water on the ground. If he uses invisibility magic, the accumulated water will react with water waves, and a wide range of March sickles is impossible. No gain. The scene suddenly became quiet, just when everyone is wondering, where did they go? Suddenly a mask behind Zhao Du was shattered by Kawuwu. The heart of using the water escape ninjutsu disappeared, and Cao Du turned his head back in anger, and it was the fire escape, but unexpectedly, the other party had already caught his ground grievances, and the corners were delighted. The grimace black tentacles pointed towards Hyuga Lanmo's arms. Entangled in the past, and instantly changed into his body. The picture is really disgusting, just like countless bugs burrowing into the body. The 10 trapped ninjas on the other side saw this scene, and someone vomited. Is that person a human? Indeed, at the moment is a monster. The black blood vessels expand him like a swollen strange creature. The black tentacles poked into Hyuga Lanmo's body, and a stream of blood emerged from the entrance of his body. He didn't stop doing 2 things, one force, the other palm rushed out, countless black tentacles spread between his palms and arms, looking extremely sick. The palm of his hand is fast, and he digs into the chest of the man opposite. He wants his heart. But there is no heart in it at all. Boom. The Hyuga Lanmo in front of him turned into a piece of wood, and it was still a piece of wood that was riddled with holes and was smashed to pieces. It was a masterpiece of his grievances. How is it possible? I clearly saw the blood. Suddenly, Zhao understood that it was not the blood of Mu duplication at all, but the blood in his own black blood vessels. But why did he not feel it? Chapter 345. Thinking of this, an expression of horror appeared in his eyes, and all the black tentacles returned to his body. He looked down at the black blood vessels in the fight, and instantly understood, that person used poison for me. Yes, that young man was not only a duplication of wood, but also poisoned his tentacles. At the moment, the horns all over his body were itching. He looked around and shouted, "There's a seed coming out." How about coming out? On the wall in the distance, Hyuga Lanmo turned into a waiting wood with a cold face. At the moment, Zhao only felt itching on his back, and then, with 2 puffs, all the 2 masks behind him were destroyed, which was a destruction from the inside to the outside. It was a germ, it was a poison, it was something he couldn't do and couldn't resist. You, who are you? Zhao Du asked with a look of surprise. I'm wondering, when you can't fight, can you change a line? Why do you always have this sentence? Am I standing here plainly? I am the head of Takainen village, and so is Lord Shibuki. Hyuga Lanmo replied loudly. No, he is not. Suddenly, at the broken gate, Shibumu appeared with a dozen ninjas and retorted loudly. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he really wanted to call him a fool. At the moment, Zhao seemed to understand suddenly. He said, flying, we are fooled, let's go. After speaking, the 2 turned around and disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo turned around to chase after him, but was cried out by Shibuki behind him. You stop me, why are you pretending to be me? Really, recruit? I'll call on your grandma. Hyuga Lanmo turned and chased after him. In the vast twilight, where are the 2 of them? Back at the city lord's mansion, Hyuga Lanmo put a punch on Shibumu's face, and the protection ninjas on both sides did not see how he made his hand, and his village chief was beaten. Aren't you stupid? Are you lacking in your brain? Do you know who those people are? You popped up suddenly. Is this time over? How to guard against them in the future? Hyuga Lanmo was planning to meet the immortal too. The team killed them, but Shemu appeared suddenly and broke the whole thing. Advertisement also, he didn't expect that the undead duo would appear in Mizushima City. Originally, he had arranged everything, but he did not expect that by such a coincidence, Shemu appeared in Water Island City with the undead duo. Who are you? Why do you beat me? Shibumu cried, and the ninjas on both sides gathered around him, one by one with swords drawn around Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo beckoned, and 100 shadow duplications appeared on both sides, surrounding them. You care who I am, take me to see Fu. It's impossible. Shemu is quite a man. Hyuga Lanmo perfected him, and with a beckon, 100 shadow duplication rushed up, and the city lord's mansion was in chaos again. Not long afterwards, all of the 20-something ninjas led by Shibumu were arrested. There were at most 2 upper ninjas, and the rest were either middle ninjas or lower ninjas. This was already the main force of Takainen village. Hyuga Lanmo took 2 steps forward, pulled out kunai, aimed at Shibumu's neck, and said, I'll give you another chance. Where's Fu? The fake Fu is nearby, so now he has to find the real Fu. Otherwise, if the undead duo finds her earlier than himself, then he won't be here for nothing this time, and half a month's time has been wasted for nothing. I won't tell you. I won't tell you when I die. Shemu was awe-inspiring, and his childhood appearance disappeared. Can't help it, Hyuga Lanmo laughed. It's a bit masculine, not like when I was a child, so cowardly crying. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Shemu's head. Shemu appeared uncomfortable. The ninjas on both sides saw this scene and shouted. Let go of our village chief, let go of him. The mind sublimation has sneaked into his mind, and all his hidden secrets are reflected in Hyuga Lanmo's mind, even their heroic water. After understanding everything, he snapped his fingers and said, remove all. In the scene, more than 100 shadow duplications that turned into various ninja appearances all disappeared. Advertisement in the scene, only Hyuga Lanmo was left, even the fake Fu was gone, and Naneo returned to his body. Fake Fu's mission has been completed, at least she succeeded in bringing Zhao Du and Fei Duan here, which wasted their time, and Hyuga Lanmo severely injured Zhao Du. If he wants to remove the toxins in the blood, he needs to change at least. Drop the blood soldiers all over and find the heart again, and all this takes time. As for the flying section, he may act alone, but at the moment, Hyuga Lanmo should be faster than him, because he already knows where Fu is through his heart. All the way to Takainen village, Hyuga Lanmo directly activated the power of the tail beast to summon Fu. Not long after, the coolly dressed 7-tailed man Zhu Laifu appeared in front of Hyuga Lanmo, with a pretty face and looked behind him. The people of Shibuki and Takainen villages turned to Hyuga Lanmo and asked, Who are you? I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, don't you know each other? After a word, the other party's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. He said, I was a little skeptical before, but now I am sure that you are as handsome as you were when you were a kid, but when you were a kid, didn't you see your eyes? Why is it all right now? As soon as Hyuga Lanmo was about to answer, she felt warm in her arms. Fu had already hugged him. Hyuga Lanmo, I miss you so much. Seeing this scene, Shibumu looked surprised. He was Hyuga Lanmo? Although he hadn't seen him in these years, he had always heard about him, and he didn't expect that he would come to find Fu. Follow me to Mo Ren village. Now the Akatsuki organization has planned to catch the tail beast. I am afraid that you are in danger, so I came here to take you away. As soon as this remark came out, Shibumu frowned, and the others surrounded him, because Naneo Renjuli was the highest weapon in Takainen village, and if taken away, it would be the biggest challenge to them. Okay, here, Shemu and others are about to fight, and Fu over there has already agreed. The people in Takainen village couldn't beat Hyuga Amo, so they were willing to use a dialogue to understand the whole thing. Hyuga Lanmo told Shibuki about the affairs of Akatsuki's organization, and explained the importance and danger of this matter. After explaining it again, the other party weighed the pros and cons before agreeing to let him take Fu. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Fu has been living in Suman village for 3 months. During this period, Uchiha Itachi constantly received various news from Akatsuki's organization. 2-tailed person Julie was arrested, 3-tailed was recovered, 4-tailed and 5 the tail has become Akatsuki's bag. Among the 6 major ninja villages, except for Morin village, which is relatively quiet, the other villages are panicking. Chapter 346 Uchiha appears with soiled pain went out in person, and the 6-tailed Liu fell into the hands of Akatsuki. Next is Fu, and she, because she didn't know the outside world, she lived happily in Morin village and made a lot of friends, but occasionally quarreled with Wuxinling, because in her heart, Hyuga Lanmo is her boyfriend, and the two of them refuse to give in to each other, so naturally they are more jealous. However, one has ability, one has power, and no one can do anything about it, and it didn't cause any major disturbances. On this day, Hyuga Lanmo went to Nanmo City and held an emergency meeting with Wu Yuha and others. Now they have told Wu Yuha and the elders of Nanmo country about the development of the entire ninja world. They must help the future prepare for what happens in advance to protect your country and people. Wu Yuha has notified commercial outlets throughout the ninja world to buy food, daily necessities and other materials, and Hyuga Lanmo has also notified the East Secret Island to speed up the production of human knives and cutting tools. Although in the original plot, the 4 directions in the north were the main battlefields of the Fourth World War, the appearance of Hyuga Lanmo has disrupted the development of the original plot, plus the establishment of the 6th largest ninja village. In some respects, in other words, they have become the enemy of Akatsuki's organization, so if the 4 battles are started, Highway and Baiju and others will definitely find a way to stop them. In addition, in a cave on an island in the South Daxia Sea, someone found the figure of Baiju's army, which made Hyuga Lanmo feel that Nanmo, which is located in the south, would also be involved in the Fourth World War. So just in case, they must plan ahead and plan ahead. This meeting will take a long time. Here Hyuga Lanmo meets in Nanmo Castle. In Morin village over there, he left duplication to handle official duties. In the evening, Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the village, walking indifferently on the street. Originally, the people and ninjas in the village would call roar every time they saw him, but this time, they were infected by the strange aura of indifference on him from a distance, and they avoided him one by one. Along the way, he didn't speak, but looked at the whole village and continued to move forward. Baiju said that Hyuga Lanmo's residence was at the highest point of the village, and Nanao Renjuli lived next to him. Uchiha sneered in his heart, looked around. Hyuga Lanmo never dreamed that he would appear here, right? In order to be able to transform into him and enter the village, Uchiha took the soil to do a lot of investigations, such as the village's security measures and Nanao Fu's relationship with him, and when Hyuga Imoku was not in the village. Finally, today he got a chance. Advertisement he came here for only one reason, to capture the 7-tailed man Zhu Li. Thinking of this, Uchiha, who transformed into Hyuga Blue Mo, took the soil and moved on. Master Ink Shadow, are you back from a meeting? Are we waiting for you? Are you still going to the back mountain for training? Suddenly, a ninja appeared, stopped Uchiha's belt soil, and asked. Every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it is the time for Hyuga Lanmo to compete with Jongren. Even if he is not in the village, duplication will perform this work. Uchiha took the soil and glanced at the ninja in front of him, with a strange expression in his eyes, and said, go away. As he said, one of his eyes had turned blood red, and using the illusion of writing round eyes, the ninja on the opposite side was shocked, was hit by the illusion, and turned and left. Uchiha took the soil and took a deep breath. He looked around. He walked around and came to the house of Hyuga Lanmo. He looked at the house of Anfu, knocked on the door, and waited for the people inside to answer. A woman's voice came from behind. Hyuga Lanmo, didn't you go to a meeting? You are not a duplication? In order to distinguish the wood duplication from the body, Hyuga Lanmo's wood duplication has long-term black clothes, while the body is a dark blue gown. The people in the village can distinguish them from the clothing. The one in front of him is dressed in dark blue. Uchiha turned his head to look at the beautiful woman in front of him, with his fists clenched and frowned slightly. Why are you looking for Fu? Could it be you? During the recent period, Wu Qianling and Fu are in a stage of jealousy, and suddenly seeing Hyuga Lanmo come to find Fu, she naturally feels a little psychologically uncomfortable. Go! Uchiha took the soil to hold back the fist in his hand, turned his head and continued to knock on the door. He came here to catch Nanao. What's wrong with you? Wu Qianling has already felt the danger. At the moment, Fu opened the door. She looked at the two people in front of her, frowned slightly, and said, Lanmo, your taste is so strange today. Advertisement: she has 7 tails in her body. The same name belongs to the worm-tailed beast, and is more sensitive to smells, so when Uchiha, who has transformed into Hyuga Lanmo, appeared in front of her with soil, she asked this question. If she was not so naive, but had experienced a lot of battles, today would have become another ending, but on the contrary, although she asked this question, she had no doubts in her mind. When Uchiha's fingers with dirt caught her wrist, she smiled silly and asked, what are you doing with me? Are we going on a date? On the other side, Wu Qianling already felt something was wrong, stepped forward 2 steps, and shouted. Who are you? Let go of her. Come here. But everything was too late. Uchiha took the soil and slashed Wu Qianling's body. The air around him whirled, and he left Monin village with Fu. Hyuga Lanmo got urgent news and hurried back to the village. From the air without 1,000 spirits, he could judge that the other party was Uchiha Belt Soil, because he was the only one who could transfer from another space. Heading to Urin village, Hyuga Lanmo is going to come with them to kill the net. However, in the rainy Urin village, there was no trace of Akatsuki's organization personnel. When he was about to wreak havoc, a cold voice came from the rain. If you don't want to die, you have to think twice. We are about to start the 4th war. If you dare to mess here, our goal of the 4th war will only be against Murin village and Hyuga Lanmo. If we follow if you go to war, Will the other 5 ninja villages come to support you? We may not be able to beat you, and you may be able to survive, but what about the entire country of southern Mexico? Xiao Nan's yin and cold voice passed through the rain, and the hollow voice revealed a misty tone. You stand up for Fu Chang, then Nan Mo will give everything for you. Hyuga Lanmo smiled. Really? Then try it. Want to threaten him? Will he be afraid of what hasn't happened? After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and gusts of cold wind blew. Thunder done, lightning storm. In the dark clouds, huge amounts of lightning fell from the sky, and there was a crackling sound. Under the thunder escape, Yurin village suddenly resembled a trembling old man, and could only accept the attack of thunder and lightning without moving. Chapter 347. Let's make a deal. Some time ago, Kakashi came here to investigate and almost lost his life. At the moment, a Hyuga blue ink floated in the air like a god, and thunder slammed down, but it made the entire Yunin village tremble with fear. This is the gap between the ninjas. Xiaonan's paper dance tries his best to protect the village. Pieces of paper are like flying elves. They will turn into a big umbrella to catch the thunder in the sky. Then they will form a synthesis huge amounts of shield to catch the thunder again. Escape? Hinata Lanmo, you have to calm down. In the air, her voice came again. This time, she was not in a threatening tone, but in an almost negotiating attitude. Does Pain know what will happen to offending Hyuga Lanmo? But Uchiha Madara, Uchiha takes soil, has already taken action, and they can't stop it. At the moment, Yumenin village has become Hyuga Blue Mo's vent object. Even so, Akatsuki will not hand over Fu. Because Pain has agreed to Madara's approach, that is to say, they are going to sacrifice Urenkin for unlimited monthly reading. It's just that Xiao Nan disagrees and is making the final struggle. For Uchiha Madara, you can do anything for the purpose, but for her and Nagato Yahiko, this is the source of all their struggles. If they can't protect their village, what else are they trying to do? Nagato has been brainwashed by Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha promises that as long as he obtains the remaining tail beasts and activates the infinite monthly reading, he will definitely fulfill all of Nagato's wishes, including the resurrection of Yahiko, the reconstruction of Amina village, and the restoration of Amina. The village developed into the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Since then, there will be no more wars in the ninja world. What a beautiful future. Even if Pen wanted to make people understand the dangers of war in a painful way, under Uchiha Madara's brainwashing, he began to yearn for that kind of day. And now, in the Yunin village that they abandoned, only Xiao Nan is constantly resisting. Layers of paper are like protective umbrellas, struggling to protect Yunin village. Even if she knows that she is not Hyuga Lanmo's opponent, she will not stop. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo, who was constantly destroying Yurin village, stopped because he had already seen Xiao Nan. On the top of the tallest building in the village, she manipulated hundreds of billions of papers against Lei Dun, her body tight. Pain is not in the village, she is doing her best to protect the village. And Fu is not here. Advertisement, shall we make a deal? Hyuga Lanmo turned around and appeared in front of Xiao Nan. Behind him, there are billowing black clouds. Among the black clouds, thunder flickers. Although the lightning storm over the village has stopped, his mountain blue reincarnation eyes and the look at her make her heart tighten. This man is quite dangerous. What deal? I can let go of Yurin village, but you have to join Morin village. This is a business, and blasting Urinen village will not do any good for Hyuga Lanmo. On the contrary, if you can pull Xiaonan into his ranks, there will be many benefits to him, to Mo Ren village, and the entire ninja realm in the future. At the moment, Pain and the other members of the Akatsuki organization don't know where the people are. Pen's psychic skills with the outer golem have been lifted by Pain. In addition, he has carried out a multi-directional seal. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo has been unable to find their position through the perception outer golem, so the tail inside Fu's body, the beast, has been determined to be unable to keep it. Pulling Xiaonan into the group can not only change the fate of Xiaonan's death, but she can also become a new representative of Yurin village in the future. He definitely wants her to be his person before that. Xiao Nan looked at him, her fingers trembling slightly. What if at the moment, she used her billions of papers to explode Hyuga blue ink? Although this thought flashed through her mind, she didn't do it because she knew that these papers would not kill Hyuga Lanmo. His ability was too strong. If he didn't let Yurin today. As for the village, Yunin village will definitely die. Why do you want me to join Mo Ren village? Xiao Nan asked. Haha. I just don't want you to die. Don't you think you can't do it if I want to sleep? Hyuga Lanmo turned around and returned to the sky, looking around, thinking in her heart that she must have agreed today. Sure enough, the other party saw that he did something, and was afraid that he would change his mind and attack Yunin village. He was anxious and said, okay. As soon as he said this, a black stick appeared on the palm of Hyuga Lanmo's palm and threw it over. You should be familiar with this thing, choose it yourself. Xiaonan looked at the black stick in his hand, and then looked at the whole village. Nagato believed Uchiha Madara, but she didn't believe it. Although everyone in this world deserves to die, Yumenin village cannot disappear. Thinking of this, she pushed hard and hit her heart. From this moment on, she had officially become Hyuga Lanmo's subordinates. Advertisement, remember, from now on, your life will be mine. After speaking, the air vortex appeared and Hyuga Lanmo turned and left. Xiaonan has already understood through the black stick that although Hyuga Lanmo accepted her, she did not ask her to follow him to Monin village at the moment. Now she still has to stay in the Akatsuki organization. Below, she will try to protect Nagato. She hopes that in her lifetime, she can protect Yurin village and at the same time protect him comprehensively and fulfill Yahiko's last wish. Thinking of this, she watched the dark clouds disperse in the sky, and under the sun, she turned and disappeared. The moment the black stick was inserted into Xiaonan's body, Hyuga Lanmo already knew the whereabouts of Pain and the others, and Fu could save them as long as they found them. Usually, it takes 3 days for them to extract the tail beast, and now it has just passed 1 day. Even if the tail beast can't keep it, he must save Fu's life. Knowing the approximate location, Hyuga Lanmo went all the way south, just entering the northern part of the country of Sichuan, and heard bursts of explosions from a distance, deafening and earth-shattering. Turning and heading towards the east, within 30 miles, I saw Uchiha Itachi and Deidara who were fighting. Deidara was using C3 number 18, and huge amounts of the clay doll dropped from the air, mixed with the strongest chakra in his body, and smashed it down at Uchiha Itachi on the ground. I want you to die, I want you to die, the two said this at the same time. If Deidara hadn't gone to Murin village, Hyuga Lanmo wouldn't care about it, but now Deidara is his own, and he can't protect himself, so what else would he invite? Stop it, Itachi, Deidara is my friend. Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the air and shouted. C4 got bigger and bigger, hitting the ground. Uchiha Itachi had already dodged, his eyes changed, and a kaleidoscope appeared. Under my hand, you failed in the beginning. When Itachi finished speaking, the huge amounts of explosion had sounded. C4 blew the woods into a big pit, the mountains shook the ground, and Uchiha Itachi's body shape changed. Illusion bubbles appeared, and countless crows flew into the sky. Chapter 348 Deidara vs Uchiha Itachi. Do you think your illusion is still useful to me? I have been practicing hard these years in order to resist your illusion. At the moment, everything you do has no effect on me. Deidara looked at Itachi. The kaleidoscope bloodwheel eyes shouted. Hyuga Lanmo had already appeared in front of him and said, Itachi is from Monin village, enough. No, no one can stop me from fighting him, Deidara shouted, her eyes full of angry expressions. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo looked back at Itachi, and the other nodded, don't worry, I won't kill him. After speaking, Itachi turned around, drew out a long sword, and rushed out. The opposite Deidara had already begun to chew the clay, and then he spouted a doll with the same file size as his own. This was Deidara. C4, Garuda. This doll contains many tiny nano-clay spiders. These spiders are invisible to the naked eye. Once they explode, they will spread in the air. Within a certain range, if you breathe in air, those nano-sized little Spider-Man will be inhaled into the human body, thus turning the human body into a human body bomb composed of a little Spider-Man bomb, destroying the human body from the inside to the outside. Seeing this doll, Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly. This kind of explosion would not hurt Itachi at all. He waved his hands to the two fighting people below. I have something to do, let's go ahead. After speaking, he moved from another space and disappeared. At the scene, Itachi's holding a 10-fist sword has already rushed up. Deidara's eyes showed excitement. If Uchiha uses his sword to split C4 Garuda, then those nano spiders will be scattered in the air. He was not good at concealing his emotions. It was such a look that caused Uchiha Itachi to stop this tactic. At the moment Itachi's sword was raised, his eyes suddenly changed, and C4 Garuda was ignited by a black flame. Uchiha Itachi used Amaterasu. Boom, huge amounts of explosion sounded. Deidara was already standing on the clay bird, flying into the sky, keeping a certain distance from the C4 Jello building below, so that he could avoid being caught by himself when roar sucked. The explosion spread. Advertisement below. Uchiha stretched out his hand to block the light from the explosion, looked up, his eyes changed color, and his hands became imprinted. Fire escape, the art of fireball. When Deidara saw this scene, he laughed. Itachi, you don't know, did you get it? Drinked. With a loud shout, the picture of him waiting for the other party to explode into fleshy flesh did not appear. Not only did Uchiha Itachi below not have anything, but the huge amounts of fireball had already rushed over. Deidara frowned and dodged. What happened? Did he not roar suck? Didn't the nano spider enter his body? The other party has never seen his C4 Jello tower, how can he be guarded? Deidara didn't know. In fact, all the clay bombs in his clay dolls, including those nano spiders, had been lit by Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, and disappeared with the explosion just now. Amaterasu is a flame that will not be extinguished. Everything that touches Amaterasu will eventually be burned out. Therefore, when the clay doll touches Amaterasu and explodes, everything in its body has exploded with the Amaterasu flame. Got out. In the air now, there is no nano spider at all. At the moment, a crow appeared behind Deidara. Huge amounts of fireball rushed towards him. There is a lot of clay hidden on his body, although the clay needs to be mixed into his chakra to explode, but he has stored on his body some of the finished products were the explosive clay products that I had chewed and mixed into the chakras. The flame burned, and when I ignited, the clay products on Deidara exploded. It suddenly dawned on him, no wonder Uchiha Itachi would launch the fire escape. It turned out that he was not for a frontal attack at all, but used a crow to eat the flames to attack from behind him. He knew him well and knew that he had explosive clay products on his body. We'll use this method. In the past, Deidara chewed the clay while attacking. This time he played against Uchiha Itachi. In order to prevent him from being at a disadvantage in speed, he had stored the explosive products before launching the attack, but he did not expect this. Something hurts itself. Deidara was completely blown up, his body ached, and huge amounts of clay birds had been blown out. He fell to the ground and refused to admit defeat. He reached out and searched for the other clay on his body. He wanted to die with Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi waved his hand, and an iron rope appeared and tied him. You are the subordinate of my good friend. I will not kill you. Let's go. Let's go back to Monin village. After speaking, he pulled his fingers hard, and set off to the south. From today on, I will leave the Akatsuki organization completely. I am going to live my own life. Advertisement. Deidara was surprised when he heard this. Although he had heard about it and knew that he was a good friend of Hyuga Lanmo, he did not expect that when he saw the brilliance in his eyes, he turned out to mention Monin village. When? Are you really going to leave the Akatsuki organization? Deidara asked. Yes. Itachi looked back at him. From now on, Mo-Ren village will be my home and yours. When Deidara heard this, he remembered the appearance of Hyuga Lanmo. He really has the ability to allow Uchiha Itachi to follow him so hard? Even if we are ninjas from the same village in the future, I will fight with you. I am not convinced. Shut up. I'm always waiting for a duel. 30. If you dare to ruin my village, I will never finish with you. Itachi was too lazy to listen to him, turning around and leading him on the road. Hyuga Lanmo found the position of Akatsuki's staff, and without a word, he launched an attack. There were 9 Akatsuki members, 2 of whom were fresh faces. They seemed to have known that he would come here, and they didn't wait for him to break the knot. Jia entered the cave, and the undead duo rushed up. They knew that this kind of enchantment couldn't stop him, and even if the other party had already launched an attack, they couldn't sit still and wait for death. The undead duo launched an attack at the same time, up and down, using the Bloody March sickle on the fly section, and the whole person attacked and laughed proudly. Hinata Lanmo, finally it's my turn to fight you. Today, I will let you know, how did you die? On the other side, the horns directly use the ground grievance, the wind escape, the fire escape, the water escape, the thunder escape, and the earth escape. The 5 chakra ninjutsu are used to their strongest state, not only using the black tentacles to attack him, but also constantly bond him with various ninjutsu. Outside the cave, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold and stern, and he burst out from his side. Wave after wave, the 2 could not enter his body. In addition, his instantaneous technique, and the powerful chakra, the corners where all the grievances of the ground were battered by his blood, and the speed of other ninjutsu was even more inseparable. Chapter 349. At this moment, the 2 of them faced Hyuga Lanmo, just like 2 low-level ninjas, and were bombarded by his explosive escape. Although Jiaodu's secret technique is very evil, as long as he is not injured by him, he can't help it. And Hyuga Lanmo didn't want to delay time with them. At the moment, he just wanted to save Fu. Pen, can you do it all by yourself? One side Ju asked, because they had already seen that the undead duo outside couldn't beat Hyuga Lanmo, and he was about to rush in. Although the seal of magic 9 dragons requires 10 people to constantly use the chakra to extract the tail beast, but now the outer golem has extracted the chakra of 6 tail beasts. Its strength has reached the point of unimaginable, plus the power of the tail beast. It belongs to the outer golem, so after it has the tail beast chakra, its chakra ability has also increased by thousands or hundreds of times. At the moment, even if there are no 9 people, Pen can continue to extract Naneo chakra from Fu's body in cooperation with the outer golem. It has been almost a day now, and Naneo will disappear completely from Fu's body soon. It's okay, let's go, Pain said. If Hyuga Lanmo comes in, he will use the outer golem to fight him to death. Outside the cave, Hyuga Lanmo sent out 2 wooden duplications, and fought with a Fei, Ju, and the other 2 who rushed out of the cave. Suddenly, in the valley, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Various types of ninjutsu emerge in an endless stream, and there are some secret skills, but any ninjutsu is inferior to Hyuga Lanmo's direct attack now. Lan Dun sees the gods kill the gods, meets the ghosts and destroys the ghosts. Lei Dun just listens to his instructions, he doesn't need to act at all, and he falls from the sky, and the wind and the thousands of wind and chaotic blades surround and kill from all directions. Crystal escape, ice escape, burst escape, random. Earth bursts into the sky. Suddenly Hyuga Lanmo used reincarnation eyes. He blasted a piece in front of him, his horns vomited blood, and all 4 masks on his body were destroyed. If his own heart were destroyed again, he would be dead. Advertisement. Just when he was thinking about avoiding the limelight, Hyuga Lanmo had fallen behind him and asked, Jakuto, do you want to live? The other party was surprised. Before he could take a shot, a black rod had been inserted into his heart. A feeling of horror hit his mind, as if he had fallen into a bottomless hole, where there were pictures of cutting human flesh and corpses pieced together by him. This is his own experience. In this ninja world, others don't know what he has experienced, but he knows it himself. Change one's own physical body into a resentful appearance, in order to make one's own ability higher and stronger, constantly seize the heart of others and transplant it into one's own body, thereby gaining the other's ability. His body was the result of stitching and stitching, and the other party's heart was dug out by his own hands. And now, he saw everything. Is this an illusion? It doesn't seem to be the case. All the past, appearing one by one, he who has been pursuing a strong one, at this moment, seems to be suppressed by something more powerful, forcing him to face his former self. Here, the horns fell to the ground. What he saw and felt, others didn't know. Over there, the Akatsuki members were still fighting Hyuga Lanmo. But they didn't know that they were fighting duplications in front of them, and the owner had already entered the cave and directly launched the Earth Burst Stars. He is going to bury the golem of the outer Tao. Pain yelled when he saw this scene, and attacked him with ninjutsu. Outside the cave, Uchiha rushed in with soil, shocked in his heart, and shouted, Fu is not dead yet. As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly woke up. He came here to save Fu. Regardless of the explosion of the sky, he picked up Fu and turned and disappeared. And outside, several Hyuga Lanmo's duplications were still fighting. The other 3 ninjas were all destroyed, and the flying segment was cut into several parts by Lan Dun, and fell to the ground like broken corpses. Zhao was all uncomfortable, his face was ashen ashes, he clutched his heart, looked at the left and right, a flash, disappeared. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to go to Hyuga Lanmo, otherwise he would only have a dead end. Advertisement. Back to Suman village, Hyuga Lanmo diagnosed Fu. Although he could use the tail beast in his body to continue her life, it would be more troublesome to synthesize tentails later, so instead of letting her continue to be a human column force, it is better to give her freedom completely. Hyuga Lanmo first suppressed her ghost with the soul-inducing bell, then used Shishangtian to turn her life, and then cooperated with some chakras bestowed by Toyo. Fu's life was finally saved. He almost destroyed the golem of the outer Dao just now. If that were the case, Atsuki Teruya would not be resurrected. Now the ninja world needs her to appear, otherwise the people of the Atsuki clan will appear in the later stage. How can the people in the ninja world deal with it? Hyuga Lanmo needs to know something, so he will not stop the resurrection of Atsuki Kagaya. This is also the reason why he let go of the golem in the Kingdom of River. At the moment, Pain has recalled the outgoing golem. Uchiha Dato, who pretends to be Uchiha Madara, can wait. Hyuga Lanmo's ability is getting stronger and stronger. If it's not Fu today, there is still a breath. I'm afraid the golem has been destroyed. In order to get the upper hand, they must take action. From now on, all the actions of everyone in the Akatsuki organization are aimed at Yao and Nine Tails. We need to get their tail beast chakra within a month. As soon as this remark came out, Akatsuki dispatched the whole organization. Uchiha took Soil and the Sode Hida Kazutsu and set off for Union Village, and Pain returned to Urinen Village, and he also took Xiaonan to Konoha to find Zhu. The tale is strong. Nagato, aren't you surprised? Why didn't Hyuga Lanmo ruin Union Village? Xiaonan asked when he saw the person returning. Nagato at the moment has been stunned. He is willing to give everything for unlimited monthly reading. Originally, he could use Mirage to extract the tail beast this time, but Akatsuki has suffered a serious loss of personnel recently. In order to use all his chakras on the golem, he went to the country of Kawa himself. He didn't want it dead, although, when extracting the tail beast, he just stayed nearby and used the phantom to control the 9 dragon seals, but it is undeniable that he was indeed more radical this time than every time. She knows his sufferings and his pursuits, but she hopes that he can calm down and look around. Is it true that Shao organization's pursuit is correct? Who can guarantee that their future is bright, and can their actions really end war and bring peace? Why at the moment, all she sees is war and death. Originally, no matter what he did, she supported Madara and Nagato's plan, but because of Madara, Nagato didn't care about Urinen Village. This made her very uncomfortable. He is her friend and she is willing to stand by his side, but she hopes that under these conditions, he can also think of Union Village. Chapter 350 Konoha's 6 Ways of Pain. Nagato was as thin as wood, and a pair of reincarnations looked around, and this cold breath filled his body. He definitely is to save Nanao Renjuli. If he is delayed here, then that Fu will undoubtedly die. Xiaonan reached out and touched the position of her heart. There was a black rod there. She wanted to tell him that she had changed the safety of Union Village by herself, but she didn't speak because she knew that if she said it out. If they do, Nagato will definitely go to Hyuga Lanmo to settle the accounts, and the two will face off, and he is the only one who loses. At that time, let alone Urenken, even him, she could not protect. Yeah. Xiaonan nodded and looked at Uranian Village under the torrential rain. Since Hyuga Lanmo hasn't let her go to Murin Village, she should spend as much time with Nagato as much as possible. Tomorrow, we will go to Konoha and catch Kyubi. Nagato felt the dampness and cold in the air and said. With the arrival of the 6 Ways of Pen, Konoha has no power to resist, and a mess. Hyuga Lanmo postponed Akatsuki's plan by protecting Fu for half a year. Even so, Naruto Uzumaki did not return from his studies. After all, the whole plot was 2 years ahead of schedule. This is undoubtedly a huge amount for Konoha, a blow. Without Naruto Uzumaki who could persuade Nagato, Konoha could only be beaten. Although the facts have proved that even if Naruto appears, Konoha will suffer serious losses, but the minimum number of deaths has dropped a lot. On the contrary, what if Naruto does not appear? Will Pen wipe out all Konoha's people? This is a great possibility. Konoha suffered, and the 5 generations of Naruto Tsunade led many ninjas to fight with all their strength. Although Hagi Kakashi had gone to Yuyan Village to investigate Akatsuki's organization before, they still knew very little about it. At the moment, 6 pennons appeared, Konoha had no ability to resist. The war is going on, Tiandao Pain is fighting against many shinobu, the psychic beasts from the animal road will destroy the village. The human soul is extracted from everywhere in the human world, and the soul is used to search for the whereabouts of the 9-tailed pillar force, and the Shira Dao uses strange power. The attack carried out a physical attack on the village. When Hungry Ghost Road encounters ninja resistance, it will look for opportunities to absorb their chakras. 6 Pain, like a god, advertisement Konoha is crying, and the whole village is helpless. Tsunade has summoned slugs to fully heal the injured ninja in the village. Even so, the damage is still serious. Even if some ninjas use their full strength to destroy a pen, they will be sentenced to chew and recover by Yama summoned by the Hell Road. In this way, Konoha the ninja's efforts were wasted again. Time is delayed bit by bit, and every second, someone is sacrificing. The village has become a mess. Changpu and Uncle Yile retreated towards the refuge while watching the huge amounts of psychic beasts and the explosions coming from the village. Uncle Yile asked, What should I do? How long has the village become like this? Even if it is not a ninja, Uncle Yile can see that Konoha ninja has no power to fight against those people. I have a way, father, you go to the refuge first. I have to get the approval of the 5 generations of Hokage for this matter. After speaking, Changpu turned and ran towards the Hokage office building. Uncle Yile couldn't persuade him, so he had to withdraw first. Changpu hid all the way, cautiously. Finally, she saw Silent from a distance, but suddenly a mysterious person dressed in black and red clouds appeared, first through an exploding talisman, and then, after falling behind Silent, he actually grabbed it. She and the people beside Ino Yamaka, her father and Anbi escaped because of the explosion, and when they looked up again, Silent had fallen into the hands of human Dao Pain. In the next second, he used his heart to know the news that Naruto, Uzumaki and Jirai were also practicing in Miyaomu Mountain. Even so, he didn't have a silent life. With his fingers, he drew her soul out. A silent and horrified expression was set against Changpu's eyes, and she covered her mouth and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Ah! She couldn't help it, her voice still let out a shallow cry. Pain on earth has already seen her, everyone must die. After this belief appeared in his mind, he rushed in the direction of the 3 ninjas and calamus in front of him. Advertisement: Changpu is not a ninja. The reason she went to the 5th generation of Naruto Tsunade was because she had a summoning charm in her hand. As long as she agreed, she would call Hyuga Blue Mo, but now, she has no chance. That person is really powerful, so many ninjas in front of him are not his opponents, and there is no room for Mew to resist. If an ordinary person like her falls into his hands, there is only a dead end. The calamus is just like subconscious. When encountering danger, the first thing in her mind is Hyuga Lanmo, so she stretched out her hand and took out the summoning charm, shouting, "Don't force me, I have a rescuer." After speaking, she lit the summoning charm with trembling fingers. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo was checking Fu's body at the ninja hospital in Murin village. Although Naneo was not present in her body, because the soul-inspiring bell protected her soul, he used the 10-elephant heaven to check the little tail beast. Kara put it into her body and put the soul back into her body, thus saving her life. And it only took 2 days to rescue her from Akatsuki's hands until now. Hyuga Lanmo suddenly felt the power of the summoning talisman, and turned around to bless Wuming and Jinshi to protect the village. After duplication notified him of something, he turned and disappeared. Appearing again, he had fallen in front of Changpu. The human world on the opposite side rushed up, extracted the soul of the dark part in front of him with one hand, and grabbed the mountain Ino and Yamanakahi with the other hand, and the two evaded his magical grasp and landed on the other side of the ruins. In this empty space, the human world has already grabbed the calamus. Ah! Changpu squatted on the ground in fright and covered his eyes. Hyuga Lanmo appeared, kicked him on the chest, kicked the opponent out, and then turned around and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo. A black stick appeared on the palm of Hyuga Lanmo's palm and thrust into his chest. After the past, the opponent lost, turned around and disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and looked at Konoha. He was stunned by the sight in front of him. The explosion continued, and the battle became more intense. Unexpectedly, Pen's speed is so fast, less than 2 days apart, he has already come to Konoha. Hyuga Lanmo returned to Monin village and wrote a letter to Suna, asking her to be careful of Pain, but unexpectedly, the letter was still on the way, and Pain had already arrived at Konoha. Lanmo, you are here. Changpu moved her hands away when she heard the sound. When she saw Hyuga Lanmo, tears fell. She almost died just now. Chapter 351 Nagato. Hide. Hyuga Lanmo's face was cold, and he looked around. Seeing this scene, Yamanaka Koichi and Yamanaka Ino jumped vertically and stood on the same united front as him. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and 5 wooden duplications appeared, all in the state of blue reincarnation eyes, rushing towards the 4 directions. Look at Mute again, kneeling on the ground, there are no signs of life. The same is the eye of reincarnation. Hyuga Lanmo knows how to retrieve her soul. He does not have the same belief as Uzumaki Naruto, let alone his mouth escape. What he can do now is to use force to force Nagato. He must save Mute back. Taking a few steps forward, Hyuga Lanmo picked up silently and placed it in the arms of Ino Yamanaka. Protect her. After finishing speaking, he used spiritism. The white tiger appeared and pounced on the other spirit beasts. Tsunade saw Hyuga Blue Mo, and the two met. At the moment, the village of Konoha has been completely destroyed. What they need to do now is to reduce the loss of personnel. As long as there are people, the village will not be destroyed, the buildings will be destroyed, and it can be rebuilt, but if there are no people, Konoha will disappear completely. Why are you here? Tsunade asked. Before that, she thought that Konoha would be fine if he was there. Unexpectedly, as soon as this idea appeared, his people had already appeared in front of her. I should have given you the summoning talisman before. Fortunately, I left one for the calamus. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the scene in front of him and said, he really didn't expect Pen to be so fast. These people are members of Akatsuki's organization. They are here to find Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto is not in the village. Although the major ninja villages have been investigating Akatsuki's organization for the past 6 months, I really don't know what they want to do. Tsunade, while sharing chakra among the slugs on his body, he said to Hyuga Lanmo. She looked at him with a little curiosity in her eyes, because at the moment he was actually in the state of reincarnation eyes. Advertisement, I'll talk about this later. Hyuga Lanmo no longer wasted time, although the other duplications had already fought with other Pain. And he knows that although this is the main battlefield, if you want to stop Six Pen, you must find Nagato. Thinking of this, he turned and looked at the highest point within his sight, and then prepared to leave and go to Nagato. At the moment, a huge amounts of toad appeared in the village, and Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki appeared in the village. Are they back? Naruto Uzumaki rushed out and fought with pain. Hyuga Lanmo also came to Jiraiya's side. He has returned from his studies? Is it done? He was referring to the fairy mode. Jiraiya also shook his head slightly. It's not stable, but we can't wait any longer since we received the toad communication. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo frowned, then turned to look. Uzumaki Naruto was using the technique of multiple shadow duplication, Windblade, Helix Maru, etc. against Pen. No wonder that in the Naruto story, Tsunade used Super the S-level mission deceives Naruto to leave. With this temper, he is not afraid of death. Is it possible to obediently avoid Akatsuki's pursuit? But now, there is no time for him to practice, and many things are already passive. Regardless of these, Hyuga Lanmo turned around, dragged Jiraiya and came to Naruto, and then took the two of them to use a different space to transfer, and left Konoha. What are you doing? They killed Mr. Kakashi. I want to avenge Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki shouted loudly. His eyes were full of angry expressions, and the whole person seemed to have lost control. Calm down for me. Hyuga Lanmo slapped his face and said, this is the six-way pain. The body that commands them is not in Konoha. Every minute you delay here, Muyi's dead people will grow at a rate of 1 minute. We should go to Nagato. Advertisement, teacher. Who is Nagato? Naruto Uzumaki covered his face and slowly asked. When Jiraiya heard this, he looked surprised and said, no wonder I just saw those people wearing Yuyan Village's rebellious foreheads on their foreheads. It turned out that it was really him. In his memory, one child's eyes are reincarnation eyes, and in this world of ninja, he has not seen the second person has that kind of eyes. Definitely, today. Hyuga Lanmo's mountain blue reincarnation eyes are also more special, but he was the one who helped Konoha, knowing the roots and knowing the bottom, unlike the so-called six-way pain. Yes, you guessed it right, it's one of your 3 apprentices, Nagato. After Hyuga Lanmo replied, he pointed to a thicker tree on the top of the mountain and said, he is there. Nagato and Xiaonan are in the tree made of paper dance at the moment. They have all heard the conversation outside, and the 6 Pais in Konoha village have received the news. All of them have shifted their targets to the highest outside Konoha village. When the top of the mountain rushed, they wanted to protect the body. Huo done, toad oil bomb. Jiraiya couldn't help it. He really wanted to know, is what Hyuga Lanmo said true? Nagato, the once gentle child, has now become a man who does nothing to achieve his goal. He doesn't believe. Although there are some things that people can't believe, but the facts are like this. Now that Akatsuki plans to advance, Jiraiya will live, otherwise, after 2 years, Jiraiya's fate will not be what it is now. The paper-made trees were set ablaze, and at the same time, 6 Pain rushed over. Behind them, Hyuga Lanmo's 6 wooden duplications followed closely. They did not wait for them to follow Jiraiya. With the wooden duplication of universal reincarnation eyes, he fought with them. Hyuga Lanmo, why are you nosy? Have you forgotten what Konoha did to you? In the tree hole, the thin Nagato was covered with black connecting wires, and his red hair followed the tree hole. The wind outside floated slightly, and Xiao Nan stood beside him. When she saw Hyuga Lanmo, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Although she had agreed to join Suman village, at the moment, she was still standing next to Nagato. Now, she has decided that if Hyuga Lanmo if she stops her, she will desperately protect Nagato. But the facts proved that Hyuga Lanmo didn't embarrass her, not only that, but he didn't even mention her such as Monin village. He now took Naruto and Jiraiya into the tree hole and said, because I am a human being, I am not like you, and I have lost the ability to think. If you can think about the whole thing more, you won't be used by them. I think you are the one being used. The Akatsuki organization is pursuing the right way. Only by letting those people taste the painful feeling can they know how terrible war is, and then they can calm down and love peace. The village is their battlefield. This time, I also want them to taste the taste of being in their hometown on the battlefield. Nagato said excitedly. 352 Where is the truth? Jiraiya also walked in. You really are Nagato. Nagato frowned, Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and shouted, are you doing everything to make people feel your so-called pain? Yes, only this way can you understand what justice is. What is peace? Nagato looked at Hyuga Lanmo and Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, with a cold smile on his face. Now, as long as the 6 pennies outside will be Hyuga Lanmo defeated them, then no one could stop them in this ninja world. Haha. Hyuga Lanmo sneered, the excuse you made for what you did is really funny. Yeah, if that is what you call justice, then what is the death of my teacher, my partner, and my fellow townsmen? Your high-sounding words are just your self-righteous jokes. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes are already showing tail beasts. State, the whole anger seems to be about to explode. You said that I am self-righteous, so what is your purpose? Prove yourself? Even if you prove yourself, what can you do? Nagato looked up coldly, his eyes fell on Uzumaki Naruto. He seemed to be looking for an answer. It seems to be looking for a reason to deny the other party. I want to use my own ability to protect everyone. I want to use my ability to bring peace to this world, not like you, to make everyone more painful. With that, Naruto Uzumaki rushed up. His hands the blade of the wind appeared like a knife, slashing towards Nagato. Xiao Nan rushed out. The paper dance was like a shield, blocking Naruto's wind blade. The two sides collided, and there was a sound of paper splitting. At the same time, Lu Pen rushed into the tree hole outside, showing an umbrella-like protection, guarding in front of Nagato. And Hyuga Lanmo's 6 wooden duplications also entered the tree hole and stood behind the owner. Advertisement Nagato looked at the people in front of him and sneered. Naruto Uzumaki, you still say I am a high-sounding man, don't you? Why should this world bring you peace? Why can't I? It's not your hero's idea that's instigating it. Besides, can you guarantee that everything you do is correct? Looking back, haven't you wronged any innocent person? And those ninjas who died in your hands, are they all guilty? Naruto frowned upon hearing this, did not refute. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. Isn't Uzumaki Naruto's mouth escape not easy to use at this time? He brought him here to convince Nagato that only then can the many ninjas sacrificed by Konoha come back to life, and Sister Silent can wake up. When you blame me, have you ever thought about everyone here, who is not for the benefit of your own village? Is that right, Mr. Jiraiya, Mr. Hyuga Blue Ink Shadow? Nagato continued. So, Naruto Uzumaki, please don't say these accusing me. Compared with what I did, your 5 ninja villages have done more excessively. World War I, World War II, World War III, how innocent are you? People died under your iron hooves, and there is also the kingdom of Southern Mo. In order to expand on its own, didn't it also invaded the country of tea and the country of bears? Didn't Hyuga-sama kill a person by mistake? Nagato's eyes burst out loudly questioning. Since we are all the same, don't think that you are the righteous party. If you have the ability, take out your ability. After speaking, Lu Pen stepped forward and killed the 3 people in front of him in Hyuga Lanmo's duplication. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the yellow-haired youth standing next to him strangely, and asked, Naruto? Are you talking? Jiraiya frowned. He already felt that no one could reverse Nagato's thoughts. At the moment, Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand vigorously and said, I don't know the past, but I am sure that in all the things I have experienced, I have not killed any innocent person by mistake. Although my level of judgment is based on Konoha's interests, I have minimized losses in any confrontation I participated in. I don't know much about World War I, World War II, and World War III, but I'm sure after this, all of us are working hard to make this world a better place, and I will work harder. I believe that one day, people will usher in a world of mutual understanding and peace, and this the world is not ushered in by killing. At this moment, let alone Jiraiya, even Hyuga Lanmo, who understands the entire Naruto story, was moved. There is nothing to say. Advertisement yes, he has been entangled with the past, and has always used the method of making others suffer to make the other person understand himself, but everything that Naruto Uzumaki said not only reduced the suffering to a minimum, but also brought light to the future. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. In the tree hole, Lu Pen and the 6 wood duplications of the opposite Hyuga Lanmo all looked at each other still. While Nagato was surprised, he was still thinking about it. He is very smart, he knows what everything Naruto said means. The light of mutual accommodation and understanding seemed to shine into his heart, and he asked, will that kind of world really come? Yes. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist and spoke affirmatively. Jiraiya's eyes lighted up, as if he had found his own belief. Once upon a time, he thought that Nagato and others were the sons of destiny. Now it seems that Naruto is. However, I prefer to believe in myself. Suddenly, the opposite Nagato's eyes were cold and stern, and one forcefully, 6 pen in front of him pressed towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, we're here for you in this battle. Others have already gone to Union Village. Yao the 9 tails are drawn at the same time. Our plan is about to begin. The world you envision is unknown, and the world we want to build is coming soon. In the tree hole, Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, and Lu Pen fought together. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, and the 6 wooden duplications around him rushed up. Nagato, are you not going to give up your heart? You are so smart, how can you be used by Highway and Baiju? They want to use the entire human race. Come for nourishment, do you really believe in unlimited monthly reading? Nagato turned his head to look at Hyuga Lanmo, and said, don't block our plan by relying on your own ability. No one in this world can stop unlimited moon reading. Soon, a dream world will change the ninja world. As long as the moon will rise, the future of the ninja world will not change. You just wait for infinite moon to read. Chapter 353 I only believe in myself, Nagato said and laughed. Both shoulders were shaking, and his hand was trapped by the receiver. If he wanted to control 6 pen, he couldn't just leave the receiver filled with black sticks. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly. He used a wood to escape, and the earth shook, and countless trees drilled out of the ground, and then plunged into the long gate in front of him. You have killed so many people, you have to pay the price. Since Naruto Uzumaki failed to persuade him, Hyuga Lanmo can only come hard. Numerous trees with spikes stuck in the opposite Nagato. Xiaonan paper dance began to protect Nagato, but Hyuga Lanmo chakra is huge. Even if it is given 6 wooden duplications, it is still amazing, and Chakara's power was all manifested in Mu Dun, and Xiao Nan couldn't catch it. Mu Dun rushed over from 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. Lu Pen wanted to step forward to stop him, but was blocked by the 6 duplications of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. The animal road has been killed by Hyuga Lanmo's wood duplication. At the moment, no one except Xiao Nan could save Nagato, and Xiao Nan could only stop her for a while. Soon, she was tied up by Hyuga Blue Mo's wooden escape. Her hands could not be unprinted, and the tree hole was already covered. It exploded and Nagato was exposed to sunlight. Pen was all caught outside, and Naruto Uzumaki had unplugged all the black receivers from them, and they were like dead bodies. Don't kill him, I beg you, don't kill him. Xiao Nan was tied to a tree, looked at Hyuga Lanmo below, and cried. Don't cry, don't beg him, Nagato said angrily, looking at Xiaonan who was hanging on the tree above his head. Ji Lai Yi and Uzumaki Naruto understood that if it wasn't for Hyuga Lanmo today, they would definitely lose. Just being able to win 6 pen was all due to his duplication. At this moment, all control was in his hands. A gust of mountain wind blew. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Nagato in front of him and said, "You should pay for the sins you did. Konoha has died so many people, you can solve the problem if you don't kill it. If you want to kill, do whatever you want." Although Nagato has a gentle personality, in this world, no matter how gentle the character is, it will be wiped out, and it will become radical and irritable. "Nagato, I can save you, but you must save the entire Konoha who was killed by you. You were really deceived by them. Unlimited moon redding is just a dream. Have you ever thought about it? After human beings enter the dream state, the physical body will how? Without the supply of external food, the physical body is death. At that time, the human world will only become hell, and infinite monthly reading is just one of these and other things that are absolutely hidden. You don't know." Advertisement. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo unmoved, Nagato closed his eyes, feeling as if he wanted to. "I have said this, and you are not moved. Then, I don't need you to save people. Let the lives of everyone in Yuyan village pay Konoha." After that, Hyuga Lanmo recruited. After beckoning, the 6 wooden duplications around turned around and disappeared. "Yuran village, kill without mercy," this was his order to them. Sure enough, after these words appeared, Nagato opened his eyes. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo angrily, and finally sighed slightly. After all, Yuyan village was still the most important existence in his heart. "Okay, I save people. Nagato. If you use that method, you will die." Xiaonan cried with rain, looking at Nagato, constantly shaking her head. "Actually, I have been wondering whether the world that Naruto Uzumaki said will really come. Originally, I just wanted to believe in myself, but now, I have failed. Since I have failed, I have no chance. Then I am willing to believe them once, maybe, that world will really come." After that, Nagato used the reincarnation technique. Yama was summoned to release all the souls, and Konoha's people killed by Pen were all resurrected. Although Hyuga Lanmo is also the Eye of Reincarnation, he did not sign a psychic contract with the Hell Hades. Moreover, signing this contract is at the cost of life. Therefore, this ninjutsu can only be used by Nagato. Among Konoha, the dead ninjas were resurrected one by one, and Kakashi, Hagi and Silent woke up. But Nagato slowly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and put Yama and Nagato into his different space, then let go of Xiaonan, and said to Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto, "I won't go to Konoha, the rest I'll leave the matter to you, and I will take these 2 people away." After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. Going directly back to Yuyan village, Hyuga Lanmo released Nagato's body, and then used the soul-inducing bell to start the procedure. Before, he had learned the method of using the soul-inducing bell in the mind of the Orchid Sect maiden, as long as his chakra enough, can force Yan Luo to release Nagato's soul to trade with him. What he didn't expect was that after he had exhausted the soul-inducing bell from Yan Luo's mouth, Nagato had already given up. If a person's soul does not give up, he would be willing to return to the body, then he still has a life. Hope. Advertisement. But Nagato is just the opposite. Even if Hyuga Lanmo draws his soul out from Yama, he refuses to leave the soul-drawing bell and return to his body. Maybe this is his choice. I understand him, and I respect him too. Xiaonan looked at Nagato's body, tears streaming down. "This is Nagato's choice, but I hope it's not yours. Xiaonan, don't forget what you promised me. Your life is mine, so I want you to live." After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed Xiaonan. "What are you doing? I want you to return to Monin village with me. Nagato can't keep it. Uchiha will definitely try his best to take away the reincarnation eye in Nagato's eyes. Concealed, no one can stop him, and even Hyuga Lanmo won't stop Datang Muhuye from appearing, so he didn't want Xiaonan to sacrifice in vain. Do you know what I am going to do?" "Yes," Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and the air around him was already distorting. "I won't let you fight Uchiha with the soil." "No, I can't go. I have to protect Nagato." Before she finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo fell with a knife in one hand, and knocked Xiaonan into a faint, and then left Yuyan village with the bodies of her and Nagato. Now that Nagato has let go of Sister Silent and others, then he has to do what he says, and try his best to take the danger away from Yuyan village. But now, the biggest danger is his eyes of reincarnation. As long as Nagato is taken away, Uchiha's belt will change direction. In a valley, Hyuga Lanmo buried Nagato, and then left here. In the valley woods, Baiju duplication followed them all the time, and relayed all the news to the owner, who told him Uchiha by his side brings soil. Chapter 354. With the soil tightly clenched his fist, Pen actually failed. After making such a big movement, Akatsuki will become more embarrassed from then on. Instead of sitting and waiting for the 6 major ninja villages to come, they might as well attack first. Thinking of this, Uchiha brought the soil and said, "I'm going to get the reincarnation eye. You are going to prepare for the 4 battles." "Yes." Ju had a black face and a white face, and smiled excitedly. "Finally, we are about to start." Konoha was attacked, lost heavily. The 5 major ninja villages have also received news that Konoha has been hit hard, and the major ninja villages have lost their strongest tail beast power. If they are still waiting to die, then they will only die. Pain let go of Konoha. Although Konoha suffered serious property losses, the casualties were minimized. If this happened in other ninja villages, what would be the consequences? Are they as lucky as Konoha? As you can imagine, it is impossible. So they have nowhere to go, and they can only unite all to find a way to confront each other. The Six Shadows talks officially opened, and the shadows of the 6 ninja villages went to the northern part of the Iron Country to meet Konoha 5th generation Naruto Tsunade, Union Village 4th generation Reikajai, Yanyan Village Tianping Onogi, Union Village Terumi Ming, Cheyenne Village Gara, Monin Village Hyuga Blue Ink. The 6 shadows gathered, and there was noisy yelling on the table. Although the noisy was terrible, Hyuga Lanmo never spoke. Onoki of Iwagaki village saw him like this and was furious. Hyuga Lanmo, I heard about it, you take it in. What do you mean by having a lot of people from the Akatsuki organization? Are you the master behind the Akatsuki organization? You did the catching of the tail beast? If you don't give me an explanation today, you can never get out of here. Day's wooden table slapped him. Hyuga Lanmobai gave him a glance, and said, I don't bother to talk to an idiot. What? Oyemu stood up, frowning, his voice was loud, and the black and terracotta behind him also looked wary, his fingers were hard, and he was always waiting for the fight. 3 generations of Hokage, if he did this thing, do you think he will save me? And it has been saved 3 times, and Konoha, how could he help? Gaara reminded. Advertisement, yeah. If he did this, Naruto Uzumaki in our village would be dead, Tsunade also explained. Who knows what medicine he sells in the gourd? Once he wants to cover it up, is it to lie to us? Onoki continued. Is it necessary? If I want to make a move, who of you can stop me? Just say now, don't you threaten to say that I can't get out of here? Why don't you try? Hyuga Lanmo replied indifferently, as if he hadn't done anything at all. He looked at it. But you took in Akatsuki's people, so what? They were originally my people. They were my undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. I didn't take my own people back by myself. Are you waiting to be murdered by Akatsuki? Here I tell you, there's my Hyuga Lanmo exist for one day, you don't want to touch his hair. Hearing this, Onoki even blows his beard and stares. You must know that Deidara was once his apprentice, and now he is with Hyuga Lanmo. Even if he can't do him on the face, he will not let him go behind the scenes. Also, I did stay here. If you want to fight, please be with me at any time. After speaking, he raised his finger and moved slightly. Everyone who is sitting knows that he makes a seal with one hand, which is unpredictable. At the moment, he shows his hand. Is this ready to fight? Now, an Akatsuki organization is enough to cause them headaches. How could they still hate Hyuga Lanmo? Well, this time, we will gather in the 6 shadows. We have only one goal, and that is Akatsuki. Don't argue about unnecessary things, Tsunade said. Yes, the 5 generations of Naruto is right, so in order to fight against Akatsuki, we should select a leader. So now, let's start voting. First of all, I choose myself. Among the many ninja villages, we Yunin village the ability is the strongest, so this leader, I deserve it. Suddenly, the 4th generation of Reikajai stood up. Puff. Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but laughed. I have seen a shameless person, I have never seen such a shameless person. As soon as these words came out, the 4th generation of Reikajai used force and smashed the table into a big hole. What did you say? Hyuga Lanmo, you're looking for death. As he said, the whole person rushed over, but Hyuga Lanmo's fingers moved slightly, his fingertips lifted, and a shallow beam of light fell on Reikajai's forehead, and the light was tinged with a faint blue light. Advertisement Darui, who stood behind the 4th generation of Lei Ying-ai, saw this scene and whispered. This is Lan Dun, be careful, sir. This light blue laser beam is very shallow and can't hurt people, but if Hyuga Blue Ink increases the usage of chakra, the 4th generation Reikage's forehead will immediately pierce. He can dodge, but he knows Hyuga Lanmo's speed is very fast, and he only needs to move his fingers to catch up with him. Hanada Lanmo, what do you want to do? At the moment, Onoki had already flew up, and at the same time he reached out and unprinted Dust Escape, the technique of boundary stripping. A square glass body trapped Hyuga Lanmo and the 2 people behind him in the glass art. And in the next second, where are there 3 people in Sifong? At the same time Oyemu felt his neck cold, turned around and looked around. A pair of riding wheel eyes appeared in front of him. It's Uchiha Itachi. The people who followed Hyuga Amo to the 6 Shadows talks today are Itachi Uchiha and Kakato. Because of the changes in the storyline, Akatsuki has been patronizing the tail beast for more than half a year, so it missed the duel with the Guardian Ninja 12, and the Undead duo also spared Sarutobi Asma. Similarly, IQ Nara Shikamaru, who is no less than 200, also missed the Horns and Hida, so the Horns of at the moment are also alive, and because of the battle for Fu, he joined Hyuga Imoku's subordinates. Although the whole plot is ahead of schedule, there are also a lot less regrets. At the moment, Uchiha Itachi's illusion was activated, and Onoki felt a trance in front of him. Then, Akato used the Earth Escape Stray Bullet technique to attack Uchiha Itachi while adding chakras to the stray bullet. It collided with Oyemu's body, thus breaking his illusion. At the same time, on the opposite clearing, Hyuga Blue Mo had already appeared, and Uchiha Itachi turned over and returned to him. Calm down, everyone, we are not here to fight, we are here to discuss solutions. If we only want to be strong and combative, why come here for what 6 Shadows conference? Tsunade on one side shouted loudly. The scene fell silent. Onogi also fell from the sky and sat on his seat. Chapter 355. Declaring war at the same time, the 4th generation of Reikajai calmed down. If it wasn't for Onogi's move, he would have been passive. Hyuga Lanmo's Landun had already learned, no matter how fast he was, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't. Faster than the speed of the laser. The 6 sat down again, and Terumi Mei on one side laughed. What the 5 generations of Hokage said just now is right. Now that we have decided to unite against Shao, we should choose a leader, and everyone will follow his lead. It won't be so messed up by the time that Shao was led by the nose and sent away. In the past year, they have been too passive. In the next time, they should twist into a rope and turn passive into active. I choose Hyuga Blue Mo. Tsunade spoke first. Gaara also raised his finger. I also choose Mr. Hyuga. In my opinion, in the entire ninja world, he is the only one who has the ability to fight against Akatsuki. I choose myself. The 4th generation of Hokage is a fire, with a bad temper and a strong intention. He can't do it if he asks him to follow other people's instructions. Onoki looked at the scene. There were 6 people in total. The 2 chose Hyuga Lanmo. If they split the votes, he would really become the leader of the 6 shadows. Onoki rolled his eyes and said, I also choose the 4th generation of Hokage. Although Hokage is also very powerful, Konoha has suffered heavy casualties now, and on the side of Morinkun, don't look at Hyuga Lanmo ability as very strong, but there are very few ninjas who have ability, so if you need to unite against Akatsuki, I believe that Union Village's ability is higher than Konoha and Monin Village. At this moment, only Hyuga Imoku and Terumi Mei have not voted. General Mifune of the Iron Nation asked, a generation of ink shadows, what do you mean? I haven't figured it out yet. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. His face didn't matter. Being a leader or something is the most troublesome. If it can be avoided, he still hopes to avoid it. With that experience, he might as well protect Nan Mo State. Do you want to abstain? If you abstain, you can get out. The 6 shadows talks can do without you? The 4th generation Hokage shouted. When Hyuga Lanmo just wanted to speak, Terumi on one side stood up. I choose the head of the village Hyuga. I feel that only he can do this great job. As soon as this is said, it is clear who wins and who loses. Advertisement. If Hokage hadn't urged Hyuga Lanmo, the matter would have passed, but not only did he say bad things, and Terumi did not give Hyuga Lanmo a chance to retreat. At this time, he had only one vote to decide. Then I will choose Mr. Tsunade. Anyway, he chooses whatever he likes, he chooses one he likes. The outcome has been decided. Hyuga Lanmo became the leader of the 6 shadows talks. Starting today, everyone will follow the leader's assignment and fight against Akatsuki together, Mifune announced. At the moment, the air was distorted, and there was a burst of cold laughter in the venue. Uchiha Madara, posing as Uchiha, appeared on the 2nd floor. He looked at the people below and said, ha ha ha, everyone is here. I will give you 2 choices. First, I will hand over Kyuubi and Yao. The second hand over Hyuga Blue Ink. Now you choose? After that, his eyes looked at Uchiha Itachi and Kakato behind Hyuga Lanmo through the mask. Cold air spread in his eyes. We won't hand over anyone to you. Gaara stepped forward and said, for Akatsuki's hatred, he is deeper than anyone else, because he is a person who has clearly contacted those people. Once he was defeated in their hands, he has nothing to say, but when there is another chance of confrontation, he will never admit defeat. Me too. The people in our village will not hand it over to Akatsuki in any case. You have to die, Tsunade said with a cold face. We are a united front and will never give in. Don't look at the 4 generations of Hokage and Onoki who had a little resistance to Hyuga Blue Mo. At the moment, they are also on the united front with everyone. Regardless of whether they are for the power of the orc tail in their village or for Hyuga Lanmo, everyone can twist into a rope. Hyuga Lanmo is still very pleased. Ha ha ha. Then you wait for the war to come, right? Uchiha laughed with the soil. Hyuga Lanmo, do you think your ability is very strong? I tell you, in front of us, you have no chance of victory. After that, the air twisted in front of him. Then, we will see you on the battlefield next time. Uchiha disappeared with the soil, and everyone at the scene became quiet. Advertisement. Does this mean that the 4th World War is about to begin? Chojuro on one side scratched his head and said. Everyone looked back at the people around them, and finally everyone's eyes fell in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Since he has been selected as the top of the 6 shadows, he should be here to preside over the entire meeting. Blue Ink. Tsunade asked, what should we do next? We don't know the strength of the opponent at all, and where is the battlefield of the 4th World War? They won't sneak attacks, right? Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly. Based on what I know about Akatsuki, although they are good at sneak attacks, there are very few ninjas they can handle now, probably not, and their target is the tail beast. As long as we take the tail beast together, the location of the battlefield can basically be determined, but they have an army of Baiju, so we must also make all-round preparations, all audiovisual orders, all preparations, forming a joint army, against Uchiha Madara. As soon as these words came out, everyone took orders. Even if Onoki was dissatisfied, at the moment, he did not dare to talk nonsense. If Yanyan village is eliminated from the joint forces of the 6 ninja villages, they will face greater danger. Now only everyone can join forces to fight against Uchiha Madara. After the 6 shadows talks ended, everyone returned to their villages and began to make full preparations. The battlefield is also initially said to be in the northern region, because this is deployed in accordance with the Naruto story, but the southern water country and southern ink country must also be fully prepared. After all, Uchiha Belt Soil did not say where the war scene is. In order to prevent Uchiha from attacking with soil, they must be prepared. During this period, Hyuga Lanmo had been meeting with the contacts of the 5 major powers in the eastern part of the Iron Nation to deploy various things about the war. On this day, the news came from Anbi on Hyuga Lanmo Street. Dashemaru was destroyed, and after Uchiha Sasuke killed Dashemaru, he left the stronghold and headed south. After hearing the news, Hyuga Imoku stood up and went to find Uchiha Itachi. Because Hyuga Imoku assumed the position of the leader of the ninja coalition forces, he gave control of Suman village to Itachi, and asked him to take the nationwide ninja to protect the country and the village. This news is not a secret, as long as Uchiha Sasuke a little bit of inquiries, you can hear something. Itachi vs Uchiha Sasuke? Chapter 356 This is the last time? Thinking of that scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. It was not that Itachi couldn't beat him, but he would let his younger brother, even if he gave his life to him, he was willing. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo handed the file in his hand to Tsunade next to him. Sir, I have something to do. If I can come back soon, I will come back, you will help me stare. After speaking, the air around him twisted and disappeared. Tsunade wanted to stop him, but it was too late. In the office, Gaara, Onoki, and the fourth generation of Reikage all raised their heads. Onoki shook his head slightly. I really don't understand, what do you think? I chose him as the leader. With this working attitude, he will harm everyone. At the moment Terumi Ming has secretly evacuated with the big names and leading figures of the major countries. They are the backing of each country. If they are controlled by the people of the Akatsuki organization, then they will be passive. 30 miles outside of Morin village on the mountain ridge. Sasuke Uchiha is fighting against the wind. He has sent the duel book. At the moment, he is waiting for Itachi to appear. There was a slight sway of leaves behind him. Turned around and looked. Itachi is here. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, and he hadn't seen him for 2 years. His brother has grown a lot taller. Sasuke. In the air, an icy breath slowly filled. Sasuke Uchiha turned his head and looked at Itachi. The bits and pieces appeared in his mind many years ago, warm, ruthless, puzzled, confused, etc. Originally, he had so many things to ask him. Why did he kill the whole family? Ask him why he didn't kill him alone. But when he saw him, all the problems were gone. In his mind, he is the murderer who killed his whole family. He doesn't need to understand this kind of person. He doesn't need to understand, he only needs to die. Thinking of this, Sasuke's fingers flicked, and in one round, the large shuriken flew over and said, Fate. Uchiha Itachi frowned and dodged. Advertisement at the moment, the huge amounts of shurikens turned into two. One of them turned out to be a shuriken that Sasuke Uchiha used to transform into, and the other had a silver thread in his hand, and Sasuke used force. With a pull, the shuriken that had obviously flown past, turned around, thinking about Uchiha Itachi, and chopped it over. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke had already pulled out the pheasant sword, and pierced it into Uchiha Itachi's chest. Blood came out along the sword, and behind him, the huge amounts of shuriken also rushed over. With a bang, he inserted into his body. Uchiha Itachi with blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Sasuke in front of him and said, Brother. Itachi is dead. Sasuke Uchiha has an indescribable feeling in his heart. Is he so weak? In turn, he increased his vigilance. At the moment, the air shook for a while, and he looked up. Itachi was standing 10 meters away in front of him, looking at him with a serious and cold expression. Illusory. Yeah, you can't break my kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were slightly red, as if blood would flow out. Sasuke rushed up again. I don't believe it. If it doesn't work once, twice, if it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. I must kill you. The two brothers are using illusions to confront each other, and Hyuga Lanmo, who left the office of the joint military headquarters, did not return directly to Monin village. He is a friend of Itachi. What does he think in his heart is the natural way? He can choose to die, but as his friend, he will not give up. Hyuga Lanmo appeared with a pair of blue reincarnation eyes, unexpectedly showing in 9 Hokage state. He exhausted his mind, a psychic. On the top of the cliff, the golem of outer Tao appears. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo was not in a hurry. He turned around and was already sitting on the huge amounts of golem. The cold wind blew and his clothes were hunting, and the whole body was filled with this naturally generated aggression. Although he also has the chakra of the 9-tailed beast that the golem likes in his body, at the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's ability is on top of the golem, which is a sexual suppression, because the 9-tailed beast in his body has already been synthesized, 10 tails. After more than a year of feeding chakras, the current little 10 is no longer what it looked like. At this moment, it has grown into a young and middle-aged sacred tree. Although it is not as fierce as an outside golem, it is full of vitality and spirit. The leaves of the tree trembled, and with the cultivation of Hyuga Lanmo over the past year, it also gained a lot of popularity and the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Advertisement compared with the outer golem, its consciousness is more approachable. Although the outer golem is extremely fierce, it only has 7-tailed chakras after all, and Xiaoxi in Hyuga Lanmo possesses 9-tailed chakras. In terms of ability, at the moment Xiaoxi crushes the outer ones. It's a golem, so Hyuga Lanmo sat on it. Even if there was a tailed beast chakra inside, the golem's subconscious didn't dare to move out at will. The air was twisted. Uchiha Belt Soil appeared. Hyuga Lanmo, what do you want to do? Today I do this, I only have one request. I want 2 riding wheels. I know you have them in your hand. If you don't agree, you know the consequences, Hyuga Lanmo said. If it weren't for Datongmu on the face of Wei Yi, I destroyed this thing a long time ago, and I gave you no chance to start 4 wars. Uchiha Dado frowned when he heard this. He didn't know how Hyuga Lanmo knew that he had a riding wheel in his hand. He looked at the man on the opposite side, and then at the outgoing golem under him. His reincarnation eye has shown a 9 Go Jade state, and his reincarnation eye is not his opponent at all. Okay, I'll get it for you. I hope your words count. After speaking, Uchiha disappeared with the soil. In the process of leaving, he felt strange. What was the Datanmu Teruya that Hyuga Lanmo said in his mouth? Why hadn't he heard of it? Moreover, he is the leader of the ninja coalition, and the plenipotentiary representative selected by the Six Shadows Conference. How could he let go of the outside golem? It seems something is wrong. Although Uchiha was very skeptical about taking the soil, time was not waiting. He was also afraid that Hyuga Lanmo would suddenly repent, so he didn't study the matter in depth. After taking the riding wheel, he handed it over to Hyuga Lanmo. He did what he said, and after getting the riding wheel and carefully checking that there was no problem, he returned the outgoing golem to Uchiha with soil, and then disappeared. With heavy mists, Uchiha's heart entangled with the soil. Beside him, Heiju appeared. Mara, the pharmacist wants to see you. Since Uchiha Madara's death, Kurozutsu has always called him Roar this way. The pharmacist came here this time with a gift, which made Uchiha very happy to bring the soil, and their army has an extra strength. The war is about to come, and all directions are preparing. Hyuga Lanmo appeared in Morin village with 2 riding wheels, and through the news from duplication, he came to the top of the South Bank Mountain. Chapter 357. At the moment, Uchiha Itachi was seriously injured. He was leaning on the boulder, his mouth was bleeding, one eye was closed, and blood was flowing from the corner of his eye. The surroundings are in chaos, the trees are lit, the rocks are blackened, the sky is covered with dark clouds, thunder is brewing. Hyuga Lanmo stopped and stood aside, watching the competition. He knew the result. Since Uchiha Itachi has chosen this path, then he should respect him. After all these years, he must do everything. I want to understand. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle between the two continued. Explosions and fire escape continued to appear like monster dragons, huge amounts of flames burning everything. Sasuke Uchiha was in a state of cursed seal. The pattern on his face was terrifying. Uchiha Itachi used Amaterasu to burn his cursed wings toward him. Uchiha Sasuke returned to his normal state and used Thunder Dunkirin to crush Uchiha Itachi. Pressure. The earth was trembling, and the entire ground was shattered by thunder. Itachi jumped to avoid it, and his body was still seriously injured. When he got up again, Suzuo Nohu appeared in the first form, followed by the second form. Sasuke Uchiha has been using the curse seal state for too long, and fell to the ground uncomfortably. The two had been fighting for most of the day. At the moment, it was the time when the spirit and chakra were exhausted. Sasuke looked up at his elder brother, his fists clenched tightly together. He was holding his left shoulder, trembling all over. That was the backlash of curse imprints at work. Suddenly, he yelled violently, and several large white snakes came out of his shoulders and rushed towards the Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side. Hydra confronted Susanoo. Susanoo Yada mirror blocked the attack, and the Shichuan sword was up and down. Soon, all 8 snake heads were chopped off by Susanoo. The last one opened his mouth, and the big snake pill was sticky. The squishy body came out from inside. He was going to resurrect with Sasuke's body. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Why does Dashemaru use this method to resurrect him every time, so he can't help being disgusting? Just as Hyuga Blue Mo sighed, Uchiha Itachi used the 10 complete sword to seal the Orochimaru, and at the same time, he extracted Uchiha Sasuke's body curse mark. The curse mark fell on the ground and turned into a white snake. Illuminate directly. Advertisement at this time, Uchiha Itachi could no longer stand it. One of his eyes was constantly flowing with blood, his body was shaking, and he walked towards Sasuke. From beginning to end, he has never used the repair serum that Hyuga Lanmo gave him. If he had used it, wouldn't his body be like this? Hyuga Lanmo sighed slightly, and slowly retracted the outstretched finger. It seems that some things can only wait till the end. Sasuke Roar sucked quickly, looking at Itachi in front of him with a little fear in his eyes. The other party stretched out his finger. Did he want to gouge his own eyes? Sasuke Uchiha threw out a series of explosive charms. Even so, it did not stop Itachi's advancement. He used the grass pheasant sword to make a final counterattack, but was blasted out by Itachi's fire escape. Sasuke's body was already leaning on the rock wall. Itachi staggered and walked towards him, and finally stopped in front of him. He raised his fingers and the corners of his mouth twitched. Just when Sasuke tried to evade, the pair touched. The bloody feeling fell on his forehead, and he nodded. The corners of Itachi's mouth fluctuated, and his voice was low. I'm sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. Everything is over. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes hurt. He looked at the Itachi on the ground, his mind was blank. The images of the last 2 people overlapped with the scene of Itachi pointing his forehead with his finger many years ago. In his heart, there is a little doubt, but this kind of doubt is only a flash. He didn't think much, turned his head to look at Hyuga Lanmo, and then walked hard down the mountain. Don't you want to know Itachi's history? Why does he want to destroy the clan? Why is only you still alive? Why does he die today? Don't you want to know? No. Sasuke shouted loudly, turning his head to look at Hyuga Lanmo. You are his friend. I will not believe everything you say. You will only clean him up. I don't believe anything you say. Why did he apologize? He killed my father and mother, and the reason is not a reason for his exoneration. Sasuke Uchiha yelled, his voice hysterical, as if he was convincing himself inwardly when he smashed against Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, and sighed slightly. At the moment, I'm afraid that no matter what he says, he won't believe it, right? Advertisement. Sasuke left, and later met Uchiha with soil, transplanted the riding wheel eyes, turned into an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, and from the mouth with soil. Sasuke knew everything about Itachi. After a brief thought, Sasuke knew that he had misunderstood him. Itachi had been wronged. He was used for Konoha, and the Danzo who used him has died under Hyuga Lanmo's hand. Why should he want to killing his and Itachi's enemies? Why does he know everything, but he, as Itachi's own brother, will be kept in the dark? Thinking of this, Sasuke decided to launch 4 ninja wars together with Oito, and he was incompatible with Hyuga Amo and Konoha. Before that, he had to sell an account of his own. Sasuke Uchiha led the Eagle Group all the way south, planning to find Hyuga Lanmo to sell accounts. When halfway through, he heard that the Hyuga Lanmo was at the Iron Nation Alliance headquarters and turned north again. The war is imminent. Hyuga Lanmo is very busy. Yesterday, he had used Yunhunling and Tenchiang Chinchuan to rescue Uchiha Itachi from Death God and transplanted a new riding wheel for him. This process did not last very long. Uchiha Itachi has experienced it. After life and death, when I woke up again, the whole person became different. In the past, he saw everything without desire, but now, he who died once and was reborn has more enthusiasm and heroism. From now on, for me, black is black and white is white. Who dare to use his black to render my white, I will kill him. Hyuga Lanmo looked at him rubbing his eyes with a look of resentment, laughed, and stretched out his hand to punch him. Is that right? No matter what he is, you have to live for yourself. Uchiha Itachi laughed and went back to work with him. Although several other ninja village people had objections to him, at the moment, the war was about to start and they had no time to settle their old accounts. Even if they settled, Hyuga Lanmo, where is it? They have never been able to win. After all, Hyuga Lanmo's words, he is the undercover agent of Mizaki organization, can silence them. The ninja allied forces have assembled. The general staff, the intelligence department, the investigation department, and the surprise assault troops are working in their posts. The forwards, all the way, 2, 3, 4, and 5 troops are all ready to attack at any time, and the warriors of the Iron Kingdom are also ready to attack. Cooperate with the action and attack at any time. Chapter 358. Everything is ready, just waiting for Uchiha Madara's army to appear. At the moment, suddenly someone rushed into the headquarters and handed a letter to Hyuga Lanmo. My lord, Sasuke Uchiha, please. Huh? Here, Hyuga Lanmo was checking the information reported by various ministries, and he heard the news. My lord, according to Onbi News, Uchiha Sasuke has already followed Akatsuki. In this battle, he is on the enemy's side, Onbi on one side said. Uchiha Itachi at the moment has gone to the front line, and in Monin village, Hyuga Lanmo has transferred all the people from Lanxiangmen back to South Mexico, trying to protect the safety of the people. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke came to the scene again. He was furious, and as he walked out, he said, no wonder everyone called him the second pillar, it really reached the extreme. My lord, if not, let's solve it, Jinshi said, and the corners were on the side. He didn't understand Uchiha Sasuke, but if Ink Shadow needs it, he will never be polite. No, he's here for me, I'll go and clean him up. Hyuga Lanmo rushed out of the headquarters, transferred from a different space, and had arrived at a stronghold 30 miles away. Many coalition ninjas were surrounded by Uchiha Sasuke, as if they were about to attack at any time. He stood beside him 3 times. People are Ghost Deng Shui Yu, Shang Fa, and Chang Wu. The 3 of them looked nervous and looked around. From a distance, they saw a young man approaching. He was wearing a dark blue sportswear, and a cloak of a generation of ink shadows fluttering in the wind behind him, with long black hair. The handsome one is like a god. Where is this male god? It's so handsome. Shanlin covered his heart and couldn't help but speak roar called. In the next second, everyone was stunned. Sasuke Uchiha was kicked out by him. Obviously he was still hundreds of meters away from here. How could he have reached the front in the blink of an eye? And he even kicked Sasuke. You B asterisk 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 D. Do you still know something? Your brother desperately wants to keep you, but you just let me find something to do, right? You shouldn't be decent, right? You don't know what's wrong, right? Speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's fist fell on him. Sasuke Uchiha stepped back, stretched out his hand and drew out the pheasant sword and began to counterattack, but he didn't want his pheasant sword to rush up, but was stopped by Hyuga Blue Mo's magnetic arrows from all directions, and then just looking at the man on the other side shaking his body, all the magnetic arrows floating in front of him turned out to be golden. Advertisement. Then Uchiha Sasuke's pheasant sword flying up and down was smashed on the spot. The other 3 in the Eagle group saw this scene with a shocked expression. It was a pheasant sword. Uchiha Sasuke thought quick, and it was Susanoo immediately. This is a protection state, because if he doesn't protect himself, he might die in Hyuga Lanmo's hands. Fortunately, the golden magnetic escape just aimed at his grass pheasant sword. What if it was aimed at him? No matter how fast he is, no matter how strong his ability is, I am afraid he will be poked into a sieve now. At the moment, Sasuke had 2 broken ribs and his nose bleeds out. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes are in the state of riding wheel eyes, and one arm has also turned into the form of Susanoo. Although Uchiha Sasuke is in a second level state, and he is only a first level arm because his chakra is strong, he fights the opponent has no backhand. Immediately afterwards, Mu-dun appeared, circled layer by layer, trapping the sequel. Hyuga Lanmo's golden Suzuo no whose arm punched the opponent's Suzuo, and it disappeared when he hit it directly. Hyuga Lanmo, I'm fighting with you. Uchiha Sasuke seized the opportunity and rushed forward, and Chidori with the electric current in his hand smashed towards him. But in the next second, there was no sign of Hyuga Lanmo on the scene. When the opponent reappeared, a large number of magnetic escapes appeared and silently stuck to Uchiha Sasuke's feet. He wanted to escape, but was caught by the opposite Hyuga. Lan Mo had no room to fight back. Magnetic escape soon crawled all over his body and bound him firmly. The other three of the eagles saw this scene and wanted to rush to rescue him, but they were surrounded by the coalition ninja regiments. Gui Dang Shui Yu used the technique of hydration and wanted to come to the battle, but was pinched by the Hyuga Blue Devils. In the next second, he felt as if he had become a solid, and then he was thrown out. It turned out that Hyuga Lanmo directly used Bing Dun to freeze him. Looking at the body shattered into scum, Gui Dang Shui cried loudly. Fortunately, the weather was hot enough to turn him into water and killed him. Boom! Hyuga Lanmo's fist fell on Sasuke's face again, unceremoniously. Advertisement: your brother doesn't teach you, I'll teach you. You can't figure it out but you can't see clearly. You're a complete D*K, you just owe it to you. Why does your brother want you to kill him? He just wants to give it to you. Create a good opportunity. As a result, you don't know how to cherish it and you become an enemy of the 6 ninja villages. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Do you know his painstaking efforts? With that said, he punched again. Sasuke Uchiha's head had become a pig's head, and he looked at Hyuga Lanmo, tears falling. He is really too strong, whether it is the blood succession limit or the simple punching now, he can't stand it anymore. At the moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo glanced at him and said, you will leave your brother's business to you, but you will remember it to me, don't move and die. No one wants to save you. Uchiha Sasuke, I only give you this one chance. If you dare to push your nose on your face next time, I want you to die. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and disappeared. He is still busy here. When Sasuke saw his brother, he couldn't believe it. He was already dead. Why is he still alive? His eyes flickered, and Uchiha Itachi had already understood the words in his eyes, and he explained, it was Hyuga Lanmo who saved me. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm sorry, something is too. Before he could finish speaking, Sasuke rushed into his arms all of a sudden. At the moment, he didn't want to worry about who was right and who was wrong. He was still alive, which was better than anything else. The Fourth World War officially begins. Hundreds of thousands of Baiju troops rushed to the battlefield. Before Hyuga Lanmo guessed from the original plot that the north is the main battlefield, but the war really started to find out that this time Uchiha brought the soil to the main battlefield in the south, that is to say, it is near the southern Ink country in the Water country, and the Land of Fire nation also accounted for most of the land, and Baiju appeared in the north. Chapter 359 The other party's deployment is strange. After all, the 9-tailed man Juli Uzumaki Naruto and the 8-tailed man Juliki Rabbi are secretly hidden in the Land of Thunder. How can they look south? After getting the news, Hyuga Lanmo said, don't worry, you don't need support. Both the Water country and Nanmo country have made corresponding arrangements. Even if they appear in the south, there is no need to worry for the time being. Their targets are Karabi and Uzumaki. People, all we have to do is to protect them. At the same time, this news has been passed to Uchiha Itachi through the intelligence force's Art of Heart. In the past, Hyuga Lanmo had held a separate meeting for the ninjas in Morin village. If Nanmo is in danger, all they need to do is to protect Nanmo. No one can make mistakes. People from the ninja allied forces continue to garrison the original land. After all, no one knows what Uchiha's intentions are with the soil, once he uses the strategy of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain. Then the north can't stand it, therefore, as long as it can withstand it, the deployment situation will not change. On the battlefield, the northern surprise force was in the north, and was intercepted by the 3 reincarnated sand scorpions, Shin, and the Kingdom of Water. The golden horns and silver horns reincarnated from the dirty soil, together with Konoha's sacrificed Shinin, and the first unit began to fight, among which the golden horns and silver horns were the more troublesome opponents. Secondly, the second unit is blocked by Baiju duplication, and this time, Baiju duplication is not the same as that in the original plot. According to the information reported by the Ministry of Intelligence to the headquarters, Hyuga Lanmo learned that some of the Baiju had 3 heads and 6 arms, and others were like monsters, many times taller than ordinary people. Although they have limited chakras, they compare middle and lower ninjas, ability is still very strong. Shape-shifting Baiju. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Isn't this Baiju that appeared in Borin's growth stage in the later period? Why does it appear now? And it's still in the Fourth World War. Hyuga Lanmo frowned, always feeling that this matter was a bit unusual, but now that a big battle is coming, even if something is strange, he can't let him think about it. Advertisement He used wooden duplication, 8 people, divided into 2 groups, rushed to the first and second battlefields to support. On the third unit's side, the Murakami shinobi was fighting against the reincarnated filthy soil. And the enemy of the third unit in the original plot, that is, the original ninja swordsmen, they appeared in the border of South Mo, and the so-called ninja swordsman here is not 7 people, including the first one, and the second owner of Shiba Shinobi. Loquat Shazong, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Lisan Chuanwen, Tongsao Yaren, No Pair 8, Black Ho Leifong, Ringo Yu Yuri, a total of 8 people and 3,000 Baiju appeared in the northeastern frontier of Nanmo. The same is true for the Water country. 20,000 Baiju, together with some of the former positions of Cheyenne village and Wuyan village, appeared at the seaside, still attacking the Water country. As for Nanmo, although most of the ninjas joined the coalition in the village, the Blue Shangmen people were left in the village to protect the village. Wu Mang personally led the team and took Lan Shangmen protege to guard the double protection line. And Didera, Xie Qin, Demon Drum, decapitated Big Sword, Peach Land, Bai, together with Hong Yan, fought against Baiju and Yakushi's filthy reincarnated 7 Ninto swords on the first front of the southern border frontier. After that, Hyuga Lanmo moved through a different space and sent Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Undead to the battlefield of Nanmo Kingdom. Although there are only 8 ninjas in Morin Village on the frontier of the southernmost state, there are 30,000 ninjas and 7 ninjas on the other side, but the 8 people in Morin Village are all masters. Excuse me. The 4th Northern Unit of the Ninja Allied Forces resisted the duplication of Baiju and guarded the coastline of the Land of Thunder. The strong enemies that appeared in the 5th unit were the reincarnated Kai-Dai mother-in-law, the bone-legged Junmaro, and part of the Shangren who had recently died in Iwayan Village. Terumi Ming completed the task and successfully sent the big names of various countries to the secret base. Although a lot of things happened in the middle, she solved them perfectly. Soon, there was a good news for the 4th pair. After all, Gaara personally led the battle. Even if Baiju duplication ability is strong, it can't compare to Gaara's Sandstorm Burial. But less than a minute after the good news came, someone from the intelligence department cried out in surprise. It turned out to be the 3rd generation Reikage, the 4th generation Fengying Rosa, the 2nd generation Shuiying and the 2nd generation Toying appeared in on the battlefield of the 4th unit. Advertisement. As soon as this news came out, the 4 generations of Reikage, Tsunade, and Onoki were all dumbfounded. Why did they appear? Hyuga Lanmo is also strange. It is obvious that the 4 of them have been sealed by themselves and are hidden in the secret base under the dark part of Monin Village. How could they appear on the battlefield? I want to come to the actions of Uchiha or Shirazu, because in Monin Village, only the 2 of them can come and escape the dark part of Monin Village without a trace. Hyuga Lanmo is also full of anger. One by one, the tiger doesn't show off when I am hello KT. As he said, he turned around and confessed. Mr. Tsunade, you stay to take care of the overall situation. Let me know if something is going to happen, I'll go and see. After speaking, he disappeared in a vertical leap, and the 4 generations of Reikage and Onoki saw this scene and hurried to the front line. Although Hyuga Lanmo's ability was outstanding, they did not believe that he could beat the previous Big 4. Movie-class figures, especially the 2nd generation of Earth Shadow and the 2nd generation of Water Shadow. My master is above me. Hyuga Lanmo is dead this time, Inomu said with a cold mouth. Although everyone was a grasshopper tied to a rope this time, in the heart of Onoki, he always had a dissatisfaction with Hyuga Lanmo. In his mind, Hyuga Lanmo never fought him well. The first time he destroyed Yanyan Village was a sneak attack, and Wying in the southern part of the Iron Kingdom united against him in that battle. In the middle, he also grabbed the big names of the big villages as a bargaining chip. If there is no threat from the big names, Wying United will definitely be able to take him. Onoki also admitted that he is getting older and in some respects, he may not be his opponent, but if he unites the ability of everyone in Yanyan Village, he believes that Hyuga Lanmo is vulnerable. Hearing that his master appeared on the battlefield today, vaguely, excitement appeared in his heart. Hyuga Lanmo didn't know the severity and went to seek death. Don't blame him for not being saved. I also took this opportunity to let him know that there are people outside the world, and there are days outside the world. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo appeared on the 4th battlefield, and at the same time, the 4 generations of Reikage, Onoki, and Terumi Mei also arrived on the scene one after another. At the moment, Gaara has already fought with each other, and standing opposite is his father, the 4th generation Fengying Luosha. Chapter 360 Hyuga Lanmo appeared, the 2 stopped fighting, and the 4 filthy reincarnation shadows were shocked. Hinata Lanmo, are you here? You said we stayed well with you, why don't you protect us? And the seals of those seal classes, too weak, right? We are being used by others now, this is all to blame for you. Hyuga Lanmo smiled and said, don't worry, seniors, I'll let you all go back in a while. Onoki was shocked when he heard this, they actually knew Hyuga Lanmo? What's the situation? 4th generation Reikage asked. However, no one answered him at all. Not only that, the 3 generations of Reikage on the opposite side have already rushed up with the other 3, it depends on your ability. The battlefield was in chaos again, and the Masters' duel, the ninja coalition forces in the rear were stunned. Sikage rushed up, Gaara, the 4th generation of Reikage, Onoki, and Terumi Mei rushed up. But they are not their opponents at all. Although the ability of reincarnated Dirty Land is much lower than before they were alive, they collectively attack together, plus they are very aware of each other's weaknesses, and the corpses that can't be killed no matter how much they fight, let Onoki and the others for a time. No way. Once again, the 4 were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the 4 filthy reincarnated shadows were under the control of Pharmacist Pocket, and collectively killed them towards Hyuga Blue Mo. Lay done bursts, golden sands and flowing seas, steaming danger and explosive power, dust-free obsessives. 4 people use different ninjutsu to kill Hyuga Blue Inc. Among them, none of them can hide themselves, which is the most troublesome. When Terumi Ming and the other 4 shadows saw this scene, their backs felt chilly, and they didn't put the 4 of them in their eyes at all. Hyuga Lanmo is their true opponent, and they are still attacking collectively, only to deal with one person. This is really a rare picture in a century. Oyemu was amused, and the 4 shadow levels were fighting against Hyuga Lanmo alone. Today he is dead. Just when his heart was dark and refreshing, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. I saw 4 people slaughter him, one of them was still invisible, but he was shocked by him, directly injuring 3 shadows. The waists of the 4th generation Reikage, Luosha, and the 2nd generation Shuiying were all cut off by his one blow, land done. Fortunately, they are reincarnated from the dirty soil, even if it is a terrible blow, they can quickly recover. Advertisement at the moment, in the air, strands of black magnetism permeated the air, appearing to be floating. What is that? Terumi Mei asked strangely. It's magnetic escape, Luo Sha, who stood in the opposite direction, replied. Suddenly, this kind of floating fine iron sand whirled, as if all leapt towards Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, Hyuga Blue ink sprayed the magnet that was leaping over with the meltdown. Under the huge meltdown, the body of the figure was distorted, and the second-generation Hokage appeared in front of everyone. His dust-free obsession has no effect in front of Hyuga Lanmo, and this diffuse fine iron sand is just to deal with uselessness. His dust-free obsession can hide himself, but his people are there. As long as people rush over, they will inevitably drive the air, which will cause the iron sand to fluctuate in the air distortion. With the addition of Hyuga Lanmo's liver perception technique, it can be find his location clearly and attack. Hyuga Lanmo's body pressed hard, and a wooden duplication appeared next to him again, turned and ran in an unknown direction. Duplication is going to find the pharmacist's pocket. As long as you find him, all the filthy reincarnation on the battlefield can be lifted. Once again, he rushed up like a bolt of lightning. The last time he confronted the 4 in Morn village, the SEAL squad sealed him up. As a result, the seal was insufficient and he was taken advantage of. This time, he personally acted. Who can unlock it? Hyuga Lanmo uses magnetic escape, land escape, ice escape, and wind escape to attack the 4 shadow level figures in front of him. The opponent flies up and down, and the reincarnation of the dirty soil can make up for the defective body, so the resistance ability is much stronger than ordinary people. Even so, Hyuga Lanmo didn't give them any chance. The soul-catching spirit in his hand moved, 3 wooden duplications appeared again, and the dark blue reincarnation eyes appeared, surrounded in all directions. Vientiane Tianyan, 3 duplications together with Hyuga Lanmo use reincarnation eye ninjutsu. The 4 fell into their hands and wanted to resist forcefully, but where was Hyuga Lanmo's opponent? Soon, a seal appeared. Huge amounts of chakra ray haunted them, and all 4 were sealed. Hinata-sama is amazing. What kind of operation is this, isn't it? The people behind looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Just now, the current 4 shadows tried their best to fight the shadows who reincarnated from the dirty soil, or was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Advertisement in Hyuga Lanmo, it only took a minute to solve it all. Here, Hyuga Lanmo used her own sealing technique to seal the 4 reincarnations of dirty land. The reason why I used the soul-attracting bell just now is because the soul-inspiring bell has the effect of containing souls against the opponents of the reincarnated dirty land. There was a roar of joy on the battlefield, and even Terumi Mei gave a thumbs up to Hyuga Lanmo. However, he did not relax, because he knew that this was not a victory, and there would be stronger opponents behind. Sure enough, on the stone in the distance, the second generation of Earth Shadow appeared silently, his hands were sealed, and he used the dirty soil to reincarnate, and psychically emerged from Ninja World's biggest villain boss, Uchiha Madara. This guy was waiting for resurrection at any time. As soon as he appeared, he thought it was Nagato who used the reincarnation technique, but he didn't expect it to be reincarnated from the filthy soil. It seems that I'm still dead. Uchiha Madara finished speaking, and when he looked around, he saw the ninja coalition in the distance. And Hyuga Lanmo turned around and looked at it. As expected, the second generation Hokage had used the splitting technique. Half of his body was sealed by him, and the other half ran away to the distance. Uchiha Madara was reborn from the dirty soil. At the same time, good news came from other battlefields, and all the reincarnated characters from the dirty earth ascended to heaven and disappeared. Through the image passed back by duplication, Hyuga Lanmo knew that the medicine master had already been resolved by his duplication in Uchiha Itachi, and all the dirty soil reincarnated with the medicine master who had a psychic contract ascended to heaven. Looking at the person on the other side, he was not affected at all, and he had no idea of leaving at all. Also, this unlimited month reading was originally what he had been looking forward to, but now he finally crawled out of the coffin. How could there be any reason for him to go back? Moreover, he could have solved the rebirth of the dirty land. This spiritism is very dangerous. The person who reincarnated from the dirty land is not controlled, and I don't know when he will break away from the psychic contract and kill the person who controls him. Now that the pharmacist's pocket has failed, and Uchiha Madara has also unlocked the psychic contract. At the moment, he is already a dead man. Uchiha Madara rushed up, and inside the ninja coalition, a group of people turned on their backs, and the dust was flying. He is like a large harvester, wailing everywhere he goes. Chapter 361 Uchiha Madara arrives, and within this ninja coalition, there are many more village ninjas, including Early Winter, Shounian, and there. Among them, Sighing was panting and unable to resist, and his speed was so fast, coupled with his eyes, he could predict the future movements, so that Sighing didn't even have time to consider the battle plan. Seeing him so arrogant, Hyuga's blue ink teeth Ichi roots, using chakra, yelled. The donkey opposite, he just was born. After that, with a shock, a thunder escaped from his hand, and he smashed toward Uchiha Madara on the opposite side. The other party caught it backhand, kicked it over, but kicked it for a while, because of the transfer of the different space, and looked up again. He found that the opposite youth had a pair of dark blue reincarnation eyes. What happened? What happened during the 10 years of his absence? Does Ninja have a second pair of reincarnation eyes? Although he looked puzzled, his movements did not stop in the slightest, turning around and Susanoo appeared. And Hyuga Lanmo's use of the wood escape wooden man technique is very much in line with his sequel. At the same time, the second wave of battles began on other battlefields. Baiju duplication was destroyed, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were sealed, and the filthy reincarnation man and horse controlled by the pharmacist disappeared. Everyone thought that they were victorious, but they didn't expect Uchiha to show up with the soil. He brought an outgoing golem and the trapped tail beast to kill the ninja coalition on the battlefield. After receiving the information from headquarters, Hyuga Lanmo used shadow duplication to separate tens of thousands of himself and head towards the main battlefield. At the moment, it is impossible to achieve victory by relying on the ninja allied forces. Uchiha Madara seemed to feel the existence of the golem from the outside world, and while fighting with Hyuga Lanmo, he rushed towards the main battlefield to the west. On Uchiha Itachi, Osamu used the Death God mask to unblock the first generation of Naruto Senjima, the second generation of Naruto Senjima, the third and fourth generation of Naruto from Death God's belly. The four appeared on the battlefield. Just as they were about to launch an attack on Madara and Dato, they saw a golden light laying down, and only heard a clear voice. Funwi Consciousness Mirror. Advertisement on the battlefield. Everyone's chakras had risen more than 10 times, and Hyuga Lanmo, who was fighting Uchiha Madara at the moment, had already assumed a fairy state. Uzumaki Naruto, Kiribi, and Jiraiya also rushed to the scene. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Naruto, have you seen it? Your master is using the fairy state, but unfortunately, you have not successfully cultivated, otherwise your ability will definitely be able to get your master's heal. Naruto Uzumaki looked envied and asked, how long has it taken my master to practice the art of immortals? Is it longer than me? As soon as he said this, Jiraiya's face was ugly, and then he smiled and said, I heard that he only spent a long time, and he still knows it without a teacher. Upon hearing this, Naruto looked shocked. What kind of existence is this? However, in the past 2 years, he has only practiced various ninjutsu and physical strength. If he was sent to Miaomu Mountain from the beginning, he might also become an immortal body. Thinking of this, Jiraiya also shut up. Hey, his master delayed him. Wow, that's great, I must practice hard, and be like my master at that time. As expected of Naruto, I will never give up at any time. On the battlefield, Hyuga Lanmo was dressed in golden light, and while commanding Harness Mew Dungeon to fight against Madara with thousands of hands, he looked at Konoha F4 here. How? To watch the fun. Haven't you shot yet? Orochimaru also appeared on the battlefield. Seeing Hyuga Lanmo's duplication, he asked, Master, am I not late? After Uchiha Itachi's Izanami's baptism, at the moment Orochimaru's mood is different from the original. He used to worship him as his master in order to get the body blood of Hyuga Amo. At the moment, he was willingly surrender, although he still pursues longevity, but while pursuing this, his conscience has also discovered, so he decided to change the future experimental route and feel more about life. Duplication glanced at him and said nothing. And this information will be passed on to the owner, so Dashemaru knows it. Even if duplication didn't speak, Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was coming. Hyuga Lanmo saw that Konoha F4 hadn't started, and he turned around and disappeared. He reappeared, and he directly hit the Uchiha belt soil and the outgoing golem. Advertisement, don't you guys watch the fun? He threw the mess at them and watched them move? At the moment, the Uchiha belt soil was crazy. He threw the 9-tailed chakra from the golden horn and silver horn into the golem. By the way, he also threw in the tentacle chakra he got from Yao last time. The outside golem began to wreak havoc like crazy, while hunting down Yao, while capturing Uzumaki Naruto. The scene was very scary. The tail beast Jade appeared on the battlefield one after another, and Naruto Uzumaki was well protected by Zlai. Even so, it was difficult to evade. Finally, the 4th generation of Naruto wave feng shui started. And Uchiha Madara had no opponents, and started to attack the ordinary ninjas, but these ninjas were all subjected to the ability of the separation consciousness mirror. At the moment, chakra increased greatly. Even if they couldn't fight against a master like Madara, they could escape. Use 2 tricks to save your life. Go! Seeing Hyuga Lanmo no longer caring about this side in Shizouzu, he had to rush up with the other 2 dead shadows. What's that guy's name? Is it Konoha's? Senjujuma asked. He saw him when Konoha collapsed the plan last time, but Hyuga Lanmo was a melon eater at the time, watching the show from start to finish, and didn't make any moves, so they knew very little about him. I'm an offspring, and now it is the generation of the 6th largest ninja village. Although the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi is unwilling to mention Hyuga Blue Ink, it is obvious that he is the strongest in combat ability in this battle. Not only that, he didn't know what ninjutsu was used, and he actually increased everyone's chakra more than 10 times, and his body was just like him, glowing with golden light, thus adding a fighting ability. The 6th largest ninja village. Senshu Kejian looked shocked and asked, what is his name? His name was the last thing Sarutobi Hizen wanted to mention, but when his master asked, he couldn't help but answer, so he bit the bullet and said, Hinata Lanmo. Hyuga. From the Konoha Hyuga family. Our village has such a master, how can we go out and set up another door? Monkey, what have you done? Qianshojian asked coldly while fighting. Sarutobi Hizen did not speak, and the past events were irreparable. Konoha's loss of such a master as Hyuga Lanmo would only be Konoha's loss. He more than forced the mayor Hyuga to leave Konoha and set up another door, and he still used conspiracy to force my Uchiha clan to be annihilated. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke appeared and said coldly, I said. Right, Sarutobi Hitoshi. Chapter 362 The 3 generations of Hokage looked back and saw the brothers at a glance. The 2 said in unison, I forgot to tell you, we are already the ninjas of Monin village. From now on, we will all follow Hyuga Lanmo. Hearing this, the 1st generation of Naruto turned to look at the 3rd generation, and shook his head slightly. He knew that the second generation of Hokage had long been guarded against the Uchiha clan, but he didn't expect that the Sarutobi Hisaki generation would actually annihilate other people's clan. This is really unscrupulous without reaching the goal. Sarutobi Hizumi's fist was clenched tightly, and Orochimaru, who had controlled the reincarnation of the dirty soil, rushed towards Uchiha Madara on the opposite side. In the past, it is not clear who is right and who is wrong, and now it is not the time to calculate the old accounts. Sarutobi is full of regrets in his heart. There are some things that he really did wrong, such as the Uchiha clan. If he was willing to follow the people of Uchiha's clan sit down and have a good talk, maybe it won't cause them to annihilate their clan. Among them, his responsibility accounted for 60%. Originally, he thought that this secret would never be known to people in his entire life, but he did not expect that the brothers actually confessed their feelings and investigated the whole thing. Sure enough, paper can't contain fire. What kind of person he will be in Konoha's history in the future, I'm afraid many people know it in their hearts. The outer golem attacked frantically, the tail beast jade wave after wave. The yin attribute 9-tailed chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body was also caught by the outer golem, and the 8 tails were also locked on the chains of the outer golem. And all this was in Hyuga Lanmo's expectation. In fact, he could stop them all, but in order to see Itsuki Kagaya, he released the water. In this process, all he can do is not let anyone sacrifice, and he did it too. The tail beast jade was transferred to the sea by him one by one. Although the huge amounts of explosion caused waves of tsunamis, the ninja was powerful and would not lose his life. The mountain shook, and the power of the tail beast was extraordinary. The outgoing golem has begun to absorb from the first tail, and as the tail beast chakra enters the golem in waves, its shape is also changing. On the other side, between Uchiha Madara and Senjuju, between Senjuku, Sarutobi hits a big fight. Uchiha Susanoo, Mudanjin has thousands of hands, sealing techniques, various ninjutsu, endless and dazzling. In order to save Naruto, the 9-tailed chakra in the Yang attribute was sealed into his body by Heifeng Mizuno. Although Naruto looked uncomfortable, he still did not forget to bring the soil with Uchiha to carry out mouth escape. I know, it is also Konoha. Your relatives and your friends don't want to see you now. Advertisement, stop talking nonsense, take fate. Now Uchiha only wants to give birth to the sacred tree as soon as possible, so as to start the infinite monthly reading, so that he can also see the Lin he is thinking of. Uchiha rushed up with the soil. The 4th generation of Naruto Fengshuimen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi collectively attacked and resisted. The 3 masters all attacked. If Uchiha takes the soil without using a different space transfer, it will only be destroyed, and even if he uses a different space transfer, the opposite Kakashi has already figured out his direction. There is no chance to escape. As a result, in the midst of the sealing technique of Bofeng Shuiman, Jiraiya's pursuit, and Kaka's fierce confrontation, he got a knife in his chest and fell to the ground. Did you win? Someone from the ninja coalition behind asked quietly, staring tightly at the Uchiha belt soil lying on the ground. I don't know, now this battle has exceeded our imagination. Indeed, before they thought they had won, and before they had time to rejoice and roar, the new enemy reappeared. Later, they thought they had won again. As a result, the enemy who reappeared was stronger than before. At the moment, no one did not dare to jump to a conclusion and can only watch the battlefield nervously. Lin, with soil tightly clenched his fist, suddenly he was completely illusory and disappeared. On the other side, the outside demon bombarded the ninjas on the battlefield like crazy, and Hyuga Lanmo used the fairy gate to suppress. But I didn't want to. The outside golem roared loudly, his body twisted shapeshifting, and he pulled out his body from the Mugen gate, leapt vertically, jumped into the sky, and then transformed into a white floating ball. Everyone looked at this scene strangely. Xiao Shi in Hyuga Lanmo's body was also about to move. That was the induction between the sacred trees. 10-tailed human column power appeared. Uchiha brought the soil like a newborn person. His body was glowing with white light, with a jade mark of 9 hooks on his body, a pair of eyes, a riding wheel eye, and a reincarnation eye. The tentacles like leaves, and red flames burning above the tentacles. Uchiha, who turned into a pillar of 10-tailed man, floated with soil in the air, looked down at the sentient beings, laughed, and said, "Who can beat me?" With this earth-shattering sound, the endless chakra shockwave on his body spread out in all directions, blasting a piece of it. What's the matter? What's the situation? Kakashi on one side looked at the scene in front of him strangely, a little confused. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth and explained, Uchiha's belt soil has become 10-tailed human pillar power. 10 tails? What is the 10 tails? Jilai also looked strange. Hyuga Lanmo didn't have time to explain, and rushed to Cianfa, Myojinman. Huge amounts of Myojin gate fell from the sky, 1, 2, 3 or 4. Uchiha took the soil and resisted forcefully, and all a dozen Myojin gates on his body shattered. Hyuga Lanmo, you wouldn't be naive to think that at the moment, this kind of ninjutsu still has an offensive effect on me, right? I tell you, I already a god, no one can hurt me. It is too strong to be able to break free from the suppression of the Myojin gate. Konoha F4 was shocked. The 4 of them brought the soil to Uchiha and killed them. 2 done, thunder done, wind done, all ninjutsu for him, all attacks were invalid. Not only that, but the 4 filthy soil reincarnations were still beaten by the opponent with defective limbs, and it took a long time to recover. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi also rushed up using Susanoo, followed by his brother Uchiha Sasuke. The 2 of them cooperated with C-Trip, and they took a few steps back. However, in the next second, Uchiha brought the earth to regroup, and yin and yang appeared in his hand, and he slapped towards the two Susanos. Huge amounts of impact hit the Susano, and the yin-yang escape turned into a chain state, which firmly tied the Uchiha Itachi's Susano, and the Uchiha Sasuke on one side saw this scene. High with a roar, Sano rushed up with his complete body. Uchiha raised his other hand with soil, and another chain of yin-yang escape appeared. The fighting of 3 Uchiha family members is dazzling and breathtaking. Is this the power of Uchiha? It's really scary. Chapter 363. Uchiha floated in the air with soil, one force, holding the yin and yang chain in both hands, and then tossed the two Susano. What power is this? Even Hyuga Lanmo was dumbfounded. He knew that Yin-Yang Dun could avoid all ninjutsu attacks, and only Shion Fa could restrain him. He also knew that Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke were impulsive, but he did not expect Uchiha's ability to be so powerful at the moment. In the original plot, his yin and yang escape has not turned into a chain or the like. Thinking like this, suddenly in the sky, the air twisted. Advertisement seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo was shocked, got up and rushed over, but it was still too late, and Uchiha Takedo unexpectedly dumped Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke together with their two Susano into a different space. Hyuga Lanmo couldn't enter his different space. If he definitely gives him time, he can also study and study, maybe he can find a place, but now that the battle is approaching, he has no time to save Itachi and Sasuke. Anyway, there shouldn't be any danger between the two in a different space. The black rod in the hands of Hyuga Lanmo who rushed up appeared, and thrust into Uchiha's back with the soil. At the moment, he is not only a fairy state, but also a reincarnation eye. His whole body is glowing with golden luster, and the colorful eyeshadows on his eyelids are very eye-catching. Bringing the soil back, he saw the black stick inserted into his body, frowned, and it was obvious that all attacks were ineffective to him. How could Hyuga Lanmo hurt himself? At this time, he understood that ninjutsu in the fairy state had an offensive effect on him. On the other side, Uchiha Madara is fighting with the duplication of Senjutsu, and duplication has died in his hands. He raised his head to look at the battlefield here, his eyes radiating excitement. The 10-tailed Uchiha Dado is fighting desperately against Hyuga Lanmo. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo strikes up and down. The black rod produced by the reincarnation eye floats in the air with his consciousness, occasionally assassinating secretly, occasionally hiding his figure, and occasionally attacking, occasionally all-round interception. Advertisement Uchiha took the soil to the 10 tails more and more severely. He roared loudly. The yin and yang escape turned into countless arrows in his hand, and the black rod of Hyuga Blue Mo clanking in the air crossed and collided. Too shocking. Konoha Sikage looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It seemed that this kind of battle was no longer something they could participate in. The earth is shaking, the mountains are shaking, the world is changing, and the universe is living. All seem to be trembling at this moment. Is that so? Haha, you are still inferior to me after all? Others didn't feel anything, but the soil had already felt it. Although Hyuga Blue Mo's ability was powerful, he could also use the reincarnation eye weapon, and it was a great blow to him with the immortal art. But there are too many chakras he has allocated. On the battlefield, his duplications are everywhere, and those duplications undoubtedly took away a lot of his chakras, so that now he feels that his attack is slowly weakening. The speed has also dropped. Is that so? Dai Tu yelled, and his fingers suddenly stretched out. He used the writing wheel to transfer from the different space, attacked from behind Hyuga Lanmo, and drew him to his chest. The other side dodges, but his different space is like blossoming everywhere, because the 10 tails have been gone for the previous 5 seconds. At the moment, he can use different space transfer anytime and anywhere. It is precisely because he keeps opening different spaces that Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke escape from the different spaces. Reappearing, the entrances and exits of the different spaces on the battlefield are already like flowers blooming everywhere, and Uchiha's arms with soil and yin-yang escape constantly appear in these different spaces, grabbing the opposite Hyuga Lanmo. Finally, the other party couldn't dodge, and his chest was suddenly penetrated. Blue Mo. Uchiha Itachi shouted loudly, rushing towards that side as he shouted. He must save him, but when he ran tens of meters, he stopped. Because, Uchiha's chest with soil is also bleeding? What's the matter? This kind of scene reminded both of them of Fei Duan. Could it be that the death of the company is based on blood? Just when Uchiha brought the soil to wonder, Hyuga Lanmo in front of him suddenly turned into a wooden man. It turned out that all he tried hard to kill was just a duplication. Advertisement turning his head slowly, Hyuga Lanmo was standing 100 meters away from behind Uchiha. His arm was raised, half of his arm disappeared, and the other half was behind Uchiha's Uchiha, with a black stick in his hand. On his chest, the other party also used a different space to transfer, silently, and assassinated him. The same method, Uchiha turned angrily with the soil, and then killed Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, the black rod in his body suddenly turned into an iron briar, which exploded, piercing him with blood. The soil had no signs of life. 10 tails rushed out of Renjuli's body, and Heiju swallowed the soiled corpse. Heiju took all the writing round eyes and reincarnation eyes on his body. A blast of cold wind blew, Madara suddenly appeared, and 10 tails rushed towards Madara. He didn't dodge, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, he became a new 10-tailed human Julie. At the same time, a huge amounts of tree drilled out of the ground, twisted and rushed towards the sky, while those branches were grabbed towards the surrounding ninjas. Someone couldn't dodge and was caught upright, and the chakras all over his body were all caught up in an instant. The tree sucked away and turned into a corpse. It's a sacred tree. Everyone avoid. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene. His body pushed hard. Xiaoxi appeared, turned around, and dived into the ground. What is it? Sasuke Uchiha couldn't help but asked. Xiaoxi's body was glowing with golden chakra luster, combined with the fairy body of Hyuga Lanmo before, baptized it like a golden cash cow. My 10 tails. Hyuga Lanmo replied. What? Madara in the distance also saw this scene. He learned from Heiju that the rising rookie, named Hyuga Lanmo, had 9-tailed beasts in his body, but he didn't expect that the other party actually did. Integrate 10 tails. But they are also 10 tails. Why their 10 tails are twisted and ugly? On the other side, the 10-tailed tail that just got into the ground is cute and beautiful, just like a cute pet. Indeed, after these 2 years of training by Sunshang Lanmo, his little 10 has already developed the concept of right and wrong, and he is born with each other. Because it has kind thoughts, it has become more humane in appearance. With 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, it is more like Groot in Guardians of Galaxy, except that it has a green leaf blooming on it, which looks more vigorous than Groot. There is a second 10 in this world? Madara said blindly. They tried so hard to plan for many years, but they lost a bloodline mutation to the opponent? Chapter 364 You are not the savior? He had heard Haizu's introduction before, but Hyuga Lanmo was originally from the Hyuga family, but he didn't cast his eyes. Not only that, he was blind at the beginning, but later appeared the reincarnation eye and the riding wheel eye, and the status was switched at will. This is not bloodline variation, what is it? When Uchiha Madara heard this, he gave a cold snort. He had noticed him before, but he had been fighting with Senjutsu so much that he had no time to talk to him. Advertisement now, he has become the 10-tailed Manjuli, the sacred tree. It has also been planted, and soon, the unlimited monthly reading will start. At that time, no matter how powerful he is, he will fall into a dream. It doesn't matter, as long as the unlimited monthly reading is activated, the ninja world will be at peace, and his dangerous existence will also be eliminated. After speaking, he raised the stick in his hand to the opposite Hyuga Lanmo. Just when he launched the attack, the growing sacred tree suddenly stopped, and all of this was due to Xiaoxi. What's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo, it's your 10 tails, Heiju exclaimed angrily. Baiju on one side was also angry, and shouted, Ma, kill him. Baiju screamed while sneaking into the ground. He could feel the feeling from the sacred tree. After all, he was a product of the sacred tree. Others are human pillars, and the tail beast can't leave the body, and Hyuga Lanmo is a strange flower. The 10 tails in the body can not only leave the deity casually, but also go underground to destroy the roots of the sacred tree. It is really bad. Here, Baiju dived into the ground and found Xiaoxi. As soon as he was about to launch an attack, it felt overwhelming. A strange feeling was covered from all sides, and all that was left was fear. Uchiha Madara rushed over, shaking the tin rod in his hand, and the 9 jewels of seeking doctrine changed in many ways, and they killed Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, other ninjas also rushed up. This is a battle for everyone. At the moment Hyuga Lanmo has persisted for too long, and they have to make some efforts for the war. But they forgot that Uchiha Dado is a godlike existence in the 10-tail state, and their ninjutsu attacks are ineffective, not to mention Uchiha Madara. However, some of them can cause harm to them, such as Mekkei and Jiraiya. Although ninjutsu attacks are ineffective, physical attacks and celestial attacks do exist. Advertisement: the two joined forces and flew out of Ban, but at the same time, the Chu Dao Jade behind Ban became a sharp weapon, and the injured 2 human bodies were incomplete. After all, in terms of the amount of chakra possession, the 2 of them are like little difference compared to each other. Da Wu, it's not worth mentioning. Xiaoxi killed Baiju, and after planting a fungus in his body, he got out of the ground. From then on, all Baiju connected with this Baiju will be infected with this mycelium, and eventually die, and then become a double-headed mushroom, burrowing out of the ground for human consumption. Xiaoxi appeared, and a vertical leap disappeared, and it entered Hyuga Lanmo's body. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo again, the golden light all over his body suddenly triumphed, his dark blue reincarnation eyes bloomed brightly, and the whole person was floating in the air, and there was a sacred luster all over his body. He didn't have any jade for seeking Taoism, no horns or white clothes, but he was floating there, and it still made people feel that he was incomparably holy and infinitely powerful. In the distance, many ninja men turned their backs on their horses and fought with Uchiha Madara. They were not his opponents before, but now they're even more helpless. The reason Hyuga Lanmo didn't take the initiative to fight with him at first was because he was waiting for an important person to appear, but until now, everyone was injured and no one appeared. What's up? Immortals of the 6 ways, you are still absent. Don't you come out to explain your mother on such an important occasion? Could it be that the timing is wrong, and we have to wait a while? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo's fingers stretched out, Vientiane tension. The power of the immortal, 10-tailed chakra, using reincarnation eyes, huge amounts of gravitation attracted Uchiha Madara from a distance, and all the 9 Taoist jade behind the other party's tin rod turned into a cone-like weapon. Vientiane Tianyan's direction of attraction pierced over. The magnetic shield appeared in front of Hyuga Lanmo, clanging, and the voice outside was very murderous, making people frightened. Because Magneto couldn't stop the conical jade for Taoism, it slammed all the way, penetrating through layers of magnetism, and then killed Hyuga Lanmo's chest. Be careful. Roars sounded from the crowd on the battlefield, because from their perspective, Hyuga Lanmo stood behind the magnetic escape, and didn't even know that the cone spikes had already been killed. Advertisement. Just as everyone sucked in cold air and rushed up with the shape-shifting cone of the begging Taoyu, Hyuga Lanmo flipped his other hand and grabbed the cone in front of him, and the other hand was ready to grab Uchiha. Spotted. The opponent also felt that his weapon had been confiscated. One used force, and the opposite force appeared around him. In addition, Uchiha Madara also had reincarnation eyes. Although there was only one, the force was not as strong as Hyuga Blue Ink, but it was matched with the power of 10 tails. I can resist desperately. Puff, with a soft sound, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and he clearly avoided his Vientiane Heaven Guide. What's the matter? It turned out that behind Uchiha Madara, the alien space wormhole opened, and black rods appeared, like spikes, following him. As long as he could resist the Vientiane sky, he would wait for him. It's a black stick with spikes. This is the method used to deal with Uchiha's soil. He didn't expect to use it on his own body. Obviously he was thinking ahead of time to prevent Hyuga Blue Mo's alien space transfer, but he did not expect that he did both, and he had nowhere to go. Tibetan. He used Shu Daoyu to turn into a sphere to protect himself. The whole person was hidden in the black sphere. As a result, the black rod of Hyuga Blue Mo appeared inside the sphere. Catching a turtle in the urn makes it even more painful to pierce it. Oh, what are you doing, Hyuga Lanmo? You don't talk about martial arts, my asterisk. In desperation, Uchiha Madara escaped from the ball again. His body flew up and down, constantly dodging Hyuga Lanmo's black stick. He also wants to use time and space ninjutsu, but there is a round eye on his forehead. But he can hide for a while. Can he hide for a lifetime? However, when he saw Hyuga Lanmo behind him under the chasing of many black rods, his eyes burst into a cold smile. Immediately after the next second, after enduring the assassination of a black stick on his asterisk egg, the alien space shifted and disappeared. F*K. What's the situation? Ji Lai on one side rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Kakashi explained. He has reincarnation writing round eyes, and he can also do brief transfers in different spaces. Ji Lai also understood, and shouted loudly, Lanmo, be careful behind you. Chapter 365. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara, who had just emerged, felt angry. He was enduring the pain and came up with a sneak attack method. How could he be seen through by others? This is the advantage of the existence of the Ninja Coalition forces. Brainstorming, there are no dead ends wherever they look, which can prevent any loopholes from being filled. Sure enough, Hyuga Lanmo turned his head, stretched out his fingers, and crushed the wooden hoop on Uchiha Madara's forehead. The two of them fought together again, and the world changed, and they were moved. Here is a duel between masters, but obviously, after dozens of rounds, he is not Hyuga Lanmo's opponent at all. The holes in Madara's body are like pillars of blood, bleeding out. Hyuga's Blue Ink's different space transfer, coupled with various floating black rods and shape-shifting black rails, making it tricky and impossible to guard against. Zetsu, hidden in Uchiha Madara's clothes, knew that Zetsu was dead. At the moment, seeing that his plan was about to fail, he looked a little impatiently at the sacred tree that hadn't grown up on one side, and then again. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo, he said, absorb the sacred tree, and the power of the sacred tree can make you win. When Uchiha Madara heard this, he was surprised. Why? Don't we want to start infinite moon reading? After I absorb the god tree, how can the god tree start infinite moon reading? At the moment, above the sky, a full moon rose, illuminating the earth. If it were not for the blue ink of the sun, their plan would have been successful. The sacred tree can only grow up quickly if it has absorbed the chakra of the ninja, but now, the roots of the sacred tree are destroyed and its growth is slow. In this way, the infinite monthly reading plan has failed, but if it fails, it fails. Highway's goal was to resurrect Atsuki Teruya, and the infinite monthly reading was nothing more than to add nourishment to his mother. Since the unlimited monthly reading failed, then he could only take the risk. After all, this was the only opportunity. He didn't want to wait for thousands of years. Absorb the sacred tree. As long as you defeat Hyuga Lanmo, then you will be able to produce another sacred tree seed. At that time, our plan can still be realized, and this world will become a world like you imagine. Kurozuzu is still brainwashing Uchiha Madara. Uchiha looked suspicious and looked up at Hyuga Lanmo. Yes, at the moment, his biggest enemy is him. From fighting with him to the present, he has retreated his streak of defeats without any effort. Advertisement. Therefore, if you want to fulfill your dream, you can only try to bring your chakra to the next level. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara, who was covered in blood holes, no longer hesitation, turned around with an impact, and came to the sacred tree that was half his height, and started to suck while holding the sacred tree. F*K. What's the situation? Ji Lai also called out again. Hyuga Lanmo frowned and shouted, Uchiha Madara, you are the stupidest and stupid person in the world. You were deceived by Hazy. Uchiha Madara turned his head differently, and his mind kept tumbling about the previous things. While he was absorbing the sacred tree, he looked at Hyuga Lanmo, but he didn't rush to stop him. What is going on? Don't believe him. He is afraid that your ability will improve. Keep going. Heiju's expression of excitement. Hyuga Imoku continued. Do you think the contents of the stels in the Uchiha family Holy Land are all true? In fact, they have been tampered with by the Black Z, so you have been deceived from beginning to end. Nonsense. He has such a high IQ. How could he be deceived by me? Besides, I am loyal to Master Uchiha Madara. Everything he does is for peace in the ninja world. You moral hypocrites, use them for your own benefit and power. Others, Madara planned all this for his great cause and to create a harmonious and beautiful world. We will not fail, because we represent the justice of heaven and earth. Kurozutsu shouted and put a high hat on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression was exhilarated when he heard this. Yes, he was all for peace in the ninja world. This world needs unlimited monthly reading, and only unlimited monthly reading can save mankind. Thinking of this, he let out a loud voice and said, "Those who stand against me die. Hyuga Lanmo, for world peace, I will kill you." Hyuga Lanmo was helpless. Where did all this go? You can't give up until the Yellow River. The next second, Uchiha Madara embraced the sacred tree and gnawed again. The sacred tree originally wanted to enter the outer golem. Now that the strength of the human column is so coordinated, there is no reason for it to resist. With a shock, the branches of the sacred tree turned into chakras and rushed into Uchiha Madara's body. Advertisement Shaoshi in the inner body of Hyuga Lanmo was shocked. It was raised by Hyuga Lanmo after the synthesis of Kyuubi. It didn't even know that the sacred tree of the same species could have this kind of operation. Trees entered Uchiha Madara's body. He felt that his body was swollen. He shouted loudly, his voice echoing on the battlefield. "I am the savior of justice." Puff. At the moment, Kurozu, who was standing behind Uchiha Madara, started his hand. He took his heart with one hand and said, "You are wrong, Madara, you are not the savior." "What are you doing? You are my consciousness, how can you start from behind me?" Madara asked incredulously, with question marks in his mind. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly. "What am I talking about? You were deceived." Heiju said, I am not your consciousness at all, I am Wei's consciousness, and everything I do is because of the resurrection of Huye. What saves the common people? What peace? What future? It's all nonsense, I only want my mother to be resurrected." When Uchiha Madara heard all this, his eyes widened. In any case, he didn't believe that he was actually being used by this kind of thing. He turned his eyes and looked at Hyuga Lanmo floating in the air. He knew everything, and he had warned himself, but he didn't believe it. Now, he's over. Indeed, huge amounts of chakra poured into his body from all directions. It was chakra from the sacred tree. The continuous influx of chakra made him feel uncomfortable. In addition, he suffered from the heart wound in the body controlled by the Black Jew. He has no chance of escape at all. A large number of chakras exhausted Uchiha Madara's body, and he roared in discomfort. On Hyuga Lanmo's side, Ji-Lai also exclaimed, "Such a large amount of chakras seems to be more than 10 tails. It will be troublesome to go on like this." As he was talking, Uchiha Madara was swollen all over, and a white object drowned him. He stared at everything in disbelief. There was only one thought in his mind, that is, he was really cheated and deceived. It's so miserable. He is a joke of the ninja world. His embarrassed appearance was seen by everyone. He is no longer the invincible Lord Madara, he is just a fool with low IQ. Chapter 366 Big Tong Mahui arrived at night. "Mara, do you know? I inspire you to launch infinite moon reading just to build an army for Kagaya. So, do you think I really do it for your peace plan?" Uchiha Madara has no ability to resist. When the ninja allied forces on the opposite side heard this, their backs were cold. They thought of the sacred tree chasing people, tying people into zongzi, and absorbing the appearance of chakra. Each of them felt their bodies trembling. "What is Kaguya's troop?" Naruto Uzumaki on one side asked Hyuga Lanmo. "It should be the Baiju troop. She created the Baiju troop to fight against some alien ninjas, but she didn't know that the existence of Baiju would be very vulnerable to the Datongmu clan." "You are nonsense. What do you know?" Haizu shouted loudly on the opposite side. His hand was still in Madara Uchiha's body, and a large number of chakras constantly poured into the swollen body, growing bigger and bigger. Kurozutsu's body gradually melted. Kaguya's consciousness covered Uchiha Madara's bloated body. Strong wind came from all directions. Uchiha Madara's last consciousness was swallowed, and then, the floating hair was dancing with the wind, and something was moving. Appeared under the cover of the black udder. A beautiful face, a pair of white eyes, a 9-hook jade reincarnation circle eye on his forehead, and a long white hair. The whole body is full of cold air, floating in the air. It is Datongmu Huye. As soon as she appeared, she launched a war against the ninjas around. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Konoha F4, and other shadows all rushed towards her. When Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched and moved. So many people should be able to do it, right? With an attitude of giving it a try, Hyuga Lanmo stopped in place, and another point was why the 6 Tao immortals did not appear. His mother came out. What is he waiting for? Come out and explain to these silly ninjas. He really doesn't want to do such a waste of saliva. Hyuga Lanmo didn't know. The 6 immortals came out long ago, but didn't dare to show up because he discovered the unexpected existence of Hyuga Lanmo. He could feel his powerful ability, so much so that the 6 immortals wanted to watch the changes. See what kind of existence he is. Everyone killed the past, but the big tube Mu Huye floating in the air did not move, and everyone in front of him felt a gravitational force falling from the sky, and suddenly pressed everyone on the ground, unable to move. Advertisement. It turned out that this was the super gravity ability in Datongmu Wei's Heavenly Lord. These gravity pressures on everyone, leaving them with no ability to resist. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth and shouted, "Datongmu Teruya, I will give you a chance to go to my door. As for the danger you have to face, I will help you remove it, how about?" The woman on the opposite side floated in the air, seeing Hyuga Lanmo with cold eyes. His deep blue reincarnation eyes surprised her. Highway had already explained for her, and passed all Hyuga Lanmo's things to her through consciousness, mind. The second sacred tree? Datongmu Huye snorted coldly in his heart, but the gaze towards Hyuga Lanmo was full of differences. She knew people of her clan too well and didn't grow up like this at all. This is obviously the genes of the earth, even such a person. With the ability of the sacred tree, it is also unbearable. Don't worry, I don't despise you as a widow. I also brought 2 children. Come on, join me in the sect of Monin village. Hyuga Lanmo opened his arms and said loudly. When the 6 immortals hiding in the void heard this, he was embarrassed. Why did he become a blessed child? And what does he know? B****************. Hearing this, the opposite Datong Mu Huye rushed up with a shock. The air of Via fell from the sky, and Hyuga Lanmo used celestial arts and Shenluo Tianzheng to rebound this kind of heavenly imperial court. Immediately after the outlook change, Hyuga Lanmo was taken by Atsuki Kagaya to the land of hell magma. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, laughing. Kagaya, don't be naughty, make a decision early, it's good for you and me. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's body exploded, countless duplications appeared in the land of magma, hot breath rushed to his face, and then a cold wind blew, countless ice escapes appeared all around, huge amounts of chakras were like no money. Scattered from Hyuga Lanmo's body to the duplication. The magma land uses ice escape? Could he have a bad brain? Heiju hiding in the cuffs of Datong Mu Huye not only sneered, but he also sneered. At the moment, there was a sudden change in the surroundings. Suddenly, the air twisted. When Datong Mu Huye turned around, Kibijin Bingden had already been inserted towards her, and as soon as she reached the corner of her clothes, she was frozen all over. Immediately afterwards, Atsuki Kagaya used lava to thaw. Advertisement at this moment, countless black rods appeared around her, and they inserted towards her. This is the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, and each of these duplications can be used. Wangshen then Ryosaka, Atsuki Teruya used 80 divine airstrikes to attack the duplication in front of him. Some duplications could not dodge and disappear, while some duplication abilities were powerful. Not only did they avoid her palms, but they also reincarnate in front of them. With forceful eyes, the Vientiane Sky Guide was activated and started to suck towards Datong Mu Huye. Sucking, sucking, sucking. There are 10 tails in Hyuga Lanmo's body. Chakra is amazing. Even the big Tasuki Kagaya who wants to escape is frozen in shape. No, no. She yelled. At the moment, Highway forcefully pushed her into the wormhole that appeared, and Highway fell into the hands of Hyuga Blue Mo duplication. Pinch you to death. Duplication did not hesitation, first pinched Highway with his fingers, activated the sealing technique, and then used Amaterasu to burn it, and Highway made a miserable cry. When Uchiha showed up with Earth and Madara before, why didn't Hyuga Imoku rush to compete with him? Just to create conditions for Datong Mu Huye, in some places, only she knows where. Hyuga Lanmo needs her to lead the way. Now that the person has appeared, he no longer wastes time. Datong Mu Huye used Wangshen Hirazaka to travel through. He thought Hyuga Lanmo could not find himself, but he did not expect that he could open the door of another space. No matter where she escaped, he could quickly find it. On the battlefield of Ninja World, everyone looked at the place where they disappeared with a look of stunned expression. At this time, the 6 Tao Immortals appeared, and he explained the whole thing to everyone, as well as the identity of Datong Mu Huye and himself, etc. And using spirit sharing, everyone saw the battle between Atsuki Teruya and Hyuga Lanmo. Countless different spaces opened and closed, huge amounts of chakra shockwave was like a bomb, and the flowers exploded in waves, killing the ashes and eradicating the duplication of Hyuga Lanmo one by one, and Datong Mu Huye was also hit by Hyuga Lanmo, forced to desperate. In all the spaces, except for the sound of the two fighting, it was the laughter of Hyuga Lanmo. Do you think that chakra belongs to you? If you want to take it back, take it back? Without you, this world would never become what it is now. In this way, you must be responsible for the whole thing, and you must solve it now, as well as what will happen in the future. Chapter 367. I'm going to kill you. Datong Mu Huye didn't listen to Hyuga Lanmo's words at all, and his angry face burst into bruises. A mortal, dared to yell at me. In her heart, people in the human world are low-level creatures. Although she had wanted to live with them peacefully before, her experience made her understand that human beings are not worthy of sympathy at all. The 80 God airstrike smashed over again, and the rabbit felt shot as densely as the ice thorns, but there were still signs of Hyuga Blue Mo on the scene. Not only the others were gone, but even the hundreds of people around Datong Mu Kagaya the shadow duplication also disappeared. Just when she was strange, the void in front of her suddenly changed, and a figure appeared in front of her. When she saw this person, the whole person was stunned. What kind of beautiful man is this? Golden ratio figure, sturdy body, fairy-like appearance. Wow. Datong Mu Huye's nose bleeds fiercely, as if a certain nerve of the whole person has been opened by something. It turned out that it was the naked beauty of Hyuga Lanmo duplication, which was called a masculine and fierce. She just glanced at it and felt her heart beating and blood retrograde. Come on, rich woman. Suddenly, the beautiful man who was opposite rushed towards her. Datong Mu Huye shook his head slightly. Don't come here, I'm afraid I can't stand it. At the moment, the air suddenly twisted in all directions, like half of a blooming vortex flower. Countless lightning appeared from a different space and smashed towards the big tube tree Huye. At the same time, the thunder escaped, the ice escaped, and the melt escaped. Burst escape, steel escape. A few blood inheritance limits, plus the chakra that soars into the sky, and the blessing of the sacred tree appearing behind Hyuga Lanmo, and the fairy body constantly absorbs the help of chakra from the nature. In an instant, the big tube Mu Huye was smashed away. Zhao Linen, then Bing Dun cools down, melts away and deceives his body, explodes and booms. Immediately afterwards, the air was distorted, and Hyuga Lanmo appeared on the battlefield of Ninja World with the sealed body of Dotongmu Teruya. Through the spiritual sharing of the six ways, dozens of cage and high-level ninjas standing next to the six ways, Sasuke, Uchiha and Naruto all saw the scene. For someone with such a powerful chakra, it took him less than 10 minutes to end the battle? Senjuzuju looked at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him in disbelief. This is shorter than Uchiha Madara. But I think she is much stronger than Madara. It seems that my master has hidden power. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, with a triumphant smile on his face. Indeed, Hyuga Lanmo's ability, only we can't think of it, nothing he can't do. Uchiha Itachi's mouth curled up with a smile on his face. Any ninja with a bit of experience can see that although he fought fiercely with Uchiha Madara and suffered numerous casualties, his capacity was nothing compared to Chakra Atsuki Kagaya. Advertisement, but Hyuga Lanmo spent the shortest time fighting here at Dotongmu Kagaya. This proved that he had deliberately released the water before, and it also proved that this woman should be the last boss, and the war should be over. Sure enough, Hyuga Lanmo pulled Dotongmu Hyuga into the air and announced loudly, "This war, the battle is over, we have won." On the battlefield, everyone was full of joy. Roar, everyone shouted the name of Hyuga Lanmo, earth-shaking, deafening, and never stopped for a long time. Stupid human. Dotongmu Hyuga snorted coldly. Hyuga Lanmo pulled the chakra seal chain and laughed. Rejoice, that's me, spare your life, or else according to the original plot, you and he won't even have any lines. After speaking, he used force to pull Dotongmu Hyuga to the front, and then pulled out the chakra of the sacred tree in her as soon as he stretched out his hand. In the end, there are a few chakras with 10 tails left to keep her alive. 9-tailed beasts are here, you can figure it out by yourself, I have something to do, let's go first. With that, he threw the 10-tailed chakra to the 6 immortals. Hyuga-sama, what will happen to the Ninja Joint Conference next? Since the war is over, as the leader of the Ninja Coalition Army, you should stay and preside over the meeting? At this time, even Onoki admired the 5-body cast. This battle, if there is no Hyuga Lanmo, wanting to win is even harder. Fortunately, he shot, otherwise everyone would have to become the nourishment of the sacred tree. The 6 Tao immortals had already explained things like the divine tree, Dotongmu Hyuga, and Baiju Heiju. At the moment, the 6 immortals looked at Hyuga Lanmo. He did not ask for Daoyu behind him. After he announced the victory of the 4 wars, the immortal art on his body disappeared. Even so, he could still feel the powerfulness in him. Power, that power seems to come from nature, and it seems that he is born in nature. Dotongmu Hyuga looked at the 6 immortals, turned away slightly, and said nothing. You can hold the meeting by yourself, Itachi. Starting today, you will be the ink shadow of Morin village. From now on, Nanmo country will be handed over to you. Don't push, I know you can. After that, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, carrying the big tube Mu Hyuga, and disappeared. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, and Sasuke Uchiha next to him was shocked. What do you mean? Hyuga Lanmo gave his brother the position of ink shadow? For so many years, the existence of the Uchiha family in Konoha has always been an obstacle to certain forces and organizations, and they can't wait to kill them soon. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo didn't doubt their intentions at all, and gave the position of ink shadow. Compared with some villains, it's not on the same level. Advertisement, see the 2nd generation Master Ink Shadow. In the rear, the ninja from Mo-Ren village knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. In their hearts, Hyuga Lanmo's words were godlike imperial decree, and there was no need for a trace of doubt. After the Ninja World War ended, after 2 coalition meetings, the people evacuated the battlefield and returned to their hometowns. After this battle, ninja will usher in a different future. The dawn of peace illuminates the earth, and a peaceful world where people understand each other is bound to come. Hyuga Lanmo is nowhere to be seen. No one knows where he went with the big pipe wood. It was only later that people discovered that the sky had changed color, as if meteors appeared frequently. Even so, everyone did not suspect that it was a normal phenomenon. They didn't know that, in the distant outer space, Hyuga Lanmo and Big Toki Kazuya were clearing all kinds of obstacles for the Earth's ninja world. It was not until half a year later that Shaoxi and Dotongmu Hyuga reappeared in Morin village. Everyone knew that half a year ago, Hyuga Lanmo let Kaguya lead the way and doused the leader of the alien Dotongmu clan and was in outer space, established his own ninja power. And this time Shaoxi and Dotongmu returned to the Earth to complete the remaining mission of Hyuga Blue Ink, which is to protect the Earth. He really stayed in outer space. Naruto Uzumaki, who was cultivating in Morin village, asked incredulously, the master is really awesome, and he has done things that people can't even think of. Uchiha Itachi looked up to the sky and said, I believe that as long as I want to see him, I will be able to see him. As he said, he squeezed the summoning charm in his hand. Ahem. Shaoxi coughed in a low voice and said, as for where is he? Haha, I don't know. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo travels through the world, where he wants to go, what he wants to do. You ask him how high his ability is. Anyway, so far, among the 10,000 realms, he has not encountered an opponent. This book is finished here. Thank you for your company along the way. Here, Groot wishes everyone a good life and a lot of money in the new year. Achievements in school, high levels of work, 100 years of love, and a great success in having children. Come on, thank you everyone. The error-free chapters of Naruto, The Beginning to Kill the Orochimaru, will continue to be updated on the novel website of Soshu.com. There are no advertisements in the site. Please also collect and recommend Soshu.com.